All of you bastards get up. You maggots staying alive only waste my supplies. This afternoon, every last one of you will crawl out of the city to search for materials. Whoever dares slack off will kill them. In Hang City, Shanghang District, at a gathering point for exploration, slaves a burly, middle-aged man reeking of filth with a mouthful of yellow teeth grips a black whip studded with thorns and lashes it repeatedly against the ground. Before him, more than a dozen men and women in tattered clothing stare blankly, their expressions numb. It is as if nothing in this world is worth clinging to. That hollow gaze is etched across every face. Did I transmigrate? In the crowd squeezed into a corner, Su Zhe studies the scene ahead with a slight frown. After a night of social drinking and getting drunk, he never imagined he would awaken in another world. In his mind, as chaotic as primordial mist, a strand of memory that did not belong to him emerges. Half a year after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the world was plunged into riots. On the surface, every region remained under official control, yet in the shadows, hidden powers lurked like coiled dragons and crouching tigers. The Shanghang district where he now lives is merely a miniature of the apocalypse. Shanghang has become a slum born from the end of the world. Order, kindness, harmony. Such words have nothing to do with this place. Here there is only endless slaughter and oppression, a cannibalistic law of the jungle. Villains, traffickers, mutants, thieves, and hunters all regard this place as their paradise. There is no order, only the strong devouring the weak. The dozen or so people around him, including Su Zhe himself, stand at the very bottom of Shanghang district, slaves. Or to use a more vulgar term, maggots. Useless existences who do nothing but pick through rotting scraps, driven and abused from dawn till dusk. A bunch of trash. I'll have them all go out of the city this afternoon. The task from above is pressing hard. If by tomorrow morning each of them hasn't turned in 10 kilograms of steel or other supplies, kill them all for me. Replacing this batch of maggots is no problem at all. His cold gaze sweeps over Su Zhe and the others as the fat man snaps at his underlings, his expression dark with displeasure. Then he slowly disappears from their line of sight. The fat man is called a Biao, as Su Zhe does not know his real name. He is an official member of the Xiaodao Society. His main duty in this maggot nest is to direct lowly maggots like Su Zhe to gather supplies. Recently, the Materials Management Department of the Xiaodao Society has been exerting enormous pressure, leaving a Biao increasingly irritable. So he can only vent his rage on people like Su Zhe. In just 1 week, they have already been forced out of the city 3 times. All of you stand up. Don't say, I never give you a chance. Anyone who completes the materials collection today will be rewarded with a pound of porridge. After a Biao leaves, the man previously called a Huang immediately strides in, exuding the air of a fox, borrowing the might of a tiger. In essence, his status is not much different from that of Su Zhe and the others. He too is a maggot. The only difference is that a Huang had the luck to become the leader of these lesser maggots. Each time they go out, he carries an old-fashioned powder rifle and trails nervously behind the group. Clutching his gun with that cringing, fearful demeanor, he looks as ridiculous as a clown, though no one dares to say so aloud. What a headache. Of all places to transmigrate to, it had to be somewhere like this. Damn it. Once Ah Huang retreats into his own little room, Su Zhe snaps back to himself. He takes the opportunity to fully absorb the memories in his mind. Nearly 20 years of corporate struggle in his previous life had already tempered Su Zhe's mentality into something as calm as still water. Even so, he cannot help feeling a flicker of irritation. Once he confirms he is not dreaming, Su Zhe becomes acutely aware of the danger he is now in. On the surface, the mission to leave the city and gather 10 kilograms of steel seems insignificant. But this is no peaceful, civilized society. Even within Hang City itself, people devour one another alive. As for the world beyond the walls, there is no need to elaborate. It is cannibalism in the most literal physical sense. Outside the high walls, zombies and mutant beasts roam unchecked. Ruthless hunting teams are more than happy to strip a group of powerless maggots of the pile of junk-looking materials. In the original owner's memories, there had been over 100 slaves in Su Zhe's intake at the start. After only 3 trips outside the city, barely a dozen remained. The perils of going out need no further explanation. For now, my body is still in decent shape, and the original owner even left behind a watermelon knife. A natural egoist, Su Zhe glances around at the people who can barely be called his companions. He shakes his head. Aside from himself, the dozen people around him show no spark of life or fighting spirit on their faces. They are as numb and mechanical as puppets. Expecting these people to unite as one is wishful thinking. In a crisis, it would already be an act of great mercy if they did not stab him in the back. For now, Su Zhe can only force down the turmoil in his heart and focus on himself. After some thought, he finds only one piece of good news. Because he joined the slave exploration team not long ago, his body has not deteriorated too badly. Aside from some fatigue, his overall condition is still relatively healthy. Most importantly, he discovers a rust-covered watermelon knife on his person. Once we leave the city, I'll find a chance to kill Ah Huang and escape. A plan of escape surfaces instantly in his mind, and a glint of killing intent flickers in his deep, dark eyes. As for whether killing would burden his conscience, Su Zhe scoffs. In his previous life, though he had never taken a life, the deals he orchestrated that left others utterly ruined were no less lethal than murder. He has never pretended to be a good man. To be precise, Suze is an egoist wrapped in a sheep's skin. His rules of interaction are brutally simple. If the person before him is a sheep, he can calmly peel off its fleece with a smile and say, "My apologies. Your fleece is..." If it is a wolf, he will kill it without hesitation and trade the wolf's hide for a decent meal. Suze is simply Suze. In the apocalypse, if he still refuses to kill, he himself will die. I'm driving. After resting for over 10 minutes, Suze grits his teeth, chokes down a lump of gray, sticky, unknown food, and receives his assignment for this trip out of the city. He is to drive and deliver the people around him to the outside of the city. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate armored vehicle evolution system. Vehicle acquisition in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a damaged Yanjing brand 8-wheel truck. Newbie gift pack distributing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining feedback power, physical attributes greatly enhanced. Just as Suze walks up to a rusty-eaten dilapidated truck, a cold mechanical voice rings out in his mind. At the same time, a surging force suddenly erupts within his previously thin and frail body. A golden finger. Realizing he has also obtained a golden finger, Suze is momentarily stunned. Then the surprise on his face quickly smooths into composure. He opens the door, climbs into the cab, and slots the key into the ignition. The corners of his mouth curl into a faint smile. Now that he has a golden finger, his previous plan will need a few adjustments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely binding the vehicle. The Novice Gift Pack has been successfully issued. Novice Gift Pack provides 1 free vehicle evolution. Do you wish to use the Novice Gift Pack? Just as Suze climbed into the vehicle, another system prompt appeared. Yes. Ding! Vehicle evolution in progress. Vehicle evolution successful. Dilapidated Yanjing brand truck, power enhanced mobile truck. Bound vehicle, power enhanced mobile truck. Host Suze. Vehicle equipment V8 all-wheel drive, high horsepower engine, bulletproof, glass, bulletproof steel plates. Feedback to host, physical constitution enhancement, peak of normal human limits. Next stage evolution, armed armored truck. Material requirements: 1 ton of steel, 50 kilograms of rubber, 500 grams of rare metals, such as gold, silver, copper, etc. Reminder: after evolving into an armed truck, the system will provide skill type feedback. As a streak of light flashed, the vehicle Suze was driving underwent a tremendous transformation. The truck's body, once covered in mottled rust, now appeared completely renewed. Even the interior fittings changed drastically. The tires, outer paint, engine, and transmission all underwent complete transformation. What surprised Suze most was not the change in the vehicle, but the transformation of his own body. His strength, speed, and physical constitution were further enhanced. Bang! He punched forward with force, and a strange sound of air being torn apart erupted from nowhere. Seeing this, Suze was momentarily stunned. He reacted quickly, grabbing a steel pipe from the front passenger seat. With a light squeeze, the solid steel pipe bent visibly. With this kind of physical strength, even facing a dozen people would be no pressure at all, right? Feeling this monstrous strength within himself, Suze's confidence swelled. After all, only when one is at a disadvantage does one need fancy schemes and convoluted plots. Now that he possessed absolute strength, all he needed to do was crush everything in his path. Suppressing his melancholy and excitement, Suze started the vehicle and drove toward the previously agreed-upon departure point outside the city. Urged on by a Huang, a dozen puppet-like slaves climbed into the truck bed. A Huang himself took the front passenger seat. Drive properly for me. If you dare play any little tricks, I'll make sure you never see tomorrow's sun. Perhaps due to the system, it seemed that only Suze could see the truck's transformation. In a Huang's eyes, the truck he was riding in was still the same, nearly scrapped vehicle as before, with no difference at all. After issuing his threat, a Huang hugged his old flintlock rifle to his chest and slumped in the passenger seat, soon falling asleep. In his eyes, Suze, who was responsible for driving, was nothing more than a filthy slave. His earlier threats were nothing more than routine. Don't worry, just sleep well. Glancing at the man beside him, Suze replied calmly. He did not bother to argue with him. After all, no one would waste time on someone who was about to die. Once everyone was on the truck, Suze started the vehicle and slowly drove from the slave assembly point toward the city exit of the Shanghang district. He had barely brought the truck to a stop when 2 armed guards from the official shelter responsible for security in Shanghang district waved impatiently, signaling for Suze to hurry and leave. Their eyes were filled with indescribable disgust. It was as if the people in Suze's truck were not of their kind at all, but merely a bunch of dispensable cannon fodder. It was understandable in Shanghang district, among tens of thousands of people, the so-called maggots who went out to scavenge for supplies made up the vast majority. How could any normal person care about such insignificant trash? Remember, when you come back, hand over half of whatever you collect, and don't try anything funny. After reminding Suze of Shanghang's unspoken rule, the 2 armed guards slowly opened the gate. They drove Suze and more than a dozen other trucks out of the district. Shaodong town. After leaving the city, Suze drove for a few minutes along a relatively flat road before separating from the other explorers. In this boundless, desolate wasteland, a single truck driving alone seemed especially solitary. Inside the cab, Suze's expression grew increasingly grim. When he opened the map and saw that their destination was Xiaodong Town, more than 20 kilometers from Shanghang District, the killing intent in Su Zhe's eyes intensified. This was practically sending them to their deaths. In the original body's memories, the farthest they had gone on previous expeditions was within 5 kilometers outside Shanghang District in Hang City. There was indeed some danger, but besides the slave teams there were also individual hunters and several hunting squads active in that area. Within 5 kilometers monsters did appear, but not in large numbers, so it was still relatively safe. Beyond 5 kilometers, however, most individual hunters or small zombie hunting squads would never choose to venture into unexplored zones. Mutant creatures and zombies were innumerable. Even formal hunting groups equipped with kinetic firearms did not dare to enter at will. Yet this time their mission was actually to head for Xiaodong Town, 20 kilometers away. It was almost the same as walking into death. Before the apocalypse, Xiaodong Town had been a hub for vehicle repair. The town had only a little over 1,000 residents, yet most villagers worked in automobile repair. After the apocalypse broke out, there were almost no survivors in Xiaodong Town, but vast stores of vehicles, fuel, metals, and other materials remained. So this Abiao clearly wants to gamble. Seeing the target of this trip, Su Zhe understood. Abiao had sent them to Xiaodong Town for one reason only. He wanted to bet. If he won, this group of a dozen people would bring back a huge haul of supplies, and Abiao would not have to worry about pressure from his superior Xiao Dao for at least half a month. If he lost, he could simply replace them with another batch of slaves and continue exploring. Bro, why did you stop the truck? Get this thing moving for me. At that moment, the groggy A Huang woke up. Seeing that Su Zhe had stopped the vehicle, he started bellowing while reaching for his powder rifle. I stopped to kill you. Su Zhe had no intention of giving A Huang any chance to react. He struck without hesitation. His left hand, like an iron clamp, seized A Huang and twisted hard. Crack. The sound of a spine shattering echoed. To Xiaodong Town or not. Hauling A Huang's corpse like a chick, Su Zhe tossed it out of the passenger seat and restarted the vehicle. He hesitated over whether to head for Xiaodong Town. Having dealt with A Huang, Su Zhe could easily have avoided going there. If he simply released these dozen slaves, the world would be wide open before him. However, Su Zhe had an audacious idea. If he made a trip to Xiaodong Town, he could obtain all the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle, for Xiaodong Town had them all. You have two choices: first, get off the vehicle and I won't kill you. Second, stay on the vehicle and I can guarantee your safety. At the very least, I can ensure you live like a person. Outside the city at the 5-kilometer mark, Su Zhe also let down the dozens of slaves who had come with him. Locking the vehicle, Su Zhe jumped out of the driver's seat. To make his words more intimidating, Su Zhe held the gunpowder gun that had previously been kept by A Huang. With a slight effort, the gun barrel made of cast iron instantly broke into 2 pieces. Instantly, the crowd, which had been somewhat noisy, fell silent upon witnessing Su Zhe's strength. If given a choice, Su Zhe naturally wouldn't have taken a liking to this lifeless group, but was there really no one else? Especially after choosing to kill A Huang, the only path before Su Zhe was to build his own power and survive in this cursed apocalypse. Even with a golden finger, Su Zhe could still thrive in this world as a single individual. However, his ambitions extended far beyond that. In the current chaotic world, what kind of transmigrator would he be if he didn't carve out his own territory? Perhaps it was also due to his character. Otherwise, in his past life, Su Zhe wouldn't have chosen to give up a leisurely life as a wealthy man to dive headfirst into the business world. How similar was the current situation to that of years past? I will stay and follow you. This, Brother Su Zhe, we've long wanted to escape. We've decided to follow you to kill Abiao and live like humans. After a moment, a few slaves also made their decision. They would follow Su Zhe, or rather they no longer had a choice. With A Huang dead, there was no way back into the city. And staying outside the city. With their frail bodies, they wouldn't even need to face mutated monsters. The harsh climate alone would be enough to bury them in the desert. As a few led the way, those who had hesitated also made their decisions one by one. Following Su Zhe. Very good, you have made the right choice. Looking at the dozen people before him, none of whom had left, Su Zhe smiled. Indeed, there was no simpler method than using force to intimidate. You come here. What's your name? Compared to before, after eliminating A Huang, Su Zhe could clearly sense a hint of excitement and desire in these people's eyes. Su Zhe wasn't afraid of their thoughts. Rather, it was the puppets without thoughts that were the most useless. Especially a visibly notable fat man among the crowd, Su Zhe could see that. He would never want to be just a slave responsible for exploration for his entire life. Therefore, Su Zhe gave him a chance to turn his life around. Boss, my name is Zhang Shaojia. I was mixing in the Huaihai district before, but unexpectedly after coming to the Shanghang district for a stroll, I was forcibly taken by that beast Abiao. I am now completely loyal to you. After stating his background, Zhang Shaojia stood respectfully behind Su Zhe, as if he were already one of Su Zhe's people. Very good, you are now the leader of these guys. Get them on the vehicle, we're heading to Xiaodong Town. Not to mention, although Su Zhe didn't know Zhang Shaojia's true thoughts, he was already quite satisfied with this attitude. As for whether he was truly as loyal as he claimed, Su Zhe didn't care for the time being. It was just the beginning, and having someone capable was already a good start. If there were ulterior motives later, Su Zhe wouldn't mind killing one more person. Going to Xiaodong Town. Aren't we going somewhere else? As Suze spoke, the surrounding crowd began to stir again, as they initially thought Suze would take them to another place. But unexpectedly, they were still heading to Xiaodong Town. Immediately, many people began to regret their decision. Get in the vehicle. You have all seen Boss Suze's strength. Don't say he's just an ordinary individual explorer. Even the most famous leader of the tiger hunting team in the Shanghang district couldn't wrench a steel pipe with one hand right. Everyone better be sensible and stop muttering. The boss said he would guarantee your lives. Zhang Xiaojia's speed in taking on the role of a sycophant surprised Suze a little. After a round of urging, the surrounding dozen people dared not say much and gradually boarded the truck's rear compartment. They have some capability. It seems I need to consider Zhang Xiaojia's character later. Returning to the driver's seat, Suze was fairly satisfied with Zhang Xiaojia's performance. Regardless of his character, he hadn't yet discovered any significant issues with his organizational ability. To be able to discover such a perceptive guy among this group of slaves, Suze felt quite fortunate. After everyone boarded the vehicle, Suze did not delay further. He directly opened the map and set off along the broken road towards Xiaodong Town. As Suze drove farther, the number of other pedestrians on the road gradually decreased. However, luck was on their side, as they only encountered 3 or 2 first-level zombies until they reached the entrance of Xiaodong Town. They didn't even need Suze to get out of the car. The zombies were directly turned into mush by the speeding truck. Everyone get out of the car, form pairs, and don't disperse too much. Prioritize collecting car parts and metals. If you find any food, bring it back too. Remember, I said I would treat you as human, but I never said I would share the spoils with you. Everything collected must be brought. After confirming that there were no anomalies in the surroundings, Suze led the team out of the vehicle. After a stern reprimand, he also established the rules. I can treat you as humans, but you cannot treat me as a fool. If you want to take more, show me your abilities, otherwise you only deserve the leftovers. Glancing at the slight change in the expressions of those around him, Suze spoke, and then disregarded them, directly entering Xiaodong Town. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, but ultimately no one raised any objections and obediently followed behind Suze. Did someone come by? As Suze slowly led the group into Xiaodong Town, he suddenly noticed fresh footprints on the muddy ground. Seeing this, Suze stopped, waved his hand to signal the people behind to be quiet, and focused his gaze ahead. Several individuals dressed in black robes had stopped at the end of the road, holding iron rods and machetes. Clearly, they had also noticed Suze and his group. Zhang Xiaojia, go and make contact. After confirming they were not mutated zombies, Suze immediately dispatched Zhang Xiaojia to inquire about the identities and intentions of the group ahead. Boss, I asked their nearby wanderers. They said Xiaodong Town is divided in 2 and they are willing to explore with us. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaojia returned. Wanderers. Understanding the identity of the people in the distance, Suze's expression became more serious. After all, in Suze's memory, wanderers were not good people. Let's go this way and gather everything useful. As for these drifters, we shall ignore them for now. The term drifter is quite straightforward, literally meaning what it suggests. The survivors wandering outside the city have no fixed abode. They survive by scavenging resources from unexplored areas, among whom the drifters are a mixed lot. Since these drifters are unwilling to clash with Suze and his group, there is no need for Suze to become entangled. After a moment of contemplation, Suze made his decision. He led his group directly towards the left side of Xiaodong Town, where the auto repair shop is located. Boss, there are zombies and crawlers. Quick, don't run around. These crawlers are incredibly fast, and there are zombies. Boss, should we run? Just as they entered Xiaodong Town, before Suze and his group could fully disperse, a dozen crawlers, each the size of a calf, suddenly emerged from the ruins of a building. On the other side of the street, 3 or 4 rotting zombies devoid of reason slowly approached Suze and his group, seemingly drawn by the scent of living flesh. These normally slow-moving creatures suddenly burst forth with astonishing power. What's the panic? Everyone hold your positions. Don't blame me for not warning you. If anyone runs off and gets killed, it's their own fault. Possessing a system, Suze was not overly flustered by the dozen crawlers before him. Glancing to his left, he spotted a huge discarded power pole lying on the ground. Despite the apocalypse having erupted for 6 months, the steel power pole had snapped in 2, but this half was undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for Suze. Everyone spread out. Don't interfere with me. Seeing this, Suze immediately picked up the power pole from the ground. Wielding the power pole thick as a thigh and several meters long, Suze resembled a modern-day Lu Bu as he swept it toward the incoming crawlers. With a dull thud that echoed like a muffled drum, the iron pole collided with the flesh of the crawlers, shattering the surrounding silence. The immense strength erupting from Suze sent 5 or 6 crawlers flying. The hard armor on the crawlers, which had previously emitted a faint glow, now showed cracks as drops of dark green blood fell to the ground. Roar! It seemed that upon sensing Suze was not an easy opponent, these bullies turned fearful and started to contemplate fleeing. The earlier brutality and bloodlust had vanished, replaced by an indescribable fear in their compound eyes. Only now do you think about fleeing. Isn't it a bit too late? Sensing the fear rising within the crawlers, Suze would not let these beasts leave so easily. Though the crawlers could hardly be considered beasts of any significant threat, their armor was quite decent for defense. A complete crawler's outer armor could be exchanged for a single ration of dried earthworm mixed with bran. Thus, to Suze, these crawlers were not monsters, but rather a source of food that could move. Anyone who wants to eat their fill, come with me. Seeing his subordinates cowering behind him, Suze immediately called out, then charged ahead. Charge! Everyone rush in. The boss is leading the charge, we can't just stand by. Zhang Xiaojie truly proved to be a talent in Suze's eyes as he urged his companions. Zhang Xiaojie immediately picked up a piece of rubble from the street and rushed forward, determined to stand with Su. The remaining 10 or so people, seeing this, did not hesitate any longer and picked up various makeshift weapons. Leave these crawlers to you, I'll handle these zombies. Although crawlers look terrifying, in reality, they only have the intellect of a normal person. Dealing with these creatures is relatively easy. Zombies, however, are different. They possess strength far beyond that of an ordinary human and the ability to transmit viruses like any normal human harmed by a zombie will become a zombie in 12 hours. Suze was counting on the dozen or so people beside him to help him transport supplies. He could handle these zombies by himself. I've heard that even the lowest level 1-year zombies are impervious to blades and guns. Well, I'm eager to see if you can withstand my full strike. Holding the power pole, Suze showed no hesitation. He dashed straight at the 3 zombies before him, employing no flashy techniques. He directly channeled all his strength into the power pole, with a move sweeping across the army. The already massive power pole became a formidable weapon under Suze's immense strength. Bang! The moment the zombie made contact with the power pole in Suze's hands, its body, which was once hard enough to withstand bullets, crumbled like a fragile shell, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Chunks of meat the size of fists scattered everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos. Another unexpected find. After confirming that there were no other beasts around that could threaten his life, Suze was about to leave. However, unexpectedly, just as Suze turned around, a crystal-like object emitting a grayish-white glow was lodged in the head of one of the zombies. Approaching, Suze picked it up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 1-year zombie crystal X1. At the moment he held the crystal in his hand, the system also gave a prompt. Simultaneously, the division of power in this world clearly appeared in Suze's mind. After the apocalypse, a type of extraordinary being known as ability users emerged worldwide. This is the fundamental reason why the surviving humans could establish survivor cities in this extremely dark. In terms of levels, extraordinary beings are divided into 10 tiers. Tier 1 is the weakest and Tier 10 is the strongest. Even the most basic Tier 1 extraordinary being possesses immense strength, easily handling a dozen ordinary people. Tier 2 to 5 extraordinary beings are the backbone of humanity, capable of manipulating various elemental forces. It is no exaggeration to describe them as capable of single-handedly annihilating a city. The stronger beings that follow are beyond Suze's current reach. Suze also recalled that Li Fengtian, the leader of the Knife Society in Shanghang District, is a Tier 2 extraordinary being. This is also a crucial reason why the Knife Society can organize slave groups to search for supplies. Controlling a quarter of the territory and resources in Shanghang District, without certain powerful individuals, they would have long been reduced to nothing. The primary function of this Tier 1 zombie crystal is to awaken extraordinary beings. What a windfall! Looking at the grayish-white, glowing zombie crystal in his hand, Suze felt somewhat surprised to have obtained such a valuable item from a single exploration outing. Clean up the surrounding loot, especially the exoskeletons of the crawlers. Not a single one must be left behind. Zhang Xiaojie sent 2 people to keep watch on the street and report any abnormalities to me immediately. The rest of you come with me and load these items onto the truck. After placing the recently acquired first-tier crystal into his bosom, Suze quickly regained his focus. He instructed the 10 or so people around him to start moving, preparing to clear out all the materials piled up in the nearby auto parts factory. There seems to be steel, rubber, and copper among these upgrade materials. As for the excess materials, just take them back and then deal with the bio. I don't think the Xiao Dao Society will care much about a minor change in the leadership of a small slave gathering point, right? Once he confirmed that the factory contained the materials needed to upgrade his truck, Suze instantly devised a plan. After collecting the materials, he would return to the city and take care of a bio. He intended to use the former slave gathering point as his temporary base. This plan was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for Suze at the moment. However, the risks involved. Suze was taking a gamble. A gamble on whether Xiao Dao would be too concerned after Abiao's death. In Suze's impression, the Xiao Dao Society, which controlled a quarter of Shanghang District, actually had hundreds of slave gathering points under its command. On the surface, there were indeed hundreds of slave controllers like a bio, but in reality, they merely held the title of formal members of the Xiao Dao Society. The upper echelons of the Xiao Dao Society did not care who controlled these slaves, they only cared about whether they could collect resources each month. Thus, Suze was betting that Xiao Dao would not mind a change in management at a slave gathering point, as long as Suze could provide enough resources. Boss, we found some car materials and a few tires, but there's only this little food. Half an hour later, the surrounding auto parts factory had been completely scavenged. Zhang Xiaojia also had the supplies moved to the back of the vehicle. He also reported the details of the supplies obtained to Su Zhe. Approximately 2 tons of steel, some rubber tires, and several intact motors. What surprised Su Zhe the most was that Zhang Xiaojia and the others had also found food. 2 complete packets of instant noodles and a pack of unopened cigarettes. Clearly these were left behind by repair workers before the apocalypse. Since they were still far from Hangzhou, these items turned out to be a bargain for Su Zhe. Everyone get in the vehicle. We can't stay here long, grab the supplies and retreat. Upon receiving the notification from the system that the material upgrades were completed, Su Zhe didn't become overly greedy. He signaled for everyone to get in the vehicle and prepared to leave Xiaodong town. At the moment there were indeed no other mutated monsters, but Su Zhe could not guarantee that the area would remain as safe as it had been after a while. Everyone get in the vehicle. We're preparing to retreat. Hurry up, hurry up. It's almost night, and those monsters will go crazy then. Get everything on board. As Su Zhe sat back in the driver's seat, Zhang Xiaojia urged the others to get in the vehicle. He also distributed some steel pipes and iron plates from the scavenged supplies, seemingly preparing to use them as Zhang Xiaojia is indeed clever. After seeing this in the rearview mirror, Su Zhe didn't pay too much attention. Instead, he felt Zhang Xiaojia's acuity. Understanding how to arm themselves with the maximum available resources given the current situation, such a person could not possibly be just a numb, heartless slave scavenger. It seems I need to find an opportunity to ask Zhang Xiaojia about his background in detail. After quietly noting this down, Su Zhe slowly drove out of Xiaodong town, while also opening the system interface. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the material requirements for the next stage of vehicle upgrades. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade directly. Su Zhe did not hesitate at all. He selected the upgrade option directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully binding the vehicle upgrade. Opening attribute template host ability feedback. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining skill feedback alloy armor. Alloy armor allows the host to temporarily merge with their bound vehicle. The familiar light completely enveloped the vehicle driven by Su Zhe. After a few seconds, the entire vehicle underwent a tremendous transformation. The truck, although renewed after the upgrade, ultimately remained a normal truck. The bulletproof steel plates were merely thickened, the bulletproof glass enhanced, and the vehicle's power increased. However, after this evolution, Su Zhe could noticeably feel the difference in driving the vehicle. The original bulletproof metal had extremely high defensive power, but it also brought a critical drawback to the vehicle. The overall weight of the vehicle had significantly increased, which not only caused a massive loss of mobility, but also increased fuel consumption. Although there was an official supply point for fuel in Shanghang district, the prices were exorbitantly high. The amount of fuel consumed during this exploration even exceeded the total value of Su Zhe and the 10 or so slaves. If it weren't for the Xiao Dao society needing a large amount of steel as a resource reserve, Su Zhe estimated that a bio wouldn't have allowed them to drive out. But after this evolution, Su Zhe could clearly feel that the overall weight of the vehicle had become lighter. The originally thick bulletproof steel plates had been replaced with a thin layer of silver-white metal. What surprised Su Zhe even more was that atop the vehicle there was now a double-barreled cannon reminiscent of a sci-fi world. The dark cannon muzzle gave off a chilling sense of intimidation. This cannon is quite fierce. Open the attribute interface. Immediately, to understand the details of the vehicle's evolution and the skills obtained, Su Zhe directly opened the attribute interface. Bound vehicle, armored truck, host Su Zhe vehicle equipment, V8 all-wheel drive, fuel-efficient engine, nano protective glass, nano-level bulletproof, special metal double-barreled 120mm energy cannon. Host feedback body enhancement alloy armor, next evolution stage, comprehensive armored truck material requirements, 10 tons of steel, 0 gene of rubber, 10 gene of rare metals, gold, silver, copper, etc. 1 first-tier crystal note. After evolving into a comprehensive armored truck, personal equipment feedback will be provided. Next upgrade requires this much material. And what exactly is that alloy armor? Looking at the system interface before him, Su Zhe gained a rough understanding of the current situation. However, what intrigued Su Zhe even more was what exactly that alloy armor rewarded by the system was. Also, what level his strength belonged to in this world. Personal attributes. While driving the vehicle back to Hangzhou's Shanghang district, Su Zhe was not idle. After disabling the vehicle attributes, Su Zhe immediately opened his personal attributes interface. Host Su Zhe, level 1st stage. Feedback owned alloy armor. Loyal subordinate, Zhang Xiaojia loyal. So my current state is equivalent to a 1st stage ability user. And Zhang Xiaojia has already reached the level of loyalty to me. The information displayed on the personal attributes panel was quite brief, containing only some basic attributes. However, Su Zhe was surprised. The personal panel could actually display the loyalty level of his subordinates, which was system. How is loyalty determined? Ding, loyalty levels are divided into 6 grades in different 0-20 friendly, 20-40 loyal, 40-60 revered, 60-80 devoted, 80-95, and faithful, 95,100. Those above the revered level are unlikely to betray the host. Su Zhe understood the system's classification of loyalty levels, and then clicked on Zhang Xiao Jie's personal attributes. What is this? Zhang Xiao Jie. Loyalty level devoted, 92 points. Profit-driven, cunning, and treacherous, capable, to some extent a member of the Huaihai District Survivor Alliance, later captured and forced into slavery in Shanghang District by Biao. Recommendation: under absolute force, Zhang Xiao Jie is definitely the best subordinate, a sycophant. Indeed, Zhang Xiao Jie is not an ordinary person. After reviewing Zhang Xiao Jie's detailed information, Su Zhe nodded quietly. At first he thought this system could only provide very basic information about Zhang Xiao Jie. He did not expect it to grant him the ability to assess loyalty, while also revealing Zhang Xiao Jie's background. A profit-driven, cunning individual with some capability. This type was quite to Su Zhe's liking. Perhaps only such a person could survive well in the apocalypse. At the same time, Su Zhe understood why Zhang Xiao Jie was the first to willingly join his team. Smart and perceptive. It's a pity that the remaining group of over 10 people are only at the friendly level of loyalty. It seems I need to raise their loyalty to above loyal before returning to the city. After closing Zhang Xiao Jie's personal attributes, Su Zhe opened the loyalty list of other personnel. The vast majority of the slaves also had loyalty levels at friendly. Simply put, this means that if Su Zhe had power, these individuals would definitely not betray him. But once danger arose, they would be as fickle as reeds in the wind. However, Su Zhe had certain expectations regarding this. It was normal for them to be like reeds, as not every slave could possess the ambition like Zhang Xiao Jie. Many would join the slave exploration team, losing all pride and self-respect. All that remained was a desperate need. To be honest, Su Zhe did not actually want these people, this group of useless weaklings. But there was no alternative. In the early stages, Su Zhe truly needed some manpower. Relying solely on himself to gather such a vast amount of vehicle upgrade materials was an enormous task. Su Zhe could not, and did not want to do it. He'll prepare some good food for them at the city gate, and hopefully I can win their heart. Though these weaklings were indeed of little use, they still had one advantage for Su Zhe. It was very simple to raise. Just feeding them would make them willing to fight for him. What is this alloy armor? After closing the loyalty interface of his subordinates, Su Zhe began to study the feedback ability gained from this vehicle upgrade. The first vehicle upgrade had granted him strong physical attributes. And for this second upgrade, in addition to the standard enhancement of physical attributes, Su Zhe discovered he had gained an additional ability. He immediately clicked to view the skill details. Alloy armor, which can merge with the truck and integrate into the host's body, enhancing defense capabilities, personal strength attributes, and allowing the use of a double-barreled energy cannon. Duration, half an hour. Skill usage interval, 1 day. After merging, the host's strength is equivalent to the peak of the second stage. An explosive skill, A. After reading the details, Su Zhe roughly understood the function of this skill. It was equivalent to an explosive skill providing defensive capabilities akin to a vehicle's armor and additional offensive means. Peak of the second stage. Doesn't that mean I could rival the strength of Li Fengtian, the leader of the Knife Society, under peak conditions? At this moment, Li Fengtian's figure appeared in Su Zhe's mind. He was a tyrant in Shanghang District. Previously, Su Zhe had some concerns about whether the Knife Society would pose a threat after he killed a Biao upon returning to the city. And now, as long as the people from the Knife Society dared to come before him, Su Zhe would not mind taking Li Fengtian's place. Boss, are you busy? Slowly contemplating his plans, Su Zhe focused on driving. At that moment, Zhang Xiao Jie, who had been sitting in the back, suddenly climbed into the passenger seat. His face was filled with a flattering smile, but Su Zhe could tell that this guy had something to discuss with him. What is it? Understanding Zhang Xiao Jie's intentions, Su Zhe was too lazy to ask more and directly signaled him to speak. Actually, it's nothing much. Mainly I'm worried about going back to Hangzhou like this. A Biao might not take it easily. He has a gun and a dozen thugs with him. Those thugs may not be ability users, but they do have some heavy-duty weapons. What's your opinion? Realizing Zhang Xiao Jie was here to discuss the matter of returning to the city, Su Zhe stepped on the brake and stopped. I know the boss is extraordinary, and I, Zhang Xiao Jie, admire you, but at this time I think we should not return to the city. It would be best to change locations. Now that we have these supplies, we can go to Huaihai District or other areas of Hangzhou. There is no need to stubbornly confront Shanghang District. Understanding that Su Zhe was testing him, Zhang Xiao Jie directly expressed his thoughts. Su Zhe was indeed strong. Zhang Xiao Jie estimated that Su Zhe could at least reach the level of an ability user rather than just a mutated human injected with strange drugs. Thus, Zhang Xiao Jie had no hesitation in following Su Zhe. But, to think that he could just return to Shanghang District with these dozen slaves and take down a Biao, Zhang Xiao Jie felt that was somewhat unreliable. Boss, what are you laughing at? Just as Zhang Xiao Jie looked at Su Zhe in the driver's seat, the hint of a smile on Su Zhe's face left Zhang Xiao Jie somewhat puzzled. Zhang Xiao Jie, you truly deserve to be called a clever person. Indeed, your idea may be more secure. However, at this point, Su Zhe suddenly paused for a moment and looked at Zhang Xiao Jie with a deeply meaningful gaze. What if I told you that my strength is not just this? Boss, I didn't mean anything else. Under Su Zhe's intense gaze, Zhang Xiao Jie, who had been relatively calm, suddenly panicked and instinctively wanted to explain. It's nothing. I believe you won't betray me, but I want to tell you that my strength is far greater than you can imagine. Seeing this, Suze directly waved his hand to indicate Zhang Shao, Jian not to explain, then casually said, by the way, have everyone in the back of the car come down and bring the instant noodles too. I happen to have something to attend to. Boss. Alright boss, I understand. Truly a clever person. When Suze pointed this out, Zhang Shao Jia seemed to comprehend something. Boss, should we go to the black market outside the city to get some weapons on our way back? As he got out of the passenger seat, Zhang Shao Jia suddenly brought it up. Hangzhou City is divided into inner and outer cities, with the inner city comprising Shanghang District, Huaihai District, Limbin District, and the farthest Dongxi District. Although there are various places in the city to trade weapons, most are controlled by other factions. It is extremely difficult for ordinary slaves to obtain weapons through such channels. Outside the city, however, is different. Although mutated beasts and zombies roam freely, the area within 1 kilometer of Hangzhou is still relatively safe. Aside from a few low-level aberrations like crawling insects, most other beasts that pose a threat to humans have been larger. Thus, the area within 1 kilometer outside of Hangzhou resembles a city without regulation, commonly referred to as the outer city. Within the outer city, there are several black markets. As long as you have enough energy crystals and supplies, you can trade for anything you desire at the black market. No one cares about the identity of the seller. Having roughly guessed Suze's plan, Zhang Shao Jia wanted to use the supplies in hand to exchange for some weapons. If things got physical, it wouldn't leave those dozen or so slaves with just steel plates. A black market. Wait, let's go take a look. Hearing Zhang Shao Jia's words, Suze was momentarily stunned, then decided to check it out. However, the reason for heading to the black market was not to purchase weapons, but for another purpose. After all, Suze's combat power was not reliant on these dozen emaciated individuals. If he encountered truly troublesome opponents, they wouldn't be able to handle it. It was absolutely impossible to turn the tide of battle with just a few broken firearms. Suze's only goal in going to the black market was to see if he could buy some people. From the memories of his original body, it was clear that the outer city black market sold not only weapons. After dealing with these guys, we should visit the black market first. After signaling Zhang Shao Jia to have everyone exit the vehicle, Suze also got out and took down the food he had obtained from Xiaodong Town. Is everyone here? Boss, everyone is here. Upon hearing Suze's words, Zhang Shao Jia immediately stepped forward to signal the crowd to stand in order. Do you see these things? I plan to give you all this food. After saying that, Suze pointed to the intact instant noodles beside him, calmly looking at the crowd. Instant noodles? Boss is so generous, could it be? We truly did not follow the wrong person. A boss where the As soon as Suze finished speaking, the crowd, who had originally appeared indifferent, suddenly became excited. Their greedy eyes were all fixed on the instant noodles before them. At that moment, instant noodles were undoubtedly a feast for these slaves, who typically only ate a gruel made from bran mixed with dried worms. In the past, let alone them, even a big shot like a Biao would find it extremely luxurious to eat something like this. Zhang Shao Jia distribute these items. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Suze remained expressionless, merely instructing Zhang Shao Jia to open the instant noodles and distribute them one by one. Not to mention, the food they obtained this time happened to be enough for each person to have a portion. After everyone received their instant noodles, Suze casually said, I told you before leaving the city that I would treat you as human beings. This is merely the beginning. But at this point, a hint of coldness flickered in Suze's eyes. What if someone doesn't want you to become human? Kill him. It was unclear who spoke first, but the grievances of the surrounding crowd were instantly ignited by a kill him. Whoever doesn't let us become human, we will kill him. Listen to the boss. The previously lethargic crowd erupted completely, including Zhang Shao Jia. Finally, it feels like we are somewhat human. Seeing this, Suze felt the atmosphere was sufficiently built up and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Good, I finally see the yearning I wanted from you today. I want to tell you something. This time back to the city, we will kill those who think they can control your lives. After saying that, Suze called Zhang Shao Jia to his side. Let them finish eating, then get back in the car, and you drive me to the black market. After giving his instructions, Suze returned to the driver's seat. It's really great. A bag of instant noodles is enough to win people's hearts. Through the translucent car window, looking at the completely different group of people before him, Suze smiled. He didn't even need to open the system to feel their loyalty towards him. Upon checking, as expected, the loyalty level of all personnel had reached a loyal level. Unless there are special circumstances, these individuals will absolutely not betray us. However, this is also a matter of course. When a person is in the most desperate situation, even a straw can become a lifeline that they cling to tightly. Moreover, it is food that can truly save lives. Food is the best remedy to dissolve all negative emotion. Before the apocalypse it was. After the apocalypse it still is. Everyone get in the car. The black market is just west of the outer city. They mainly sell weapons. No, what I want to exchange is not weapons. After everyone got in the car, Zhang Shao Jia immediately sat in the passenger seat, ready to take Suze to the black market. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Suze. What I want are people. You tell me where slaves are sold. Slaves? Boss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shao Jia, who had not yet fully reacted, was immediately stunned, his face filled with shock. Do you think a small group of just a dozen people can accomplish anything? People, you have to look further. Under the apocalypse, there are some things you need to dare to imagine. Suze didn't elaborate too much, simply mentioned it, and then gestured for Zhang Xiaojie to lead the way, not wanting to waste time here. Captain, ahead is the largest human trafficking black market nearby. Although weapons are sold here as well, the primary focus is still on selling slaves. However, it seems that not too many people can enter at once. By the way, boss, on the surface this black market only has some armed guards, but I've heard that there are also ability users protecting it, and it has some connections with the authorities of Shanghang district, so it's best if you don't act impulsively. Zhang Xiaojie, fearing that Suze might act rashly and directly attempt to seize the slaves inside, couldn't help but remind him a couple more times. But Suze seemed unfazed, merely glancing at Zhang Xiaojie before calmly saying got it. After that, Suze prepared to get out of the car. Zhang Xiaojie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, mainly because Suze had left such a deep impression on him earlier. He was afraid that Suze would get carried away and directly charge in with his personal strength. Zhang Xiaojie naturally understood what Suze meant when he spoke to him in the car. Without any hesitation, he directly pointed the way and led Suze to the largest slave trading black market in Hang City. However, due to the black market's regulations, the maximum number of people allowed to enter at one time from the same batch is limited to 5. Zhang Xiaojie felt a bit conflicted. He really wanted to say something. He wanted to let Suze go in alone while he waited outside with the supplies, but that required a high level of trust. Zhang Xiaojie didn't think Suze would trust him that much, so he didn't say it directly and let Suze decide. After all, the value of this truckload of steel, rubber, and other basic materials is quite substantial, whether to trade it for weapons in the black market or take it to Shanghang district to exchange for food. Just stay in the car and wait for me. No need to be so tense. Sometimes excessive caution makes me seem small-minded. Suze could distrust anyone, but he still believed in the system. Zhang Xiaojie, who could pass the loyalty certification of the system, was undoubtedly the most trustworthy person in Suze's eyes. No one else matched. Boss, Suze's words made Zhang Xiaojie feel embarrassed. Hey, where is he? But just as Zhang Xiaojie regained his senses, Suze had already disappeared from the driver's seat. After collecting a mask at the entrance of the black market, he vanished inside. Are there still quite a few people? Upon entering the black market, Suze instinctively surveyed his surroundings and found that the number of people was far more than he had anticipated. The entire area of the black market wasn't large, consisting of 5 floors in total. The interior decoration was considered extremely nice in this environment, seemingly supplied by a diesel generator. The interior of the black market appeared resplendent in stark contrast to the desolate and dilapidated exterior. In the middle, there was a spiral staircase made of marble, selling different levels of slaves from top to bottom. The first floor was the largest and had the most people. But after a glance, Suze noticed that most of the slaves sold on the first floor were middle-aged individuals who voluntarily sold themselves. There were both men and women, and as long as one could provide sufficient food, they could take them away. Suze had no interest in such slaves. He sought slaves who were capable fighters or possessed certain skills, not these lifeless shells. Slowly raising his head, the second floor of the black market was entirely different. Although it wasn't as spacious as the first, the overall trading method had undergone a massive change. The trading location had shifted from individuals to slave traders. On the second floor, Suze did not see slaves displayed like commodities. Instead, there was a simple wooden board listing the types of slaves available. Basic information such as age, profession, before the apocalypse, gender, etc. Most of the people active on the second floor were slave traders and customers. On the third floor, inside simple glass rooms, were all female slaves. The higher the floor, the better the quality of the slaves. Suze was temporarily uninterested in these ornamental figures. It wasn't that Suze had no desires, but buying these individuals now was beyond his means. Even if he could afford it, he wouldn't spend his limited resources to satisfy his physical desires. The second floor of the black market was Suze's target. Boss, what kind of slaves do you need? As soon as Suze arrived on the second floor, a middle-aged man with a prominent mustache and a stout build approached him. I am Huang Jinbao, the manager of the Shanghang district branch of Sanbao Trading. Whatever kind of slave you want, I can find it for you. I want healthy males aged 20 to 40. Not wanting to think too much, Suze didn't mind the proactive approach of Huang Jinbao, directly stating his needs in response to the inquiry. By the way, what is your trading method? Resource or energy crystal? The types of resources Suze could offer for exchanging slaves were quite limited. He only had energy crystals and the steel and other materials obtained from Xiaodong town. After deducting the resources used to upgrade his truck, he still had quite a bit left. Originally, Suze had intended to use these items to exchange for some food supplies, but now it seemed selecting some personnel from these resources was actually a good option. As for the energy crystal in his hand, Suze could also exchange it. Although it was one of the essential materials needed for the next stage of truck upgrades, after looking at the fixed materials needed for other upgrades, Suze felt that exchanging this energy crystal for the manpower he needed at this stage was a more cost-effective choice. Either is fine. We at Sanbao Trading accept both resources and energy crystals, but the exchange ratios differ depending on the items. However, you can rest assured about the prices. Boss Or San Bao Trading offers fair prices and does not deceive anyone. As he spoke, Huang Jinbao brought out the price list for the slaves Suze needed. 1 pound of rice or 10 pounds of steel or the equivalent resources can be exchanged for a healthy male, but no other skills. Slaves with specific skills such as electricians, builders, or masons will be priced a bit higher. While Suze was looking at the prices, Huang Jinbao introduced them on the side. The more Suze looked, the more his expression became peculiar. It wasn't that the prices were too high, but rather they were too cheap. The prices he was seeing were 10 times lower than what Suze had anticipated. However, after thinking it over carefully, Suze relaxed. It was his own way of thinking that hadn't fully adapted. In a chaotic world, lives are as cheap as grass. Aside from the prices of exceptionally attractive men and women being a bit higher, the prices of ordinary slaves were not high at all. After all, there aren't many people who would come to buy slaves. In Suze's memory, the ways that Biao and others obtained slaves were more about deceit, abduction, and forced arrests from outside the city. They would never spend resources to buy. And the situation in other places was largely similar, as this was a time when the most abundant thing was people looking for food to survive. They would only choose to buy slaves in one situation: discovering a brand new unexplored area where a large number of slaves had died and there weren't enough slaves to explore the area. Only then would they consider purchasing. Otherwise, these worthless ordinary slaves wouldn't fetch a price at all. Boss, our prices are already very low. If you truly want it, we can negotiate a lower price for larger quantities. Huang Jinbao noticed Suze's hesitation and instinctively thought that Suze was put off by the high price. Indeed, this price is considered fair under normal circumstances. However, as 2 nearby cities fell victim to the beast tide, hundreds of thousands of refugees poured into other cities in Jiang province. Although the number of refugees in Hang City was not large, it was still overcrowded. At such a time, it was unlikely that anyone would come forward to buy slaves. The slaves originally obtained through the Merchant Association now seemed awkward. Although they are essentially good, slaves are relatively special and cannot be stockpiled indefinitely like normal products. They require food to survive. While the most basic wheat bran porridge could barely keep the slaves alive, it would also invisibly increase the cost of the slaves themselves. Now that a customer had finally arrived, Huang Jinbao did not intend to let him go. Boss, how about this? If you order 10 at once, I can personally give you 1 more slave for free. Seeing Suze about to leave, Huang Jinbao did not dare to stick to the price. He took the initiative to offer a concession. Alright, I want 10. You can take the slaves out, and I will pay with steel. 10 slaves was exactly the number Suze had in mind, and he felt it was a good deal. He agreed to the transaction. Soon, under the escort of several people, 11 slaves that met Suze's requirements were brought out. Suze took a glance. All limbs intact, and in decent condition, there were no obvious defects. However, their expressions still flickered with a sense of non-human despair. Overall, they were much better than the previous 10 slaves Suze had gathered. Confirming the quality of the slaves, Suze signaled Huang Jinbao to take them away. At this time, Suze also went downstairs with Huang Jinbao. Seemingly worried about the safety of the transaction, Huang Jinbao had specifically brought 2 armed guards from the Sanbao Association. To this, Suze did not mind. Boss, do you want a slave? I am very capable. As long as you don't let my sister and me starve, we can do anything. Can you kill? Just as Suze arrived on the first floor and prepared to leave the black market, a somewhat immature figure suddenly appeared before him. Wrapped entirely in coarse cotton fabric, one could still clearly see the bones beneath the skin of his arms. The boy's frail face and disheveled hair undoubtedly indicated that he was not in a good situation. Yet he still tried hard to showcase his strengths in front of Suze. Hearing Suze's slightly amused inquiry, the boy was momentarily stunned. He looked somewhat confused at a little girl wrapped in a tattered quilt in the distance. Despite her dirty appearance, one could faintly sense her delicate features. A head of snow-white hair seemed somewhat out of place among the messy crowd, giving off an inexplicable sense of purity. Perhaps the only flaw was the girl's eyes, which blinked and sparkled. If she were normal, those big, watery eyes would definitely. However, what appeared to be perfectly beautiful eyes were in fact entirely obscured by a layer of grayish substance. It was evident that the girl was blind. Suze casually took a glance as well. Perhaps due to her blindness, fear, or both, the white-haired girl curled up in her tattered quilt, trembling continuously while murmuring to herself. Upon closer listening, it seemed she was softly calling out, "Brother," referring to the boy in front of her. Suddenly, the boy's expression turned resolute. "I can do it. As long as you save me and my sister, I can kill." "Is that so? Then what if the target I ask you to kill is a baby in a crib, a frail old man, or a vicious strong man you know you cannot defeat, but must kill?" "Anyone can say such things, but," Suze remarked, "you don't seem to have moved me at all." Saying this, Suze, "The world is filled with suffering, and the sage knows what is impossible, yet does it." Unfortunately, Suze was not one of them. "I can do it. Just tell me who to kill." However, to Suze's surprise, just as he turned around, the boy appeared again, looking entirely different from when he first showed up before Suze. Kneeling before Suze with a rusted broken dagger in hand, his eyes sparkled with determination. "As long as you are willing to save my sister, I lin you dong, am willing to kill anyone even if it costs me my life." "What if the target is your sister?" Then I will kill you, and then myself. Oh, Lin Yudong. The boy's reply was unwavering and exceptionally firm. That was just a joke. Get up now. Gently helping Lin Yudong to his feet, Su Zhe began to move while Lin Yudong was somewhat at a loss. For a moment he didn't know whether to follow or stay put. His instincts told him that this young man before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. But Lin Yudong was incredibly conflicted at this moment, unsure whether to leave or not, fearing that his earlier response might anger Su Zhe. What are you dawdling for? Su Zhe, do not wait for anyone. Su Zhe only stopped at the entrance of the black market, signaling Huang Jinbao, who had been watching, to wait for him outside. Then a smile appeared on his lips. Go fetch your sister. I didn't notice anything attractive about you before, but now your intentions seem quite interesting. I can guarantee that after today you will be a completely new person. The boy before him was currently ragged and emaciated, a person who would not draw a second glance if tossed into a crowd. Yet Su Zhe could sense Lin Yudong's determination and the suppressed beast within him. Some people are born to be killers, and Lin Yudong was one of them. The fact that Su Zhe could utter such words was not mere bragging, but the best interpretation of his ambitions. If he lacked even this bit of ambition, Su Zhe himself felt unworthy of the golden finger he was given. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, I will bloom and slay all the flowers. This poem is good. Just call me boss. About half a minute later, Lin Yudong returned with his sister beside Su Zhe, and her youthful face seemed somewhat nervous. The two siblings held hands tightly, seemingly trying to alleviate their emotions through this gesture. Su Zhe, no. So he spoke directly. Boss. Yes, boss. After hearing Su Zhe's words, Lin Yudong's eyes sparkled with excitement, pausing for a moment in hesitation. Lin Yudong immediately pulled his sister along to follow Su Zhe. Head straight back to the city. Make sure to conceal your belongings well, and hand only some worthless scraps to the gate guards. Also look after the young man and the girl I brought in earlier. From now on he will serve as your assistant. After finalizing the deal with Huang Jinbao, Su Zhe drove back toward Shanghang District while briefing Zhang Xiaojia on key precautions for re-entering the city. Understood, boss. Zhang Xiaojia embodied the ideal loyal subordinate. Holding a slightly soiled notebook, he meticulously recorded every instruction Su Zhe gave. He nodded repeatedly, yet asked no questions about matters he was not meant to inquire into. His role was singular: listen then act. As for everything else, it fell outside Zhang Xiaojia's purview. Truly an exceptional fellow, Su Zhe mused silently, glancing sideways at him. Men like Zhang Xiaojia were the most effective blades, not swords but blades. There was but one reason for this distinction: a sword's keen edge could wound both foe and wielder, a blade would never turn upon its master. Its sharp side always faced outward, cutting down every enemy who dared approach. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a devoted talent, Lin Yedong. Talent feedback received. Your own transcendent power has increased. Ding! Devoted tier talent has awakened a primary ability, Ice Blood Combat Dual Attribute. Ice Blood ascending to first tier transcendent. While driving, Su Zhe activated his loyalty interface. He glanced at the 11 newly acquired slaves. Most displayed only friendly level loyalty toward him. Merely 2 or 3 had reached the loyal tier. This did not surprise Su Zhe. So those who attain devoted loyalty spontaneously awaken abilities and become transcendents, while also granting me talent feedback. Yet what followed did catch him off guard. He opened Lin Yedong's attribute panel. Lin Yedong first tier transcendent. Loyalty rank devoted 100 points. Silent, lethal, utterly cold-hearted. His devotion to the host is absolute. He is the darkest assassin of the night, his icy dagger piercing any foe who dares draw near. Except his younger sister Lin Yueshao. Suggestion assassin. No act of slaughter will ever erode his inner loyalty to the host. Ability type Ice Blood Combat Dual Attribute. Ice Blood. Grants bloodlust-fueled frenzy, temporarily nullifying pain and enhancing speed. Also enables mastery over ice elemental energy. After reviewing Lin Yedong's full attributes, Su Zhe realized this transcendent was far more formidable than anticipated. Even more astonishing, however, was his own system. I underestimated it. I see now from the very beginning the system never intended for me to ascend alone. Feeling his body grow markedly stronger after receiving the talent feedback, Su Zhe conceded he had indeed underestimated this evolutionary system. It was never merely a standalone upgrade system for his armored truck. In essence, it was an architect, an aide helping Su Zhe forge an unassailable empire. Anyone attaining devoted loyalty would be awakened by the system as a transcendent, and Su Zhe would receive corresponding rewards. Though his personal attribute panel still displayed him as a second-tier transcendent, Su Zhe sensed a profound difference within himself. In raw power alone, he had grown at least 30% stronger. Excellent. I love this system. As he reached the entrance to Shanghang District, Su Zhe gently applied the brakes. A faint smile curved his lips, not only for the two guards before him, but for the grand ambition unfolding ahead. Shanghang District was merely Su Zhe's starting point, the genesis of his dominion over the apocalypse. Boss done. Those officials from the Shanghang shelter were insatiably greedy. 10 pounds of pure steel ingots weren't enough. Had traffic behind us not been heavy, we might never have entered the city. Zhang Xiaojia, who had just returned from negotiations, wore a look of quiet resentment. No matter, just remember, what's the rush, boss? Caught off guard by Su Zhe's sudden remark, Zhang Xiaojia blinked in confusion, then quickly recovered. Noted. Both men belong to the Shanghang Shelter Authority, on duty Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Good. As long as we remain in Shanghang District, the day will come when they repay every ounce of what they've taken. Having spoken, Su Zhe dismissed the matter entirely and steered the vehicle smoothly back into Shanghang District, to the first slave outpost. Ha 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 ha, well done. Seeing these maggots return early means they've gathered something valuable. Next time the Xiaodao gang arrives, I won't have to hold my breath anymore. Out. All of you. Unload the cargo from the truck. Su Zhe parked the vehicle before the dilapidated courtyard gate. There stood a Biao, yellowed teeth bared, cigarette dangling from his lips, flanked by a dozen men brandishing standard-issue cleavers. Seeing Su Zhe and his companions unharmed, and the truck's rear piled high with supplies, a Biao's normally grim visage softened almost imperceptibly into a rare smile. Who are these people? Weren't there only a dozen sent out earlier? As a Biao stepped forward, he suddenly noticed the numbers didn't match. On past expeditions, half the slaves returning alive counted as fortunate. This time they'd ventured all the way to Xiaodong town, a perilous distance. Before Su Zhe's return, a Biao had already braced himself for mission failure. Yet instead, none had perished, and over a dozen new faces now stood among them. Lin Yedong, I trust you're aware of the changes within you. Now I offer you a choice. Su Zhe ignored a Biao entirely, and turned instead toward Lin Yedong in the crowd. Yes, sir. A black blur, swift as a hunting leopard, darted before a Biao. Still the same rusted dagger, but now sheathed in a glistening, ethereal layer of frost. What a attack! These maggots are rebelling. A Biao instantly snapped to awareness and shouted orders to his men preparing to seize Su Zhe and his group. Impossible. But the next instant, when a Biao whirled around, the dozen men who'd stood moments before, cleavers drawn, now lay motionless on the muddy ground, their crimson blood deepening the mire. Boss, shall I kill him? Lin Yedong returned slowly, wiping his blood-slicked dagger across his tunic before lifting his gaze. His eyes burned with unrelenting feral intent. You cannot kill me. Truly you must not. If you do, the Xiaodao Hui will never spare you. Slowly turning his head, a Biao suddenly realized that in the blink of an eye the dozen or so men he relied on lay collapsed on the ground, their fate unknown. Crimson blood had seeped into the parched ochre earth, blotting the surrounding surface with a sickly muddy sheen. You really cannot kill me. If you do, the Xiaodao Hui will surely avenge me. If you set me free, you may go wherever you wish. You were all bought by me, no one, but I knows you are slaves. I can feign ignorance. Whether you stay in Hangsheng or leave, the choice is yours. Facing the silent Su Zhe and the death-like, indifferent Lin Yedong, a Biao could no longer contain himself. He fell to his knees, begging Su Zhe for mercy. His corpulent body trembled, a faint yellow trickle staining between his legs. Every sign of the terror that had. I expected you to spit some bravado, but you are no different from any other man on the brink of death. The ammonia reek of urine mingled with the metallic stench of fresh blood in the air, making Su Zhe frown. Damn it, we came here to finish you off. At Su Zhe's frown, Zhang Xiaojia sprang from behind him and grabbed a convenient steel plate from the car. He struck a Biao on the head. A faint crack of bone broke the stillness, and the corpulent man collapsed face first onto the ground. A look of deep bewilderment mixed with dying fear lingered in his eyes. What a pity his luck failed him. Normally a human skull is not so fragile. One blow from a steel plate should be bearable. Yet whether it was Zhang Xiaojia's fortune or a Biao's misfortune, the plate struck a Biao's temple, deadened with a sing. A Biao slumped to the earth. Boss, I took him out. After glancing at the fallen man, Zhang Xiaojia returned to Su Zhe. Next time, do not act on your own before I give the word. Su Zhe said, coldly glancing at Zhang, whose face shone with a hunger for praise. A Biao had to die, that was unquestionable. Yet Su Zhe disliked his men acting on impulse. Boss, I understand. It won't happen again. Seeing Su Zhe's stern expression, Zhang Xiaojia retreated behind him. Be more careful. Have a few men clean up the mess in the courtyard. Glancing at the anxious Zhang Xiaojia, Su Zhe offered no further scolding and instead ordered him to clear away the corpses and debris in the yard. By the way, Lin Yedong, come with me. Reaching the doorway of the room, where a Biao had usually stayed, Su Zhe halted. He called Lin Yedong over. Okay. With a low murmur, Lin entered the room at speed. Su Zhe looked around while Lin remained silent in place. A Biao hid many things. This scavenging work outside the city is quite lucrative. Yedong, you should have noticed some change in your body, right? Surveying the room, Su Zhe saw that a Biao was indeed a petty boss of a slave scavenging point. Though small, the room held no small collection of goods. In the dozen-square-meter room, besides 2 large barrels of grain, were many curiosities, cigarettes, beer, gold, silver, and other precious items. Most importantly, Su Zhe found a Type 54 pistol. After a brief inspection, he pocketed it, then took 2 bottles of cola, opened one for himself, and tossed the other to Lin Yedong. Have one. He took a sip and sank slowly into the sofa, regarding Lin with a cool, indifferent gaze. Your speed has increased, your mind holds more techniques of killing, and you have acquired an ability. Lin took the cola but did not open it. After a brief hesitation, he slipped the bottle into his pocket. My sister will probably like this. After a fleeting daydream, Lin's expression returned to its icy calm. I feel I have grown stronger. He was about to speak when Suze interrupted him. Enough. No more talk. I have 2 tasks for you. First, use your speed to reconnoiter the surroundings of this slave gathering point. Then investigate the Xiao Dao Hui's reaction. I don't know the exact location of the Xiao Dao Hui. You must find that out yourself. Those are the 2 things I ask of you. Do not let me down. After issuing the orders, Suze rose and walked out. May I become the sharpest blade in the boss shadow. Understanding Suze's meaning, Lin Yedong spoke little. He rose and vanished from Suze's sight. A first-rank transcendent, provided he does not confront the Xiao Dao Hui's leader, should have no trouble completing those 2 tasks in Shanghang District. An interesting youth, even after becoming a transcendent, he harbors no broader ambitions, truly deserving of the name diehard. Suze drew his gaze back and through the mottled yellow glass watched Zhang Xiaojia arranging slaves to clean the bodies outside. I hope you can bury your petty thoughts soon. Murmuring to himself, Suze left the room. Zhang Xiaojia, come here. Find a few capable brothers, arm them, and scour the surrounding streets for any unfamiliar. Also move all the supplies we brought into the warehouse. From now on, this stronghold is ours. Suze gestured for Zhang to go. Boss, pardon me asking, where did that kid we bought from the black market go? Zhang did not leave at once. Bowing slightly, he tentatively asked Suze about Lin Yedong's whereabouts. Why so many questions? Suze's cold gaze fixed on Zhang, emotionless, yet assessing. I'm just curious. He only just joined us, and you let him go out like that. Before Zhang finished, Suze said coldly, he is more loyal than you. Hearing that, Zhang froze and reflexively began to explain, boss, I didn't mean anything by that. Do you fancy yourself as strong as Lin Yedong? Suze did not continue the conversation. He smiled with a meaning in his eyes and told Zhang, you are not bad. But if you wish to be my confidant, you still fall short. Boss, go to your work. You are not Lin Yedong. Making you utterly loyal to one person is difficult. When you truly are loyal, perhaps you will gain strength like his. Understood, boss. Under Suze's hawk-like stare, Zhang could not mind the cold sweat on his brow. He closed his mouth, wore a solemn expression, and led several men out of the courtyard. Zhang felt the weight of Suze's words like a hammer. Good. From now on, the name Suze will surely be known throughout Shanghang District. With a single bound, Suze leapt onto the ruined courtyard roof and watched the punkish, dreamlike blaze of lights at the heart of Shanghang District at night. The slave gathering points. A mere beginning. Under the night sky, Shanghang District remained as ordinary as ever. The central area was ablaze with lights. Buildings combining machinery and wasteland aesthetics sparkled like stars in the night sky beneath the glassy glow. Mercenaries exuding an endless aura of danger, bar dancers swaying their bodies, demon hunters from various factions, and biosoldiers all indulged in cheap wheat beer, recklessly venting their pressures in what seemed to be a cramped tavern. Various surging hormones filled the dimly lit space. The atmosphere was one of decadence and excess. Meanwhile, in the slums near the city walls, apart from the rustling sounds, the only other noise was that of sewer rats gnawing on unknown corpses. More and more numb crowds wandered the streets under the dim moonlight. Occasionally, when they spotted fat rats peeking out from the sewer, a glimmer of sharpness would flash in the eyes of these impoverished puppets. After all, fresh meat rich in protein seemed exceptionally precious in this environment. This also formed a somewhat bizarre ecological circle. Rats eat humans, and humans eat rats. In Shanghang District, outside the slave point. After nearly 2 hours, Suze finally understood the slave point, originally under a Biao's control. Fortunately, Suze made the right bet. The Small Knife Society did not care about who the owners of these peripheral gathering points were. They only cared whether these lowlifes could provide sufficient resources for their gang. In fact, although a Biao was a formal member of the Small Knife Society, he remained one of its most marginal figures. Just a month and a half ago, a Biao was merely the captain of a nearby corpse-moving team. Relying on having over a dozen subordinates, he eliminated the original owner of this slave gathering point and became a new formal member of the Small Knife Society. In reality, a Biao had never directly interacted with the actual members of the Small Knife Society. Every Sunday, a Biao would bring some of his subordinates to deliver the supplies promised to the Small Knife Society to a fixed location in the central area of Shanghang District. He had never even met a member of the Small Knife Society. In other words, no one in the Small Knife Society knew who a Biao. In their information, a Biao was merely a code name, a designation for someone responsible for providing basic supplies. No one cared who a Biao was, they only cared about what supplies he could bring to the Small Knife Society. Back already. After realizing his current state, Suze slowly put down the pen in his hand. He gazed out at the dark, damp window and slowly spoke. I figured it out. The changes we made earlier did not cause any disturbances around us. The members of the Small Knife Society seemed to have overlooked these matters, their attention focused on the central area. On the contrary, just as Suze raised his head, a light breeze swept through, whistling through the cracked glass. Soon after, Lin Yedong, who had been sent out by Suze to gather information, returned. It was unclear whether he had heard some other news or if Suze had anticipated his return, but Lin Yedong's expression seemed somewhat grave. Go ahead and speak. When I first met you, you didn't have the habit of only saying half of your thoughts, did you? Suze paid no heed to the subtle changes in Lin Yedong's expression. He was more concerned about what surprises Lin Yedong might bring back this time. There hasn't been much movement from the Small Knife Society, but some individual scavengers and scattered organizations around us seem to have some ideas. After sharing his findings, Lin Yedong immediately pulled out a map stained with a hint of blood from his pocket, saying, "Boss, this is my first attempt at drawing a map. I'm a bit unskilled, but I've marked all the forces that have ideas about us." Good. After receiving the map from Lin Yedong, Suze nodded. It's fine if the corpse movers come to stir things up, but do these scavenger individuals also want to get a piece of the pie? And a group of car thieves also wants to come here for their share of the leftovers. The map Lin Yedong provided was very simple. Even some routes were drawn with the simplest strokes. However, Suze was still able to understand the information. The movements at the lowest slave exploration points in Shanghang district had not caught the attention of the big shots in the central area. On the contrary, some small flies from the same lower-tier forces began to have some strange ideas. Good. It seems a bit chaotic around here, so let's take this opportunity to clean it up completely. Closing Lin Yedong's simplistic map, Suze spoke calmly. Well done. Your sister has been waiting for you since you left. You should go find her now. This say, "Thank you, boss." Upon hearing this, Lin Yedong wasted no time and vanished from Suze's. "Have you been waiting long? Come in." After Lin Yedong left for a moment, Suze slowly sat down and inexplicably called out towards the empty door. "Hey, boss, are you busy?" Soon Zhang Xiaojie tiptoed into Suze's presence wearing a charming smile. His face displayed a mix of shyness, urgency, and a hint of confusion. "Have the bodies been cleaned up?" Suze did not inquire about Zhang Xiaojie's intent, but instead asked how the previously assigned task was progressing. "Don't worry, all the bodies were handed over to Old Wang in the east of the city. One body for a bag of millet porridge. There won't be any issues." Old Wang in the east of the city seemed merely a scavenger on the surface, but in reality, he was involved in the business of human bones. Zhang Xiaojie could not know exactly what these bodies were used for. However, he had gathered some information from other sources. It seemed to be related to the official shelter, but he was unclear about the specifics. But in terms of handling corpses, giving them to Old Wang was indeed the most profitable business. Has anyone been... Although curious about how corpses could be exchanged for food, Suze did not focus all his attention on this matter. Instead, he gazed deeply at the dark streets in the distance. "Don't worry, boss. Our courtyard isn't large. I found 2 reliable brothers to take a look around, and they didn't discover anything unusual. Unfortunately, your speech is as empty as a fart." Before Zhang Xiaojie could finish his sentence, Suze stepped outside, looking at the street directly in front of the courtyard. "Zhang Xiaojie, gather all the brothers. It's time to get to work." Perhaps in Zhang Xiaojie's eyes, everything was calm and peaceful without any crisis. But Suze noticed many rats chirping around. Their incessant sounds echoed in his ears. Suze felt annoyed. Thus, he wanted to eliminate them. "Zhang Xiaojie, I have a question for you." Before Zhang Xiaojie could fully react, Suze spoke again. At this moment, Zhang Xiaojie appeared somewhat confused. "Is there anyone to manage killings here?" "No." In that instant, Zhang Xiaojie understood the meaning behind Suze's words, not because he was particularly clever, but rather because a group of raggedly dressed individuals wielding various weapons suddenly appeared on the originally dark street. "Brothers, everyone take out your weapons. Those who are not afraid to die, come forward." As soon as Zhang Xiaojie's words fell, more than 20 people who had been scattered in the courtyard gathered together. Although in terms of physique and physical quality, these slaves had not changed much. Their bodies were as thin as skin and bones. They appeared to have no combat power whatsoever. However, from the expressions of those around, Suze sensed a certain cohesion. "Zhang Xiaojie, well done." Previously, Suze had not felt anything special in the eyes of these people. Yet merely 1 or 2 hours later, these puppets-like slaves exhibited such a significant transformation. This must be closely related to Zhang Xiaojie. "Boss, you're overpraising me." "Ew, I just said a couple of words. Mainly, it's because you're leading well." Upon hearing himself being praised, the tension on Zhang Xiaojie's face dissipated considerably. At least for now, he knew he still had some value in Suze's eyes. Hey, who here took down a biao step forward. As Suze just arrived, a fat man with a toothpick in his mouth and a large steel pipe in his hand appeared before him. With a dismissive look, the fat man gestured for his subordinates to put their weapons down temporarily. Then he slowly walked towards Suze. "I am Lei Zemin from the nearby exploration team. I don't care how you dealt with the biao. He borrowed 30 kilograms of millet from me, and now that he's dead, how do we settle this debt?" The exploration team mentioned by Lei Zemin was actually a group of impoverished people who couldn't survive gathering together to do the same things as the slave exploration team. The only difference was their status. All of them were free individuals. Lei Zemin relied on his brother-in-law, who was the deputy director of the resource distribution department at the official shelter in Shanghang district. He managed to obtain some weapons and gathered a group of desperate thugs living somewhat comfortably in the slums of Shanghang district. As for the debt, a biao owed him for resources. Indeed, there was such a matter, but the amount owed was not as much as Lei Zemin claimed. After all, Suze was just seen as a new naive face in Lei Zemin's eyes. What's wrong with paying a bit more in resources as protection money or interest? Are you here to collect a debt? Realizing the dead fat man's intentions, Su Zhe let out a faint smile. Then I want to see if you have the capability. What? Want to make a move? Seeing that Su Zhe was unwilling to obediently hand over the resources, Lei Zemin dropped the pretense. My brother-in-law is the deputy director of the Resource Distribution Department at the official shelter in Shanghang District of first-tier fire-type Transcendent. If you dare to make a move, your body will be found in the sewer tomorrow. After Lei Zemin laid his cards on the table, a hint of arrogant laughter appeared on his rugged face. Don't say I don't give newcomers a chance. After a week he'll come back. If you don't have what I want ready, then you can figure it out yourself. After saying this, Lei Zemin didn't wait for Su Zhe to speak and directly led his people away. Boss, should we chase after them? Looking at Lei Zemin and the others vanishing into the night, Zhang Xiaojia instinctively spoke up. At the same time, Lin Yedong, who had returned to the room earlier, appeared next to Su Zhe. There was almost no need for any doubt, as long as Su Zhe opened his mouth. Whether it was Lin Yedong or Zhang Xiaojia, they would definitely rush forward with everyone at the first opportunity. People only act like beasts when they are in despair. A mere clown is not worth our concern. However, just as Lin Yedong and Zhang Xiaojia were prepared to take action, Su Zhe waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to their rooms and rest. Let's go tomorrow. We'll head out of the city and proceed according to the original plan. Although he had already become a transcendent, the exploration outside the city still left Su Zhe somewhat fatigued. After giving a series of instructions, Su Zhe directly returned to his room to rest. As for Lei Zemin, who had come to provoke him earlier, Su Zhe had never taken him seriously. However, the so-called brother-in-law mentioned by Lei Zemin did pique Su Zhe's interest. In this small place of Shanghang District, being able to become a first-tier transcendent indeed had something to... Su Zhe was not afraid of Lei Zemin or the brother-in-law he spoke of. However, the official shelter behind him in Shanghang District was something worth pondering. First, collect the resources for upgrading the truck, and then try to secure Zhang Xiaojia's loyalty to the utmost. As for that Lei Zemin guy, we'll deal with him after finishing these matters. After reviewing his recent plans in his mind, Su Zhe directly closed his eyes to rest. The next day, just as the rising sun cast its rays upon the earth, Su Zhe was already standing at the door. Zhang Xiaojia, Lin Yedong, and all 20 or so members were ready to set out for another exploration outside the city. Leave 2 brothers to guard the door, the rest take some food, and set off directly. Since there was not much food at the entire gathering point, Su Zhe's exploration, this time aside from collecting resources for the truck upgrade, the most crucial resource was food. In the apocalypse, no one wanted your salary, it was about having food to fill. Has Zhang Xiaojia's loyalty increased by 4 points. After getting everyone into the vehicle, Su Zhe did not waste any time and drove directly toward the outskirts. He also opened the loyalty interface of the system. After a night of adjustment, even the newly joined slaves had seen a significant increase in loyalty. What surprised Su Zhe even more was that Zhang Xiaojia's loyalty had also increased by 4 points. He was just a little shy of reaching the level of complete loyalty. This was something Su Zhe had not anticipated. He initially thought that after Zhang Xiaojia had been reprimanded by him, his loyalty would be hard to raise. Unexpectedly, there were still unforeseen gains. This time out of the city, we still focus on steel, but this 10 tons of steel. Seeing the upgrade number on the system panel, Su Zhe gritted his teeth in frustration. 10 tons of steel. Let alone in such times, even in peaceful times, it would be quite a tricky matter to procure so much steel at once. Moreover, except for Xiaodong Town, which used to be the core of the auto parts industry, there would be some residual steel. In Su Zhe's impression, there were no places nearby that stored a large amount of steel, and upgrading the truck also required materials such as rubber and precious metals. For a moment, Su Zhe, having reached the outskirts, was at a loss. Boss, you're looking for steel. Just as Su Zhe stood at a loss, a timid voice suddenly emerged from the truck's rear bed, and a boy in a gray shirt cautiously poked his head out from the crowd. Slender and clad in tattered clothes, yet his eyes gleamed with sharp vitality. Could it be Zhang Xiaojia? He had assumed the speaker was Zhang Xiaojia, until Su Zhe glanced over and recognized one of the slaves he'd brought back earlier from the black market. Coincidentally, Su Zhe retained a faint memory of this boy, a bonus gift from Huang Jinbao, after Su Zhe purchased 10 slaves. Though his real name escaped Su Zhe's recollection, his nickname remained clear. They called him Xiao Sanmao, 16 years old, orphaned after the cataclysm, who had voluntarily sold himself into slavery simply to survive and earn a meager meal. Whether Huang Jinbao intended to curry favor or sheer luck intervened, Xiao Sanmao stood apart from the other slaves acquired in that same batch. Not by physical stature, certainly. Rather, he possessed uncommon alertness and inner vigor, far from the hollow, soulless automatons common among slaves, dullied and barely clinging to life. He resembled instead a resourceful beggar scrapping by with wit and will. Tell me, do you know where to find steel or similar supplies? Su Zhe nodded calmly. Though he held little hope for useful intelligence from Xiao Sanmao, listening cost nothing. And there was another crucial factor. In Xiao Sanmao's gaze, Su Zhe detected a quiet, unshakable confidence. That alone was enough. Boss, I once tagged along with a roaming crew based in the Huaihai district. Though we never found food, we did stumble upon a warehouse. We'd only meant to sneak in and scavenge some rations, but inside not a single edible item. Instead, stacks of steel filled the cavernous space. Seeing Suze gesture for him to continue, Xiao Sanmao wasted no time pouring out every detail he knew. The Huaihai district. Suze paused, startled. Huaihai lay adjacent to Shanghang, barely a dozen kilometers. Yet Suze knew well Huaihai ran deep. Shanghang, though fundamentally a slum rife with tangled factions, remained relatively stable, even tranquil, by Hangqing standards. Huaihai, however, was different, entirely larger in population, richer in resources, vaster in territory, and teeming with transcendent beings far beyond Shanghang's scale. A Tier 1 transcendent might command a faction or serve as its linchpin in Shanghang. In Huaihai, he would be indistinguishable from an ordinary citizen. Even entire factions existed there composed solely of transcendents. Elaborate further. Recalling all he knew of Huaihai, Suze did not dismiss the lead outright. Instead, he resolved to assess the situation pragmatically. Shanghang offered safety, for now, but also severe constraints. After all, it was merely a slum. Surrounding supplies, and especially food, would inevitably hit a ceiling. To rapidly upgrade his truck, he needed richer, more abundant terrain. Boss, the warehouse lies precisely at the border between Shanghang and Huaihai. To approach from outside the city, we'd enter Hangqing through the west gate. Lead the way. Wait, boss. Just as Suze prepared to follow, Xiao Sanmao hesitated. Perhaps tonight. The warehouse is guarded. We'd struggle to breach it now. He scratched awkwardly at the back of his head. It was precisely his failed infiltration of that very warehouse that had forced him out of Huaihai. After finding no food inside, Xiao Sanmao and his crew fled the vicinity swiftly. Though the guards never spotted them, Xiao Sanmao had even allowed himself a fleeting moment of relief. Then the next day, swarms of armed troops, each bearing standard-issue rifles, encircled the entire district where the wanderers had gathered. Had Xiao Sanmao not slipped away earlier to relieve himself, he too would have been captured. With their roaming crew shattered, he'd wandered elsewhere to beg sustenance, ending up enslaved in the black market. Guarded. How much steel lies within? Suze pressed immediately. Yes, about a dozen guards, all armed. There are 2 warehouses, we entered only one. The other is heavily watched, while the one we breached, filled with steel, had just 2 sentries at its entrance. And surveillance cameras. Facing Suze's scrutiny, Xiao Sanmao recounted the entire night's events without his slightly sallow face still bore traces of lingering misfortune. At the time, nothing had seemed amiss, just an ordinary ill-fated raid. But now, reflecting on it, Xiao Sanmao realized his fellow wanderers hadn't been unlucky. They'd been targeted. Their capture likely stemmed not from entering the steel warehouse, but from the other warehouse, the one ringed by over a dozen armed guards. You truly drew the short straw. Those 2 warehouses, I suspect, hold far more than mere structural steel. Suze smiled faintly. Clearly he grasped the crux. The second warehouse, so fiercely guarded, defied logic if its sole contents were steel was vital in the post-cataclysm world, but chiefly for ordinary survivors. For transcendence, true value resided in refined fuels, rare alloys, and arcane-grade components. Thus, deploying over 20 armed sentinels to guard a warehouse full of raw steel defied reason. No rational commander would do so. Something far more precious must lie within. Even in his baseline state, Suze could not guarantee victory against such disciplined, heavily armed security. Boss, if they're armed, can we really pull this off? Zhang Xiaojia suddenly emerged from the crowd, voice edged with concern. We're vastly outnumbered. We go. Of course we go. If it were only a steel depot, Suze might hesitate, weighing risk against reward, gauging whether the effort justified the yield. But if something else lay hidden, Suze welcomed the challenge. Still, brute force was out of the question. Stealth and precision would be paramount. Xiao Sanmao, you lead. Lin Yedong, accompany me. Having decided, Suze moved swiftly to prepare, then turned to Zhang Xiaojia. Take the others and scavenge freely within 1 kilometer of the city perimeter. Return to Shanghang at dusk. Night reconnaissance demanded discretion, not numbers. 2 was the perfect count. Suze and Lin Yedong. There are so many people. As soon as they entered Huaihai City, a variety of people walked towards them, and there were various materials and food from mutated creatures being sold by the roadside. Facing the bustling street, filled with so many people, Lin Yedong felt somewhat out of place. Not only was Lin Yedong unaccustomed to the lively street, but also to the intense sunlight. Having just followed Suze into the city, the glaring sunlight shone on Lin Yedong's pale face, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. He wanted to block out the annoying sunlight completely. Compared to daytime, Lin Yedong preferred the night. Big brother, it's different here from our Shanghang district. Vehicles can't be brought in, so there are many thieves at the temporary parking spots outside the city. If we just walk like this. Xiao Sanmao, who was leading the way, had a worried expression. If we're not careful, our car might be stolen. The security within Huaihai district is beyond doubt, with a superhuman leading a team on every street to. However, outside the city is a different story, even more chaotic than the slums of Shanghang district. Various wandering thieves, robbers, and mutants were loitering outside Huaihai City, specifically targeting past. One could say that the outside of Huaihai district is almost its dark side. When Suze and the others entered the city, they encountered numerous groups of people, but because Suze and his companions were dressed too simply and had nothing of value on them, They were looked down upon by the likes of Su Zhe the Wanderers. It's fine those trash can't find my car. After patting Xiao Sanmao on the shoulder, Su Zhe focused his attention on the street ahead. Let's take a stroll. Oh, ever since the apocalypse, I think you guys have rarely seen such scenery. Su Zhe naturally understood the implication in Xiao Sanmao's words. There's a saying trash has to be placed somewhere or else it will appear everywhere. This is not beneficial for the development of Huaihai District. Otherwise, with the influence of the official shelter of Huaihai District, getting rid of the trash outside the city would just require mobilizing the military for a single task. But there will never be a shortage of villains among humans. Even if the gathered crowds outside are eradicated now, these villains will revive like the wild grass burned in the autumn of the year before last when spring returns. The higher-ups of Huaihai District are very clever to keep these villains outside the city. They merely treat them as a trash heap and will never clean them up. As for Su Zhe's vehicle, the earlier parking outside was merely a ruse by Su Zhe to conceal the car in the system space. Naturally, it cannot be damaged. Big brother, aren't we going to look for a warehouse now? Big brother, this. You two should think about when is the most suitable time to raid a place. Looking at Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao, who both looked surprised, Su Zhe shook his head. Of course it's at night. If we go to the warehouse in broad daylight, those guards aren't blind. If we go now, do you believe that in less than 3 minutes, a large number of guards will be in front of us? After explaining to these two guys, Su Zhe certainly couldn't follow the original plan. There are cameras everywhere. Exploring those two warehouses during the day is akin to seeking death. Su Zhe is a relatively reserved person and cannot engage in such American heroic acts of forcibly breaking into tightly guarded warehouses during the day. Nor would he want to. Sneaking in at night to acquire what he desires is much more appealing. Oh, so what are we going to do? After hearing Su Zhe's explanation, Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao naturally understood the meaning behind his words. They couldn't go during the day. However, it was still early in the morning, and although they didn't know the exact time if they were to wait until nightfall, then at least 10 more hours would be needed. Is it realistic to just wander around the streets during this time? Obviously, it is impractical. But aside from Xiao Sanmao being somewhat familiar with the area, Su Zhe and the others were not very familiar with other places. Despite the fairly good environment in Huaihai District, this is still in the apocalypse. Murder, arson, robbery. Under the apocalypse, these behaviors will never cease. Let's go first take a stroll on the street. For a while, Su Zhe couldn't find anywhere interesting nearby, so he simply led Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao to wander aimlessly on the street. Stop. Everyone disperse, the law enforcement team is at work. Just then, as soon as Su Zhe and the others entered an alley, a small girl rushed towards them. In the distance, more than a dozen security personnel in uniform, dressed in light blue uniforms and wielding batons, were chasing after her. Is something happening? Seeing this, Su Zhe instantly realized something was different. Just a moment ago, when they brushed past, Su Zhe had noticed a glowing vial in the small girl's hand. Although he didn't know what it was definitely not simple. Did you see that small girl who walked over there? Because Su Zhe and the others were standing at a small intersection. Aside from one path leading into the street, the other two paths led into two dimly lit alleys. There. Hey officer, we saw her go towards the main street direction when we came over. Just as Xiao Sanmao was about to speak, Su Zhe suddenly stepped forward. Do you think I'm easily deceived? The moment Su Zhe opened his mouth, the girl's expression suddenly became serious. Especially after sizing up Lin Yudong. Besides, Su Zhe, who seemed ready to strike the girl, became even more somber. However, seeing that Su Zhe did not seem inclined to speak the truth, she decided not to waste time questioning how he had seen through her disguise. She had other matters to attend to. Give me the things. Feeling that Su Zhe and his group were not ordinary, the girl wasted no time and launched herself towards Su Zhe. To evade the pursuit of the Huaihai District's official shelter personnel, she had made two preparations. First, she hid herself, and then secretly stuffed the items she had stolen from the research institute into Su Zhe's pocket. Now that the crisis had temporarily passed, she naturally wanted to leave. However, before departing, she needed to retrieve what belonged to her. What do you mean? Just as she reached for Su Zhe's pocket to take the items, Su Zhe surprisingly pulled back first. At the same moment, Lin Yudong's dagger also swung toward the girl. Seeing this, the girl dared not show any hesitation and immediately retreated. With a backflip, she evaded Lin Yudong's attack. This is my stuff. Oh, are you trying to steal from a thief? Noticing the glint of a smile at the corner of Su Zhe's mouth and Lin Yudong's readiness to strike, the girl's eyes gradually filled with tension. In the desolate alley, everyone held their breath and the girl's heart raced. Although she did not know the identities or backgrounds of the people before her, her intuition warned her. The two in front of her were very strong. This was not a guess, but one of the extraordinary abilities she naturally possessed. Wu Yue, an ordinary high school student before the apocalypse. With average grades and an ordinary family, everything around her was just plain. If life had gone as expected, Wu Yu would probably have attended an ordinary university after high school, eventually getting married and having children, living a mundane life. But all of this turned into a fleeting dream after the apocalypse. When the end came, the world changed, and so did Wu Yu's life. In a family of 4, everyone except Wu Yu perished in the jaws of zombies. From that moment on, the ordinary high school student Wu Yu also died in the last second before the apocalypse. What remained was the wanderer Wu Yu. Perhaps it was the accumulated luck from the extermination of her family that allowed the mere girl Wu Yu to survive in the Huaihai district. At the same time, she awakened her extraordinary abilities during a riot. Moon Eye, the ability to foresee a certain degree of danger in advance, along with the power of invisibility. With her powers, Wu Yu naturally became an active thief within and outside the city, occasionally taking on commissions. Life in the Huaihai district was getting better. However, what Wu Yu did not expect was, yesterday she accepted a task to steal potions from the research institute and managed to complete it without mishap. But after getting the items, trouble arose. Those two bastards. After looking again at Su Zhe, Lin Yudong, and Xiao Sen Mao, Wu Yu realized that taking action by force might put her at a disadvantage. So, Wu Yu decided to change her approach. If brute force wouldn't work, then she would try a softer method. This thing is very important to me, can you return it? My family needs it to survive. Originally, Wu Yu's face was filled with seriousness, but in an instant, a pitiful expression appeared on her face. Seeing that Su Zhe remained unmoved, Wu Yu continued. Really, this potion can save lives, it's truly important to me. If possible, I can offer anything in exchange. To convince Su Zhe and the others, Wu Yu gritted her teeth and took out several items from her backpack. Canned food, some bones of mutated beasts, and armor. At the same time, tears welled up in her dark eyes. Alright, wipe your tears, finding clean water at this time is quite difficult. What Wu Yu did not expect was, the boy before her was immune to both soft and hard tactics, showing no reaction to her desperate pleas. Moreover, his smile grew increasingly brazen. Aren't you curious why I would so easily expose you? Looking at the momentary shock on Wu Yu's face, Su Zhe continued, 2 reasons, I suppose. First, your acting is too poor. From your earlier performance, the only thing I can be certain of is that you are not a perfect. After finishing the first reason, Su Zhe took out the potion Wu Yu had thrown to him earlier from his pocket. As for the second reason, do you really think something called micro-glow mutagen can save people, Or can you not read? After saying this, Su Zhe pointed to the label on the potion bottle. The words micro-glow mutagen were prominently printed on the bottle's neck, making it particularly eye-catching. Su Zhe was not foolish. Although he did not know what the micro-glow potion was, or what it specifically did from its name and its oily green appearance, he could tell that this item had nothing to do with saving lives. Damn it. After Su Zhe saw through her plan to appear adorable, Wu Yu dropped the act. Give me back my stuff, I'll offer something in exchange. The previously pitiful look vanished in an instant, and she quickly put the items she had taken out back into her backpack. At the same time, she pulled out an energy crystal that emitted a faint glow. I consider myself unlucky. This energy crystal is the fee for you to keep this item for me. Deal. Seeing this, Su Zhe narrowed his eyes, took the energy crystal from Wu Yu's hand, then tossed the potion back to her. Thank you, little sister. Damn it, Wu Yu will definitely get my revenge. Even though the micro-glow potion had returned to her hands, Wu Yu shot Su Zhe a fierce glare before leaving. It seemed she wanted to remember Su Zhe's appearance thoroughly. After dropping a harsh remark, Wu Yu did not linger, disappearing before Su Zhe. Is her name Wu Yu? Watching Wu Yu suddenly vanish, Su Zhe smiled, and then gestured for Lin Yudong and Xiao San Mao to follow him. Let's go. I think the dozen or so people who pointed the way to us earlier should have reacted by now. As he finished speaking, Su Zhe glanced at the main street. Indeed, hurried footsteps were approaching. Seeing this, the 3 of them quickly disappeared into the dark alley. There are traces of footsteps and crowds at all 3 street corners, making it difficult to determine the target. Report what happened here to the shelter, and have the security team document the appearances of the 3 individuals who provided. I suspect they are in cahoots with the little thief who stole the glimmering potion. Sure enough, Su Zhe's intuition was correct. Just a few minutes after Su Zhe and his companions left, 3 individuals in gray robes, their faces completely obscured by animal masks, appeared at the location where Su Zhe had been. In addition to their matching attire, they wore a silver-white badge on their chests, engraved with the image of a descending tiger. 2 of them held swords, while the person in the middle carried a pistol-like weapon emanating a ghostly blue hue. However, compared to a traditional handgun, the weapon in this person's hand resembled a laser gun from a science fiction setting. Long done, what should we do now? Should we continue investigating the one who stole the glimmering potion? After deducing all the information left behind by Su Zhe and the others, the man on the far right slowly spoke, seeking his captain's opinion. At the same time, he removed the animal mask from his face. A weathered visage gradually emerged, his eyes slightly squinted, yet he still exuded a vibrant energy. The slightly graying hair at his temples only added to his air of experience. Naturally, the most striking feature was the scar that crossed half of his face. From his demeanor, one could say that he was less a member of a shelter's security team and more a seasoned warrior slightly imbued with a killing intent. Tai Quan, are you not aware that removing your mask is prohibited during missions? Also, Tsong Lang, you go investigate the sudden appearance of those 3 individuals here. Just as Tai Quan finished speaking, Lon Dun, who had been observing the surroundings for a while, finally chimed in. Compared to the slightly rugged Tai Quan, Lon Dun's voice sounded much gentler. There was a certain charm reminiscent of the misty Jiangnan of a dashing young gentleman. In reality, this was indeed the case. As the captain of the Xiashan Hu team in Huaihai District, Lon Dun was originally from the Jiangnan region before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse erupted, and he became an extraordinary being, Lan Dun came to Hang City, ultimately forming the Xiaoshan Hu team with support from above. This team was specifically responsible for dealing with various extraordinary crimes in Huaihai District. There are 5 members in total besides Tai Quan and Song Lang. There are also Yi Xiao and Ling Yu, 2 support-oriented members stationed at the base. Except for Ling Yu, who is responsible for reconnaissance, nearly all members are second-tier extraordinary beings, making them elite even within Huaihai District. Originally, this month was supposed to be the rest period for the Xiaoshan Hu team, but as 2 cities in Su province fell to a beast tide, a large number of refugees flooded surrounding cities, with Hang City being one of the hardest hit. To maintain order, the Lu Su team, which was supposed to replace the Xiaoshan Hu team, was also hurriedly dispatched. Thus, the Xiaoshan Hu team's rest period ended. Lan Dun had initially estimated that given the environment in Huaihai District, nothing major would occur. In other words, as long as they could get through this month, they could rest peacefully. However, unexpectedly, just as they returned to their posts, an incident occurred in Huaihai District. And it was not a minor issue, but rather that the latest developed potion from the research institute within the shelter was stolen. Upon receiving this news, the Xiaoshan Hu team immediately mobilized. They had originally thought that with the team's powerful strength, they could resolve the issue in no more than half a day. But things did not go as planned. Even now, Lan Dun and the others have not gained any leads. Continue pursuing the thief. As for the other 3, leave them to the shelter to handle. Our only target is 1. Retrieve the stolen potion from the research institute. After a brief silence, Lan Dun ultimately chose to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the other 3. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Xiaoshan Hu team vanished without a trace. Boss, it seems things are getting chaotic. Yes, there seem to be more patrols in the streets. At this moment, Su Zhe and his companions were clad in gray-white robes, moving stealthily through a slightly remote. Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong stood on either side of Su Zhe, their faces beneath their hoods showing signs of tension. Meanwhile, Su Zhe remained calm, surveying the changes in the surrounding streets. At this moment, Su Zhe and the others were unaware of the Xiaoshan Hu team's plans and actions. However, this did not affect Su Zhe's mood. Let's go to the slums of Huaihai District. After glancing briefly at the main street, noticing the sudden influx of security forces conducting checks on pedestrians, Su Zhe decisively decided to temporarily avoid the limelight. At such a time, lingering in the streets would be equivalent to asking for death. Su Zhe's plan was quite simple: find a place to lie low until nightfall, then have Xiao Sanmao take him near the warehouse. Let's go, Xiao Sanmao, take us to a place you are familiar with. Compared to Shanghang District, Huaihai District has a stark contrast in security and urban management. Yet there are still slums in Huaihai District. Every city hides a dark side beneath its surface. Their management is lost and chaos reigns. The place Su Zhe was heading to was just that. I know there's an underground black market nearby where I used to hide from security forces during my days as a drifter. Follow me. After understanding Su Zhe's plan, Xiao Sanmao quickly scanned the surroundings. Confirming that no one was watching them, he promptly opened the sewer cover at the end of the street. We'll go this way, or it'll be safe after passing through 2 blocks. With that, Xiao Sanmao entered first. Su Zhe and Lin Yedong followed closely behind. Xiao Sanmao's loyalty. Upon entering the dark sewer, Su Zhe instinctively opened the system interface. The moment he looked, he was taken aback. To his surprise, Xiao Sanmao's loyalty had reached 97 points, even higher than Zhang Shaojia. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a diehard level talent. Xiao Sanmao, receiving talent feedback, reward, physical quality enhancement. Ding! Diehard level talent awakens primary ability agility, becoming a first-tier extraordinary being. Just as Su Zhe was momentarily stunned, Xiao Sanmao's loyalty maxed out. Boss, I feel like my speed has increased tremendously. With a surge of inexplicable power entering Su Zhe's body, Xiao Sanmao suddenly realized he felt a bit different. Not only was his vision clearer, but his strength and agility also received significant boosts. I told you, as long as you're willing to pledge loyalty to me, greater power awaits you. Xiao Sanmao's feedback reward happened to break through the last barrier for Su Zhe, directly elevating Su Zhe to the level of a second-tier extraordinary being. Congratulations, Xiao Sanmao. As a fellow extraordinary being, Lin Yedong could naturally sense the change in Xiao Sanmao's power. Even he, who was not good with words, couldn't help but utter a word of congratulations. Eat something. We'll soon be ready to depart. Xiao Sanmao, you and Lin Yedong will form a team, infiltrate the warehouse, and immediately execute the sweep operation. Neutralize all nearby security personnel, then determine as swiftly as possible what is stored in the adjacent warehouse. After opening a beef can obtain from the black market, Su Zhe and his 2 companions squatted in a corner of the underground black market, discussing their next move while replenishing their strength with a quick meal. Whether due to the martial law imposed on the Huaihai district, or for some other reason, the usually bustling black market now lay eerily silent. Only a few scattered wanderers roamed its alleys, and a handful of shops remained open. Just hours earlier, when Su Zhe and his companions had entered this black market under Xiao Sanmao's guidance, it had been far more crowded, at least several times denser with people. Let's go. The situation appears graver than we anticipated. Su Zhe glanced around the desolate surroundings, and an unsettling intuition stirred within him. Could the item retrieved by that man named Wu Yu truly be so critical? Wu Yu's face flickered across Suze's mind, yet this was no time for reflection. Suze had far more pressing matters at hand. With a casual toss of the empty, he rose slowly and led Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong back toward the surface. The warehouse lies deep within the woods ahead, encircled by barbed wire. To the east lies the Huaihai district, to the west the Shanhong district. We'll enter from the western side. Fewer people, no surveillance cameras. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the edge of a dense forest near the suburban fringes of the Huaihai district. As Xiao Sanmao briefed Suze on the terrain, his eyes scanned the shadows intently. Once certain no one was watching, Xiao Sanmao cut a gap in the outer perimeter's barbed wire and ushered the three inside. Given the current state of the Huaihai district, we must accelerate our operation. Otherwise, even retreat may become impossible. Fortunately, Suze's luck held. Or perhaps their unassuming civilian attire simply blended seamlessly into the landscape. Though patrols stopped pedestrians at random to verify identities, Suze and his companions passed unchallenged. Yet he remained utterly vigilant. Once assured of solitude, Suze moved under cover of nightfall. As planned, the moment they crossed into the warehouse's guarded perimeter, he parted ways with Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong. Suze would infiltrate the steel storage warehouse directly. Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong had a far simpler objective: eliminate the armed sentries patrolling the perimeter. Xiao Sanmao's intel proved accurate. The warehouse was indeed filled with steel. If he could transfer every last ton into his system space, only rubber and precious metals would remain to complete the truck's upgrade. After quietly neutralizing 2 armed guards stationed outside the warehouse, Suze slipped inside, exactly as anticipated. Inside, stacks of steel dominated the vast interior. Only a few miscellaneous items cluttered the periphery. A cursory glance confirmed their irrelevance. Discard them, then open the system space. Clearing away the useless debris, Suze activated his system space without hesitation. He absorbed the entire stockpile, over a dozen tons of steel, into his system space. Boss, all external guards are down. But why? I swear I checked every corner. Only 6 or 7 were posted. I distinctly recall over a dozen before. Wait, boss, where's all the cargo? Shouldering 6 or 7 rifles scavenged from fallen sentries, Xiao Sanmao stared into the hollow expanse of the emptied warehouse, his youthful eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, he'd personally witnessed the warehouse brimming with steel, and now, nothing remained. Captain, could it be that someone relocated the cargo before we arrived? After long contemplation, Xiao Sanmao voiced the most plausible explanation: they'd arrived too late. The goods had already been removed by others. Unlikely. There are no tire tracks anywhere nearby. Lin Yedong too sensed the anomaly. Transporting such massive quantities of steel would inevitably leave unmistakable impressions, even in the mud, but none existed. Stop speculating, it's been handled. Watching his 2 companions earnestly debate theories before him, Suze revealed the truth outright. His boss's ability spatial tier. So that's his power. The moment Suze spoke, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong blurted out in unison. They instantly conjured elaborate assumptions about his ability. More or less, Suze replied, offering no further clarification to his subordinates' conjectures. In truth, Suze possessed no ability at all. Though he had officially ascended to Tier 2 transcendent status, his power stemmed solely from raw physical augmentation. Without fusing with a vehicle, Suze was, in a sense, the weakest Tier 2 transcendent alive. Yet once fused with an automobile, all bets were off. What about the other warehouse? Having secured everything of value from the first, Suze turned his gaze toward the neighboring structure. Boss, something's wrong. Just as Suze prepared to exit, Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao exchanged uneasy glances, hesitation flickering across their faces. Weren't all the security personnel eliminated? Suze gestured toward the rifle slung across Xiao Sanmao's back, then quickly caught on. You mean the other warehouse shows signs of disturbance? Yes, the door lock is impervious to our tools, but more critically, stepping within its vicinity triggers an overwhelming sense of dread. Then I must investigate. Had the warehouse matched initial expectations, Suze might have dismissed it entirely. Yet after hearing their account, his curiosity sharpened into keen fascination. Follow me. I intend to uncover whatever secret lies within. With a single vault, Suze leapt from the warehouse and sprinted toward the second. Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong exchanged a glance and hurried after him without delay. Indeed, a transcendence aura. The moment Suze reached the second warehouse's entrance, he felt precisely the same chilling palpitation Lin Yedong had described. Instantly, he knew beyond those doors resided either a transcendent or something intimately bound to transcend. The door is impressively heavy. Glancing around the warehouse before me doesn't seem much different from the one used for. Both have aluminum alloy roofs with a generally light-colored coating. However, there are significant differences in the details. The previous warehouse had a simple brass chain lock. It didn't even require a key, as Suze could easily destroy the lock using sheer physical strength. But the lock before me is a high-grade password security lock made from titanium alloy. Moreover, the main door is forged from thick special steel. The entire wall before me has almost no gaps. It seems what lies inside is indeed extraordinary. Suppressing the discomfort within, Suze disregarded his feelings and charged straight into the doorway. With all his strength, he aimed a punch at the warehouse door. Bang! The fist imbued with immense power struck. In an instant, a dull sound echoed through the dense forest. Not broken. As the sound dissipated, Suze was surprised to find out. The door remained intact with only a slight dent where his punch had landed. Apart from that, there were no signs of damage. Looks like I have to find another way. After pondering for a moment, Suze's gaze shifted to the top of the warehouse. Indeed, given the door's defensive capability, it would be difficult to forcefully break through unless Suze was willing to merge with the vehicle. Otherwise, it would be challenging to breach the door's defenses in a short time. However, the roof was a different story. Although it was still made of alloy material, Suze could make a decision. In such a situation, it was absolutely impossible for a warehouse to be completely sealed with heavy steel. Boss, we're here. Just as Suze climbed to the top of the warehouse, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong closely After glancing around and not spotting any other personnel, Suze struck the roof with a punch. Let's go in quickly. You two split up and record everything useful. Sure enough, Suze's expectations were met. Although the roof was also constructed of alloy, it was merely the most basic aluminum alloy. As Suze made another move, a small hole large enough for one person to pass through appeared before him. Without any hesitation, the three of them directly entered the warehouse through this opening. Boss, it seems like there are machine tools and a production line for bullets here. A large amount of brass and gunpowder. As soon as they entered the warehouse, Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao were stunned by the piled-up materials. Everything was machinery and materials for producing firearms and ammunition. Such items would definitely be considered hard currency in both Shanghang District and Huaihai District. Even after the apocalypse erupted, those awakened with extraordinary abilities became the hope of humanity. However, the combat power of these extraordinary beings is only a small fraction. More often, fighting against mutated beasts and zombies still relies on firearms. The equipment and materials capable of producing firearms are undoubtedly extremely important resources. Seeing this, Suze began to understand why there were so many security personnel guarding a suburban area. If it weren't for Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao being agile and assassination-type extraordinary beings coupled with the theft at the Huaihai City Research Institute in the morning, it would have been extremely difficult for Suze and the others to enter this warehouse. Looks like I owe you this guy a big thanks. Without her, it would have taken us quite a bit of effort to enter the warehouse area. At this moment, the image of Wu Yu's angry face flashed through Suze's mind. Take everything away. Suze understood the importance of these items. While activating the system space to collect them, he also continued to check other things in the warehouse. Half-finished gun barrels. Good stuff, take them. Bullet casings. And there's a large amount of coal. At this moment, Suze moved through the vast warehouse like a locust, collecting everything that could be taken. Boss, it seems someone is coming. Not good, there are too many of them. While Suze was gathering items, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong quickly kept watch outside. Before long, the two rushed into the warehouse, informing Suze of the armed personnel appearing outside. Don't panic. If there are no extraordinary beings, we can definitely get away. First, give me a rough idea of the situation. Compared to the slightly panicked duo, Suze remained much calmer. Even in the face of a large number of approaching personnel, he continued to stroll leisurely within the warehouse, checking to see if there were any items left behind. There's a hidden door. As Suze ventured into the innermost part of the warehouse, he made an unexpected discovery. A hidden door located in the corner of the warehouse. It was covered in a layer of rust due to long-term neglect. Bang! Without any hesitation, Suze directly twisted the iron lock hanging on the door. A small, dimly lit room came into view. The interior was quite simple. There was only a table, and on the table sat a small box. Is that an energy crystal? Upon opening the box, immediately a ripple of surprise crossed Suze's calm gaze. Inside were a dozen energy crystals of various colors. Among them, there were also 3 or 4 second-tier energy crystals. These items are undoubtedly equivalent to gold in the apocalypse. Looks like I'm lucky, Suze, to stumble upon so many energy crystals. Although unlike most extraordinary beings, Suze cannot directly enhance his strength through energy crystals, it does not mean energy crystals are useless to him. On one hand, energy crystals serve as hard currency in the apocalypse, allowing anything to be exchanged for energy crystals. Additionally, energy crystals appeared among the materials required for upgrading Suze's truck. Although the next stage of upgrade only requires 1 energy crystal, the quantity of energy crystals needed for future upgrades will definitely be much more than this. Immediately, Suze pocketed all the energy crystals. Few, it seems we use luck isn't always bad. This time, entering the official shelter's resource storage warehouse, there isn't even a guard. Just as Suze was about to escape with Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao within the hidden room, a hole suddenly appeared in the smooth floor. A girl holding a shovel with dirt on her face suddenly emerged upon closer inspection, Suze felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Is it Wu Yu? I don't know what to say about your appearance. Is it a coincidence or just a coincidence? Suze confirmed that the girl before him was Wu Yue, whom he had just met not long ago, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. But despite the smile, Suze was very curious about why Wu Yu had appeared before him. He glanced around. Wu Yu's face was still smeared with a hint of light yellow mud coupled with the shovel in her hand and her fatigued expression. This guy can't be coming from somewhere after digging a tunnel, can she? In an instant, a trace of astonishment flickered in Suze's eyes. Yue, how did you get here? At the same time, Wu Yue, who had just crawled out of the tunnel, looked at Suze standing right in front of her. She was on the verge of despair. How could she be so unlucky these past few days encountering Suze while trying to steal a newly developed agent from the research institute? After that, she felt like a jinx. Wherever she went, she was chased, and there was almost no place for her to stand in the Huai. Moreover, the client she had agreed upon had not contacted her until now. After finally shaking off the personnel from the official shelter, Wu Yu wanted to target 2 warehouses she had been scouting for a long time. Based on Wu Yu's assessment of the armed forces in this warehouse, the items inside must be more than just ordinary. After finally managing to dig out the tunnel, just as she was about to seize the opportunity, that jinx of a guy appeared. I know you're curious about why I'm here, but I suggest you take a look around. Wu Yu jumped from the tunnel entrance into the secret chamber, and just as she was about to speak, Suze interrupted her, pointing out the window. The situation is not good right now. You mean? Seemingly realizing something, Wu Yu didn't waste any words, but rushed out first. Through the window, she could see the current situation outside. A large number of armed personnel were surrounding the warehouse with flashlights and firearms. It's the Shaoshan Tiger Squad. Among them, Wu Yu also spotted a few familiar figures. I must leave now. I advise you to save yourself. The strength of the Shaoshan Tiger Squad is definitely not something. Realizing the impending crisis, Wu Yu dared not think about the supplies in the warehouse any longer. After a quick farewell, she quickly crawled back into the tunnel. Come on, help me cover the iron plate. After finishing her words, Wu Yu pointed at a small iron plate next to the tunnel entrance. As soon as her words fell, she vanished from Suze's sight like a gopher. What a joke, Wu Yu was just a thief. Have you ever seen a thief face off against enemies hidden? This guy is interesting. After covering the tunnel entrance, Suze shook his head with a bitter smile and then walked out of the secret chamber. What's the situation outside? Just then, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong also appeared in front of Suze. With the sudden appearance of this batch of enemies, Wu Yu had to escape. Suze also had to leave. However, the way they escaped was slightly different. Wu Yu chose to retreat the same way she came. As for Suze, prepare yourself and get ready for battle. These guys are quite tricky. Naturally, he chose to charge out from the front. At first, there were only a dozen people outside, all armed, but a few minutes later another team arrived with quite a number of people. Boss, there are extraordinary beings among them. As Suze asked, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong also reported the situation around them. The situation was becoming less than optimistic. Get in the car. Suze nodded, then took out the armed vehicle from the system space, gesturing for the 2 in front of him to get in. A hint of killing intent flashed in Suze's eyes. Let's kill our way out. Boss, you've been keeping the vehicle on you this whole time. Even though they had known in advance that Suze had spatial abilities, seeing a massive truck suddenly appear before them was shocking. Both of their faces displayed a hint of bewilderment. It's a piece of cake. After getting in the car, Suze smiled. Charge out. In the next second, Suze directly started the engine and drove the vehicle out of the warehouse at full speed. Blue Shield, there are indeed people. Fire at will and take them down. Do they have vehicles too? Where did the vehicles come from in a place like this? The moment they burst out of the warehouse, Suze's intentions were very clear. They would break out from the junction of the Huaihai district and Shanghang district, then retreat directly from Shanghang district. On the other side, whether it was the Shaoshan Tiger Squad or the armed personnel who came to provide support, surprise appeared on everyone's faces. They had seen people come to steal things from the warehouse before, but they had never seen anyone steal in such a manner, charging in with a truck right in front of them. In an instant, dozens of people around opened fire. The members of the Shaoshan Tiger Squad, Songlong and Blue Shield, also moved into action. Blue Shield stopped them. Songlong initially wanted to quickly enter the vehicle and take control of the driver, but before she could get on the truck, Suze's truck had already whizzed past, not giving her any chance at all. Watch me. After determining the escape route of the truck, Blue Shield activated his extraordinary power. A dazzling blue light flickered around his body, making Blue Shield incredibly radiant against the dim night sky. Mountain. Then Blue Shield, who had been of normal height, instantly transformed into a small giant over 5 meters tall. The extraordinary aura that had previously surrounded him became even more prominent. True to his name, Blue Shield was completely reliable at this moment after fully unleashing the power of the mountain. Heavy, powerful, solid various forces mixed and surged forth, exuding an aura that seemed to have the power of one man, holding off 10,000. Bang, bang, bang. This guy is not simple. The ability to unleash such powerful strength indicates he is likely a second-tier extraordinary being. Suze was not worried about the bullets fired from outside. With the defensive power of his vehicle, these basic rifle bullets couldn't even breach the vehicle's defenses. However, the presence of Blue Shield appearing alone before him caused Suze to feel an inexplicable pressure, especially that mountain-like aura. It was as if Blue Shield before him was not a person, but a monster forged from steel. I want to see just how strong. But such thoughts lingered in Su Ze's mind for only a moment. In the next second, Su Ze revved the engine, driving the vehicle straight towards Blue Shield. Does a broken truck think it can break through my defenses? Blue Shield, blocking the path, showed no intention of such a broken truck. It was absolutely impossible to breach his defenses. Songlong prepared to end this battle. He even took the initiative to strike to finish the task quickly. With a leap, the mountain-like Blue Shield directly pounced towards Su Ze's vehicle. You are indeed formidable, but is this not a grave underestimation of me? In that case, I cannot let you remain so comfortable. Inside the vehicle's cockpit, Su Ze watched Lan Dun charge forward, his eyes darkening with a flicker of grim resolve. A mere vehicular impact might be effortlessly absorbed by Lan Dun's defenses. But Lin Yedong pressed the red button beside you. Yes, sir. Though utterly unfamiliar with the conspicuously crimson button, Lin Yedong obeyed without hesitation. Beep. Armed defense system activated. Beep. Twin-barrel rapid-fire cannon 106 online. Target acquisition in progress. The moment Lin Yedong depressed the button, a crisp mechanical voice filled the cockpit. The emotionless electronic voice echoed through the cramped cabin, like the whisper of death himself, scythe in hand, murmuring into the ear of a dying man. Chief, when did this thing even get installed? We have a cannon mounted on our vehicle. No sooner had the onboard alert sounded than both Lin Yedong, calm but shaken, and Xiao Sanmao, visibly tense, reacted in unison. Stunned disbelief and profound confusion now flooded their eyes. I still hold many more cards up my sleeve. A faint wry smile touched Su Ze's lips. Even though he could have activated the defensive artillery directly via his system, he'd deliberately chosen this route. This was in fact a calculated boost to Lin Yedong's and Xiao Sanmao's morale. As for the exaggerated expressions now plastered across their faces, well, it was hardly surprising. To Lin Yedong and the others, Su Ze's vehicle was nothing more than a rust-eaten freight hauler. That it had withstood earlier gunfire was already astonishing enough, let alone now deploying a twin-barrel cannon from its roof. Moreover, such shock was not confined solely to Su Ze's rear flank. What is that protruding from the truck? At first sight of the matte black cannon barrel emerging from the truck's crest, Lan Dun, who moments earlier had worn an expression of utter disdain, tensed instantly. He could easily withstand a heat-in vehicular collision. But could he truly endure a direct hit from a large-caliber artillery round? Was this some grotesque joke? Impossible. Such ordnance never existed before the cataclysm. How could it possibly be mounted on a decrepit civilian truck? Lan Dun, don't panic. This may well be nothing more than cinematic prop, a hollow bluff meant to intimidate. Just as a flicker of hesitation stirred within Lan Dun's mind, a group of figures emerged silently against the night sky, robed in silver. Like the Xia Shanhu squad, they each bore a gleaming silver insignia upon their chests. Yet unlike theirs, this badge bore no emblem whatsoever, only a flawless mirror-bright surface. Under the dim ambient light, the insignia shimmered with a cold silvery gleam. The Yuanyue squad has arrived to assist. No sooner had the words left their lips than three figures, robed in silver, clad in silk, stepped into position behind Lan Dun. They held captive a young woman whose face wore equal parts contempt and sullen frustration. Why are they here? No time to ponder. Deal with this immediate threat first. Though Lan Dun burned with curiosity over why the Yuanyue squad, dispatched on an off-site mission, had appeared here so abruptly, there was no room for deliberation. The Yuanyue squad speaks truth. Such weaponry could never be fitted to a civilian vehicle. Even elite military divisions haven't fielded anything like it. Within moments, all trace of fear had vanished from Lan Dun's heart. You think this will frighten me? He roared and lunged forward. Boom. As Lan Dun collided with Su Ze's vehicle, a deafening detonation ripped through the air, sudden, brutal, absolute. A ripple of astonishment passed over every onlooker's face. Did Lan Dun actually stop the truck? No, the vehicle shows no damage. This is no ordinary truck. True, the vehicle did halt momentarily upon impact. Yet almost immediately, the crowd sensed something deeply amiss. The truck began inching forward once more, while Lan Dun's face twisted in visible strain. He was near, and what stunned them most, after absorbing several tons of kinetic force, the opposing vehicle remained utterly. So you call me a fraud? Then allow me to introduce you to my true companion. Through the bulletproof window's narrow observation slit, Su Ze observed Lan Dun, and simultaneously engaged the vehicle's energy reserve protocol. This draw is powered by a Tier 1 energy crystal. Pray do not disappoint me. Heat rippled from the cannon muzzles, blinding light flared around them. Su Ze's smile widened, unrestrained, triumphant. To maximize the twin-barrel cannon's destructive potential, Su Ze had bypassed standard charging protocols entirely, and instead tapped directly into raw crystalline energy. At first glance, such extravagance seemed reckless, yet Su Ze cared not. After all, he had just secured a vast cache of energy crystals from the armory. The one single crystal mattered little. It's real, eh? Sensing the searing heat and feeling the overwhelming energy coalescing within the barrel, Lan Dun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He hadn't imagined that the cannon before him was no mere facade, but fully functional. Danger! Instantly, a choking wave of lethal intent surged through Lon Dun's chest. Indeed, among peers of his tier, his defensive capabilities were legendary. But that did not mean he could withstand artillery fire. Almost the instant he perceived the energy projectile gathering, Lon Dun fled, vanishing backward in a blur, retreating several meters in less than a heartbeat. Trying to escape now. Suze shook his head. Far too late. Boom. No sooner had Suze spoken than the twin cannons completed their charge, locking onto Lon Dun's newly exposed position, and fired in perfect unison. A cataclysmic explosion followed, giving birth to a churning, incandescent mushroom cloud laced with shrapnel and raw thermal force. The ground trembled faintly. The air thickened with blistering heat. Nearby steel structures shattered under the shockwave, transforming into countless fingernail-sized fragments, each a whistling reaper's scythe. They scattered, piercing armored vests as if they were parchment. Bloody spray erupting from each fatal impact. Intense thermal flux instantly vaporized those nearest, reducing them to blackened husks. With that single detonation, the tranquil factory floor was transformed in an instant into a realm of unrelenting hell. Is the power really this great? Boss, is this thing really just an ordinary truck? Little San Mao, who had never seen much of the world, stared at the scorched earth before him. His youthful face was filled with astonishment. Isn't his boss trump card a bit too impressive? Although Lin Yudong performed a bit better, a trace of shock still slowly emerged. The power of such artillery had surpassed Lin Yudong's understanding. Don't celebrate too early, these guys are not as... In contrast to Lin Yudong and Little San Mao's attitudes, Suze appeared relatively calm. He glanced around. There were still active figures on the battlefield. After confirming that most of the injured personnel were merely ordinary security staff, Suze immediately stepped on the gas. He prepared to take advantage of the chaos to retreat. When it's time to strike, Suze would have no hesitation. But when it's time to retreat, he wouldn't linger around doing meaningless... I suppose it's a bit late to leave now. Late? I don't think so at all. Then let me Yuing see why you are so confident. In the next second after Suze dashed 100 meters, a figure suddenly appeared from behind a vehicle, holding dual daggers and clad in a silver-white robe. Her face was adorned with a steel mask carved with ghastly figures. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl had already appeared before Suze. With a ghostly speed, the daggers in her hands glimmered with a lethal cold light under the vehicle's headlights. No matter who you are, you must stay here today. After saying that, Yuing directly took action. Both hands swung the daggers toward the front of Suze's vehicle. In an instant, Yuing had already thrust one of her daggers directly into the car window. At the moment of contact, the heavy and hard bulletproof glass that could withstand armor-piercing rounds was sliced open like tofu by the dagger in Yu Ying's hand. Ding, vehicle damage level is 99%, please be cautious, host. Ding, front bulletproof glass is damaged, please repair it quickly, host. At the same time, new system prompts appeared in Suze's mind. Boss, I'm going. Seeing this, Lin Yudong couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up, wanting to stop the girl. No need, just stay in the driver's seat. Stopping Lin Yudong, Suze helplessly said, I originally planned to keep one more trump card, but I didn't expect to encounter such a tricky opponent. After mumbling to himself, Suze's mouth curled into a faint smile. If that's the case, then I guess I'll have to accompany you to the end. Locking onto Yuing with an aggressive gaze, Suze decisively activated the fusion. Based on Suze's estimation, this sudden appearance was at least a second-tier fighter, plus with the enhancement of her weapon. Not to mention Lin Yudong. Even in a conventional state, it would be quite difficult for Suze to deal with this opponent. Naturally, Suze wouldn't engage in such a reckless endeavor. Since he chose to force a breakout, he must control the situation, otherwise what would it be called, a breakout? Does this guy have any trump cards left? After cutting open the bulletproof glass of the vehicle before her, Yuing originally thought she could end the battle in the next second. However, a chilling premonition suddenly surfaced in Yu Ying's heart. This innate intuition had allowed Yuing to survive countless terrifying beast waves. In normal, danger-free situations, it would absolutely never appear in her mind. Yuing, the current situation. Don't say anything, Lon Dun. This battle is not something you can interfere with. Order all members of the Mountain Tiger team to retreat with the security forces. Sister Yuing, this. After finally recovering from the previous explosion, Lon Dun originally wanted to bring Tsang Lang and others to support. But before Lon Dun could speak, Yuing was already telling her to leave. Sister Yuing, this guy is merely capable of modifying some vehicles. There's no need to make such a fuss, right? Although Yuing was the strongest among the crowd, she had once single-handedly crossed into hundreds of mutated beasts and swiftly killed a third-stage mutated beast phantom. But Lon Dun still stubbornly expressed her opinion. Get lost, all of you. As the premonition in her heart intensified, Yuing directly kicked Lon Dun aside. She didn't have time to explain much to her. Then a beam of moonlight flickered beside Yuing as if gazing into the night, ultimately enveloping her completely. The originally gleaming dual daggers unexpectedly fused under this silvery light. They transformed into a strange weapon about 1 meter long, with sharp points at both ends. And as the light enveloped Yuing, longer, an imposing aura akin to a battle god gradually spread from her, until it covered a radius of over 100 meters. At the same time, during the mechanical fusion phase, Su Zhe could feel the power within him continuously climbing. Simultaneously, the originally unremarkable truck components transformed into independent parts. Under the system's miraculous capabilities, they fused one by one into Su Zhe's body. Little Sanmao and Lin Yudong, who were originally in the truck, were also placed into an independent vehicle space after Su Zhe entered the fusion state. This would not affect Su Zhe's combat. Magical girl transformation. In the driver's seat, Su Zhe, who had completely transformed into a mechanical warrior over 10 meters tall, happened to see Yu Ying's current state. Unconsciously, Su Zhe recalled an anime he had watched in his past life. It should be a similar method that utilizes power enhancement. During this period, she should be unable to move, so give her a shot. After confirming Yu Ying's probable state, Su Zhe directly took action. This isn't about ethics in martial arts. It's not a formal contest. How could Su Zhe wait for this opponent to be fully prepared before striking? This is real combat. Seizing the initiative means taking the lead. As for whether it's underhanded, Su Zhe scoffed. If he could achieve victory in battle, what would it matter if he were considered a small man? Moreover, the current situation was that Su Zhe was the first to be ready for battle if Yu Ying fully charged up ahead of time. Su Zhe estimated that this masked girl would likely make the same choice as himself. Now is the time. It's a pity you're just a bit slow. With his eyes slightly closed, Su Zhe decisively seized the opportunity. He raised his hand. A gigantic cannon sparkling with thunderous lightning and exaggerated in size was fully charged. Su Zhe aimed directly, and the violent energy projectile instantly poured out. Fired. It directly struck the Yu Ying, who was completely enveloped in silvery light. Boom. After the violent explosion, countless dust and debris flew. What a pity, and next time don't underestimate anyone. Su Zhe would never let the tiger return to the mountain. As the energy projectile's outpouring just finished, Su Zhe rushed into the dust and grabbed Yu Ying. Under the fierce impact, Yu Ying had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. The mask that originally covered her face shattered completely. Her combat suit was equally tattered, revealing skin as white as jade. Simultaneously, a delicate and beautiful face appeared before Su Zhe. At first glance, she was not overly exaggeratedly beautiful. But upon closer inspection, even with a face covered in dust and debris, her beauty was still undeniable. Like a lotus emerging from water, graceful and refined. However, in Su Zhe's eyes, she was merely a red-faced skeleton. Stop, you cannot kill her. She is the hope of future Hangqing and one of the youngest prodigies not only of Hangqing, but of the entire Su province. As the malice in Su Zhe's gaze sharpened, a tangible killing intent radiated from him without concealment. Lan Dun, who had been watching from the side, could no longer remain still after sensing that intent. Even the mere pressure of it was almost more than he could bear. He hunched slightly, a feral gleam flickering across his eyes. Yet he still forced himself to rise, swallowing the pain and stepping directly between Su Zhe and Yu Ying. I am the captain of the Downhill Tiger Squad, codename Lan Dun. My name is Li Jiyun. I serve in the Huaihai District Special Operations Team and am also a member of the Daidu Direct Supernormal Association. The Yu Ying in your hands is far more than you imagine. You cannot provoke the forces behind her. Release her, and you may take everything in these two warehouses. She is one of Su Province's most uncanny geniuses. The higher-ups assert that within 10 years, she will ascend to the ranks of high-tier supernormals. You are human too. Do not act on impulse. Realizing he stood no chance against Su Zhe, Lan Dun could no longer restrain himself. He tore off his mask and revealed both his true identity and Yu Ying standing, hoping the revelations would cow Su Zhe. He sought to intimidate him and to lay out the benefits and dangers in earnest and reasoned terms. Is that so? Su Zhe listened coolly to Lan Dun and offered a faint smile. And what have any of those things to do with me? I kill her, then deal with the lot of you, and the goods remain mine. Your so-called bargain. Su Zhe shook his head. It is insufficient. Su Zhe was curious. Did these self-styled geniuses truly possess any sense? Kill Yu Ying, slip away. Would the warehouses not still belong to him? Besides, Lan Dun's admonitions reeked of moral blackmail, a scent Su Zhe found deeply distasteful. He felt even a threat of revulsion. All of them were wolves in sheep's clothing, playing saintly while hiding teeth. Only because Su Zhe possessed power did Lan Dun speak this way. Had Su Zhe been powerless, he would have been cut down by Lan Dun, and Yu Ying and the official sanctuary would have issued its statement. A theft at the warehouse near the Shanghang district border. The ringleader was shot dead at the scene. Who would ask who Su Zhe was? Who would care whether he was a genius? Clearly no one. No one would bother. Not enough. Wait, do you want supplies? We can add more. Spare her, and we can negotiate. Sensing even the faintest hope of parley in Su Zhe's tone, Lan Dun dared not hesitate. The immediate task was to hold this man steady and buy time. I hope reinforcements hurry, Lan Dun muttered, glancing nervously toward the distance. He had already reported the incident to the Huaihai district official shelter before the fight began. If nothing went awry, help should arrive soon. For now, Lan Dun had but one duty: to stabilize the situation long enough for backup to come. Do you take me for a fool? Su Zhe saw through Lan Dun's scheme at once. There was only one aim: delay, and wait for reinforcements. Is she truly so important to Huaihai district? The more Lan Dun pleaded, the more curious Su Zhe grew about the unconscious Ying in front of him. He had intended to kill her and run. But now Su Zhe changed his mind. It seems I Su Zhe am about to make a fortune, he said, a smile creeping to his lips. Once he was certain Ying would not stir any time soon, Su Zhe drew from a pile of steel a cable as thick as a thumb. Using ink pattern bind, he secured Ying completely, paying special attention to limbs and joints that might allow movement, looping the cable twice more for good measure. How splendid. Who would have thought skills from my previous life would find purchase in this world? He worked with practiced ease, even though the rope was now steel. His hands betrayed no unfamiliarity. Her wrists were twisted and locked behind her back like white jade, her feet bound tight. In less than a minute, such restraints would be difficult even for a supernormal to break. Indulging a petty whim, Su Zhe tied a bow over. Then, as if admiring an exquisite piece of art, he regarded her form. Her shapely silhouette was suddenly all the more conspicuous. He ran a hand briefly and murmured, "So supple." Su Zhe's smile grew more pronounced, though it was not born of mere lust. Ying was beautiful, yes, but that was not what truly interested him. Beauty decays. After 100 years, a corpse is still a corpse. What mattered to Su Zhe was singular: her talent, her background, and the value she could bring him. Carnal desire in the face of such considerations amounted to nothing. Keep an eye on her. She is no longer an enemy, but my asset, he said. A treasure that will earn me great sums. Tossing Ying into the personnel storeroom, he gave Lin Yudong a short command and turned his attention back to the fray. Lan Dun had watched the whole scene. Reason told him restraint was wise, yet he could not accept the goddess of his past made into a puppet. Bastard. Mountain. Another surge of mountainous power burst from Lan Dun's core. Beside himself with fury, Lan Dun bit a silver vial and crushed it between his teeth. A pale silvery fluid trickled into his mouth. A scream of agonized fury rent the air, and Lan Dun lunged at Su Zhe. As if drugged with adrenaline, he had grown stronger. The mountain power swelled, portions of his body had already begun to turn to stone. Why does this potion resemble the things you stole? Su Zhe wondered aloud. No, it's different. The color is not the same. He quickly discerned the distinction, though their appearances shared some likeness. The two concoctions were fundamentally different in effect. Even if Lan Dun had taken something that temporarily increased his strength, Su Zhe felt a momentary unease at the change in the man's aura. But in the next instant, relying on his enormous mass and the surge of force fused to the vehicle, Su Zhe slapped Lan Dun so hard that he was sent flying more than a dozen meters. Lan Dun's huge body skidded into a wall and came to a halt. Whether he lived or died was uncertain. 2 weeks, Su Zhe murmured, then revved the engine and sped to the fallen, bloodied figure. Villain is too tame a name. I prefer brigand or raider, he said, a demonic smile curling his lips. Then he brought his foot down. He stomped Lan Dun into the earth. To the last breath, Lan Dun never imagined Su Zhe would act with such ruthlessness. Eliminate this one. What remains are mere minnows, utterly worthless. And having confirmed the blue-shielded foe lay dead beneath his feet, Su Zhe scanned the surroundings with cold precision. He noticed the 2 remaining members of the Xiashanu squad and the Moonshadow squad operatives who had arrived earlier as reinforcements, all poised to join the fray. Break through. And without hesitation, Su Zhe instantly revved the engine to its peak output and surged toward the perimeter of the factory compound. As for those stragglers trailing behind, Su Zhe didn't spare them a thought, and engaging them directly would be effortless. He could slaughter them all in an instant. Yet it held no value whatsoever, nothing but wasted time and nothing more. Brother, wait. I'm Wu Yu. And after bursting through the barbed wire barrier of the partitioned warehouse, Su Zhe had intended to immediately veer in a Shanghang district, disengage the vehicle, fusion state, vanish into the night with Lin Yedong, and return to the slave encampment. But fate intervened. In the moment he cleared the encirclement, a familiar figure lunged onto his massive frame. She looked disheveled, dust-caked hair, soiled clothes streaked with grime, evidently having crawled through an underground tunnel to reach him. Still, one thing was certain, she bore no life-threatening injuries. Didn't this one already leave? Nina, since Wu Yu was the only person Su Zhe had encountered in Huaihai district whom he could truly call an acquaintance. And he halted on the spot and seized her firmly. Speak. Why are you here? I admire you. In 3 seconds. State your reason, your route, and your objective, or I will kill you. Su Zhe was neither foolish nor patient. Enduring their prior encounter inside the warehouse, Wu Yu had slipped away without hesitation, vanishing down the tunnel hatch. That retreat had clearly been premeditated. And had nothing gone awry, Su Zhe surmised, she would have long since vanished from the warehouse's vicinity. And yet, here she stood before him now. And no doubt remained her escape plan had failed catastrophically. Wait, I'll confess, don't kill me. And Wu Yu felt the crushing pressure of Su Zhe's grip tighten, and sensed his lethal intent raw and unfiltered. He isn't bluffing. And her eyes hardened in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she drew from her pocket the vial of experimental serum she'd stolen from the research facility. Take this, and get me out of here. And having declared her sole bargaining chip, sorrow flooded her gaze, bottomless and unfeigned. She hadn't wanted to carry that vial for even a minute. And when first assigned the theft, she'd assumed it was trivial, A simple snatch and grab promising generous reward. The black market job seemed effortless, so she accepted it without pause. Then misfortune struck. Chased by armed security personnel, she'd nearly been captured. Had it not been for Su Zhe and his two companions, she'd likely have fallen then and there. That very night, she'd brought the vial to claim her payment, only to find no employer waiting. Instead, unidentified assailants moved to execute her on sight. Using her extraordinary abilities, she barely escaped, and desperate sought refuge in the warehouse she'd previously scouted. There she'd encountered Su Zhe once more. The energy crystals from the hidden chamber were gone. And if that were all, she might have shrugged it off. After all, everyone suffers ill luck, survival mattered most. But, in emerging from the tunnel, Wu Yu discovered the entire 10-kilometer radius under strict military lockdown. Infrared scanners swept the terrain at regular intervals, rendering her invisibility power useless, little more than a cruel joke. To summarize, and had she somehow offended fortune herself? Was this cosmic retribution? And, do they really need this much firepower just to catch me stealing scrap metal? The more she dwelled on it, the angrier she grew, tears welling at the edge of her vision. In this vial, N agreed. The deal is struck, but stay still inside. Touch nothing. Su Zhe had held no particular interest in Wu Yu, until he saw the vial in her hand. That he found intriguing. He needed to break out anyway. Not deter yielding such a valuable prize. Why refuse? Lin Yedong. Keep watch over her. Once Wu Yu was secured within the personnel containment bay, Su Zhe began mapping escape routes in his mind, swiftly, relentlessly. Inside the containment chamber N. Oh, hey little black face, you're here too, not bad. At least it's quiet. Is this inside the giant robot? With safety confirmed, Wu Yu finally relaxed, especially upon spotting Lin Yedong silent and withdrawn. She couldn't resist a wry remark, until her gaze fell upon the unconscious moonshadow. And the atmosphere shifted instantly. Brother, can I back out of this deal? She swallowed hard, glancing nervously at Lin Yedong. Is there any way out of the odd restraints, combined with Wu Yu's own vivid imagination, cemented a chilling portrait in her mind: Su Zhe, a ruthless predator and depraved lecher. Brother, I just want to bounce a ball. And I'm not even pretty. And her nerves tightened further, until a voice cut through silence. I hold no interest in you. Flat-chested as you don't warrant such binding. Su Zhe, sprinting full tilt, twitched faintly at her outcry. Wu Yu was undeniably attractive, but flat-chested was objectively a grievous understatement. Did flat-chested steal your rice? She shot back defiant. Yet relief washed over her. She sank slowly onto the floor, and glancing down at her chest muttered stubbornly, it's not that flat. A direct dash to the border zone is impossible. Shanghang District's armed forces have arrived. In with Wu Yu aboard, Su Zhe's original plan had been simple: breach the boundary between Shanghang and Huaihai districts. But as he neared, heavy contingents of Shanghang's official shelter militia filled his field of vision. And behind us, and he glanced back, the Huaihai militia closed in fast. And they were surrounded. And then we break through Hedon. Recognizing the reality before him, Su Zhe discarded his intricate tactics. Ornate strategies crumbled before overwhelming force. A frontal assault, brutal, decisive, final. The command from the director has come down: at all costs rescue Captain Yuing. Moreover, the entire Huaihai district is to be sealed off, with no personnel allowed in or out of the city gates. As the heavy sound of the door closing echoed, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the office with a grave expression. Dong Guodong, deputy director of the official Huaihai district shelter. Facing a dozen high-ranking officials from Huaihai district, Dong Guodong directly stated the contingency plan while initiating a level 1 combat readiness. As soon as Dong Guodong finished speaking, the dozen or so people in front of him sprang into action. After the orders were given, the entire Huaihai district was thrown into chaos. The shelter's reserve of firearms and ammunition production line warehouse was robbed, resulting in dozens of casualties. The leader of the Downhill Tiger squad, Lon Dun, died on the spot. Captain Yuing of the Round Moon squad has been captured. The perpetrator is still on the run. After the apocalypse, Huaihai district has experienced multiple beast tides, riots, sacrificial rites from the Dark Society, and various calamities. However, there has never been such a significant loss as today. Furthermore, the suspected perpetrator might merely be a vagrant emerging from the slums of Shanghang district. The officials of Huaihai district cannot accept this. Various forces within Huaihai district cannot accept this either. The earlier riot in the warehouse was not just a simple incident of resource theft. It was a slap in the face. A living, breathing slap in the face. Within 10 minutes of the warehouse incident, the entire Huaihai district was already in motion. All the extraordinary individuals from various street regions mobilized, and the entire district entered a state of martial law. Even the ace of Huaihai district, the first extraordinary team, Evil Blaze, also deployed all its members. Evil Blaze, a 7-member extraordinary team, is the ace of Huaihai district. Apart from the high-ranking officials of the Huaihai district shelter, no one knows their detailed profiles and abilities. Under normal circumstances, this team would never take action. But this time, upon receiving the news accompanied by a cold, killing intent, all members of Evil Blaze mobilized. Although Yuing belongs to the Round Moon squad in reality, She is a reserve member of Evil Blaze, and one of the individuals sent from the imperial capital to Su province for trials. If anything were to happen to her, the entire Huaihai district might no longer have a reason to exist. In an instant, the originally bustling Huaihai district fell eerily silent. It could be said to be a tense atmosphere. The underground black market hidden beneath the city was surprisingly shut down within 3 minutes. Boss, the situation is not good. Both entrances to Huaihai district are completely sealed, and all roadways are under martial law. The surrounding streets are still under martial law. Although our current position is not in the central area, we are still quite far from the exit to leave Huaihai district. Most importantly, the surveillance equipment in Huaihai district is too comprehensive. I have already seen the wanted notice about us. It even has our photos. The night was hazy. Thick black clouds poured down like ink, turning the entire night sky pitch black. The scattered stars barely provided a glimmer of light. On the road, the streetlights shone brilliantly, illuminating the area. At this moment, the entire Huaihai district had turned on all available lights, completely disregarding the power consumption. Every 2 minutes, several armed guards walked solemnly through the center of the road, scrutinizing every possible hiding place with their serious gazes. Aside from that, Huaihai district was like a deserted city with no signs of life on the streets. Su Zhe and others were hiding deep in the quiet corners of the street. Xiao Sanmao, who had just gone outside to check the situation, now looked out of breath. From the very beginning, he had not joined the frontline battle, making him the only one not on the wanted list. Boss, should we? No rush to take action. Force is a good way to solve problems, but it's not the only way. As soon as Xiao Sanmao's words fell, Lin Yedong had already drawn out the dagger from his waist. However, before Lin Yedong could fully articulate his thoughts, Su Zhe stood up and blocked Lin Yedong, who was... He then slowly approached Wu Yue, who was sleeping nearby. Wake up, stop pretending to be asleep. Your snoring sounds a bit fake. This. I really am a bit tired. Oh, then you continue talking. We're leaving. Glancing at the feigning confusion of Wu Yue, Su Zhe ignored her and directly picked up the unconscious Yu Ying. At the same time, he signaled with his eyes for Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao to get up. As for Wu Yu, if she really needed to sleep, then she could stay here. Wait, you can't just leave me like this. You took my reward. The agreement I made with you earlier has ended. Didn't I take you out of the... That doesn't count. It's not over yet. Seeing the inexplicable smile flickering in Su Zhe's eyes, Wu Yu finally... Su Zhe actually planned to abandon her. Think carefully. Everything I've done has been according to our previous agreement. Compared to Wu Yu's helplessness, Su Zhe remained calm. You. So unfair. Wu Yu initially wanted to struggle and argue, but after thinking it over, she realized Su Zhe had no faults in his reasoning. Earlier, she had only asked Su Zhe to take her out of the encirclement of the warehouse. In fact, Su Zhe had accomplished that. Do you want to leave? I have a plan. Suddenly, Su Zhe stopped again, looking at Wu Yu with a relaxed expression. This time you won't need to give up anything for us. Really? You're not planning to trick me this time. After confirming that she was already on the wanted list, Wu Yu knew she could no longer stay in Huaihai district. Even if she didn't encounter Su Zhe on the way, Wu Yu would find a way to leave. And now, Su Zhe's words rekindled the hope in Wu Yu's heart. After all, she was someone who had fought her way out from under the siege of several extraordinary individuals. If there was still hope, Wu Yu actually didn't want to part ways with Su Zhe and escape alone. Wu Yu had expectations of her own abilities. To leave Huaihai district alone under such circumstances was too difficult. This time you must not deceive me. I promise not to deceive you. Alright, I agree. Confirming that Su Zhe's expression was filled with seriousness, Wu Yu finally nodded. Tell me, what should I do next? Wu Yu was not foolish in this situation. Su Zhe was still willing to keep her around. Thus her presence must be of some use. Otherwise, Su Zhe would never have let her stay. Although they had not known each other for long, Wu Yu understood Su Zhe's meaning and knew his character. No profit, no early rising. Give you 10 minutes to sketch out a basic route through the Huaihai district. You don't go take a look around. If you encounter any ordinary people, take them out directly. As for extraordinary beings, just let them be. The remaining plans can be decided once Wu Yu clarifies the map. After confirming Wu Yu's agreement, Su Zhe also articulated the tasks he needed her to undertake. Don't tell me you can't complete such a small task. After sending Lin Yudong to scout the surroundings, Su Zhe focused his attention on Wu Yu, his cold gaze scrutinizing her. After a long pause, Su Zhe continued. It doesn't need to be too detailed. Just sketch out a rough route. No problem. Our current location is actually very close to the exit of the city. We just need to cross 2 main streets to get outside the city. However, in this situation, you aren't planning to force your way through, are you? This task was practically a walk in the park. As a thief, how could she not be familiar with Huaihai City? Grabbing a random piece of paper, Wu Yu sketched out a simple map of the Huaihai district. At the same time, she described the general situation of the surrounding area. I understand. Let's wait for Lin Yudong to return before making any decisions. After Su Zhe nodded, he sat quietly to the side, remaining silent. Hey, we've known each other for a while, but I still don't know what you do. However, Wu Yu couldn't sit still. Her lively eyes kept darting over Su Zhe. Unable to hold back any longer, Wu Yu finally spoke up. A wanderer, a personal hunting squad, or perhaps a member of an extraordinary group from another region. She fired off several different identities in quick succession. Guess. Suze merely smiled mysteriously then stood up again, pinching Wu Yu's delicate chin. What? Do you want to be with me? I don't. I was just curious. No need to be so tense, so I actually like you quite a bit. As Wu Yu's slightly youthful face turned red, Suze's smile grew more audacious. You like me, eh? What, eh? I warn you, don't get Hansen with me. Instantly Wu Yu thought of some disturbing scenarios. A small dark room, alone, man and woman plus Suze's earlier words. Wu Yu immediately felt tense. Unbeknownst to her, a short blade had somehow appeared in Wu Yu's hand. Gripping the blade tightly, her expression also turned serious. Gritting her teeth, she remained on guard against Suze in front of her. Although Wu Yu knew she was definitely not his match, if he were truly to lay a hand on her, she would fight back. I previously mentioned that I have no interest in washing boards. Sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Suze naturally understood Wu Yu's thoughts. After a teasing remark, Suze slowly explained, I need someone for reconnaissance and intelligence. You fit the bill perfectly. Have you considered joining me after we exit the Huaihai district? You big jerk. Understanding that Suze's earlier words were merely a tease, Wu Yu was furious. It's not as small as you say. Deciding to temporarily ignore Suze, Wu Yu quietly hid in a corner, casting a resentful glance at her own chest. It's not that small. I must be malnourished lately, it will definitely grow. A seemingly feigned excuse floated through Wu Yu's mind. As for Suze, he chose not to pay attention to Wu Yu. Instead, he began studying the simple map she had drawn her. This? You were the one before. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted. Yuing had awakened, but before Yuing could finish speaking, Suze's figure suddenly appeared behind her. You woke up at the wrong time. Confirming Yuing was awake, Suze transformed into a knife hand and struck heavily at her neck. Just after awakening, Yuing fell unconscious once more. So ruthless. After silently witnessing everything, Wu Yu increasingly felt that Suze was definitely no ordinary man. Facing a beautiful and gentle woman, he was able to act so decisively without any hesitation. Boss, I've gathered information about the surroundings. There are indeed extraordinary beings patrolling each street, but fortunately there are gaps in their patrols each time. A few minutes later, Lin Yudong returned. A few minutes of gaps. Slowly lowering the now unconscious Yuing, Suze continued to inquire. 3 minutes. After pondering, Lin Yudong relayed his findings, but hesitated for a moment before ultimately saying, however, there are numerous extraordinary beings surrounding the exit. If we force our way through. Yudong, do you know why lions crouch when hunting, only pouncing with lightning speed when they encounter prey? Yes, Lin Yudong nodded. Because many animals are colorblind and can't distinguish the lion from its surroundings. That's no fun, your answer is too serious. Suze hadn't expected Lin Yudong to take his analogy, so no more wasting time. This farce should come to an end. Let's take advantage of these 3 minutes and infiltrate directly. I took a brief look at the map. There's a hidden underground tunnel on the adjacent main street originally used for city sewage, but after being blocked it became a connection between the black markets inside and outside the city. Let's head this way. Casually tossing the map onto the ground, a glint of coldness flickered in Suze's eyes. Whooshed. The pen in his hand flew out like a sharp sword, pinning the map to the ground. Understood, boss. The imposing presence of Suze left everyone momentarily stunned. However, Lin Yudong was the first to react, rushing out of the dark street. The rest quickly followed. In the end, Suze slowly emerged carrying Yuing. This is nice, the Huaihai district, but if I come again next time, I don't want to walk the back roads again. A big man doesn't mind a little detour. At this moment, outnumbered by enemies, Suze could indeed force his way out of the city. But there were simpler methods. Why bother playing the hero for a moment? The night was thick like fog. Suze and his group seized the patrol gaps and swiftly crossed 2 broad main streets, successfully infiltrating the underground tunnel. Goodbye, Huaihai district. Half an hour later, a completely abandoned underground manhole cover suddenly loosened. Suze and his group confirmed there was no one around and directly climbed out. Gazing at the brightly lit Huaihai district in the distance, Suze smiled. For now, this radiant place did not belong to him. But afterwards, that might not be the case. Have you made up your mind to truly follow me? I have no intention of paying you a salary. Immediately after leaving Huaihai district, Suze swiftly broke the fusion. After getting everyone into the car, Suze showed no hesitation and headed straight for Shanghang district. While driving, he casually inquired about Wu Yu's whereabouts. Suze had quite an appreciation for the girl with sparkling eyes. Coincidentally, he was in need of someone skilled in recon. Wu Yu's abilities met the requirements. Go ahead, you can't stay in Huaihai district any longer. A trip to Shanghang district is indeed a good choice. After some thought, Wu Yu replied. After all, she was just one person, or it didn't really make much difference for her to go there. You agreed so quickly. There's not much to think about. Okay, rest assured, joining my team, I will definitely not mistreat you in terms of treatment. Then can you put down the knife you have? Looking at the dagger in Suze's hand that emitted a cold light while he drove with one hand, Wu Yu rolled her eyes at him. Don't say that this dagger was just taken out by accident. Coughing lightly, Suze's expression changed slightly. Is it excessive to have a dagger for self-defense while driving? Saying this, Suze also removed the dagger from Wu Yu's neck. After a casual wipe, he put it back into the toolbox. Did you agree so quickly? Casually glancing at Wu Yu beside him, his expression was flat, seemingly due to the battle last night. At this moment, Wu Yu was leaning against the passenger seat, eyes closed, taking a short rest. Seeing this, Su Zhe felt clearly threatened by him, but it seemed she didn't take this matter to heart, instead readily agreeing to his invitation. This progress was beyond Su Zhe's expectations and deviated from the script he had initially set. Open the system. Unable to determine Wu Yu's true thoughts, Su Zhe simply activated the system. Open the loyalty interface. 70 points of loyalty. Upon closer inspection, Su Zhe was surprised to find that Wu Yu's loyalty was so high. 70 points of loyalty meant that as long as Su Zhe did not maliciously target Wu Yu, she would generally not choose to betray him. It seems I underestimated her. After closing the system and understanding Wu Yu's loyalty, Su Zhe didn't think much further. Continuing to drive towards Shanghang District. Boss, you are back. Just arriving in Shanghang District, it seemed the turmoil from Huaihai District had not yet reached here. After entering the city, Su Zhe and the others encountered no obstruction. They simply had to hand over some garbage and then entered the city directly. What's going on? I was out for just a day and you all turned the place upside down. However, as soon as he got out of the car, Su Zhe felt something was off. Before leaving, although the entire slave gathering point was somewhat shabby, it was still a livable place. But now, it was in ruins, and even the place where Su Zhe stored supplies looked dilapidated. It was obvious that someone had come here during his absence. Su Zhe, is this your base? Wu Yue, just getting out of the car, looked at the scene with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had thought that Su Zhe should have some influence in Shanghang District, not to mention dominating the area. At least, he should be a notable figure. After all, Wu Yu had witnessed Su Zhe's strength firsthand. With the strength close to a Tier 3 extraordinary, he was undoubtedly a top-tier figure in this slum of Shanghang District. But now looking around, the current environment was actually worse than a slum. Zhang Xiaojie, I give you 3 minutes to explain. Waving his hand to signal Wu Yu not to speak, Su Zhe's expression instantly changed, his icy gaze locking onto Zhang Xiaojie. It's the work of the Little Knife Society. They said the supplies submitted last month were insufficient and then came to forcibly seize a large quantity of supplies. I tried to stop them with others, but there were too many of them, and we simply couldn't fight back. Feeling a palpable pressure, a despondent Zhang Xiaojie immediately recounted what happened. Brother Yudong, there's one more thing. Lin Yudong, standing next to Su Zhe, felt a hint of unease in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Xiaojie's face was also grim, but after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, your sister was also taken away by them. What did you say? As soon as Zhang Xiaojie finished speaking, before anyone could react, Lin Yudong's figure appeared before him like a ghost with a sharp dagger pressed against his neck. I did my best to look at the wounds on my body. Feeling Lin Yudong's eyes filled with a fierce glare, Zhang Xiaojie surprisingly showed no fear. Instead, he stood up against the dagger, and Lin Yudong's sharp blade instantly cut through his tender skin. Blood flowed freely. But Zhang Xiaojie paid no attention to it, and directly lifted his clothing. Zhang Xiaojie, do not back down, I owe you that much. Alright, what's done is done, lamenting won't help. Su Zhe glanced at Zhang Xiaojie, whose body was covered in scars, most of which were contusions caused by heavy objects. Lin Yudong, stay put, I assure you your sister is fine. After calming the almost raging Lin Yudong, Su Zhe slowly stepped forward. You did well this time. When was your sister taken? Just half an hour ago. The Little Knife Society said that if sufficient supplies are not provided next week, she... After grasping the situation, Su Zhe signaled for Zhang Xiaojie to say no more. He slowly walked into the room and took a rough look around. Most of the supplies had been seized, leaving only some useless garbage. Zhang Xiaojie, are there any others besides the Little Knife Society? If Su Zhe remembered correctly, some nearby drifters seemed to have ideas about his base as well. Yes, the nearby drifters also took advantage of the chaos. That guy Lei Min also came. Good, I understand. Su Zhe nodded. Anyone who can move, come with me. After a moment, Su Zhe broke the surrounding silence and glanced at the more than 20 subordinates squeezed in the inner room. Their situation was similar to Zhang Xiaojie's, battered and bruised. The only thing Su Zhe was grateful for was that at least no one chose to flee. Su Zhe felt a sense of relief. Taking a deep breath, a hint of killing intent flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. The Little Knife Society. Su Zhe had initially planned not to provoke them, as stabilizing development was the most appropriate strategy at such times. But now, the Little Knife Society had actually stepped on his toes. Start with the nearby drifters, end with the Little Knife Society. Not a single one left, just flatten them. Looking at the supplies in his system warehouse, it seemed he had enough to upgrade. Su Zhe didn't think much and directly decided to take down the Little Knife Society. Senior brother, they'll prepare the weapons right now. At the very moment Su Zhe spoke, Zhang Xiaojie shot upright, ready to arm himself for vengeance. The 24 others nearby instantly rose, as well, falling into step behind Su Zhe. Though they were in essence slaves from Su Zhe, they sensed the fragile, radiant hope and dignity of being human once more. Staying here might ensure safety, but at the cost of becoming mere puppets, hollow and obedient. Yet, to cast caution aside might just shatter that fate entirely. Lin Yedong, stand still and follow me. As Zhang Xiaojie and the others readied themselves, Su Zhe suddenly fixed Lin Yedong, who was about to step out the door, with a stern, unyielding gaze. Suze saw through his intentions with perfect clarity. Fear for his younger sister had ignited his urge to strike first. Senior brother, I return at once. If you go alone now, it changes nothing. I'll take you myself. After a brief silent glance at Lin Yedong's hesitant expression, Suze retrieved every firearm he brought back in the vehicle. Zhang Xiaojia, distribute them. Everyone gets a gun. Senior brother. Staring at the gleaming firearms and abundant ammunition stacked in the vehicle's rear, Zhang Xiaojia was stunned speechless. Where did these weapons come from? From what we brought up. After briefly recounting the events in the Huaihai district, Suze called Wu Yu over. I'm heading out shortly. Would you join me? Of course. Wu Yu's reply was immediate and decisive. With a swift motion, she drew a dagger from her waist, slashed it once through the air in a silvery arc, then gripped it tightly again. I've already joined your team. How could I possibly sit this one out? It's a team, not a gang. Correcting Wu Yu's phrasing, Suze immediately began formulating battle strategy, unfurling a map of the Shanghang district. A grave intensity flickered in Suze's eyes. Scattered vagrants near the city outskirts, near Suze's own stronghold, were utterly insignificant to him. Only one faction truly warranted attention: the Xiaodao Society, a brutal syndicate formed before the apocalypse by street thugs and bullies notorious for preying upon the weak and terrorizing the innocent. Beyond controlling scattered slave outposts to scavenge urban waste, the Xiaodao Society also monopolized a relatively clean water source. They controlled the primary water supply for most of Shanghang's slums. Their formal membership numbered over 300, yet only one among them, Li Fengtian, possessed supernatural abilities. Aside from the official Shanghang shelter, the Xiaodao Society stood as the largest civilian power in the district, its very existence rooted in brute force and unchecked dominance. Li Fengtian appears to be the Xiaodao Society's sole supernatural operative. The rest seem ordinary, albeit armed. Armed civilians pose some danger. Then, having assessed the Xiaodao Society's military capacity, a precise plan crystallized in Suze's mind. Zhang Xiaojia, you'll lead these people to seize their water source. Those men are monsters. Eliminate them without hesitation. Yedong Wu Yue Xiao Sanmao, you three come with me. We strike directly at the Xiaodao Society's headquarters. In moments, Suze had finalized the assault plan. He would lead the main force personally, to rescue Lin Yedong's sister, and raise the Xiaodao Society's stronghold to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaojia's squad would purge the guards stationed at the water source. Estimating his own strength, Suze judged the mission effortless, provided no external forces in. Senior brother, we have no objections, but launching an open assault in Shanghang. What of the official shelter's response? Ignore them. Once the Xiaodao Society is erased, I'll handle the shelter's stance myself. Faced with Zhang Xiaojia's concerns, Suze's solution was starkly simple: act first, deliberate later. Why had the Xiaodao Society carved out such a foothold in Shanghang? 2 words: raw power. Why had the official shelter tolerated the Xiaodao Society's control over slave scavenging? Plainly, to avoid provoking open conflict. Then let him obliterate the Xiaodao Society with overwhelming force. Suze surmised the shelter's personnel would likely turn a blind eye entirely. Or there existed another possibility, the one Suze dreaded most, that the Xiaodao Society was in truth a hidden hand of the official shelter itself. Through that hand, the shelter reached deep into the shadows. But so what? Regardless of whether deeper ties existed, Suze would move. No hesitation, no delay. Rescuing Lin Yedong's sister was but one objective. With the Xiaodao Society dismantled, Suze would for the first time command a true sovereign force of his own. Let's go, no more waiting. Now is the hour. Wu Yu had begun to voice a suggestion, only for Suze to cut her off instantly. There was no need for deliberation. This moment, precisely now, was optimal. Swiftly, Suze and Zhang Xiaojia split their forces. Zhang led his contingent toward the Xiaodao Society's water source, while Suze advanced on their headquarters, Yuewang Tower, one of the Xiaodao Society's public-facing enterprises. Beyond its legitimate functions as a restaurant, and in the tower housed far darker operations. Prostitution, gambling dens, loan-sharking rings, clandestine gatherings. The tower served as both a glittering facade and a den of vice. Senior brother, we're here. Shall we enter directly? According to brother Jie, Yedong's sister was taken inside. After 30 minutes march from the gathering point toward Shanghang's center, Xiao Sanmao pointed out the building ahead, and recounted how Lin Yedong's sister had been seized there. Understood. Suze waved a dismissive hand, then smiled faintly. Had I not already ventured beyond the city walls, I'd find it impossible to believe such a place could exist in this apocalyptic world. A towering edifice loomed into view, its lights blazing defiantly even amid Shanghang's widespread blackouts. A steady stream of elegantly dressed figures, and others bearing ornate weapons, flowed ceaselessly through its doors. Most were likely Shanghang's elite, or formidable hunters from elite mercenary bands. The entrance spanned 5 meters wide, its golden gates shimmering under artificial light, guarded by several uniformed Xiaodao Society sentinels patrolling the perimeter. Beneath the grand chandelier in the lobby hung an atmosphere thick with decadent opulence. Behind vermilion gates, wine and meat rot along the roadside, bones freeze in the cold. Suze halted mid-step. his gaze turning glacial piercing absolute. Gazing upon Yuewang Tower, it was nearly inconceivable, amidst the merciless desolation of the apocalypse, that such a bastion of excess could endure within Shanghang. After all, most survivors risked their lives daily, scouring ruins for mere spoonfuls of gruel. And yet here, these men weren't merely feasting. They were gorging on the flesh and draining the marrow of the desperate. Suze was no sentimentalist, yet this grotesque spectacle revolted him to his core. Let's go inside. This decaying Shanghang sorely needs a reckoning. A cryptic smile touched his lips, and Suze stepped calmly into Yuewang Tower. Halt. Creatures in disheveled attire are forbidden entry. Nas Suze and his companions stepped forward. They had not yet reached the entrance of the Yuewang Tower when two men in crisp Western-style uniforms materialized before them. Brandishing batons, they blocked Suze's group, their harsh expressions brimming with disdain and cold indifference. Oh. Suze smiled faintly. Lin Yedong had been poised to strike immediately, but Suze gently restrained him, then asked with a wry grin, and just what precisely constitutes proper attire? His gaze swept over the two men before him. Suze swiftly concluded they were utterly ordinary, mere mortals, not even ranking among common hunters. At the very least, he sensed no murderous intent radiating from them. Such men were trivial. Even Xiao Sanmao could dispatch them effortlessly. Do you take me for a fool? Scram. Crawl out if you value your limbs. The mockery in Suze's tone was unmistakable. How could the two possibly miss it? Waste no more words on him. Daring to mock us here. Do you have any idea where you stand? No sooner had Suze spoken than the two lunged forward, ready to forcibly expel him and his companions. Since joining the Shoudao Society, men like these had become all too familiar to them. They were merely scavengers, desperate to slip into the Yuewang Tower to steal scraps of food. Kill them. And just as the two raised their batons, Suze spoke. In the next instant, Lin Yedong's ghost-like figure flickered into existence before Suze. This one. Not good. We're under siege. A transcendent, in Lin Yedong's killing intent surged forth, and the two men instantly sensed his otherworldly nature. Though not transcendants themselves, they had witnessed their society's leader, and thus recognized the unmistakable aura that set transcendants apart. This cold and passive youth was far beyond their capacity to handle. Your realization comes too late. His eyes shifted, his expression hardened. Rage flared within him. Anxiety for his sister. All emotion coalesced into one raw, unfiltered impulse: slaughter. It swelled, relentless, inexorable. Impossible. Behind us, and they sensed Lin Yedong's intent to strike, but awareness brought no reprieve. Lin Yedong moved too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a razor-sharp dagger gleamed before them. By the time they registered the threat, a slender crimson line had already appeared across each throat. Blood erupted like a fountain. Done, chief. And having dispatched the two, Lin Yedong reappeared behind Suze, droplets of fresh blood falling steadily from his dagger onto the floor. Yet he paid no heed. His gaze sharp as needlepoints pierced deep into the interior of the Yuewang Tower. To Lin Yedong, every soul within had already been marked for death. Enough. Reign in that killing aura. Didn't those two just say disheveled attire bars entry? Suze lightly clapped Lin Yedong's shoulders, signaling him to compose himself, then calmly stepped forward and stripped the Western suits from the fallen men. Put them on. Now we are properly attired. And he appraised his reflection, then nodded satisfied. Next time, spare the tailoring. Such fine suits shouldn't be ruined by blood. And the sole flaw marring his ensemble was the vivid, startling crimson stain blooming across the fabric. Suze teased Lin Yedong with mock exasperation, then casually slung the bloodstained suit jacket over one shoulder. Reaching into his pocket, he found a pack of cigarettes. He lit one. A slow, deliberate exhale released a coil of pale blue smoke. Then he strode into the grand hall of the Yuewang Tower. Suze, and Wu Yue trailing behind, watched Lin Yedong, now clad in a suit, and Suze vanished. She struggled for words. Was this truly the logic of an ordinary mind? Fine. Lingering at the gate is far worse. Glancing around, she realized the Shoudao Society had already learned of Lin Yedong's act at the gate. Within a dozen members had begun encircling them. Staying put was clearly unwise, so Wu Yu hurried after Suze. Take a seat. Someone will descend shortly. Suze gestured for Lin Yedong to relax, then settled himself onto a plush sofa in the hall. After exchanging glances, Lin Yedong, Wu Yue, and Xiao Sanmao finally sat down. Their calm stood in stark contrast to the assembled guests. At the sight of Suze and his companions, still drenched in blood, the once boisterous hall fell utterly, but the hush did not last. From the second-floor balcony, a bare-chested giant descended the stairs, clad only in coarse hemp trousers. His bulging musculature was arresting. His towering 2-meter frame cast a palpable shadow of intimidation. Such a vast establishment, and not a single snack in sight. Lin Yedong fetched the tea from the counter. Into Suze, the giant's presence held no weight, not even as the man loomed directly before him. Without glancing up, Suze waved a hand, directing Lin Yedong to retrieve the teacup from the front desk. Well now, I haven't seen such audacity in a youth for quite some time. I am Yu Wenqing. NYU Winching made no move to intervene, arms crossed, observing Lin Yudong's steady advance with simmering fury. His murderous intent hung thick in the air, yet he withheld action. Why? He wished to discern precisely what these youths intended. We've come for tea, and 2 matters. N.O. Yu Winching raised an eyebrow as Su Zhe poured 2 cups of tea, sliding one toward him. What matters? Sipping slowly, Yu Winching studied the young man before him. Unremarkable in appearance, yet brazen enough to spill blood at the gates of the Yuewang Tower. Yu Winching admitted. He couldn't fathom this youth. First, we require someone from your ranks. Second, in mid-sentence, Su Zhe lifted his teacup. The dark amber liquid shimmered under the bright lights, like liquid amber caught in golden light. He drank, and rose. And deliver your Shao Dao society straight to hell. And what? And do you know who you— Yu Winching shot upright, and snapped his fingers. Dozens of Shao Dao society enforcers flooded in from all sides. The vanguard bore firearms. These guys actually have guns. Su Zhe, say something. Seeing the bright guns in the hands of the people before her, Wu Yu instantly became tense. Although all these firearms are merely handguns, after becoming first-level extraordinary beings, the threat they posed was not so significant. Yet they still posed a certain level of threat. Especially in such a narrow space, a close-range gunfight could occur. Even extraordinary beings risk injury. Immediately, Wu Yu instinctively took 2 steps back. Su Zhe, these guys have quite a few guns, I think. No need to rush. I believe that if the infamous Little Knife Society only had these guys. In the face of Wu Yu's concern, Su Zhe and Lin Yudong did not take this matter too seriously, with Su Zhe instead smiling as he stared at Yu Winching. These toy guns should have little effect beyond scaring some small fry, right? They are enough to deal with, you small fry. Yu Winching also laughed. The young man before him had quite a bit of courage. But courage alone was not enough. In an instant, as Su Zhe and Yu Winching exchanged smiles, the atmosphere suddenly turned strange. What identities do these guys have to dare cause trouble in a place like this? Not quite sure, but they're probably just those ignorant maggots outside the city, appearing 2 or 3 times a month. Just, haha, my brother speaks true. Occasionally watching the maggots' desperate counterattack is also quite the experience. Many guests around also ascended to the 2nd floor, and faced with such a scene, they chose not to leave. On the contrary, in their eyes, this was a rare performance. Before the members of the Little Knife Society arrived, those who were previously just spectating immediately created distance, turning the spacious hall into a stage for Su Zhe and the others. And their identity was merely that of spectators. In the eyes of the vast majority of guests, Su Zhe was most likely just a clown. After a burst of gunfire in the outer city's sewer, there would likely be a few more corpses. The only regret they might have was Wu Yu. A girl as beautiful as her perhaps deserved a better fate than dying here. Instead, she should be dancing in a brothel, indulging in endless carnal desires. Don't say I, Yu Winching, bully the weak. I admire your courage. Facing the mockery of those around, Yu Winching did not mind, and instead stared seriously at Su Zhe. As long as you kill me, you can come and go as you please. I won't let my subordinates move. Everyone stepped back. To show sincerity, Yu Winching openly signaled his subordinates to retreat, and then he stood, shaking his head left and right. It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you. Just let me have some fun. I hope you won't disappoint my long-held expectations. The sound of cracking bones was very clear. A trace of a cruel smile surfaced on Yu Winching's rugged face. Since becoming an extraordinary being and joining the Little Knife Society and taking charge of the Yuewang Lu, Yu Winching had not had to fight for a long time. The sudden appearance of Su Zhe piqued his interest. Like a lion hunting a rabbit. Perhaps it was not simply to catch the rabbit, but to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. This was also the reason Yu Winching gave Su Zhe this opportunity. The betting has begun. Does boss you have any bets against this kid? Dog lying, are you trying to trick me again? Is there still a need to bet on this? Exactly, even 5 kids aren't a match for Boss Yu. Purely in terms of strength, even Chairman Li of the Little Knife Society isn't a match for Boss Yu. As Yu Winching stood up, the onlookers erupted in cheers. Even some bold fellows opened betting on how long Su's kid. I'll ask you one last time, do you dare to come? The surrounding clamor grew louder, and the killing intent and mockery on Yu Winching's face became more pronounced. It was rare to encounter such an interesting young man. Yu Winching did not want to end this battle so quickly. If the young man before him agreed to his request, he wouldn't mind spending some time to break every bone in the young man's body inch by inch, making him regret coming before him today and I think that won't be necessary. What? But what Yu Winching did not expect was that the young man suddenly gave a perplexing response. This left Yu Winching somewhat bewildered. In such a situation, wasn't he the one in control? Just like before, kill them all. This time Xiao San Mao will go too. At this moment, Su Zhe did not pay attention to the nearby Yu Winching, but rather spoke slowly to himself. Wu Yue, go to the 2nd floor and control those disorganized guys. Watching the show also comes with a price. Understood. Wait. However, just as Wu Yu confirmed that there were no extraordinary beings on the 2nd floor and was about to make a move, Su Zhe suddenly waved his hand. Remember, the people on the 2nd floor are our loot. Not a single one should be killed. Understood, I get it. Wu Yu naturally understood the meaning behind Su Zhe's words. Who could come to consume at Yuewang Lu and Shanghang District, but ordinary people. Such people had too much profit on them. Smart person, just take action. After arranging the tasks for several people, Su Zhe signaled Lin Yudong and the others to take action. As for himself, he sat calmly on the sofa in the hall, watching Yu Wenqing before him with a calm gaze. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment Yu Wenqing did not know how to respond, even laughing in anger. You really are a madman. Yu Wenqing have mixed in both the underworld and the upper world for nearly 30 years, and I've never met a madman like you. A madman, huh? Suze pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Actually, I don't like that title very much. Good, very good. I hope you can still speak to me with such arrogance in a moment. Yu Wenqing couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand. Kill these guys for me. Are you all deaf? A few seconds later Yu Wenqing's expression changed slightly as he realized that none of his subordinates behind him responded. He instinctively turned his head. How could this be possible? Originally more than a dozen subordinates had already fallen in a pool of blood. As for Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yudong who had done all this. Lin Yudong sat on the counter, a cold expression on his face with a front desk attendant crouched on the floor trembling. Xiao Sanmao stood with one foot on a still warm corpse. A hint of naive laughter lingered on his slightly impossible this is. In an instant Yu Wenqing found it hard to accept the reality before him. A dozen elite members armed with guns, not to mention ordinary people, even extraordinary beings would find it nearly impossible to reach such a level. Did they even have time to fire? You must die. Realizing that the young people before him were not ordinary after all, a sense of crisis surged in Yu Wenqing's heart. He had to take action himself. With a fierce roar Yu Wenqing grabbed the marble table in front of him and swung it towards Suze. The immense power made Yu Wenqing's already exaggerated muscles even more monstrous. Whoosh! The heavy marble table whizzed through the air as Yu Wenqing's rage reached its peak. Can't dodge? Then die. Seeing that Suze seemed unable to evade his attack, a sliver of comfort bloomed in Yu Wenqing's heart. He should be unable to dodge such speed, right? This kind of strike would be unbearable even for a first-level extraordinary being, let alone himself, when he grows up. Thoughts flickered in Yu Wenqing's mind. Seems a bit weak, not interesting. But then a calm voice rang out. Yu Wenqing felt the threat of death. Yes, it felt just like the first time he went out to fight as a youth with a knife pressed to his neck. In an instant, countless memories flickered through Yu Wenqing's mind. In the blink of an eye. Or perhaps a lifetime. It felt like it was all happening in this fleeting moment. Without any hesitation. You die? Putting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Wenqing's heart was now filled with only one thought. To utterly crush the young man before him. Enraged, Yu Wenqing summoned all his extraordinary power, a bright crimson glow enveloping his body. Bang! But in the next moment, Suze struck with a direct punch. No fancy moves. The tremendous force caused Suze's fist to collide with the marble table that Yu Wenqing swung. By all logic, it was more probable that Suze's arm would break. But it passed through. Suze's arm went through the flying marble table as if it were soft tofu. Almost without any pause, a punch struck Yu Wenqing's forehead directly. His skull shattered, and the gooey brain matter mixed with red blood danced in midair. At first glance it was quite beautiful. It had a certain chaotic aesthetic reminiscent of modern art. However, the hazy scent of blood in the air felt somewhat abrupt, mixed with some undisciplined chunks of yellowish white. This complex odor was not to Suze's liking. Bang! Yu Wenqing's massive body like an iron tower crashed to the ground. Face down he fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Until his death, Yu Wenqing's eyes remained filled. He could not believe he would die so directly. So quickly. All right, everyone, let's make a deal before the little knife returned. With a kick, he pushed aside the obstructive body of Yu Wenqing and sat back down on the sofa. Casually picking up a napkin to wipe the red and white matter from his hands, he cast a scrutinizing gaze at the group on the second floor, controlled by Wu Yu. These guys were not purely human at this moment. In Suze's eyes, each was merely a moving wallet. Wu Yu, bring these guys down, not a single one should be missing. Xiao Samao, wait at the door. I think the guest will be arriving soon. Don't let anyone think him rude, Suze. Lin Yuandong, take a look around to see if anyone is trying to flee. After wiping the blood from his hands, Suze began to assign tasks to everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Suze. What I did before is not important. You only need to know what I want to do now. Sensing the surroundings, Suze found that there were temporarily no members of the Little Knife Society within the Yuwang building. Waiting idly was a waste of time. He signaled Wu Yu to bring down the 20 or so spectators. Having a little unexpected gain would actually be a good thing. Do you know what you are doing? I am from the Fierce Tiger Exploration Team and have nothing to do with the Little Knife Society. Don't go too far, kid. Yes, do you really want to be enemies with the entire Shanghang district? The group controlled by Wu Yu arrived downstairs, looking at the chaotic surroundings and the fallen Yu Wenqing. For a moment no one dared to take action against Suze, a guy with such immense strength and a style like that of a madman. No one wanted to seek death. However, such moments often lack brave souls. A few members of the hunting team stepped forward from the crowd, but they did not take immediate action. They still tried to use their backing to threaten Suze. You are not even worthy to say that. Glancing at them, who were just slightly stronger than ordinary people, Suze kicked aside the self-proclaimed member of the Fierce Tiger team who had come forward. You all kneel down. What I want to do is simple. Hand over your crystal cores and everything valuable on you, then kneel properly. After completing these, I guarantee you're safe. Are you planning to rob us? It seemed that the unfortunate guy who was kicked away by Suze was now lying on the ground, breathing weakly. Even those who were originally hot-headed had calmed down. Correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. Facing such a blunt statement, Suze nodded indifferently and added, decent people do decent things. If you don't want to do it decently, I don't mind helping you with that. After saying that, Suze lifted the guy lying on the ground like a limp dog. He pulled out several first-level ability crystals from his pocket. After confirming that there was nothing valuable left, Suze casually tossed it and looked at the crowd. Next, will you be proactive, or should I do it myself? I will. This. As soon as Suze's words fell, some hesitated while others took the initiative. But in the end, the vast majority still yielded. As for the reason, quite simple. Together they were not a match for Suze. Boss, someone is coming outside. It seems to be members of the Little Knife Society. 10 minutes later, just as Suze finished taking everything valuable from the last woman, he casually touched her soft flesh on her chest. The previously arranged Xiao Sanmao to receive the Little Knife Society also came in. Though his expression was relatively calm, Suze could still see the slight panic in the innocent eyes of Xiao Sanmao. It seems there are quite a few people coming. That's good, saves me the trouble of looking for people. With a smile, Suze quiet. Can we leave now? Yes, everything has been taken care of. We have no further relation with the Xiaodao Society. Previously you promised. As core members of the Xiaodao Society, including its president Li Fengtian, arrived, the previously quiet crowd erupted into noise once more. Regardless of the bloody man standing before them and his past with the Xiaodao Society, this occasion and the heavy atmosphere surrounding them made it clear to everyone. This was not a suitable place to linger any longer. Sorry, you cannot leave yet. You must stay here for a while. In the hall, as people began to speak, Suze slowly rose from the white sofa, stained with bright red blood, politely looking at everyone present. Why should I? Kid, I too know you are strong, but don't push your luck. Our Yin Yin exploration team is not easy to bully. Otherwise, then let them come and collect your corpse. Before the man could finish his words, Suze had already acted decisively. A phantom flashed by, and Suze was already behind him. With a gentle twist of his neck, the head was in Suze's hand so verbose. Why can I do this? He casually tossed the severed head onto the ground, and Suze smiled simply, because I am stronger than all of you, is that reason enough? Wiping the blood off his hands, Suze remained unfazed. His calm gaze swept over the crowd, causing everyone to lower their heads. Iron-blooded, brutal, tyrannical. The unified feeling in everyone's hearts. The young man before them did not seem like a youth at all, but rather a butcher who had crawled out of hell. Humanity. Sorry, how can you discuss humanity with someone who could easily twist off a person's head? Those who could afford to enter the Yuwang Tower were not merely the upper echelon of Shanghang District. At the very least, they held middle management positions, or higher. With the apocalypse upon them, they all had blood on their hands to varying degrees. But compared to Suze before them, the gap was too vast. Finally, it's quiet. Seeing the crowd settle down, Suze smiled happily. He pulled out a pristine white napkin from the pocket of his casually draped suit, and after wiping his hands, he looked at the silent Li Fengtian. Hello. Suze slowly extended his hand. One of your subordinates who lacks eyes took one of my people. I came to resolve this matter. As his words fell, Suze's hand reached out toward Li Fengtian. Suze's hand was not ugly, slender, and fair. With the enhancement of becoming an extraordinary being, his hand was as white as jade. Slender and long, not overly exaggerated, yet no one would doubt the strength hidden within those muscles. But that was where it ended. If one considers his attire, the pure white shirt was stained with patches of dried blood, and the casually worn bloody suit. On his face, a defiant smile was unapologetically plastered. The bizarre outfit, the handsome face. These two vastly different styles meshed together, giving an a madman. More like a lunatic. Very well, I Li Fengtian have navigated the business world for 10 years, and after the apocalypse, I built the Xiaodao Society alone. Few can pique my interest anymore, and you are fortunate to be the only one. Li Fengtian's face still bore a trace of a smile, but it had grown increasingly cold. However, he did not express it directly. Moments later, the chill in Li Fengtian's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a warm smile. The Xiaodao Society, Li Fengtian. As he approached, Li Fengtian slowly raised his hand to shake hands with Suze. Suze. At the moment of the handshake, the competition between the two had already begun. Suze's aura was pure, filled with killing intent and brutality, while Li Fengtian, a shadowy aura slowly emanated from him. In his middle age, Li Fengtian wore an elegant Zhongshan suit. Were it not for the apocalypse, he would appear as a successful businessman, but now, a ruthless leader. The aura that had emerged after navigating through mountains of corpses and seas of blood filled with schemes was palpable. Around them, people lowered their heads. Almost no one dared to meet his gaze. That old man. Yudong, do you think the boss will be all right? At this moment, Lin Yudong and others also showed signs of vigilance and apprehension. A second-tier extraordinary being. In Shanghang District, he could definitely be considered a top-tier figure. Not to mention there were over 10 people standing behind Li Fengtian. Though they had yet to engage in battle, Lin Yudong could clearly sense the undeniable aura of extraordinary beings emanating from them. This is bad. The strength of the Xiaodao society is far stronger than we imagined. In an instant, Lin Yudong realized the crisis. The true strength of the Xiaodao society was definitely much greater than what was said outside. Boss. At this moment, Lin Yudong's gaze towards Su Zhe was also filled with concern. Over 10 extraordinary beings. Such strength far exceeded their own side by several times. Old man, I Su Zhe am not easily intimidated. If I dare to come, it means I have my own trump cards. Looking at the people behind, Li Fengtian Su Zhe's emotions seemed to remain unchanged. Coincidentally, I also enjoy playing cards. Upon hearing this, Li Fengtian smiled and nodded, then turned to a burly man behind him. Do we have a guest? Go entertain this kid for a while. Okay. As soon as Li Fengtian's words fell, a man like a steel tower stepped forward, while Li Fengtian slowly sat down amidst the crowd. He lit a cigar, sitting quietly across from Su Zhe. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Fengtian waved his hand, signaling a short servant to come to his side. After whispering a few words, the short man left first. Not an ordinary, extraordinary being. Quite. Su Zhe paid no mind to what Li Fengtian intended to do, but focused his attention on the man before him. If the previous lobby manager he killed could be described as a burly man, then this Ada before him could hardly be considered a normal person. The Hall of Yuang Tower was at least 5 to 6 meters high, and Ada's height was already close to half the ceiling. At least 3 meters tall, with muscles that could only be described as exaggerated. In his hand, he tightly gripped a specially made tiger claw. He is an extraordinary being, but not entirely. Should be something akin to a mutated warrior. After observing for a while, Su Zhe roughly understood what sort of fellow this guy was. Most likely a mutated warrior who forcibly evolved due to the use of energy crystals, but ended up failing. Possessing the physical strength of a first-tier mutant, yet lacking any unique powers, could only be considered the most inferior type of strength-type mutant. Such a semi-superhuman existence is quite interesting. Before him, Ada wore a gloomy expression, releasing a beast-like aura from within. It seemed as if he wanted to completely tear apart the frail Su Zhe before him, with murderous intent filling his bell-like eyes. Even those nearby could sense the surging power emanating from Ada. However, Su Zhe did not regard Ada before him too seriously. He seemed more like someone who had discovered an amusing. Ada before him was indeed a superhuman, but not entirely. Besides the typical way of becoming a superhuman through comprehending and adapting to one's own genetic order, there was another method. By forcibly disrupting one's own genetic sequence using energy crystals, one could gain power capable of rivaling that of superhumans. But the process could be described as one fraught with peril. Moreover, even if successful, one would still be the weakest of the superhuman ranks with no possibility for advancement. Ada before him was one such example. Ada stopped wasting time. From afar, Li Fengtian, who had been watching Su Zhe, suddenly spoke up. The giant-like Ada showed no hesitation. He charged directly towards Su Zhe, swinging his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, aimed at Su Zhe's forehead. And this is true power. With a pure roar of anger, a hint of bloodlust appeared on Ada's face. Die for me. Ada threw a punch. The tremendous force combined with his powerful physique produced a terrifying sonic boom in the air. A normal person's punch might exert about 50 kilograms of force, while Ada, as a strength mutant, exerted more than 10 times that. Close to half a ton of power. Concentrated in his fist, not to mention an ordinary person, even a second-tier superhuman, could not withstand Ada's full-force strike. Though he had yet to hit Su Zhe, in Ada's mind, Su Zhe was already a dead man. Boom. The thought vanished in an instant, merely a fleeting moment. Ada's fist undoubtedly struck Su Zhe. Nothing. Seeing Su Zhe still wearing a smile, Ada instinctively froze. How is this possible? Indeed, Ada's fist directly hit Su Zhe. A loud explosive sound echoed in the ears of the Li Fengtian, who was watching from the sidelines, was even ready to get up and deal with the remaining scraps. But Su Zhe stood there without a scratch. The impact was akin to being struck by a truck, yet it did not budge Su Zhe in the slightest. Is that it? Glancing at the surprised Ada and Li Fengtian, Su Zhe shook his head and said, trash is still trash, even if you are the strongest among trash. But in front of true superhumans, you are still like an ant. Su Zhe made his move. Without even needing to merge with his vehicle, Su Zhe's seemingly weak arms met Ada's strong left arm directly. Oh, this power. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through everyone's ears. But it was not Su Zhe as imagined, but Ada. President, my arm is broken. In their first clash, Ada was unsurprisingly defeated. In the instant their fists collided, Ada's entire right arm and all its bones shattered. Cold sweat the size of beans instantly appeared on Ada's forehead. Supporting his limp right arm, Ada struggled through immense pain to reach Li Fengtian's side. President, waste. Li Fengtian's face finally turned grim at this moment. Casting a cold glance at Ada beside him, he took out a hand. Bang! With a gunshot, Ada's iron-like body collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, disbelief. Useless things should be discarded immediately. This is my free lesson to you. I'm quite curious, did you come here to cause trouble, just for this blind little girl? Compared to Ada's incredulous expression before leaving, Li Fengtian's gaze was somewhat cold. Such an almost crippled injury would never recover in this apocalypse. This meant that the originally capable Ada had now become a waste. And the best place for waste is only the trash bin. Humph. With a cold snort, Li Fengshan's gaze landed directly on Su Zhe. What he had done previously was like casually throwing away a piece of useless trash, having no impact on him. Bring her here. Kicking aside the obstructive body of Ada, Li Fengtian clapped his hands. It's this girl. The previously disappeared short figure reappeared before everyone. And she brought Li Yedong's sister with her. Little sister. Brother Yedong, stay calm. Seeing Lin Yedong beside him suddenly filled with a tangible killing intent, the little third, Mao hurriedly grabbed Lin Yedong's arm. Trust the boss. Is it her? On the other side, Wu Yue, who had been silent in the corner, quietly noted Lin Yedong's sister, and then quietly moved to the furthest side of the hall. Until no one noticed her back, Wu Yu then cast a strange glance at Su Zhe. Smart woman. The affirmative gaze flickered, and Su Zhe understood what Wu Yu was preparing to do. Using her invisible superpower to save someone. Seeing this, Su Zhe's evaluation of Wu Yu rose a notch. As soon as Wu Yu disappeared without anyone noticing, a smile also crept on Su Zhe's lips. A ruthless person. Then he refocused his attention on Li Fengtian. Such trash, you dare to come here and take. Li Fengtian did not notice the exchange of glances between Su Zhe and Wu Yu, but directly signaled his subordinates to bring Lin Yedong's sister before him. Hey, you do have some spirit. Surprisingly, you can remain so calm after being captured for this period. Li Fengtian coldly glanced at Lin Yuexiao, teasing her a bit, before continuing in a disdainful tone, it's a pity you're still a waste. In Li Fengshan's eyes, Lin Yuexiao was merely a special vase. She was beautiful, but unfortunately, a blind person who cannot speak. Perhaps for some with peculiar preferences, a vase like Lin Yuexiao could fetch a decent price. But that's all. For such a vase, a mere kid actually caused him to lose two quite valuable subordinates. You're as good as Originally, Li Fengtian had wanted to win over the young Su Zhe. Such a young superhuman possessing the power to annihilate Ada if he could be brought into his little blade society. For Li Fengtian, that would have been the best thing. But now Li Fengtian had changed his mind. Little guy, these people are here to save you, right? With a seemingly gentle voice directed at Lin Yuexiao, Li Fengtian then looked at Su Zhe. Then I will now kill them one by one before your eyes. As his words faded, a murderous smile grew ever more intense on Li Fengshan's lips. Lin Yuexiao maintained an expression of calmness on her doll-like face, as if she could not comprehend Li Fengshan. After a long while, Lin Yuexiao instinctively looked ahead with her hollow eyes. It was uncertain if it was merely a coincidence. Coincidentally, the direction of her gaze was towards Lin Yedong's position. Brother, you can win. Her soft words drifted from Lin Yuexiao's lips. It seemed she felt no one responding to her. Lin Yedong lowered his head again, silently standing in place. Sister. Seeing this, Lin Yedong could no longer restrain himself, the sharp dagger in his hand glinting coldly. Wait until it's your turn to act, then you can do whatever you want with this guy. Just as Lin Yedong was about to strike, approaching Lin Yedong, Su Zhe directly stopped him. You are not his opponent right now. Going up presents two possibilities. First, you will bring me trouble. Second, you will die instantly. Boss, no more words. In the face of absolute power, your words are meaningless. Don't you feel powerless? Looking at Lin Yedong's complex expression, Su Zhe naturally understood his anger and melancholy. Since you already understand this feeling of powerlessness, Su Zhe patted Lin Yedong's shoulder, then strive to become stronger. This time I will help you deal with these troubles. Next time you will handle it yourself. Boss, I understand. As soon as Su Zhe finished speaking, Lin Yedong was filled with gratitude. Clenching his teeth, a fierce wolf-like gaze suddenly filled his eyes, as if he had found his prey. There will be no next time. I will protect my sister well. I previously said that besides disliking waiting for others, I also detest people who boast. Proving oneself is not simply about making threats, you must accomplish it yourself. Su Zhe had high expectations for Lin Yedong. In terms of character, he was indeed a perfect candidate for a killer. What Su Zhe had to do now was a single task: to forge Lin Yedong into a perfect weapon. The perfect killer Su Zhe desired was not a mere puppet, but a flawless human. An emotionless killer could only be called a tool, not a true subordinate. Su Zhe preferred individuals with the ability to make their own judgments. Clearly, Lin Yedong seemed to understand Su Zhe's expectations of him. After quietly glancing at Lin Yuexiao in the distance, the tension in Lin Yedong's heart suddenly calmed. Did he not care about his sister? This was clearly impossible. However, Lin Yedong understood why Su Zhe stopped him. Is it still due to insufficient strength? Looking at the dagger in his hand, a hint of disappointment flickered in Lin Yedong's eyes, but the next second a glint of determination returned. Then I will definitely become stronger. Becoming an extraordinary being, without reason, possessing power far exceeding that of ordinary people will indeed make Lin Yedong somewhat arrogant. It is human nature. But at this moment, Lin Yedong finally understood that becoming extraordinary was just the beginning. The king of the endless night. This was Lin Yedong's ultimate goal at this moment. There is still hope, but at least he is willing to listen. After sensing Lin Yedong's emotional change, Su Zhe smiled and slowly looked towards Li Fengtian. As Ada's corpse was dragged out of the hall, Li Fengshan's thoughts became increasingly clear. They'll give you a chance, you go instantly killing Ada and slaying a first-tier extraordinary being. These two events had already given Li Fengtian a rough understanding of Su Ze's strength. If nothing unexpected happens, he is a second-tier extraordinary being. To prevent this from spreading, saying that I Li Fengtian bully the weak, it is indeed prideful to be a second-tier extraordinary being. However, even among second-tier beings there are differences. At this moment, Li Fengtian's expression was filled with pride. He was the same as Su Ze. Both were second-tier. But the gap between second tiers is like the separation of mountains and seas. From beginning to end, Su Ze was nothing more than a clown in Li Fengtian's eyes. A self-righteous clown. Oh, after glancing at Li Fengtian's attitude, Su Ze instinctively tilted his head and stared at him, as if he did not understand why Li Fengtian would have such an expression. I don't know if you can block this punch. After a brief silence, Su Ze took the initiative, gathering all his strength into his left fist. With a leap taking advantage of his immense power, Su Ze jumped into the air and charged at Li Fengtian. The tremendous force caused the floor where Su Ze had been standing to crack like a spider's web. Such speed, could he be an agile, extraordinary being? Li Fengtian sensed the dangerous, murderous intent of Su Ze's strike. Su Ze's speed was so fast that Li Fengtian could not react in time. In an instant, Li Fengtian's previously calm expression underwent a dramatic change. A wave of tension surged into his heart. Damn, I underestimated this kid. As soon as Su Ze's left fist made contact, an immense force collided violently between the two. A pain akin to being hit by a truck caused Li Fengtian to furrow his brow. In terms of physical strength, he was no match for Su Ze. His speed surpassed that of the average second-tier extraordinary being. Even before Li Fengtian called upon his wind-type extraordinary power, his speed did not match Su Ze's. Wind force instant slash. Li Fengtian admitted that he indeed underestimated Su Ze. Very well, you've taught me a lesson. It seems you are a versatile, extraordinary being. Suppressing the intense pain within him after suffering a setback in his first encounter with Su Ze, Li Fengtian finally took it seriously. Keeping his distance from Su Ze this time, he held nothing back, directly activating the deep green wind force within him. As a pale green light completely enveloped Li Fengtian. A versatile, extraordinary being, without using extraordinary power, is definitely an invincible ability. However, if I remember correctly, you should not be able to call upon the extraordinary power within you while I am different. Next, you will witness what true extraordinary power looks like. Li Fengtian, who believed he had seen through Su Ze's strength, wore a hint of arrogance on his face. Elemental extraordinary beings are always far more powerful than those who have merely awakened their physical strength. The two are not even in the same dimension of existence. Li Fengtian drew a 3-inch dagger, guiding the wind force within him, and an overwhelming aura surged throughout the area like a raging storm. A light breeze suddenly stirred up the debris on the ground. The next second, the breeze transformed into a as the entirely alloy-made tea table was enveloped by the pale green slicing wind. Deep scratches appeared on its smooth surface, as if cut by a knife. Wielding the 3-inch short blade with a sinister smile, Li Fengtian was now the king of the wind. Next, I will make you experience the gap between extraordinary beings. At this moment, fully activating his extraordinary power, Li Fengtian looked at Su Ze with indifference. That gaze was just like how he looked at Ada before. Has President Li already reached this level? The mere energy gust released from the awakening of extraordinary power can actually cut through steel. Truly worthy of being among the top 3 experts in Shanghang District. That kid is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, he is no match for President Li. Humph, that kid may be considered a genius, but he is still far from President Li's level. The power awakened by President Li is a dense wind element. Such formidable strength is not something an ordinary extraordinary being can contend with. As Li Fengtian made a powerful move, the force of the gale was completely unleashed. The previously silent crowd, who had bowed their heads in silence, suddenly became lively. Although they were not extraordinary beings, they were elites from the upper echelons of Shanghang District. They naturally understood the gap between comprehensive enhancement extraordinary beings and elemental extraordinary beings. Moreover, earlier Su Ze even took the initiative to extort them. At this moment, everyone wished for Su Ze's demise. Do you all want me dead? The murmurs of the crowd were not loud, but Su Ze could still clearly hear their words. However, Su Ze paid no heed to their discussions. After a faint smile, he murmured, I'm afraid I'm going to What? This kid still dares to talk big at a time like this. President Li, stop wasting time and deal with this kid. Damn it, you guys from the Little Knife Association have also wasted my time by provoking enemies. Hurry up and kill this guy. As Su Ze's words fell, the crowd looked at him in shock. From the gaze of this young man, they did not see any fear. Instead, there was a hint of reckless audacity. Is this guy crazy? Clearly about to face a peak second-tier elemental extraordinary being, yet he still wears this expression. In the eyes of the crowd, Su Ze should be terrified at this moment. Hell, let me show you what a true powerhouse is. At this moment, Li Fengtian's expression was not pleasant, as this incident had significant implications. Whether Su Ze lived or died, the reputation of the entire Little Knife Association would be greatly affected, especially since many of the guests tonight were mid-level members of the official shelter. The rest were leaders of major hunting groups or wanderers. Offending them would significantly reduce the clientele of the Little Knife Association. Despite their resentment towards the association, Li Fengtian still could not vent his anger on them. The customer is always right. And at this moment, Su Zhe naturally became the only outlet for Li Fengtian's frustration. Wind source movement. A glimmer of darkness flashed in Li Fengtian's eyes as a rich green whirlwind materialized around him. Die. The fierce wind will utterly shred you to pieces. As Li Fengtian controlled the whirlwind, it surged towards Su Zhe, the massive storm, seemingly targeting only him. Aside from Su Zhe's location, no one else felt any threat. Indeed, it is different from an ordinary, extraordinary being. Even in my regular form, it seems a bit challenging to withstand this whirlwind. Feeling the force of the gale tearing at his flesh, Su Zhe had a rough understanding of Li Fengtian's strength. He far exceeded a first-tier extraordinary being and could be considered a strong contender even among second-tier extraordinary beings. Even with the enhancements from the system, Su Zhe could barely withstand Li Fengtian's direct assault. You are stronger than I expected, but death is still your only outcome. After a few seconds, as the fierce wind continued to condense and tear at Su Zhe's flesh, his clothes had already turned to shreds, and his powerful physique appeared before the crowd. Seeing this scene, a trace of pride flickered in Li Fengtian's eyes. As a comprehensive superhuman, being able to withstand his attack with mere flesh was commendable. In Shanghang District, he could already be regarded as a top-tier powerhouse. It's a pity. This young man before him seems a bit out of touch, actively provoking him for a useless vase. Otherwise, Li Fengtian would not have minded pulling a talent like Su Zhe into the Little Knife Association. What a pity this will be your last aria in life. A fleeting look of regret passed through Li Fengtian's mind. In the next second, a ruthless glare filled his eyes as the force of the gale surged within him. Clearly, Li Fengtian did not want to waste any more time. Wind extreme gale. Summoning the scattered forces of the gale around him, a violent storm instantly enveloped Su Zhe's location. Go clean up the surroundings, bring those two remaining guys to the meeting and interrogate them. After the fierce wind covered Su Zhe, Li Fengtian had no time to care about him in the center of the storm and instead halted his attack. He called to a few subordinates behind him to clean up the hall of the Yuewang building after his attack was finished. What? As for whether Su Zhe could survive his assault, Li Fengtian only found the person who posed this question to be somewhat ridiculous. The force of the gale he had unleashed earlier was already Li Fengtian's limit. Let alone an ordinary, extraordinary being, even military-grade special steel would be completely shredded at the center of the fierce wind. Such an intensity of attack. No one could withstand it. Unless he is. Bang bang bang. Just as Li Fengtian turned to leave, a series of muffled sounds suddenly erupted, instantly breaking the silence around them. What's going on? Hearing the muffled sounds from behind, Li Fengtian turned around in an instant. Not dead. Sure enough, the unexpected happened. All the subordinates he had sent out were kicked away by Su Zhe, who emerged from the fierce wind. Lying on the ground, they were unresponsive. How is this possible? How could you block? A second-tier extraordinary being absolutely cannot withstand my attack and scathe you. At this moment, Li Fengtian could no longer concern himself with the defeated subordinates. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected Su Zhe could perfectly block his full-force attack and even remain unscathed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A second-tier extraordinary being can't do this. Who told you I was just a second-tier extraordinary being? Compared to the astonished Li Fengtian, Su Zhe's eyes now held a hint of shrewdness. In your next life, don't underestimate anyone. Glancing at the clock hanging in the hall, it was just midnight. Su Zhe had no intention of wasting any more time. No, you can't kill me. I have money, and I also possess energy crystals. If you want to be the boss, I can give you. You can have anything you want. Feeling the threat of death, Li Fengtian made his final struggle. Reputation, fame, wealth, status. These were the most precious things to Li Fengtian. But in the face of death, Li Fengtian unhesitatingly chose to give up. Anything else seemed like fleeting smoke. Life was the most important thing at this moment. I once thought you were a clever person, but it seems you're not that smart after all. Listening silently to the so-called conditions spoken by Li Fengtian, whose face was twisted with rage, Su Zhe felt as calm as water. If you win this time, would you let me go for some so-called benefits? And Su Zhe suddenly laughed. If I kill you, wouldn't all these things be mine? You can't kill me. Once you do, the people from the official shelter in Shanghang District will definitely not let you go. We, the Knife Society, have too many interests with the official shelter. You. Enough. Before Li Fengtian could finish his words, Su Zhe stomped toward his head. I don't know if you're just high on something or truly foolish. The official shelter only cares about benefits, not the Knife Society itself. As long as one can provide benefits or possesses absolute power, anyone can become part of the Knife Society. I am defeated. Seemingly resigned, Li Fengtian slowly closed his eyes. Even though he felt unwilling, he understood that he no longer had a chance to turn things around. Forget about the trump card. Su Zhe had already overturned the entire table. Farewell. A devilish smile appeared on Su Zhe's face. It was as if he had just crushed a mouse. Blood-red chunks and redanded white tofu pudding were scattered everywhere. However, at this moment Su Zhe did not care about the fragments of Li Fengtian beneath his feet. I'll give you a chance to choose, put down your weapons, and I'll leave you intact. Looking into the distance, Su Zhe cast a calm gaze at the few scattered members of the Knife Society who had not rushed. Killing was still necessary. Su Zhe did not like or intend to let the tiger return to the mountain. That was the meaning behind his earlier words. There was only one reason: to let them die with dignity. Brothers were going to die anyway, let's fight. We still have hostages, they won't dare to act rashly. Right? Hearing this, a frail member of the Knife Society immediately reacted. They still had Lin Yuexiao in there. Without further thought, he rushed to Lin Yuexiao's back, directly placing a knife against her delicate neck. Don't move. If you do, I'll make her die with you. You dare. Seeing this, Lin Yuandong could not sit still any longer. He leaped up and casually performed a flourish with his knife. If you touch her, I will make you wish you were dead. Bro, I can handle this. Just as Lin Yuandong made his move, a shadow that seemed ethereal suddenly appeared behind Lin Yuexiao. It was Wu Yue, who had been hiding earlier. I have no problem handling such a situation. After swiftly eliminating the fool holding Lin Yuexiao hostage, Wu Yu seemed to be in a good mood, patting Lin Yuexiao, who was still standing in place. Little sister, it's all right now. Thank you, sister. I understand now. With her eyes still hollow, Lin Yuexiao slowly raised her gaze to meet Wu Yu. This girl's eyes. If Wu Yu remembered correctly, Su Zhe seemed to have mentioned that Lin Yuandong's sister was blind. Su Zhe, is she really blind? With a puzzled expression, Wu Yu instinctively looked at Lin Yuandong and Su Zhe. Although her eyes flickered with emptiness, she felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart. Lin Yuexiao seemed to be able to see her. What are you thinking? Hurry up and clean the battlefield. As Wu Yu took action, Su Zhe, Lin Yuandong, and Xiao Sanmao also moved. They cleared away all the miscellaneous members of the Knife Society around them. Perhaps she has some special abilities. As for the doubts Wu Yu raised earlier, Su Zhe carefully looked at Lin Yuexiao, who was currently in Lin Yuandong's embrace. Although from the system panel Lin Yuexiao appeared to be just an ordinary person, she even had some congenital defects. Su Zhe could sense a hint of an unawakened extraordinary power within her. Forget it, after the loyalty reaches its peak, I should be able to know the outcome. Su Zhe did not want to waste too much precious time on matters that currently had no answers. Su Zhe, the Knife Society members are all dealt with. What about these guys? After collecting all useful items from the surrounding corpses, Wu Yu turned her gaze to the audience crouching in the corner. I feel there are quite a few good things on these guys. Afraid that Su Zhe wouldn't understand the implication of her words, Wu Yu even made a slicing gesture across her throat. Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yuandong glanced at the group of people like lambs to be slaughtered and nodded slightly. Are they all fools? Rummaging through Li Fengtian's clothes, Su Zhe still managed to find some small items: a pack of cigarettes, a delicate lighter, and 2 first-tier ability crystals. In addition, there were a few keys and a detailed map marking the storage points of the Knife Society's supplies. Overall, Su Zhe was quite satisfied with what he had gained from Li Fengtian. There are indeed things on these guys, and I might even find quite a few treasures. After putting all these scattered items into his pocket, Su Zhe silently looked at everyone. These guys will be our guests in the future. However, at this moment, Su Zhe's gaze towards them was different from Lin Yuandong and the others. Everyone, when it comes to guests, we must be courteous. Lin Yuandong, have them stand properly. Oh, I have something to say. Unlike Lin Yuandong's view of the sheep, Su Zhe's eyes were filled with a gentle demeanor at this moment. Lin Yuandong's way of doing things remained as simple and violent as ever. I'll give you 30 seconds to stand properly, otherwise I won't mind adding another corpse to the ground. He swung his blade, barely grazing the necks of each person. The sharp blade cutting through the air and the killing intent were more effective than any verbal threat. They didn't even need the so-called verbal threats or the time limit set by Su Zhe. As soon as Lin Yuandong finished speaking, these guys hurriedly stood up. Despite the various expressions of dissatisfaction and resentment on their faces, no one dared to take the lead. Everyone, let me introduce myself. My surname is Su, with Zhe as my given name. As the sheep in the pen gathered, Su Zhe slowly stepped forward to face the crowd. One more thing, the Yuang Tower will also bear the surname Su from now on. Anyone with objections can speak up. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of friendly smile appeared on Su Zhe's face. 3, 2, 1. Su Zhe counted down, then smiled and said, it seems none of you object, so allow me to speak. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd still kept their heads down, sneaking glances at him. Su Zhe took their silence as tacit agreement with his words. This matter is actually simple for you all. My Yuewang Tower has just opened, so naturally, I must launch a top-up program. He produced the cigarette he had taken from Li Fengtian, lit it, and casually exhaled a wisp of bluish smoke. Su Zhe continued, please continue to support Yuewang Tower. The starting amount is 10 first-rank ability crystals with no upper limit. Of course, there are bonuses for deposits. Anyone who tops up will be allowed to leave this gate for free. After announcing the offer, Su Zhe fell silent. He sat quietly where he was, hands clasped, wearing a pleasant smile as he regarded the others, truly behaving like a man, merely promoting the services of his establishment. Brother Su Zhe, 10 first-rank energy crystals are simply too many. We can't produce that much. If we don't top up. The one who spoke was a fat, greasy, middle-aged man with a bulbous face. Even from his clothing, it was clear he was no ordinary person. He wore a bespoke suit and ornate accessories. If Su Zhe's eyes did not deceive him, they were entirely crafty. Even under the end times when gold's value had plummeted, it was not utterly worthless. Beyond its former role as hard currency, gold remained a widely useful metal. After all, who would fuss over metal trinkets when they could not even fill their stomachs? Really? At that news, the man's face lit up with joy. Overwhelmed, his plump features trembled. Brother Su Zhe, you can rest assured. I simply didn't have money on me this time. Next time I'll do business with you. Having said that, he took it for granted and began to walk toward the door. As for the promises he had made to Su Zhe earlier, did he truly expect to pay after leaving Yuewang Tower? He wasn't out of his mind. Wait until I report this to the shelter's security team. When I return, and you Su Zhe will be finished. Bang! Just as the man reached the door, Su Zhe drew a pistol from his bosom. The same gun Li Fengtian had used to slay Ada. If you won't pay, the only way out will be on a stretcher. He holstered the pistol and fixed his gaze on his dear customers. We will make sure these people hand over everything they have. Before Li Fengtian had arrived, these people had already produced a few paltry items. Su Zhe did not believe they possessed only that little. A single first-rank ability crystal held considerable purchasing power in Shanhong District, but chiefly for common folk. For a typical hunting crew, obtaining a dozen such crystals in one outing was easy. What these people carried on them would not be fewer than Li Fengtian's haul. Boss, these people have a lot on them. Just the ability crystals alone amount to over 100, and they have bearer food coupons issued by the authorities' weapon vouchers. These are all bearer items anyone can claim. With the earlier man Su Zhe had executed, serving as a cautionary example, Wu Yu and Lin Yedong search, whence those who had been so arrogant before now kept quiet and handed over every valuable on their persons. Though they did so begrudgingly, they complied. Only after the last man had even surrendered a single chocolate bar to Wu Yu did the great hall of Yuewang Tower hold only Su Zhe and his companions. Let's go see how Zhang Xiaojie is doing. Boss, are we leaving now? And what about the goods upstairs in Yuewang Tower? If we leave now and come back, it might no longer belong to us. We're not ready to take everything. Yuewang Tower is tempting, but I have no intention of forcefully swallowing the whole place. Leave it for now. Rest assured, Su Zhe will return. After confirming the interior of Yuewang Tower was empty, Su Zhe did not linger. Lin Yedong and Wu Yu had reservations about his plan, yet Su Zhe strode out. The reason was simple. Xiao Hui was the largest private force in Shanghong District, controlling much of the entertainment industry and commanding hundreds of members. Su Zhe had indeed eliminated Li Fengtian, but with only a few small cats and roughly 20 slaves, he could not possibly digest such a vast enterprise. To seize all of Xiao Hui by force would not be a triumphant leap to glory, but a slow, deadly overreach. Moreover, Su Zhe was not the only one coveting Xiao Hui's remnants. Various hunting guilds, other members of Xiao Hui, and even personnel from the official shelter were all watching. Just because they had not intervened in the fight between Su Zhe and Li Fengtian did not mean they would simply abandon such a tempting prize. It seems that after tonight, the balance of power in Shanhong District will shift dramatically. Stepping out into the street, Su Zhe watched the once brightly lit avenue fall quiet, with the occasional figure darting past. They were most likely agents of the district's major factions. How amusing, to want a bite from Xiao Hui's carcass all at once. Su Zhe smiled and looked into the distance, a shadow flickering across his face, yet his spirits were not low. Xiao Hui's scale was simply too great for Su Zhe in his current state. It was wiser to take only the portions he could manage and let the tranquil Shanghong District erupt into chaos again. Take over the fringe enterprises near the outer city and then develop. He considered carefully. What he truly lacked was not personal strength, but time, supplies, and personnel. It's decided. We'll first seize Xiao Hui's marginal holdings on the edge of Shanghong District. The rest will leave for them to fight over. Within moments, Su Zhe had drafted his near-term plan. Know one's limits and when to advance or retreat. That is the way to survive the end times. Go. Next time I return, I will take far more than just Yuewang Tower. As Lin Yedong and the others followed Su Zhe out of Yuewang Tower, he disappeared into the night. They trailed him in turn. 10 minutes later, a uniformed squad bearing silver 5-point star insignia on their chests swept down the street into Yuewang Tower, the official shelter's team. Suddenly, the once quiet Shanghong District erupted into turmoil. In Shanghong District, a gathering point for slaves. Early in the morning, the personnel at the entire gathering point last night, while Su Zhe completely eliminated Li Fengtian, Zhang Shao, Jie successfully took over the water source that originally belonged to the Knife Society. In addition to securing the water source, Zhang Shao, Jie also brought back over a dozen slaves. This was a supplement to Su Zhe's personnel strength. After confirming that there were no members of the Knife Society around the water source, Zhang Shao, Jie decisively returned with Su Zhe. Thus, the next day, Zhang Shao, Jie got up early, bringing some materials collected from last night to find Su Zhe. Boss, I am Zhang Shao, Jie. Seeing that Su Zhe was momentarily unoccupied, Zhang Shao, Jie quickly approached him with a pile of materials. I have gathered the preliminary intelligence. Don't worry, how did it go with what I asked you to do yesterday? Glancing at the fawning Zhang Shao, Jie, Su Zhe then redirected his focus back to the map laid out on the table. As expected, when Su Zhe and the others returned to the slums near the outer city, the central area of Shanghong District instantly fell into chaos. Various factions sprang into action, completely dividing the Knife Society's forces located at the center. During the first half-hour, the sounds of gunfire and artillery were unceasing, with even some long-established extraordinary beings choosing to intervene. Even at the gathering point for slaves near the outer city, the aftershocks of this large-scale brawl could be vaguely felt. However, it seemed as if they had agreed upon it, as this riot-like battle abruptly ended half an hour later. The Hunting Society exploratory teams and official shelters suddenly reached a tacit understanding among the remaining core members of the Knife Society. They selectively divided up the spoils. After one night, everyone feasted abundantly, and the collapsed Knife Society resembled a whale fall. Almost every faction in Shanhong District benefited from this. Various new small factions emerged scattered throughout Shanhong District. One could almost say, Shanhong District had never been this chaotic since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Interesting, this place, Shanhong District, is too interesting. After learning about what transpired last night, Suze, who was already in a good mood, became even happier. For Suze, the more chaotic Shanhong District became, the better it was for him. As the night faded, dawn's light shone upon everyone's heads, and the common people of Shanhong District seemed unaware of the anomalies. However, the higher-ups of other factions had already caught the scent of war. The orderly Shanhong District would no longer exist. What would the coming days look like? No one would know. Boss, we have taken in some slaves, and also found some supplies, food, and weapons from the Knife Societies. As for the original territory of the Knife Society, we only took over the water source and a gas station along. Seeing Suze slowly raise his head, he temporarily set aside his work. Zhang Shaojia immediately reported the current situation somewhat hesitantly, saying, "It seems that some individual drifters and members of small hunting groups around us have also joined other factions, I fear." "Don't worry about that." Suze waved his hand, indicating for Zhang Shaojia not to concern himself with these trivial factions. Suze naturally understood what Zhang Shaojia was referring to. He was talking about people like Lei Zhe and others around. Such small fry. Suze had no regard for them at all. For now, you only need to remember 3 things. Find a safe place to set up the ammunition production line machinery that I brought back before, and get some engineers among the slaves to start this production line. The second thing, try to shelter some young drifters, as population is the most precious resource at any time. The third thing, the water source we just secured will supply as usual, but we need to send in more security personnel. I can guarantee that within 3 hours someone will definitely come looking for us. After arranging all the matters that Zhang Shaojia needed to handle, Suze also took out a dozen ability crystals and handed them to Zhang Shaojia to have him purchase some suitable slaves. "Boss, I understand." Realizing what Suze wanted him to handle, Zhang Shaojia immediately sprang into action. On one hand, he arranged for some reliable personnel to move the firearms and ammunition production line that Suze brought back out of the warehouse. In the end, they found a suitable place in a secluded alley above the gathering point for slaves. Before the apocalypse, this warehouse was originally a transfer station for sorting packages. After the apocalypse, the transfer station quickly fell into disuse. It had always been a temporary warehouse for the Knife Society, and now it happened to be the perfect location for setting up the production line. After arranging the assembly of the production line, Zhang Shaojia did not waste any time. Wearing a hood and carrying the ability crystals given to him by Suze, Zhang Shaojia quietly slipped out of Shanhong District. The basic materials, ability crystals, and precious metals are all sufficient. What's left is the upgrade. After thinking for a moment, Suze realized that there did not seem to be too many troublesome matters at hand. He simply opened the system. Carefully reviewing the vehicle upgrade requirements, Suze found that after scavenging resources from the Knife Society, his vehicle could actually be upgraded again. Confirm upgrade. Seeing that there was no one around, Suze directly took the vehicle out from the system space. As soon as Suze's words fell, a familiar light instantly appeared on the vehicle. About a minute later, the light dissipated and a brand new vehicle appeared before Suze. Ding! Congratulations to the host vehicle upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host vehicle equipment obtained: condensation electric core drive, anti-infantry armor, shell high energy, SU graphene compressed battery components, high power 4-wheel drive motor. As the evolution completed, the system's unique mechanical voice echoed in Suze's mind. This evolution. Suze gasped in amazement. The vehicle after this evolution was truly astounding. Not to mention the overall changes, just the outer appearance compared to the previous vehicle. It was like a world apart. The body of the vehicle had further increased in size, even reaching a full 8 meters in length. The large all-rubber tires made Suze hardly need to worry about the vehicle's passability. Heavy steel almost covered the entire vehicle, let alone ordinary rifles. Even medium and small caliber anti-material weapons seemed to pose no threat to the vehicle. Most importantly, the originally large bulletproof glass had also changed, all replaced with silver-white special metal, and at the very top 3 cameras had been added. Autopilot. Seeing the cameras in front of the vehicle, a thought suddenly emerged in Suze's mind. Alright, perhaps I was overthinking it. I should still be in assisted driving mode, and then the driving mode switched to full electric drive. Upon entering the driver's seat, Suze realized he had indeed been overthinking. although the interior of the driver's cabin has become more technologically advanced with subtle layout adjustments. Suze's anticipated autonomous driving feature did not appear. The camera at the front of the vehicle is indeed related to driving. 3 nearly latency-free cameras are connected to the vehicle's internal projection board, completely mapping the exterior scene. At the same time, the assisted driving function is activated, possessing certain automatic obstacle avoidance, semi-automatic driving, and radar exploration capabilities. It seems the improvements brought about by this upgrade are quite unexpected. Despite the significant gap from Suze's initial expectations, overall he is quite satisfied with the upgraded vehicle. At least due to the full electric drive and the accompanying high-endurance battery, Suze does not need to worry too much about the vehicle's range. Attribute panel. Bound vehicle, comprehensive armored truck. Host Suze. Vehicle equipment, condensed electric core drive, anti-infantry armor, shell high energy, SU graphene compressed battery, module, high-power 4-wheel, drive motor, high-strength alloy armor, dual 120mm caliber energy cannons. Range, 1,000 kilometers, automatic solar charging conversion. Additional weapons, quadruple Vulcan 20mm caliber rapid-fire cannons, X2. Feedback to host body enhancement, alloy armor, personal weapon equipment. Next stage evolution, armed truck. Marauder material requirements, 10 tons of steel, 1,000 pounds of rubber, 10 pounds of rare metals, gold, silver, copper, etc. 10 first-order crystals, 1 second-order crystal. Next stage evolution, 2 simple base vehicle. Dawn material requirements, 10 tons of steel, 1 ton of rubber, 100 pounds of rare metals, 100 first-order crystals, 10 second-order crystals. Tip: depending on the evolution options, different attribute audit feedback will be obtained. After fully observing the upgraded vehicle before him, Suze opened the vehicle attribute panel. The attribute panel did not change much, only adding minor details such as additional weapons and range annotations, while the rest still felt familiar. I can't believe there are 2 options for the next stage. While the requirements for such an upgrade seem a bit extreme, what Suze did not expect was that there were actually 2 different options for the next stage upgrade. The first option is actually quite understandable. It should be a parallel upgrade version at the current stage. If nothing goes wrong, it will likely further enhance the vehicle's performance. But the second evolution route made Suze a bit curious. Base vehicle Dawn. If viewed literally, this actually leans more towards overall development, similar to the base vehicle in Red Alert. Suddenly Suze thought of a game he played in his past life. The base vehicle given at the start of Red Alert. The first option seems to enhance personal capability, while the second option is assisting myself in building a base. Suze roughly understood the difference between the 2 choices offered by the system. The first choice is likely similar to before. Strengthening the vehicle, and the upgrade feedback provided by the system is also related to enhancing personal strength. The meaning of the second evolution route is actually quite simple. The upgrade feedback rewards are likely some other things. It's interesting, in the short term it seems that directly enhancing personal strength brings more immediate benefits, but in the long run the second option might be better. However, the second evolution route requires quite a lot of resources. Actually, the moment Suze saw these 2 options, he already had an answer in his mind. Over there is the second option. How strong can personal strength become? Establishing one's own power is what made Suze feel somewhat helpless is that upgrading the base vehicle Dawn requires too many resources. He originally thought he could at least enhance it twice by moving all the steel and other materials from the knife club's warehouse. But now it seems, even if he collects all the basic materials, acquiring such a large quantity of special ability crystals is extremely difficult, unless he robs everyone in the entire Shanghang district. The feedback reward for weapon types has arrived. Would you like to claim it directly? Just as Suze was about to prepare to close the system interface, a new prompt immediately appeared. What is this? The moment he claimed the item, Suze instantly discovered a knife in the system space. A hint of astonishment flashed in Suze's eyes. It's so sharp. The knife named Starfall is forged from a special alloy, perfectly integrating with extraordinary power. About 1 meter long, it is not particularly long compared to an ordinary knife, but its appearance is striking, with a silver-white blade that can almost be used as a mirror, featuring a unique forging pattern along the edge. While being exceedingly sharp, it also grants the blade more resilience. Gripping the knife tightly, Suze swung it casually. A steel plate thick enough to be a centimeter was directly sliced through as if it were paper. Suze didn't even feel any resistance. No wonder it's a reward from the system. This knife probably couldn't have been forged even before the apocalypse. What the system produces must be a fine product. Feeling the power of the blade in his hand, Suze's mood lifted even further. Next time he wouldn't have to fear close combat with only his fists. Boss, there's trouble at the gas station. Just as Suze was contemplating whether to fully digest the knife club's territory or go out to explore for supplies, Lin Yedong approached, saying it seems like the wanderers around the gas station want to raid it and take it over. Another group's, what Lin Yedong referred to as a gas station, is actually a fueling point. There happens to be an extremely unstable oil reserve underground, and the knife club set up a simple fueling point above. Such a self-sufficient fueling point is rare in the entire Shanghang district aside from a few central points. There's only this fueling point near the city outskirts. Upon learning this, Su Zhe immediately chose to take over this fueling point. Although the fueling point is small, the benefits it brings are not insignificant. According to the ledgers seized last night, this little fueling point generated revenue equivalent to 10% of the entire knife club's revenue. It's worth much more than the water source seized by Zhang Ziyech. Yet within a day someone actually came looking for trouble. Let's go. Take me to see which force dares to act on my territory. Su Zhe didn't care about the meat that he couldn't consume being taken by others. But the meat is already in hand. If someone dares to snatch it, Su Zhe wouldn't mind breaking any hand that reaches out, and then taking their meat as well. In Shanhong District at the official sanctuary in the chief strategist's office, 3 middle-aged men, each over 50, are brewing tea at a semicircular sandalwood tea table. With their white hair and wrinkled faces, the marks of time do not render these 3 men more despondent. Instead, they exude a unique flavor steeped in the essence of years. Despite sharing the same age, the 3 men possess distinctly different auras. The elder responsible for brewing tea, Mu Jiangwo, the district chief of Shanhong, is also the head of the official sanctuary and wears a kind expression. On the left, a military-clad elder smoking and squinting remains silent, yet a hint of gloom can still be sensed from his weathered face. Li Zhongzhao, the chairman of the Shanghong District Security Committee, sits on the left. As for the elder on the far right, he is Yu Feihong, the captain of the extraordinary management team in Shanghong District. Yu Feihong seems to be in a bad mood from the start, his face sullen. It is only after sipping tea that his expression improves. The air is thick with mist, and the fragrance of the tea is particularly strong, accompanied by the unique aroma emitted by the agarwood on the table, giving a sense of inexplicable tranquility. In stark contrast to the dusty streets outside, where the apathetic homeless wander aimlessly, a voice breaks the silence. Li Fengtian of the Little Knife Society is dead. After a brief pause, Mu Jiangwo, sitting in the main seat, takes the lead in voicing the events that transpired last night. After scanning his 2 colleagues, he does not rush to share his own thoughts. Instead, he continues brewing tea, casting a peculiar gaze at the 2 men across from him. If he's dead, then he's dead. The Little Knife Society has long been a malignant tumor that needed to be eradicated. It's just that someone acted before we did. Seemingly fueled by his already poor mood, Yu Feihong speaks very directly. If it were not for the unexpected events last night, he would have dealt with the Little Knife Society eventually. Old Yue, we don't often see eye to eye, but your words today resonate with me as a kindred spirit. The Little Knife Society was never a good thing. If it weren't for the upper levels suppressing it, I would have scattered its ashes long ago. With Li Zhongzhao's interjection, Yu Feihong openly expresses his stance. The annihilation of the Little Knife Society is practically a fact. Is it not somewhat unrealistic to consider something that no longer exists? What intrigues me more is how a boy raised in a slave den of the outer city could possess strength rivaling that of Li. As he savors the fragrant tea, Li Zhongzhao holds a different perspective. Rather than the fact that Li Fengtian was killed, he is more concerned about the peculiarities of the one who killed him. At all times, one should never underestimate the power of the authorities, even in the midst of an apocalypse. The official sanctuary of Shanghong District managed to gather information about Su Zhe immediately after the events unfolded. At less than 20 years old, hailing from a slum, he was merely a lowly homeless slave a week ago, yet within a week, he has annihilated the Little Knife Society. Such an individual piques Li Zhongzhao's curiosity. Alright, I will send someone to investigate this matter. However, there is something even more important. Seeing Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong focusing on Su Zhe, Mu Jiangwo, who had been silent until now, brings up another. His expression undergoes a subtle change, becoming incredibly serious. There has been an incident in Huaihai District. It seems to be related to our people in Shanghong, and the captain of the Crescent Moon Squad, Yuing, has also been taken away. An incident in Huaihai District. Yuing was forcibly taken away and is hidden in our Shanghong District. If the annihilation of the Little Knife Society only surprised Li and Yu to a degree, what Mu Jiangwo is saying now is pure shock. On the surface, Shanghong District and Huaihai District belong to the same province and are not far apart. Under normal circumstances, the relationship between the 2 regions should be quite good, collaborating on various plans and policies. However, in reality, Huaihai District nearly disregards Shanghong District entirely. From the high-ranking officials down to the civilians, Huaihai District treats Shanghong District with disdain. The disparity in strength between the 2 regions is simply too great. A second-tier extraordinary individual can be considered the pinnacle of Shanghong District, while such individuals are abundant in Huaihai District. If there is truly no connection between the 2, their relationship would be as is. While Shanghong District may be lacking, ensuring its overall development is not an issue. There is no need to rely on Huaihai District. However, following the outbreak of the beast tide, Huaihai District has repeatedly applied to the higher-ups seeking to swallow up Shanghong District. Thus, the relationship between the 2 is not good. Let alone daily communications, it is exceedingly difficult for personnel from Huaihai District to even enter Shanghong District. And now, the captain of the extraordinary squad from Huaihai District is suspected to have been brought into Shanghong District. Both Yu Feihong and Li Zhongzhao deem this matter to be quite complex. Yes, and there's still another matter. The extraordinary team from Huaihai District has personally sent someone to Shanghang District. This is unacceptable. I disagree. I also disagree. This matter pertains to our Shanghang District. What right does Huaihai District have to send people in? This time both Li and Yu are in astonishing agreement. They resolutely disagree. Damn it, Huaihai District wants to use this matter as an excuse to control Shanghang District, right? Old Mu tell them that Shanghang District does not welcome any forces outside of Shanghang District. If they want to find someone, let them come to us. The rest is non-negotiable. Finishing his words, the hot-tempered Yu Feihong finishes his tea and leaves first. I'll go deal with the troubles left by the Little Knife Society. The rest is up to you. As for the attitude, I'm in agreement with old Yu. Following this, Li Zhongzhao also expresses his stance. A moment later, the three men who had been arguing were left with only Mu Jiangwo. It's a troublesome time. Slowly rising, Mu Jiangwo's face is filled with worry. Compared to the two martial men, he has clearly more to ponder and address. Initially, he intended to investigate the boy who killed Li Fengtian, but it seems dealing with the arrival from Huaihai District is an even more pressing matter. Boss, why did we stop? Meanwhile, under the lead of Zhang Xiaojie, Su Zhe also arrives near the refueling point. However, Su Zhe suddenly halts, and Zhang Xiaojie, who follows behind, suddenly realizes something. He quickly approaches Su Zhe and asks, is something wrong? It's nothing, let's head to the refueling point first. Waving his hand, Su Zhe gestures for Zhang Xiaojie not to ask further. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaojie does not inquire further and leads the way in front of Su Zhe. Didn't expect Huaihai District to react this quickly. As he slowly follows Zhang Xiaojie's footsteps, Su Zhe glances back. A group of armed personnel with obvious Huaihai District markings happens to pass by on the adjacent street, heading towards the center of Shanghang District. It seems I need to find an opportunity to deal with that fellow Yueying. Directly handle it here, or trade Yueying to the Huaihai District. A choice to be made. As for the specific plan, Su Zhe was not in a hurry. From the information at hand, it is clear that the personnel from Huaihai District have only managed to locate the upper echelons of Shanghang District. They want to find me through Shanghang District. This proves that Su Zhe has not actually exposed his identity. Thus, Su Zhe's room for maneuvering has greatly expanded. After all, Shanghang District is not small, with over 100,000 people living within it. Who would have thought that the one who launched a night raid on Huaihai District and forcibly took away the team leader of the abilities squad was just a boy from a slum? It seems I need to find another opportunity to go to Huaihai District. After all, when I first brought along Xiao Mao and the others into Huaihai District, there was indeed a registration record left in Shanghang District. It's just that there were no detailed physical descriptions. Su Zhe had mainly operated at night before and was covered by vehicles. The high-ranking officials of Huaihai District certainly do not have a detailed appearance of him. Overall, Su Zhe concluded that he was temporarily safe. Boss, we have arrived. It seems like the area has already been occupied by the vagrants. They're just ordinary people, just a bit too many. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaojie stopped again, looking at the gas station 100 meters away. Zhang Xiaojie's expression was not good either. The gas station was transformed from a residential house, with only a surrounding wall outside. Behind the house, there was a slightly larger warehouse. Further back was a wasteland, which was also an oil extraction point. Within the entire area, apart from some simple refining tools, there were only rusted oil barrels. On regular days, there would generally be only 7 or 8 people guarding it. After Su Zhe killed Li Fengtian, Zhang Xiaojie also sent someone to occupy it. However, unexpectedly, just after one night, this gas station had already been occupied by nearby vagrants. Zhang Xiaojie, can you recognize what faction these people belong to? Su Zhe glanced around and saw that there were not many people around the gas station. There were only 4 or 5 people, and the weapons in their hands were extremely rudimentary. Most were just cold weapons like machetes and steel pipes. As for the personnel inside the wall, there were only a dozen or so, and the weapons they carried were not much different from. They were all just cold weapons. Moreover, they were dressed in tattered clothes. Rather than vagrants, they seemed more like these people actually dare to come and actively seize my territory. This is interesting. Just from their appearance, Su Zhe could easily discern their origins. They were most likely just a group of scavengers huddling together for warmth. As for why these people were here, Su Zhe actually had an answer in mind. They must have been hired by some faction, paying a bit of food as the price to test their bottom line. Let's go in and take a look. Su Zhe had no intention of attacking these scrappy scavengers. These guys were like weeds beneath the spring breeze, unless their roots were dealt with. There would always be another batch after this one. Who are you? Brothers, come out, someone is here. As Zhang Xiaojie approached the gas station's entrance, 2 scavengers responsible for lookout immediately stood up. They shouted to those behind the door while raising their weapons. They intended to block Su Zhe and Zhang Xiaojie. Do these guys really have combat capability? Su Zhe looked at these people who couldn't even hold their knives steadily, feeling, can they really fight? Each of them was skinny and couldn't even hold their weapons firmly. Just a first glance, Su Zhe could clearly see that the 2 in front were trembling noticeably. I advise you to leave quickly, or we have occupied this place. Yes, if you don't leave, we will take action. As the 2 outside spoke, several people inside the gas station also rushed out. Seeing that they had the numerical advantage, these dozen or so people exchanged glances. They slowly surrounded Su Zhe. If you want to make a move, feel free to try. Dealing with these old, weak, sick, and disabled people, Suze found it truly a waste of time. He directly drew his gun. Compared to extraordinary powers, Suze believed that the pistol in his hand would make them come to their senses faster. Gun. They have guns. Run quickly, Zhang Erling tricked us. Someone has occupied this place. Indeed, as the dark muzzle of Suze's gun slowly rose, the dozen scavengers immediately dropped their weapons to the ground and prepared to scatter. From the very beginning, they had never truly thought of taking over this gas station. If it weren't for Zhang Erling from the east side of the city bringing them here with a bag of mixed grain flour, they would never have. Don't move, whoever dares to move, he'll kill. Zhang Xiaojia also had quite a keen eye. Just as many scavengers were about to flee, he single-handedly blocked the only exit of the gas station. Two big brothers, we were wrong. Don't shoot, please don't shoot. We're just trying to earn a meal. We have no intention of fighting. The crowd pointed at by the gun immediately became obedient. They seemed quite experienced, crouching obediently in the corner. Damn, they really seemed to be habitual offenders. Looking at the crowd that put down their weapons and squatted in the corner in less than a minute, Suze couldn't help but chuckle. You come here, what is your name, and who is this Zhang Erling you mentioned earlier? After confirming that there was no one around, Suze was too lazy to fuss over these small matters. He pulled over a weak-looking boy, just the one who had mentioned Zhang Erling. My name is Wang Defa. I scavenge materials in the east side of the city. Zhang Erling is the labor leader in the east. He sent us here this time. The payment was 3 gene of mixed grain flour. Please don't kill me, boss. We haven't eaten this stuff yet. If you want it, you can take it. After sneaking a glance at Suze and sensing the murderous aura emanating from him, Wang Defa didn't dare to conceal anything. He recounted the whole story behind this matter. Then he pulled out a bag of black powdery substance from his pocket. Boss, I swear we haven't even dared to eat a bite of this mixed grain flour. You keep this stuff, or just get lost. After confirming that this group occupying his gas station was just a bunch of, Suze directly chased them away. As for why he didn't kill them, it wasn't worth it. Killing these scum would require cleaning up their corpses, and it would attract the attention of the upper echelons of Shanghang District, possibly even raising suspicions from Huaihai District. As for the spoils, a small bag of black powdery food. Ridiculous. Zhang Xiaojia, what is the situation in the east of the city? Despite having fully understood the memories of his predecessor when he first crossed over, Suze was completely unaware of the circumstances in the eastern part of Shanghang District. In contrast, Zhang Xiaojia seemed quite knowledgeable about that area. The east of the city. Zhang Xiaojia responded, there aren't any significant forces there aside from a group called the Tiger Hunting Team. It seems most of the people are just wanderers, not much different from slaves. After finishing his overview of the information about the east of the city, Zhang Xiaojia suddenly realized, boss, are you saying these guys were sent by the Tiger Hunting Team? What else could it be? Suze chuckled lightly, casually assessing the appearance of the gas station. Do you really think these insignificant characters would dare to come here to cause trouble? Boss, what should we do now? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaojia immediately reacted. These wanderers, let alone trying to occupy someone else's territory, wouldn't even venture outside the city without a group. In this apocalypse, those wanderers living in the gutters were even more timid than mice. Just wait, these guys aren't the main issue. The main point is the people behind them. It's quite interesting that they would set their sights on me. Suze did not take the matter too seriously. The reason was simple, the group in the east of the city only dared to send these wanderers to test his strength. That meant they were either afraid of him from the start or lacked the confidence to take action against him. Dealing with a group that harbored fear towards him, Suze was not overly anxious. In contrast, developing his own power, dealing with the upper echelons of Shanghang District, the personnel from Huaihai District, and the Moon Shadow itself were all quite tricky matters. If Suze wanted to take action against the group in the east of the city, he would first need to resolve the issues at hand. Suze indeed believed in using force to solve all problems. However, blindly using force without considering one's own situation would only lead to one outcome: self-destruction. Have you handled the matters I instructed you about? Make sure to find some reliable new recruits. Also, if we're short on manpower, temporarily close the gas station and keep the water source operational. Understood, but boss, how should we charge for the water source? The previous rules of the Little Knife Club barely allowed average people to buy water. Only some medium to large forces would have stable access. As for pricing, any materials that can be used can be exchanged. The specifics are up to you. We don't need to profit from this. Rather, we need this to win people over. When it came to pricing, Suze's thoughts were quite fluid. After all, water supply points like this were not rare in Shanghai. As long as one finds a slightly cleaner river and adds some basic filtering materials and carbon for preliminary filtration, it would be drinkable. The profit that could be brought to Suze was actually not substantial. Most of those who would choose to come to the water point under Suze's control were basically impoverished individuals with little to offer. Compared to the rags they carried, Suze was more interested in their potential as individuals. After all, in certain situations, people were also a very precious resource. Boss, I'll arrange it right away. Understanding Suze's plan, Zhang Xiaojia nodded and went to handle matters related to. As for the gas station here, it would be temporarily closed. Only 96 points. Zhang Xiaojia, when will you ever become completely loyal? Silently glancing at Zhang Xiaojia's disappearing back, a hint of significance flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaojia was certainly a very useful talent. However, this slowly increasing loyalty was quite displeasing to Su Zhe. When he previously checked the loyalty interface, Zhang Xiaojia, as one of the earliest members of his team, had not yet achieved the loyal status. Even Lin Yuexiao, who had no interaction with him, had reached a loyalty level of 90. This was someone with autism who hardly interacted with anyone except Lin Yedong. If such an extreme example could reach a loyalty level of 90. I'll give you one last month, if not, don't blame me for replacing you. After giving Zhang Xiaojia a final deadline in his mind, Su Zhe directly returned to the slave gathering point. He had too much to do. Wu Yue, how is the search for open land going? At present, Su Zhe's two most important tasks were to find manpower and to restart the ammunition production line he had retrieved from Huaihai City. Only after that would he deal with other matters. So as soon as he returned to the base, Su Zhe immediately called Wu Yu over. Su Zhe, I looked at the production line we retrieved, and it's the standard rifle from Huaihai District CV3 with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. It's easy to make, sturdy and reliable, suitable for personal use or arms sales. As long as we have skilled workers producing around 100 rifles a month, should be no problem. However, we need a lot of skilled workers, and there's the issue of space. Our current location is near the outskirts of Shanghang District, and security is hard to guarantee. So what are you trying to say? Seeing Wu Yu hesitate and give incoherent responses, Su Zhe frowned slightly. I asked how to solve the space issue, not to hear your plans after these considerations. Huh. Wu Yu took a deep breath and said, it's easy to find regular people, but finding skilled workers is a bit challenging. Getting a weapon production line from Huaihai District was definitely a big win, but new problems had arisen. CV3 is a gun unique to Huaihai District, and aside from the detailed production process within Huaihai District, there are no workers capable of producing this firearm elsewhere. While recruiting new personnel is an option, the time cost would be too great. Also, there simply isn't a suitable location nearby to serve as a production base. Unless we go outside the city. If there's no space here, let's go outside the city. Within 5 kilometers of Shanghang District is still relatively safe. What? Su Zhe's decision surprised Wu Yu. No, it could even be described as shocking. There might be plenty of places outside the city, but it was dangerous. Have you forgotten the firearms we brought from Huaihai District? Seemingly guessing Wu Yu's concerns, Su Zhe decided to lay it all out without holding back. He directly revealed his entire plan. To be honest, I've never intended to build my base within Shanghang District. Taking the seized firearms outside the city can still ensure basic safety. As for personnel, I never planned for rapid production from the start. I just want to get the production line up and running. Workers can be trained, and I can find other technical personnel for the production of firearms. These are all minor issues. Now, Su Zhe's serious gaze focused back on Wu Yue. I only need you to do one thing, establish the... As his words fell, a glimmer of ambition shone in Su Zhe's eyes. Alright, I will definitely do my best. Recently, the beast tide has erupted, but it has not affected the internal areas, such as Huaihai District and Shanghang District, much. However, 2 peripheral cities in Su Province have been completely engulfed by the mutated beast tide, and a large number of disaster victims have flooded into other cities. Among these refugees, there must be technical personnel. As long as we have enough food, there shouldn't be a significant issue with manpower. As for the venue, just give me the guns and I can guarantee that nothing in the warehouse will suffer any loss before I die. After understanding Su Zhe's plan, Wu Yu took on this difficult task. Take the keys, the firearms are inside. As for the personnel, let's use the more than 20 people at the gathering point for now. Although they are not very effective, there are no issues with their loyalty. Su Zhe appreciated Wu Yu's style of handling matters and directly handed the keys to the room where supplies were piled up at the gathering point to her. After obtaining the keys, Wu Yu left the city to find a suitable location outside. If the production line can be successfully started, then the remaining issue will be food. It seems we will have to purchase it from other places for now. After Wu Yu left, Su Zhe was once again alone in the room. Facing the empty room, Su Zhe did not stop his thoughts and planning in his mind, just as he had mentioned before. From the very beginning, Su Zhe had never intended to establish his true base within Shanghang District. Staying at the gathering point or collecting the leftovers of the Little Knife Society was undoubtedly the most suitable result after weighing the options. What Su Zhe needed was a space that could allow him to develop, not to languish in the already somewhat crowded safe area of Shanghang District. Let Xiao Sanmao handle the food purchasing, and as for Lin Yedong, let him find some orphans to train. Training from orphans should alleviate any concerns about loyalty. After temporarily addressing the above issues, Su Zhe also began to prepare to establish his own team. Whether it was Wu Yu or Lin Yedong, or Zhang Xiaojia and this initial batch of slaves, they were all choices made by Su Zhe out of necessity, as there was no other option, with only a broken vehicle at the start. Now that things had calmed down for the time being, Su Zhe naturally needed to put in some effort into team building. Orphans. They were Su Zhe's best choice. They are easy to cultivate, loyalty personnel are controllable, and thanks to the system's support, Su Zhe need not worry about these personnel's abilities after they grow. Moreover, in such an environment, there are no individuals easier to accommodate than orphans. Perhaps the only cost would be to spend some time and food. Such costs are acceptable and bearable for Suze. Next, we need to deal with these two official shelters in Shanghang District and Huaihai District. One by one, the issues and solutions were written down in the notebook in front of Suze. The thoughts in Suze's mind became increasingly clear. Food personnel, weapon production lines, the base outside the city, and collecting materials for upgrading trucks as much as possible. Summarizing, these are the issues that Suze currently needs to face. Let's proceed with this arrangement for now. As for future matters, they are beyond what can be considered at this moment. Half an hour later, after thinking through all the potential issues he might encounter soon, Suze closed the notebook. He then called Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong over. He gave each of them 10 first-order crystals, instructing them to procure food and find suitable orphans respectively. Soon, not only was the room empty, but even within the large slave gathering point, only Suze remained. Zhang Xiaojia went to address the issue of the water source. Wu Yu had left the city. Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong also had their own matters. It's time to deal with that Moonshadow character. From the reactions in Huaihai District, if everything is planned properly, this girl might bring considerable gains. Putting aside his current tasks, Suze slowly looked towards a small room deep within the slave gathering point. Originally, this room was used for storing miscellaneous items. After Abiao's death, Suze cleaned it up. It was initially intended for temporarily storing some useless items. Unexpectedly, instead of piling up items, he ended up locking up this Moonshadow character. Through the dim and mottled glass, Suze could easily see inside the room. Coincidentally, the recently awakened Moonshadow also noticed Suze staring at her. "Are you awake?" Locking eyes, Suze suddenly smiled. "Just saves me the trouble." Confirming that Moonshadow was fully awake, Suze directly opened the door and entered the small dark room. "This should be our second meeting, right?" Suze did not expect Moonshadow to be so calm upon waking. When he entered the room, Moonshadow, who was squatting in the corner, she merely looked at Suze with a complex expression seemingly filled with resentment and helplessness. "May I ask your real name? After all, I do not like to keep calling someone by their nickname." Seeing that Moonshadow had no inclination to speak for the time being, Suze simply got straight to the point. Finding a wooden stool, Suze sat directly in front of Moonshadow. His serious gaze fixed intently on Moonshadow. Of course, this was not due to Suze being lecherous. As mentioned before, she was just a pink skeleton. Staring directly at the other person was merely a common psychological pressure tactic for interrogation. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and naturally the best way to discern differences. If it weren't for the desire to obtain some key information from her mouth, Suze would absolutely not waste time in Shangwan Mu Yun, the legitimate daughter of the Shangwan family. "Little guy, bringing me here might just cause you a lot of trouble." "Oh really? I forgot to tell you what I fear the least is trouble." Sure enough, as Suze had anticipated, after a few seconds of silence, Shangwan Mu Yun finally spoke. However, her words left Suze somewhat inexplicably astonished. This woman, even at such a moment, was still... It might be useful for ordinary people, but for Suze, it was utterly useless. Suze had no idea what the Shangwan family was. "And one more thing, the term little guy you used. It's the word I dislike the most." After the cold words left Suze's mouth, he stood up. He punched Shangwan Mu Yun in the abdomen, and the dull sound of impact echoed in the surrounding space. The pain from this punch instantly caused the previously composed Shangwan Mu Yun to furrow her brows. "Can we talk properly? If not, this is just the beginning. Bastard, you're asking for death." "Oh." In response to Shangwan Mu Yun's reaction, Suze was very straightforward. He repeated his previous action. Once again, he punched Shangwan Mu Yun in the abdomen. "And then, I'm waiting for you to continue." This time, accompanied by Suze's cold stare, the arrogance in Shangwan Mu Yun's eyes finally vanished. What replaced it was an expression filled with disbelief, accompanied by a hint of fear. The Shangwan family in the capital came to Huaihai District to investigate the beast tide outbreak. What a fine girl, yet her method of dealing with refugees is to directly slaughter them. Is this the mindset of the upper class? It seems I need to find a way to inform Shanghang District that I have this girl in my possession. Otherwise, it might be difficult to exchange for the appropriate resources. Half an hour later, having stepped out from the room where Shangwan Mu Yun was detained, Suze murmured to himself, reflecting on the outcomes of the interrogation. Shangwan Mu Yun, a top-tier genius among extraordinary ability users, had already become a second-tier transcendent before the age of 20. Moreover, she awakened her powers independently without using any ability crystals. Such a genius would normally never come to a remote place like Huaihai District. However, a month ago, a mysterious beast tide suddenly erupted, displacing at least hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing the news, Shangwan Mu Yun immediately led a team to Huaihai District to investigate the cause of the beast tide and how to manage the refugees. However, just as Shangwan Mu Yun arrived in Huaihai City, an incident occurred at a warehouse. As she approached, Suze interrupted her awakening of extraordinary powers and defeated her directly. "I must say this girl is quite tough. She actually held out for half an hour." Looking again at Shangwan Mu Yun in the room, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Suze's mouth. Her exquisite and beautiful face was now pale, with fresh blood slowly seeping from the corner of her mouth. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, soaking her clothes as if they were worthless. In fact, Suze's method of questioning was very simple. It was pure psychological pressure accompanied by just a hint of the necessary means. After all, dealing with someone who had never regarded the lower class as human, Su Zhe felt no psychological burden whatsoever. As for compassion, impossible. One can be fearless of the divine or not love as a saint, but one should still retain basic humanity. If Shangwan Muyun had not spoken out about why she was in Huaihai district, Su Zhe didn't even believe that this was a solution proposed by someone of the same species. Hundreds of thousands of refugees could indeed become a factor of disaster. But that was certainly not a justification for their outright extermination. Su Zhe was very selfish. He could abandon many things for his own interests. But that does not mean Su Zhe lacked humanity. He had his own unique and niche moral bottom line, while Shangwan Muyun did not. She was beautiful, stunning. A child of destiny born into nobility. Even after the apocalypse, she could live in comfort having been born in the capital. She was enveloped in various halos that ordinary people could hardly reach. Yet to Su Zhe she was not human. As for her method of dealing with refugees, Su Zhe found it hard to comment. He just felt something was off. Thus his method of interrogation was rather extreme. I must say being able to withstand Su Zhe's interrogation for half an hour alone shows that Shangwan Muyun is definitely excellent in terms of willpower. Just stay there, you can rest assured. Before I obtain the materials needed to exchange for you, you do not need to worry about your... After giving Shangwan Muyun his personal assurance, Su Zhe locked the door. He had something very important to do. He needed to inform the personnel of Huaihai district that Shangwan Muyun was still in his hands. After finding a long coat to cover himself, Su Zhe vanished into the crowd on the street, heading towards the center of Shanhong district. Damn it, Shangwan Muyun will never let you go. At the same time, completely restricted Shangwan Muyun let out a beast-like low growl after hearing Su Zhe's teasing so easily. Her eyes, like those of a predator, fixed fiercely on the window. She had never seen such a savage, cruel person. The previous half hour was undoubtedly the most unwilling memory for Shangwan Muyun. Suffocating pressure dislocated joints. Everything she could think of, and even what she couldn't think of, it all happened. At that moment the cold gaze felt like entering an ice cave. It was not human, but a pure demon, a beast. After venting for a long time, Shangwan Muyun slowly quieted down. The once bright and captivating eyes now only reflected a puppet-like vacancy. Her expression still bore the fear of what she had just endured. She had never thought that one day she would be beaten like a dog. Have I truly made a mistake? I did nothing wrong. What use are those refugees? Besides bringing death, consuming our resources, and causing chaos, wiping them all out and sending them to where they belong is the right choice. Trash should always stay in the trash heap, not compete with the elite class for the scarce resources. In this moment of hysteria, Shangwan Muyun had completely lost her composure. Unlike her usual demeanor as a prodigy, she resembled a beast in a cage. She had utterly lost her rationality. In her view, neither she nor the upper echelon's decisions had any errors. A wave of hundreds of thousands of refugees out of control would certainly rival a beast tide of the same numbers. The entire Su province could not bear such a number of refugees. The only outcome of forcibly accepting them would be one total chaos, and the whole Su province would erupt due to food shortages. Even if using the most basic nutritional paste wheat bran and mixing it all together as food for these refugees, the amount required is far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Wasting precious food on these useless refugees. Are you insane? Furthermore, as one of the larger and more stable provinces above, Su province is essentially the foundation. If Su province were to riot due to these refugees, even the central capital could be significantly affected. Even without killing these refugees, these pests like locusts crossing the land would become a large number of rioters, wanderers, or even zombies. The destruction to surrounding cities would be equally immense. Therefore, killing them is the best solution. Su Zhe, you will definitely regret this. Wait until I get out. A gaze filled with endless resentment fixed on the window. As if lacking moisture, her previously plump and rosy lips now appeared cracked. However, from Shangwan Muyun's face and eyes one could still see the anger within her heart. It's just that. Su Zhe paid almost no attention to the thoughts in Shangwan Muyun's mind. She had already left the city. Boss, do you remember me? Entering the black market slave trading point, it was still the familiar and bustling first-floor hall. Su Zhe saw a familiar face, the slave trader, Huang Jinbao. After a quick glance, it seemed that due to the recent influx of refugees voluntarily becoming slaves, the once plump Huang Jinbao had lost some weight. Of course, it was just a little weight loss. Who is this? Called by Su Zhe, Huang Jinbao took a moment to respond. It was only when he walked closer to Su Zhe that he realized, oh, boss Su. My eyes are not very sharp and my memory is not too good. I forgot about you for a moment. It seems your business is going well. Seeing that Huang Jinbao recognized him, Su Zhe couldn't help but tease him, and then he stated his purpose. I assume as the head of such a large trading company, you are not merely selling slaves, right? Glancing around, apart from some slaves in the area where Huang Jinbao often operated, Su Zhe also noticed various supplies wrapped in black boxes. Seeing this, Su Zhe pointed directly at the items behind Huang Jinbao and said, I would like to acquire some basic materials. Materials? Upon hearing this, the shrewd Huang Jinbao instantly realized that a big business opportunity had arrived. Previously, during the refugee crisis, the slaves he had hoarded had caused him significant losses. Not to mention making a profit, even these slaves were unwanted at a loss. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of a copper mine near Shanghang district that required a large workforce, Huang Jinbao estimated, he would have gone bankrupt. Now that Su Zhe actually needed some basic materials, Huang Jinbao immediately flatteringly handed over his product list to Su Zhe. While pointing at the boxes in front of him, he began to introduce them. Boss Su, your question is somewhat demeaning. Although our Sanbao Trading Company may not be the top trading company under the apocalypse, we have a considerable amount of goods for trade. Whether it's firearms, ammunition, food, slaves, or basic materials, we have it all. After introducing some regular items, Huang Jinbao carefully surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that no one was paying attention to their conversation, he quietly leaned towards Su Zhe and whispered, "As long as you can't afford the price, we can even get you extraordinary slaves." I underestimated this guy's capabilities. Extraordinary beings. Even among all humanity, they are extremely rare. They are the backbone of humanity's fight against mutated beasts. They also hold mid-level positions in various settlements. Even the lowest-tier first-level ability users could never easily become slaves. I have no interest in extraordinary beings. However, Su Zhe was not here to seek extraordinary beings. He only needed one thing from Huang Jinbao: the basic materials for producing firearms. Previously, although he had obtained a large amount of steel from the Huaihai district storage warehouse, it had mostly been used to upgrade trucks. Only a small portion of steel remained. Moreover, producing firearms requires not only steel, but also brass, finished gunpowder, and stamping equipment. Su Zhe had none of these. Boss Su, are you looking to make guns? As a businessman, Huang Jinbao could naturally infer Su Zhe's intentions from the items he needed. Su Zhe did not hide his intentions for needing these items. In fact, there was no need to conceal them. Aside from the official shelters in various regions, any influential force could come up with ways to produce firearms. This was quite normal in the apocalypse. However, the firearms produced by small family workshops could not guarantee. I do have these items, but with the invasion of the beast tide, these materials are in short supply, and the prices are a bit. Huang Jinbao did not probe into Su Zhe's situation, but after a moment of hesitation, he pulled out a list of materials for firearm production. If the quantity is not large, I suggest you buy some finished firearms. Our Sanbao Trading Company's products are sturdy and reliable, and the price is only slightly higher than usual. As soon as he finished speaking, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Huang Jinbao's face. After all, while the prices of these basic materials had indeed risen, materials were ultimately the most fundamental items. How could they compare to making money from military arms? A semi-automatic rifle with a cost of 1 crystal core could easily be sold for 2 or 3 crystal cores with ammunition. The profits were extremely lucrative. Moreover, Huang Jinbao did not merely want to earn Su Zhe's money. His suggestion was undoubtedly the most suitable for Su Zhe at the moment. After sizing up Su Zhe, Huang Jinbao did not underestimate him. In his view, although Su Zhe might indeed have some money, he was certainly not someone who could establish a top-notch firearm production line. He assumed Su Zhe wanted to set up a small workshop to produce firearms. Such simple firearms. Not to mention Huang Jinbao, even some second-hand dealers wouldn't want to purchase them. As for using these firearms himself, if he didn't mind these shabby guns suddenly bursting while facing zombies or mutated beasts, then it wouldn't matter. Boss Su, if you're interested, I have firearms for sale at very reasonable prices. Would you like to take a look? Thus, Huang Jinbao proposed a win-win situation, letting Su Zhe buy the firearms he had on hand. In this way, Su Zhe wouldn't have to worry about the quality of the firearms, and Huang Jinbao could still make a good profit. No need, boss. Huang's kindness is appreciated, but I still want materials. If it was a solo operation, or if you wanted to arm a small team, purchasing firearms outright would definitely be a cost-effective route. However, Su Zhe did not want just 1 or 2 guns. He wanted to have control over the entire production line of these. Alright, brother, since you have made your decision, I won't say much more. The list of supplies has detailed prices. You can take a look. For Huang Jinbao, regardless of what choice Su Zhe made, he wouldn't have too many objections. It was merely a matter of making more or less profit. Additionally, based on Huang Jinbao's experience in reading people, he could easily sense a certain aura emanating from Su Zhe. This young man before him was definitely not an ordinary person. Federal currency. And what is a credit point? Upon carefully examining the materials list in hand, Su Zhe realized that Huang Jinbao, or rather the Sanbao Trading Company, behind him possessed immense power. Not only did they have various materials needed for producing firearms, but they also had finished products or key components for new weapons like laser weapons and guided bombs. However, the prices marked behind these commodities left Su Zhe somewhat astonished. There were 2 mainstream currencies. The first was the federal coin, the official currency issued by the official shelters of the apocalypse, while the second was the credit point, which seemed to be a currency issued by the Sanbao Trading Company itself. As for the value of these 2 currencies, Su Zhe was somewhat unclear. Boss Su, are you joking? As soon as he sat down, Golden Treasure, who had just brewed a pot of tea to prepare a procurement list for Su Zhe, heard the question from Su Zhe. He hurriedly stood up, forgetting to drink the tea in his hand, and exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't these the 2 currencies commonly used in Su province? Could it be that Boss Su is from another province and hasn't heard of these 2 currencies? It seemed Golden Treasure noticed that Suze might not have heard of these currencies and was somewhat taken aback. However, he subconsciously found an excuse for Suze's question. After all, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, the original order had completely collapsed, and the currencies issued by the government had become a pile of worthless paper. Thus, there are primarily three types of trading methods now. The first is barter, which is the most basic method of trade, though anything desired can be exchanged for valuable items. Most of those who commonly use this trading method are impoverished or lower-class individuals. The advantage of such a trading method is its convenience, as there is no need to worry about either party being at a disadvantage. The second trading method is even simpler, which is using energy crystals as the medium of exchange. As one of the most widely used items in the apocalypse, these sparkling stones obtained from mutated zombies and beasts can enhance one's strength, increasing the extraordinary power within ability users. They can also be ground and added to metals. It can be said that energy crystals are undoubtedly the hardest currency during the apocalypse. Even professional merchants like Golden Treasure, backed by a trading association, accept trades involving ability crystals. As for the last type, it is the newly issued currency after the apocalypse based on the credit index provided by the local issuing government and the fixed exchange rate of energy crystals. Although the first two trading methods are more common, they are not convenient. While small transactions using the above two methods are manageable, once the quantity increases, it becomes somewhat unrealistic. Thus, paper currency was born. Credit points are the exclusive currency of the Sanbao Trading Association, which can be exchanged for supplies, energy crystals, and all the materials available within the Sanbao Trading Association at any time. The daily exchange rate fluctuates based on market conditions. It is considered a relatively common currency system during the apocalypse. As for the federal currency, it is a paper currency jointly issued by official shelters nationwide, backed by the credit guarantee of the shelter. However, in recent times, various negative news about official shelters has emerged, leading to a continuous impact on the credit of the federal currency. If it weren't for the fact that his black market is still within the Shanghang district where the protection fees paid must be in federal currency, he wouldn't even want to accept federal currency. After all, no one wants to find that the money that could buy a pound of food yesterday can only buy a bar of soap today. If Boss Su doesn't have the above two currencies, the dinar is also acceptable. However, this is a currency from another province, and the price of purchasing materials must increase by 10%. The dinar is the independent currency of the magic capital adjacent to Su province. Although it is not as stable as the federal currency and credit points mentioned by Golden Treasure, it is still a fairly decent currency. As he spoke, Golden Treasure took out a coin resembling an ancient European brass coin from his pocket. It seemed to shine particularly brightly, possibly due to the mixing of some gold in the raw materials. Moreover, a three-dimensional relief of a scattering golden wheat ear was sculpted above the coin. No, I don't have any of these currencies. Oh, all I have is this. How could Suze possibly have such currency? Just a week ago, he was merely a slave. Not to mention detailed currency, he wouldn't even know that the trading methods among the upper and middle classes involved traditional currency if Golden Treasure hadn't informed him about the currency system in the apocalypse. None at all. You have no currency at all. Upon hearing this, a hint of inexplicable shock flickered in Golden Treasure's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Unlike the petty merchants in traditional markets, Golden Treasure did not look down on Suze due to his words. Confirming that Suze had no currency, Golden Treasure's expression showed a hint of helplessness, and he then spread his hands and said, "If there is no currency, we can only barter. However, Boss Su, rest assured my purchasing price is very fair. I don't have money, but I have this." Seeing Golden Treasure's reaction, Suze directly threw a bag onto the table. The unique clinking sound produced by the collision of crystals immediately made Golden Treasure realize what was inside. "Boss Su, if you have energy crystals, everything can be discussed." Picking up the bag from the table, Golden Treasure took a sneak peek and confirmed that it contained a dozen energy crystals shimmering with various elemental lights, making his attitude even more enthusiastic. To make it easier, the exchange rate for one energy crystal is 1 to 100. Both federal currency and credit points are the same. Good, I need brass, steel, manual lathes, seamless steel pipes, and gunpowder, each at a quantity of 100. As for the rest, we can discuss it later. After glancing at the price list, Suze directly reported all the items he wanted to Golden Treasure. These items total 3 first-tier energy crystals, plus a little spare change. I'll let it go. As for the ordered items, come back in 3 days to collect them. After giving Suze a little spare change, Golden Treasure immediately made arrangements. As for Suze, after completing the purchase of supplies, he directly exited the black market. I thought something strange would happen, but it turned out to be just as ordinary as ever. In his past life, Suze had read quite a few novels, so he naturally thought more about the experience of coming to the black market. For example, encounters with tyrants and unexpected windfalls in the black market. But clearly Suze did not encounter any of those chaotic situations. "Stop, little brat, dare to come here to eat for free without money. Are you looking for death? This brat has not a single valuable thing on him, or just kill him. Huh, what a waste of a portion of cockroach paste. Next time, bring such a person, collect the money first. As for this guy, just kill him and throw him into the ditch." However, just as Suze stepped outside, an unexpected event occurred. Three muscular men with bare upper bodies held sharp knives, and one of them was carrying a child who looked about 11 or 12 years old. The child was dressed in a dirty black long robe with unkempt long hair obscuring his face. Suze did not recognize the child's gender. However, the child's gaze puzzled Suze. A fierce look that should not be present in a child's eyes was particularly striking. What a ferocious gaze. Even an ordinary adult wouldn't possess such a fierce look, right? As he walked past the three men, Suze increasingly felt that the malice in the child's eyes was rather exaggerated. Just from the expression flowing from the gaze, it could be estimated that if these three fellows did not kill the child on the spot, he would surely return for revenge. This is undoubtedly the case. Oh, it's a girl, haha, my cockroach paste has returned. Just as Suze turned around, one of the robust men suddenly showed a hint of joyful smile, while his face grew increased. Boss, it seems there's a girl around 13 or 14 at the Ingchun Pavilion. Those upper-class guys seem particularly interested in these little ones. Although her face is a bit dirty, her features still look quite delicate. Stop hitting her. Find a place to clean this girl up, and take her directly to the Ingchun building. Once it was confirmed that the filthy little brat was indeed a girl, the oldest of the burly men's earlier anger was instantly eclipsed by delight. While lifting the little girl by the scruff of her neck, he laughed. The upper crust really knows how to have fun. This girl has hardly any meat on her bones. How could anyone be interested in her? Damn it, stop talking nonsense. What does their preference have to do with me? All I know is that once I sell this girl, I can enjoy a meal of mutated wild boar meat. Although after mutation, the meat fibers of wild boars became thicker, even after careful stewing, the texture was akin to biting through burlap. But for these burly men, it was already one of the few types of meat they could afford. Is she really a girl? As the three men brushed past Suze, he too confirmed why they could tell that the filthy little figure before them was a girl. It seemed that the earlier tugging had caused the girl's black robe to be pulled down, revealing a tattered pink shirt with a pant. Oh, are you actually asking for my help? What intrigued Suze further was that while he made eye contact with the girl, she was also staring back at him. Moreover, Suze vaguely discerned two words from her lips. Save me. Get lost, don't block my way. Just then Suze suddenly stopped in his tracks, and one of the burly men, seeing Suze standing in front of him for no reason, was taken aback. He swung his fist as big as a sandbag towards Suze. Little girl, you're really lucky. It seems I must save you. Suze had no intention of meddling, nor did he even have the thought of doing so. But if someone came looking for trouble with him, Suze wouldn't mind lending a hand. While this was merely an excuse for... In fact, from the very beginning, Suze had been quite interested in this little brat. A small girl full of grit. Her wolf-like eyes still flickered with unyielding resilience even under the assault of the three men. Such a demeanor was extremely rare, even among adults. If Lin Yedong was a natural-born killer, then the little girl before him was undoubtedly the best candidate for a mad dog. Without a doubt, Suze felt that as long as he saved her, he would gain an incredibly loyal hound. Since you've already made your choice, don't regret it later. This is hilarious. This guy is also a lunatic. Did I not check the calendar before coming out today? Brothers, just kill this guy for me, save some time. Let's go attack. The three men seemed unfazed by Suze. Instead, they charged forward directly. Clearly to them, Suze's small frame was nothing more than an ant to be. In contrast, the little girl who stood there with a cold demeanor nodded seriously. Her pupils reflected Suze's slight smile. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots, the 3 burly men fell to the ground in unison. Suze stepped over their lifeless bodies. Welcome to making the right choice, little one. Come with me. Putting away the gun, Suze directly took the filthy left hand of the girl and set off on the path back to the inner city. What's your name? Yi Qing. How old are you? Do you have any family? 11. I'm an orphan. Oh, from now on it'll be... Okay. Hey, why do I feel like I've become a kidnapper like Orochimaru? Who is Orochimaru? You don't want to know that. All you need to know is that I need you to do some things. Oh, like helping my mom with laundry before. Seemingly not understanding the significance of working as per Suze's words, Yi Qing replied with a hint of frustration, but sometimes I can't get the laundry clean. That's about right, but it's not a big deal. You can learn gradually in the future. Oh, I've got it. The conversation between Suze and Yi Qing came to an end. A gentle breeze suddenly blew, stirring a ripple. In the distance, against the backdrop of the deep yellow wasteland, no one noticed 2 inexplicable figures outside Shanghang City. Like the fading rays of the setting sun of yesteryear. No one paid attention at the moment, but as time passed, people would come to understand the beauty of a sunset. Or rather, what a sunset represents. Ding, congratulations to the host. Yi Qing's loyalty has reached diehard. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring a diehard talent. Yi Qing gains talent feedback. Her extraordinary power enhances. Ding, diehard level talent awakens basic extraordinary ability blood fury machine fusion combat dual attribute modification ability, becoming a first level ability user. Upon arriving at the hideout, Suze instantly felt a familiar power surging within him. Just my physical strength should be nearing the 3rd tier, right? After experiencing the power within him vaguely, Suze had a rough estimate of his strength. Without merging with vehicles, he could approach the strength of a 3rd tier ability user. Upon merging, he would be nearly invincible below the 4th tier. Of course, this was merely Su Zhe's own assumption. As for whether it was indeed as Su Zhe thought, he would only know after actual combat. So calm, huh? After adapting to the power within him, Su Zhe also turned his attention to Yi Qing. He couldn't tell if it was because she didn't understand what the power within her represented, or if she was cold like Lin Yadong. After Su Zhe looked at her, he surprisingly felt no shock or astonishment in her gaze. As if the earlier awakening of extraordinary abilities did not exist at all. Yi Qing, don't you feel something different about your body? After examining Yi Qing carefully, Su Zhe could clearly sense the faint extraordinary power within her. There's a slight change. I can feel a warm current swirling inside my body. Facing Su Zhe's inquiry, Yi Qing seemed a bit nervous, constantly glancing around with timid eyes. Yi Qing could indeed feel the changes in her body, yet she couldn't quite articulate that strange sensation. It feels like the comfortable feeling when my mom tells me stories to help me sleep. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qing finally came up with a metaphor that wasn't quite appropriate. Alright, I understand. Gently patting Yi Qing's little head, Su Zhe smiled and said, let's not worry about that for now. There's hot water outside. Let's wash that little flower cat face of yours. It seemed a bit challenging for a kid under 12 to grasp the meaning of the extraordinary. Su Zhe wasn't in a hurry to inundate Yi Qing with too much negativity about the end times. Sometimes, being able to retain even a hint of childlike innocence in such a world is actually a very Oh, I get it. Realizing the filth on herself, Yi Qing nodded and stepped outside. Su Zhe, I'm back. Just as Yi Qing stepped out, Wu Yu rushed in. Hey, who's that girl up front? Coincidentally, Wu Yu had seen Yi Qing before entering, and as soon as she sat down, she became very interested in a little girl possessing a hint of extraordinary power. This was quite strange. Although Wu Yu was merely a first-tier ability user, she knew quite a few people. She had temporarily collaborated with some ability users, but all of them were adults without exception. She had already been curious when she saw Lin Yadong become an ability user. Now, after finishing up matters on the production line, she encounters another one. Moreover, judging by her age, she seemed even younger than Lin Yadong. She was completely a little girl. That girl's name is Yi Qing. I brought her back right after she awakened. If you have time in the future, you can take care of her a bit. After briefly introducing Yi Qing's background, Su Zhe shifted his focus back to the firearm production line. By the way, how's the arrangement I gave you before going? Everything is arranged. I found a few reliable technicians. As soon as the production line is installed, it will be ready. I also found a relatively safe place outside the city. After outlining her plans, Wu Yu's expression suddenly changed. She took out a map of the outer city and said seriously, the outer city is free of charge, but there are still dangers. Just in this short time, I've noticed someone is watching us. And I found traces of mutated beasts nearby. So what's your opinion on this? Su Zhe wasn't anxious. He wanted to see what Wu Yu thought. My suggestion is to have Zhang Xiao Jia take all the 20-some guards watching the water source to the outer city and then find some craftsmen to build a temporary factory. This would also be safer. After presenting her plan, Wu Yu continued, worried that Su Zhe might not take it to heart. This isn't a joke. Although I've disguised a lot of the equipment since the beginning, a small number of people have still noticed. You don't need to worry about security. Oh, I'll send someone to handle that. Alright, the rest is your responsibility. I have other matters to attend to, so be careful. Seeing that Su Zhe seemed to have other ideas, Wu Yu didn't continue to give suggestions. After leaving a map of the firearms construction base outside the city, she temporarily departed. Have we already been targeted? But if you want to take a piece of meat from me, Su Zhe, I'll have to see if you guys have enough bite to do so. Su Zhe had actually been prepared for what Wu Yu mentioned from the very beginning. After all, the firearm production line was not just a single machine. It was quite normal for it to be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. Moreover, with the chaos outside the city, it was also quite common for some individuals to want to make a move against him. However, this matter didn't seem significant to Su Zhe. A group of rascals active in the outer city. At some point, Su Zhe could clear them out with ease. In contrast, he was more worried about the water source controlled by Zhang Xiaojia. I still need to make money. Aside from the map brought back by Wu Yu, Su Zhe discovered an energy crystal and scattered coins beneath the small map. They were federal coins. Su Zhe remembered giving Wu Yu a few energy crystals before she went to do errands last time. Yet, just after starting the construction of the firearm production line, a considerable amount of money had already been spent. A wave of urgent financial pressure surged over him. I need to find an opportunity tonight to see if I can acquire something to alleviate my financial strain. During the night raid on the Wang Lu, Su Zhe had indeed earned a lot of energy crystals. However, he did not intend to easily part with those, as they were one of the resources needed to upgrade the truck. He could not bear to exchange the energy crystals from there for federal coins or credit points. So, it will be you. Su Zhe gazed into the distance, looking at the bustling center of Shanhong district. He had already thought of a way to make money. Those debauched individuals living in indulgence were Su Zhe's best source of income. Boss, I'm back. I've kept the number of orphans to 10, and they are now settled in the small room next door. Also, when I went to find people, I noticed that the official protective squad of Shanhong District seems to be moving, starting to investigate the permanent residents of Shanhong District from the center point. Coincidentally or not, Wu Yu and Lin Yadong seemed to have arranged for their timing. Just as you left Lin Yedong. Aside from reporting on the tasks Su Zhe had previously arranged, he also brought Su Zhe a piece of news. A full investigation of the permanent population in Shanhang district. In an instant, Su Zhe realized the intention behind the actions of the official shelter in Shanhang district. On the surface, it might seem like an investigation of the current population, but in reality, they were probably looking for Su Zhe. Lin Yedong continued with the previous plan. I need to step out for a moment. After understanding the intention behind the official shelter's actions. After instructing Lin Yedong, Su Zhe dashed out of the gathering point. In a moment, Su Zhe's figure disappeared into the streets. What's the boss doing? Only Lin Yedong, left alone, stood there in confusion. Central point of Shanhang district. In the security room of the official shelter, several individuals dressed in blue and white stripes, some armed with firearms, are scattered around the room. Almost everyone's face displays an expression of extreme fatigue. Endless curses have never ceased. What's wrong? Do you have opinions? Those with opinions, get the hell out. Stand up. However, as a young man under 30 with a handsome face walked into the room, the previously noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Li Yuechong, a squad leader responsible for registering in the slum area. Upon seeing their leader, the dozen or so investigators responsible for the slum area in Shanhang district immediately stood up. Captain, we were just venting a bit. Mainly there are too many of those maggots near the outer city and there are only a dozen of us. Yes, Captain, why do Old Wang's team only have to handle the personnel investigation in the central area? We worked hard all day and only managed to check over 2,000 people, while the whole slum has at least 100,000. Captain, please don't be angry. We're all working hard. Some perceptive individuals seemed to sense their captain's anger and immediately fell silent, but among them there were always a few who were fearless. They started complaining to their captain. Zhang Yue, bring all those who are complaining out. Yes. A man standing behind Li Yuechong immediately stood up and directly dragged out the few unruly individuals. You don't want to work, do you? Think it's too tiring. I'll make sure you never have to work again. Looking at the 3 or 4 individuals in front of him, Li Yuechong was even angrier, directly knocking the hats off their heads and pointing to the food waste bucket in the distance. From today onwards, you guys will be responsible for dumping the food waste, and all benefits will be cancelled. Under normal circumstances, Li Yuechong would never care about such trivial matters. But the current situation was after receiving orders from above, he had been busy from dawn till dusk, only to return and find his subordinates slacking off and complaining. Naturally, he had to make an example of them. And these 3 individuals were the best targets for Li Yuechong. Captain, we realize our mistakes now. Sensing the fierce intent in Li Yuechong's gaze, the 3 suddenly realized something. Only now do you realize your mistakes. It's too late. Li Yuechong sneered coldly. Zhang Yue, take these 3 idiots out and stop all their benefits. As soon as Li Yuechong's words fell, Zhang Yue took the 3 away. The remaining individuals immediately sat quietly beside. Even if they were exhausted, they dared not utter a word of complaint. Tomorrow there is only one task, no matter how late it gets: gather all the slave gathering points near the outer city and investigate them thoroughly and find these individuals. Seeing that the attitudes of these individuals had finally improved a bit, Li Yuechong began to discuss the matter. Go send down photos of these individuals, then take a 10-minute break before going back out. Anyone who dares to slack off at this time will not be shown any mercy. Understood. After receiving the blurred photos of Su Zhe, Lin Yedong, and Xiao Sanmao, Zhang Yu immediately began distributing the photos. 10 minutes later, Li Yuechong personally led the team, heading straight for several slums in Shanghang district. Although he did not know what the individuals in the photos had done to warrant such a large-scale operation, Li Yuechong understood one principle. If he did not complete the task from above, then this squad leader position would come to an end. Li Yuechong did not want to lose this position. Just in time, get rid of these guys. In the outer security room of the official shelter, just after Li Yuechong left with his men, a shadow suddenly appeared in the room. Looking at the extra photos carelessly placed on the table, Su Zhe's lips suddenly curled into a smile. They were the photos from when Su Zhe and others went to the Huaihai district warehouse. To be honest, being able to take relatively clear photos in that kind of environment, Su Zhe had underestimated the technological capabilities of the Huaihai district. However, the clarity of these photos was truly embarrassing. After scrutinizing them for a long time, Su Zhe could barely extract one piece of information from the photos. It was of a relatively young man. As for other information, it was impossible to discern from this blurry image. But that was fine, at least Su Zhe did not need to worry about his identity being exposed. Perfect, I can pass on the information about Shangwan Muyun. However, regarding the specific trading location, after leaving the stronghold, Su Zhe did not waste much time at the central point. He merely checked the purpose behind Shanghang district's sudden investigation of the resident population, and then Su Zhe headed straight for the official shelter. After all, the most important task for Su Zhe this time was to get Shangwan Muyun, the only Tier 3 ability user in Shanghang district, and sneaking into the official shelter under the cover of night was absolutely a piece of cake. According to Su Zhe's plan, once inside the official shelter, he would pass on the news about Shangwan Muyun. Then he would find a suitable place to exchange Shangwan Muyun for the supplies he needed. However, Su Zhe ended up getting lost during his first visit to the official shelter in Shanghang district. After wandering for a while, he finally found this room. Originally, Su Zhe had planned to barge right in, but he happened to overhear these unfortunate individuals discussing his information. So Su Zhe patiently listened in a bit longer. Hey, there was indeed a harvest. Huaihai District should be at the same administrative level as Shanghang District, yet they can mobilize people from Shanghang District to do things. Is it that Huaihai District's influence is too strong, or is Shangguan Mine's identity too important? After putting down the small note he had prepared in advance, and a silver badge that could prove Shangguan Mine's identity, a hint of curiosity flickered in Su Zhe's mind. If it is the first possibility, then the alert level for Huaihai District needs to be raised. If it is the second, then Su Zhe is already prepared to intensify the pressure. Brother-in-law, where are you? I have some important news to report to you. Really, although old Lei may be unreliable at times, I have never deceived you, brother-in-law. A group of filthy maggots suddenly showed up near my stronghold, and they even took out a biao. I find them very strange. Just as Su Zhe was ready to leave after doing his business, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly entered his ears. Lei Zemin. Blending into the night at high speed, a strange expression flickered across Su Zhe's face. What is this guy doing here at this time? In an instant, Su Zhe abandoned his plan to return directly to the stronghold and quietly followed Lei Zemin. Brother-in-law, there's no one here, right? I truly have something important to report to you. It seems I have found the person the official shelter has been looking for. Under the cover of night, Su Zhe followed Lei Zemin without being noticed. After following for several minutes, they finally stopped by a corner of the official shelter. To kill or not to kill? Su Zhe, hidden behind the two, did not immediately reveal his identity. However, the murderous intent in his eyes grew more pronounced. What? You know the person we are looking for? Lei Zemin's brother-in-law Wang Yizhe, age 35, was responsible for urban security in Shanghang District before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he awakened his fire-type supernatural ability and became the deputy director responsible for logistics at the official shelter in Shanghang District. He could barely be considered a mid-level staff member. Not long ago, an order from the higher-ups had mobilized the entire shelter, and almost everyone was burdened with various tasks. As the deputy director responsible for logistics, Wang Yizhe did not need to personally lead a team to investigate personnel in Shanghang District, but he was still responsible for coordinating the necessary supplies from various departments. He was indeed overwhelmed with work. To make matters worse, his unreliable brother-in-law decided to trouble him at this time. I warn you, if you dare to mess with me at such a time, don't blame me for being merciless. After scanning the surroundings and finding no one, Wang Yizhe's gaze turned slightly cold. Quickly tell me, where did you see someone similar to those on the investigation notice? Right next to the stronghold of my exploration team. Really? Wang Yizhe was somewhat skeptical. His unlucky brother-in-law had always been a troublemaker, useless as ever. If it weren't for the fact that his wife had only this one brother, Wang Yizhe wouldn't care about his well-being. However, it seemed that the news he brought today might actually be somewhat useful. Of course, seeing that his brother-in-law still seemed doubtful, Lei Zemin patted his thigh and said, Brother-in-law, if you don't believe me, come with me. They are definitely still at the slave gathering point near the city outskirts. Not now, I still need to arrange the supplies for the Beast Tide invasion preparation. Hearing Lei Zemin's thoughts, a hint of conflict flashed across Wang Yizhe's face. This was one of the key tasks that the higher-ups were focusing on. If he could send someone to capture these few individuals, it would definitely be a significant achievement. But Wang Yizhe couldn't leave now. Besides coordinating personnel and supplies, there was an even more. According to information from the capital, a wave of 10th San-level mutated beasts that had broken through 2 district-level cities was advancing towards Huaihai District and Shanghang District. According to the Special Intelligence Bureau's report from the capital, in at least 3 days and at most a week, the Beast Tide would appear near Shanghang District. Wang Yizhe happened to be the person responsible for scouting the Beast Tide today. He couldn't leave at all. Let Lei Zemin go by himself. No way, no way. This guy is more of a liability than an asset. If I let him go, he'll definitely make some trouble. After some hesitation, Wang Yizhe ultimately dismissed the idea of letting Lei Zemin handle bringing these people over himself. Tomorrow, yes, well, act tomorrow. Just in time, I'll have some time then, and he'll bring a group of brothers to assist you. If I find out you act on your own before then, he'll kill you. Still somewhat unconvinced about Lei Zemin after outlining the plan for tomorrow, Wang Yizhe specifically reminded him, fearing that he might act rashly and alert the enemy alone. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Although Lei Zemin can be a bit foolish at times, I absolutely won't make any mistakes at such a critical moment. Typically acting like a hoodlum, Lei Zemin was surprisingly serious after hearing his brother-in-law's repeated warnings. I hope so. Now you should head back. Remember to take the small path when you leave. Don't let anyone see you looking. If it weren't for the numerous troublesome things Lei Zemin had done before, Wang Yizhe might have believed him. However, right now, he could only try the lead provided by his unfortunate brother-in-law. Waving his hand, Wang Yizhe signaled for Lei Zemin to leave first before heading off to handle his affairs. As for Lei Zemin, he soon infiltrated the small path leading to the center of the shelter. The Beast Tide is coming. Su Zhe listened intently to the conversation between Lei Zemin and Wang Yizhe. He wasn't particularly concerned about their plotting against him. One was a first-tier supernatural being, and the other a hoodlum. Even with more people, Su Zhe didn't regard them highly. Instead, the beast tide mentioned by Wang Yizhe piqued Su Zhe's interest. Oh no, actually he wasn't in. He could not afford to be uninterested. After all, the newly established production line was just outside the city. Once the beast tide erupted, Su Zhe couldn't care less if others were in trouble. Su Zhe's newly established military production line would undoubtedly be the first to suffer significant losses. First, eliminate Lei Zemin. At this time, dealing with the beast tide is paramount. As for Wang Yizhe, with so many slave points, it's not an easy task to find us. Besides, the supplies traded with Shangguan Mu Yun should focus on personnel and weaponry. After unexpectedly receiving the news about the imminent beast tide, Su Zhe could only modify his original plan. According to the initial plan, he was actually arranging the development of his forces in an orderly manner, establishing a firearm production line sheltering orphans, and then rallying some refugees to form a force. Afterward, he would use the supplies exchanged with Shangguan Mu Yun to further accelerate his development. With such a development plan, Su Zhe was confident that he could form his own team within 3 months. However, that was no longer feasible. In at most a week and at least 3 days, the beast tide would arrive, and according to Wu Yu's report, the production line had only set up a rough framework. There were no defensive facilities. Once the beast tide occurred, all the slaves, including the production line, would instantly cease to exist. Su Zhe could not accept this reality. So it's the beast tide, huh? I Su Zhe want to see if this so-called beast tide can truly bring me down. Su Zhe never considered giving up or retreating. Of course, he would not recklessly seek his own death. Although the situation seemed dire if handled properly, Su Zhe felt he still had a glimmer of opportunity. He planned to upgrade the supplies obtained from Shangguan Mu Yun into an armed mobile base, and then use the loyalty system to rally a team of extraordinary individuals. If all goes well, not to mention completely annihilating the beast tide, but at the very least he should be able to ensure his own safety amidst it. Why is it so eerily quiet here? Ugh, let's get out of here fast. Damn it, why do I feel such a chill crawling up my spine? Just after leaving the official shelter of Shanghang District, Lei Zemin turned into a secluded alley, intending to hurry back and observe Su Zhe's every move. Yet before he'd taken 2 steps, a wave of unease surged through him. How strange. This street isn't a main thoroughfare, but still, why not a single soul in sight? The deeper he advanced down the street, the more deserted it grew, and the sharper his dread became. At the entrance, Lei Zemin had still glimpsed 3 or 4 furtive figures lurking in the shadows. Yet after walking barely 100 paces, he froze in place. Not a single person, not even a rat scurrying from the sewers, could be seen. He had traversed this path many times before. Each time he'd visited the official shelter to collect supplies from his brother-in-law, he'd returned home by this very route. Though always desolate, it had never been this utterly abandoned. Something's wrong. I need to leave now. If I delay, disaster may strike. A cold, ghostly wind swept past, sending shivers coursing from his crown to his soles. A bead of icy sweat broke out upon his brow. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a heavy, muffled footfall echoed through the silence. Who's there? Stop skulking around like a coward. Show yourself. The sound jolted him. In one fluid motion, he ducked behind a rooftop eave and, gritting his teeth, drew a concealed dagger from his coat. Cursing under his breath, he strode toward the source of the sound. Damn it, just a beggar. After 7 or 8 paces, he finally made out the figure through the thick fog and pitch-black night, an elderly. Get lost. Can't you walk without making a racket? Enraged, Lei Zemin exploded into a torrent of abuse. But remembering his urgent need to return, he refused to waste another second on the old man. After hurling 2 more insults, he turned to leave. You're not going anywhere. Who? At the sudden voice, Lei Zemin instinctively halted, then whirled around. What he saw struck him like a specter. Standing behind him was none other than Su Zhe, the very man who haunted Lei Zemin's thoughts day and night. Yes, it's me. Unlike Lei Zemin's panic-stricken visage, Su Zhe's expression remained effortlessly calm, even detached, and perhaps a trace of cold indifference. Su Zhe, what do you want? Let me remind you, you still owe us supplies. Start figuring out how to repay me now. Yet Lei Zemin quickly regained his composure. He convinced himself Su Zhe's appearance was mere coincidence, and besides, they stood at the heart of Shanghang District. Even if Su Zhe harbored ill intent, he'd have to weigh the consequences of acting here. Let me warn you, this is my brother-in-law's territory. Think twice before testing your luck against him. With Su Zhe unarmed and defenseless, Lei Zemin's confidence swelled, and his arrogance flared anew. What if I just drag this kid straight to my brother-in-law? A sudden thought flashed across his mind. Though his brother-in-law had sternly cautioned him to proceed with caution, this opportunity was too ripe to ignore. His resolve hardened. Su Zhe, I need to speak with you. Come here. Convinced the moment could not be missed, he prepared to act, to seize Su Zhe and deliver him bound and helpless to the shelter. He wielded a weapon. He was a seasoned brawler renowned for his brute strength and fearless aggression. Even among the exploration team, his hulking frame made him a rare asset. And Su Zhe, though not frail, he was dwarfed beside Lei Zemin's imposing stature. The advantage was his. His eyes narrowed, then he lunged. Heaven's gate stands wide, but you chose hell's unmarked threshold. Today fortune smiles upon me. Greed and savage glee flooded his gaze, obliterating the last vestige of reason. He charged, dagger raised high, not with refined technique, but with raw practiced ferocity, his blade aimed squarely at Su Zhe's lower body. This fool is almost comical. Has he truly never wondered why I would dare appear before him? To Su Zhe, the raging Lei Zemin was less than an ant, a speck of dust beneath his gaze. No, not even an ant. At least an ant's bite might sting. Lei Zemin posed no threat whatsoever. Enough. End him. With his disposal, I may yet win over those dozen exploration team members. Su Zhe needed loyal hands, and though Lei Zemin's crew was unexceptional, they were still serviceable not for battling beast swarms or enemy forces perhaps, but more than capable of constructing defensive fortifications. Boom. Against ordinary humans, no weapon surpassed the pistol. The sharp tang of unspent gunpowder still hung in the air above the barrel. As for Lei Zemin, moments ago a roaring storm of fury, now lay crumpled on the ground, crimson blood welling ceaselessly from his wound. A pauper through and through. After a cursory search of the corpse, Su Zhe spat contemptuously onto 2 neatly wrapped candy boxes, likely looted from Wang Yizha. 100 federal credits. The rest, a jumble of worthless trinkets, earned only his disdain. Still he gathered them all. Those candies would make sweet treats for the girls, Yi Qing and Lin Yuexiao. Hardly useless. Their response is swift. Su Zhe's search had lasted no more than 30 seconds, yet he hadn't anticipated the shelter's alarm system would activate so rapidly. As he turned to depart, sirens wailed, shrill, urgent, and deafening. From all directions came the thunderous converging tread of countless boots. Impressive speed, yet still, with a single glance Su Zhe burst into full sprint, vanishing into the night. Within minutes, over 100 Shanghang district security personnel cordoned off the area. 1 corpse recovered, suspected robbery and homicide. Seconds later, a mountainous man stepped forward from the crowd, his face grim as he stared down at Lei Zemin's lifeless form. Haven't you tired after following me for so long? Su Zhe was unaware that his act of gunning down Lei Zemin was merely seen as an ordinary robbery and murder in the eyes of the authorities in Shanghang district. He didn't care about this matter at all. I never expected such a powerful individual to exist in the small Shanghang district, a second tier. No, a third tier extraordinary being. Just as Su Zhe halted his steps, a figure shrouded in shadows appeared behind him. His gender was unknown, age unknown, identity. Su Zhe had no idea. How interesting you must not be from Shanghai. Su Zhe was completely unaware of all this information, yet he could sense a faint breath of danger emanating from the figure that suddenly appeared before him. Of course, it was merely a hint of it. Sorry, I didn't actually intend to follow you. I just happened to see something I shouldn't have, like the guy you killed ahead of you. Confirming that Su Zhe had no intention of taking action, the man in black actually took the initiative to step forward and scrutinize him before slowly speaking. If possible, I would like to tell you something. I wonder if you are interested. Not interested. Su Zhe refused outright, without hesitation. Although he had no idea which faction this mysterious person belonged to, the notion of a stranger appearing to tell him something interesting seemed absurd. There was no point in even considering it. It surely couldn't be anything good. Are you really not interested at all? The voice of this figure was androgynous, not sharp like that of a eunuch, nor purely gentle like a woman's. It sounded more like a neutral voice carrying a hint of unique seduction. A matter that could make you even stronger? I believe you would not resist a method to enhance your own power, would you? Would you not be tempted by the power that surpasses so-called extraordinary beings? Seeing Su Zhe seemingly unmoved, this figure continued to entice him. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted from this person. Su Zhe found it hard to articulate the scent accurately, if he had to describe it. It was reminiscent of the wild osmanthus scent encountered on the way home after school, mixed with the aroma of red braised pork from an unknown source. It was complex. However, this scent could make one feel incredibly relaxed. If it were an ordinary person, they might have fallen into endless memories, inadvertently letting down their guard. Unfortunately, Su Zhe was not an ordinary person. This scent was one of the ones he detested the most. The reason was, when Su Zhe was a child, there were osmanthus trees on the way home from school, and he often caught a whiff of red braised pork, but he did not enjoy it at all. Because every time he smelled that scent, he had to go home and do his homework, and also faced a scolding. So how could Su Zhe possibly feel nostalgic for such a smell? Is this the extraordinary power of this guy? Su Zhe naturally understood the source of this fragrance, so they'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, or I will make you realize that appearing here is the worst decision of your life. Su Zhe was not reckless. Facing someone who posed a slight threat to him, rashly taking action was clearly not the... Su Zhe did not sense any overt hostility from him. However, that did not mean Su Zhe was willing to engage in a nice conversation with this person. Su Zhe and he were evidently not on the same wavelength. Impulsive little guy, it's rare for me to meet someone as interesting. Seeing that Su Zhe had not fallen for his seduction, a hint of surprise flickered in the eyes of the figure in the black robe. Of course, this surprise was fleeting, quickly returning to normal. I always felt that one day you would come looking for me. Confirming that Su Zhe had slowly released his extraordinary power, the figure in black did not waste words. Praise the eternal night. A black shadow enveloped him in an instant. He vanished. Eternal night, I must remember this name. After confirming that the figure who had suddenly appeared had disappeared, Suze did not dwell on the matter any longer. He merely noted down the 4 characters of eternal night. His intuition told him that the essence contained within those words was likely not simple. In Shanghang District Extreme Knights Tribunal. Wumiao, you are late. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I encountered a very interesting little guy on the way here. Next time I better not see your true form. In a meeting room reminiscent of an ancient ecclesiastical style, a massive black wooden table was situated in the center of the room upon which burned 10 white candles, their tiny flames appearing bright in the pitch-black room. However, the candle holder made one feel a chill. A complete female corpse with 10 snow-white candles inserted into various parts. In the chest-mouth dual eyes near the ears, along with bizarre symbols carved on the table resembling angel wings emitting a strange blue light. The room was eerily silent. A dozen individuals clad in sheer black robes sat within each of them, showing no masks or eye patches to hide their faces. Yet, it felt dreamlike as all their faces were blurred. Ethereal, dreamlike, abstract. Perhaps the best way to describe it. A member named Wumiao also took her seat. In front of her was a small nameplate inscribed with 3 characters, "How long until the beast tide arrives?" Suddenly, a cold voice broke the silence of the room. It belonged to a figure in a black robe sitting at the head of the wooden table. Although he pretended to be like the other members, a black emblem of a fallen angel's wing was enough to prove his identity. Extreme Knight, the leader of the Shanghang branch. If Suze were present, he would be astonished to find that voice was identical to the one he had heard from the figure in black earlier. Sorry, some unexpected events occurred. It seems my colleagues in the imperial capital encountered issues and were eradicated by the Shangguan family. All the previously controlled mutated beasts have also been exterminated. Then how long will it take? Looking at a figure in black who suddenly stood up, the speaker clearly showed impatience. The fastest will be a week. At worst, we may need to mobilize mutated beasts from other areas to reach a beast tide level of 100,000 to impact Su province, which may take half a month. With half a month's time, you might as well go to heaven to find Lord Extreme Knight. Clearly, the leader was dissatisfied. He was even somewhat annoyed. Take this, and when you plan to act against Shanghang District, a soul altar constructed from over 100,000 low-level creatures should be able to summon a portion of Lord Extreme Knight's body. In that case, the entire Su province will be trapped in eternal night. As for the rest, mobilize all your strength to strive for a beast tide within a week, especially to awaken the servants buried within the low-level inferior creatures. Remember, the eternal night plan must not fail. Praise the eternal night. The final words fell from the originally tangible meeting room suddenly collapsed. Everything, including the dozen people, vanished without a trace. After a long while, the black shadows completely disappeared, and an ordinary civilian house reappeared on the edge of Shanghang District Center. A tall beauty dressed in OL style wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out of the house. The scent of osmanthus perfume permeated the entire street. In the early morning, a beam of clear and bright sunlight regularly poured down onto the ground. There was nothing unusual about it, yet it was uncertain whether it was the worsening environment outside the city or the sudden gusts of wind. Even under such fine weather, various light yellow grains of sand still danced in the sky, occasionally falling onto the large pot where the slaves outside the city boiled wheat bran. However, the slaves gathered around the pot paid no mind to the dust and sand. The taste of the wheat bran mixed with some unknown dry yellow leaves was hardly any better. Perhaps the only things that could change their numb expressions were survival and food. They were fortunate to have survived yet another day in this apocalyptic wasteland. They were grateful that the sun shone upon their faces and that there was food to fill their stomachs. Although the so-called food was merely some wood shavings and wheat bran mixed with some unknown inedible weeds. Aside from that, it seemed there was nothing else that could evoke much emotional fluctuation in them. Suze, this is the largest refugee gathering place nearby, comprised of those who escaped from the 2 cities devoured by the beast tide. If you want to find someone, come here. As long as there's food to eat, they can be easily recruited, which is much more cost-effective. In the Shanghang District, 1 kilometer outside the city, a temporary shantytown had been erected no more than 1,000 meters away from where Wu Yu had set up the production line. Early in the morning, Wu Yue, just awake, heard that Suze was looking to recruit people and had no intention of buying slaves. Wu Yu immediately brought Suze here. As long as you have food, not only 100 people, but even 1,000 can be easily found. There are over 100 such shantytowns around the Shanghang District and Huaihai District. In other words, the most abundant resource right now is people. However, both Wu Yu and Yi Qing, who had come along, wore peculiar expressions. Say what you need to say. Suze glanced at Wu Yu behind him, clearly noticing that her expression was a bit off. Suze, do we really need to find so many people? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu could no longer hold back. The production line at the factory has already been set up, and I've found a few engineers along with a dozen slaves. Just this alone is already putting pressure on our food reserves. If we recruit so many more, I'm afraid we won't have enough food. And with Zhang Shaojie and Lin Yudong's orphans, and the personnel guarding the water source, we are already close to 40 people. Food. Wu Yu's greatest concern was still food. In recent days, the number of personnel under Su Zhe had expanded. On Wu Yu's side, there were already 5 engineers responsible for producing firearms, with nearly 20 slaves bringing the total close to 20. Then on Zhang Xiaojie's side, there were also nearly 20 people waiting for meals. Although Lin Yudong's orphans only numbered 10 and were children, their food consumption was not much. However, Lin Yudong's rigorous combat training for these little ones was so intense that even normal individuals would find it hard to endure. Yet those little ones persevered. The cost of this was that their food consumption was nearly equivalent to that of all the slaves combined. The food of all these personnel had already placed tremendous pressure on the entire base. If it weren't for the water source controlled by Zhang Xiaojie and the remaining food reserves within the base, the food consumed by the above personnel would have been barely manageable. Now recruiting 100 people to build defensive structures around the firearms production line warehouse. Wu Yu found it hard to imagine where they would get enough food for so many people. I feel that we really don't need to rush to build defensive structures. Although the outer city is somewhat dangerous, it doesn't warrant such a grand scale of action, does it? Wu Yu also couldn't understand one thing. Why was Su Zhe going through so much trouble to build defensive structures? The outer city was indeed dangerous, and there had been something off in the Xianhong district recently. However, there was no need to prioritize constructing these defensive structures. He'll think of a way to address the food issue, but the defensive structures must be completed as soon as possible. You also need to confirm the building materials this afternoon to aim for starting work by nightfall. Su Zhe had no intention of explaining his thoughts to Wu Yu. He directly clarified everything that Wu Yu needed to do, and then he entered the shanty town. He selected 100 relatively strong adult males. Su Zhe's only requirement for selection was health and capability. As for the cost, it merely involved ensuring their daily rations, and Su Zhe was not about to bargain on that. As for their loyalty, Su Zhe didn't have time to concern himself with that. After completing the recruitment of personnel, there was still one more thing he needed to do. These people are in your hands. Remember my plan and get them moving as soon as possible. Alright, I'll do my best. You also need to get your affairs in order quickly, or otherwise I'm afraid they might rebel. Faced with Su Zhe's request, Wu Yu gritted her teeth and ultimately agreed. After all, Su Zhe was the boss. There was no way around it. Yi Qing, let's go. He'll take you to meet a young man. After handling the personnel recruitment, Su Zhe didn't dare to linger and directly took Yi Qing to find Lin Yudong. Apart from the defensive structures for the warehouse, Su Zhe's primary concern was actually the 10 orphans in Lin Yudong's care. They were the core team Su Zhe truly intended to cultivate. As for Yi Qing beside him, Su Zhe also intended to hand her over to Lin Yudong for training. That was why he had brought her along this time. Yi Qing, are you afraid of battle? Battle? Yi Qing did not answer Su Zhe directly. Her eyes clearly showed hesitation and uncertainty. At her age, her understanding of combat was very shallow. She could only think of the scene where she and some peers of her age competed for scraps that had fallen to the ground. What if one day someone wants to kill me? Su Zhe changed the question. Then should I kill him too? Yi Qing's response was clearly filled with confusion. She did not quite grasp what Su Zhe's words represented, and her previous reply was merely the most straightforward response after immersing herself in that scene. Good. Next you might have to endure a bit of hardship, but I assure you that after you go through this you will never suffer again. Gently touching Yi Qing's seemingly understanding little face, Su Zhe smiled slightly. I will do my best. The fierce gaze he first saw in Yi Qing had long disappeared, replaced by a sense of resilience. Yi Qing's eyes were filled with tenacity. That sense of resilience in response to Su Zhe's words was quite subtle. Yet Su Zhe could see as long as Yi Qing fully mobilized her extraordinary power within, then she would undoubtedly be the most powerful weapon in Su Zhe's hands. To put it metaphorically, Lin Yudong was like a dagger in the hands of a lurking assassin in the dark. As for Yi Qing, perhaps she was like a world-shaking energy cannon born purely for the front lines of battle. Boss, what brings you here? Lin Yudong's training base for these orphans was also arranged by Su Zhe on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't that Su Zhe was worried about any unexpected incidents, mainly because it was convenient outside the city and there was no need to consider too many things. The most critical point was that there were simply too many combat materials available outside the city. Scattered zombies, mutated beasts, and some harsh environments. These were training materials that could not be found with. Boss, what brings you here? Lin Yudong, who was training the willpower of these children, honestly did not expect Su Zhe to come looking for him so early in the morning. He immediately signaled a child of a similar age in front of him to temporarily stop the line training and hurriedly ran to Su Zhe's side. Boss, is something wrong? Nothing serious, mainly I've brought you a good seedling. After indicating that Lin Yudong didn't need to be so nervous, Su Zhe casually pushed Yi Qing, who was beside him, forward, a little one who has already awakened extraordinary power. You just need to teach her some combat skills and how to control the energy within her body. Is it her? Lin Yudong was quite surprised as he looked at Yi Qing, who still seemed a little unaccustomed. In fact, Lin Yudong had already noticed Yi Qing, whom Su Zhe brought back last night, thinking she was just an ordinary little girl. But now looking at her, Lin Yudong realized he had underestimated this girl, who was about the same size as his sister. The hidden extraordinary power within her was something even Lin Yudong could clearly sense. Hello, big brother. After receiving Su Ze's encouraging gaze, Yi Qing, instead of being shy, proactively greeted. She then went to join the line of children. After all, on the way here, Su Ze had already informed her of what she needed to do. Here are 10 energy crystals. You and Yi Qing will each take half. Don't worry about cultivating your extraordinary power. If the ability crystals are not enough, just come to me. Looking at Yi Qing's performance, Su Ze was very satisfied. She was able to integrate into this training circle immediately and showed no signs of resistance. In fact, just having this level of performance made Su Ze quite content. As for the energy crystals given out earlier, Su Ze did indeed want to urgently upgrade the binding truck, but Lin Yedong and Yi Qing were also his key training targets. So in terms of cultivation resources, Su Ze would not be stingy. The energy crystals spent were good energy crystals, though otherwise they were just glowing stones. Boss, I will definitely not let you down. Lin Yedong was not one for pleasantries or flattery. After taking the energy crystals handed over by Su Ze, his expression was remarkably straightforward. Naked loyalty was evidently reflected on his face. Alright, do you remember what I told you when I first met you? Slowly walking onto the stage, Su Ze looked at the 10 somewhat naive children below, their eyes slightly dazed, and began to speak. At any time, or rather everyone, should remember one thing: things are accomplished through action, not words. Alright, little ones, let's get reacquainted. I am your leader. Without waiting for Lin Yedong's response, Su Ze smiled and gestured to the children below, or rather it should be said that the 11 little ones took the initiative to speak up. I can give you a different life, I can give you a fresh start, and I can ensure you aren't bullied. All you need to give in return is a... Looking at the expressions of the crowd below, it seemed they did not react much to his words, but Su Ze did not rush. It was quite difficult to make a child who had just emerged from a slum understand the meaning of loyalty, especially within such a short time frame of surviving in a quagmire. It was indeed too much to ask of them. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just remember one thing: I am your boss. From now on, you don't need to worry about food, nor do you need to be anxious about what to do tomorrow. You only need to remember one thing: train hard under him. That is all you need to do. Undoubtedly, brainwashing is a rather primitive method of ensuring loyalty. If there was a certain charisma or other means, Su Ze would definitely not choose to resort to brainwashing. But given the current situation, brainwashing was still a decent way to ensure these little ones' loyalty. What does boss mean? Idiot, it means he is our head, and we will help him fight in the future. I understand now. This works. If he feeds me, I will help him fight. I never want to go back to digging for wriggling worms in the mud again. As soon as Su Ze finished speaking, the crowd below began to chatter among themselves. Although the things these little ones were saying seemed a bit strange, Su Ze was still quite satisfied with their performance. At least, a seed of loyalty had already been planted by Su. As long as he waited for the passage of time to nurture it, it would eventually sprout. Ding, congratulations to the host. Li Ergus loyalty level has reached loyal. Ding, congratulations to the host. Wang Yu's loyalty level has reached moderate. Opening the loyalty system, Su Ze could already see many of the little ones' names appearing in the system. Although, the current loyalty levels might not be high enough, it proved that Su Ze's efforts were not in vain. I leave them to you. Quickly instill a sense of teamwork in them, and then we can nearly start similar practical combat training. After completing the task here with Lin Yedong, Su Ze briefly explained the training techniques for these orphans before leaving. Food supplies, energy crystals, and money. Walking alone in the endless yellow dust outside the city, Su Ze was too lazy to walk. He summoned the truck. Getting in, he slowly drove along the main road covered in yellow sand. With one hand resting partially on the window, Su Ze lit a cigarette. With smoke swirling around, Su Ze drove along this seemingly desolate road, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. It seemed this kind of life was quite pleasant. Have these guys already arrived? As he passed the location agreed upon for the transaction with the officials of the Shanghang District Shelter, Su Ze unexpectedly noticed that there were already many personnel from the Shanghang District Shelter in the surrounding ditches. At the same time, Su Ze also found many ragged scavengers wandering nearby. However, these scavengers gave Su Ze a different feeling. Rather than scavengers, they were more like a group of warriors. A person's clothing can easily change, but their aura is not so easily altered. No matter how a warrior disguises himself, he cannot be exactly the same as a puppet-like scavenger. I didn't expect these fellows to be so eager. It seems it's time to hand over that person Shangguan Muyun to them. However, what conditions are needed? This is something I need to consider. Initially, Su Ze wasn't in a hurry about the transaction involving Shangguan Muyun since the beast tide was said to be 3 days away. That would be the earliest possible time, but judging by the reaction in Shanghang District, there doesn't seem to be any abnormalities nearby for now. This already proves that the so-called beast tide may not come as quickly as expected. Thus, Su Ze's anxious heart was somewhat eased, but what he didn't anticipate was that he wasn't in a rush, but the officials in Shanghang District had begun to feel anxious. Just last night, news was released, and only a few hours later the designated meeting place he mentioned was already swarming with personnel from the official shelters. They had even started deploying some minor actions ahead of time. Even from hundreds of meters away, Su Ze could vaguely see a man-made cave about 100 meters from the designated transaction site. It seemed they wanted to use it as a temporary command center. However, Su Ze didn't really care about these minor actions of the official shelters in Shanghang District. Having already prepared to squeeze out a significant amount of resources from Shanghang District and Huaihai District, would Suze still worry about retaliation afterward? From the moment he planned to take Shangguan Muyun away, Suze had a clear understanding of the possible consequences. Otherwise, Suze wouldn't have planned most of his territory to be outside the city. If any disturbances occurred inside the city, or if personnel from the official shelters of Shanghang District targeted Suze, Suze just needed to abandon the water source and bring his people outside the city. In that case, the threat from Shanghang District would be meaningless to him. However, that's a story for later. Right now, Suze only had two things to do: take Shangguan Muyun to negotiate and think about how to solve the food problem. Are we really okay doing this? Old Mu, say something. The pressure from those bastards in Huaihai District is just too much. Clearly this matter has nothing to do with us, yet they want our people to help them retrieve Shangguan Muyun. Old Li, this situation is no longer just about Huaihai District and Shanghang District. The leaders above in Su Province have explicitly ordered us to cooperate fully with Huaihai District to bring that girl back. Don't act impulsively. Last night after the meeting concluded, Mu Jiangwo, Yu Feihong, and Li Zhongzhao originally planned to rest directly. However, they didn't expect a hastily written envelope to appear before them. Shangguan Muyun has been kidnapped. After receiving this news, everyone in Shanghang District and the personnel from Huaihai District immediately sprang into action. First, they arrived at the trading location mentioned in the envelope to set up defenses. Then the three old men Li Yue and Mu dared not be slack in their duties. They teamed up with the ability user squad from Huaihai District, striving to rescue Shangguan Muyun or to exchange her at. However, differing opinions arose at this point. The original plan was to seize the person taking Shangguan Muyun as soon as he appeared and then rescue Shangguan Muyun. This way they could not only accomplish the task assigned from above, but also minimize the losses to Shanghang District. Yet, there has been no clue about the person who kidnapped Shangguan Muyun so far. Not even a glimpse of the person, so even if the personnel from Shanghang District wanted to investigate, they had no leads to follow. Helplessly, Mu Jiangwo, as the head of the official shelter in Shanghang District, could only prepare for both possibilities. On one hand, they prepared the supplies that might be needed to exchange for Shangguan Muyun, while on the other hand, they ambushed heavy troops at the original trading location. However, neither the hot-tempered Li Zhongzhao nor Yu Feihong agreed with Mu Jiangwo's plan. This was entirely using Shanghang District's resources to help Huaihai District and Su Province. They absolutely refused to accept such a loss. There's no way around it. The higher-ups have already said that if this matter isn't handled well, then the refugees pouring into Shanghang District will be our own problem to resolve. Facing the differing opinions of his two old comrades, Mu Jiangwo's aging face was filled with helplessness. In reality, as the head of Shanghang District, the pressure Mu Jiangwo bore was no less. These bastards, do they really think our Shanghang District is too weak? And the ability users from Huaihai District, are they still just sitting back and watching? Those are their people. Understanding Mu Jiangwo's grievances, Li and Yu could only sigh helplessly. In this matter, Shanghang District was completely reduced to a mere tool. Moreover, they were taking a significant loss. In the early stage, they had already invested a large amount of manpower and resources to assist Huaihai District in searching for news about Shangguan Muyun. They had to comb through the entire area for personnel, while also needing to defend against a potential invading beast tide. Because of these two matters, the three old men had not slept for 2 days. They hadn't expected that now it would escalate even further, and they might even need to provide the supplies required for Forget it, I hope that guy isn't too strong. Once he appears nearby, let's see if we can subdue him by force. After all, that guy disappeared right here in Shanghang District. Those people from Huaihai District. They'll remember this. Unlike Mu Jiangwo's resigned expression, Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong's resentment towards Huaihai District reached its peak. They were putting in effort and resources while the people from Huaihai District were doing nothing at all. They wouldn't even share their personnel deployment with them. How could Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong accept this? Forget it, the people from Huaihai District should show up eventually. Let's just focus on our own tasks for now. Faced with the anger of his two old partners, Mu Jiangwo couldn't say much. He could only helplessly try to soothe them, and then began to deploy personnel at the trading location to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Suze was unaware of the small actions between Shanghang District and Huaihai District, but he had no time to care. After all, in the face of absolute force, any so-called schemes were ultimately meaningless. This smell seems somewhat familiar. Suze had just arrived at the gathering point and directly entered the small room where Shangguan Muyun was held. However, before he could close the door, Suze suddenly caught a whiff of a strangely familiar scent from the empty gathering point. Wait, could it be that guy has arrived? At first, Suze didn't realize where the scent was coming from until he remembered the mysterious figure in a black robe he had encountered when killing Lei Zemin. It's truly a lingering specter. Suze slowly came to a halt, his gaze locking onto a woman who seemed to have coincidentally appeared at the entrance of his gathering point. The woman was very beautiful, but she was also very dangerous. Where is she? After confirming the identity of the woman who suddenly appeared before him, Suze initially intended to rush forward to ascertain her intentions. But in the next moment, the mature woman who had appeared out of nowhere vanished without a trace. Is there no one around? Or is it just my illusion? After confirming the disappearance of the woman, Su Ze's eyes flashed as he scanned the area, but apart from a few scavengers wandering nearby, there were no living souls. What was even more exaggerated was that the rich fragrance of osmanthus that had previously filled the air abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. Forget it, I'll deal with Shangwan Muyun first. After pondering for a moment, Su Ze decided not to dwell on this matter and directly entered the room where Shangwan Muyun was being held. It's Yue. What do you want? Upon realizing Su Ze's arrival, Shangwan Muyun, who had seemed somewhat downcast, instantly became tense. I'm going to use you to exchange for something. In an instant, Su Ze hoisted Shangwan Muyun onto his shoulder, not giving her any chance to inquire, and struck at the back of her head. Shangwan Muyun, who had still been puzzled, instantly fell into a coma. If possible, take this person to exchange for 1,000 gene of food and 100 energy crystals with 20 second-tier energy crystals. I need to leave some room for negotiation, so let's double the amount of resources. Driving the vehicle, Su Ze had already made up his mind about the exchange resources. Food and energy crystals. Just these two items. To ensure that the people from Huaihai District and Shanghang District had room for negotiation, Su Ze even initially planned to offer double the price. After all, in such transactions, the process of bargaining is inevitable. Along the way, Su Ze had fairly good luck as Shangwan Muyun, who was left in the passenger seat, remained in a state of unconsciousness. This did not bring Su Ze too much trouble. Moreover, he did not encounter any troublesome things like mutated zombies or mutated beasts on the road. In less than half an hour, Su Ze arrived at the trading location he had unilaterally agreed upon. It was a valley about a kilometer away from Shanghang District. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, there was only a narrow mountain path connecting the interior with the surroundings filled with grayish-white limestone. Along with some jagged stones, it appeared particularly desolate. However, Su Ze easily noticed the abnormality of this place. Although on the surface, he only saw 5 or 6 armed guards and 3 elderly men over 100 years old at the center of the valley. They seemed to be waiting for him. Apart from that, Su Ze did not find any other armed individuals nearby. But the deep and dense tire marks on the ground revealed that a large number of vehicles had passed through here not long. As for what these vehicles were doing, Su Ze could easily guess that they were likely sent by Shanghang District to ambush him. So do these guys think too much? If they didn't have overwhelming force, would I really dare to come to a place like this? Understanding the plan of the 3 old men, Su Ze shook his head helplessly. Did they really think such an almost obvious plan could escape his notice? After getting within 100 meters of the trading location, Su Ze casually dropped the still unconscious Shangwan Muyun onto the ground. Merge. At the moment when an inexplicable force activated within Su Ze, and the truck of brilliant blue light suddenly appeared. It completely enveloped Su Ze and the truck beside him. The next second, the merging was complete. A silver-white steel armor resembling a Star Wars mech fully integrated into Su Ze's body. It looked somewhat different from the appearance during his battle with the ability user team in Huaihai District. The size was smaller, only about 2 meters in height. The exaggerated energy cannon had also vanished, replaced by a silver-white battle blade strapped to Su Ze's. Is this the minimized fusion mode? After inspecting himself, Su Ze quickly adapted to this reduced Indeed, while perhaps the visual impact was not as strong as in the initial mode, the power contained within the mech was undeniably intact. Peak of the 3rd stage. No, Su Ze even felt confident facing the powers of a 4th stage extraordinary being in this state. Confirming that he would not be recognized by anyone in this form, Su Ze hoisted Shangwan Muyun, whom he had previously thrown to the ground, back onto his shoulder. Slowly walking towards the trading location. Target has appeared. All units pay attention. Suspected target has appeared. All personnel prepare for battle. What about the equipment on this guy? The ability user team should also prepare for battle. This is not an ordinary person. Li Zhongzhao, the person we're waiting for, has arrived. As soon as Su Ze stepped into the trading location, both the Shanghang District personnel hiding nearby and the special ability user team from Huaihai District. Even the 3 old men from Shanghang had astonished glints in their eyes. They had seen strong individuals before during a meeting at the Imperial Capital Shelter, whether it was Mu Jiangwo or the relevant personnel from Huaihai District. They had all encountered the true elites among humans, the Thunder Team. All members were 5th stage extraordinary beings equipped with the most advanced technological gear. The pressure they brought was almost despairing. However, compared to the aura emanating from this mysterious person, it was a completely different sensation. This mysterious figure carrying Shangwan Muyun, rather than a person, it was more like a machine. A cold machine. It possessed none of the emotions that humans should have, nor any notions of passion, struggle. What it could bring was only a kind of cold killing intent, like steel. I've arrived. Everyone's time is precious, so I'll directly state my demands: 2,000 kilograms of standard rations, 200 first-tier ability crystals, and 20 second-tier ability crystals. This guy is currently only in a coma. I'm a man of my word, and will never go back on a deal. Su Ze fully noticed the astonishment flashing in the eyes of the 3 old men in front of him. However, Su Ze had no interest in their so-called astonishment. He casually found a relatively flat rock to sit down and tossed Shangwan Muyun off his shoulder. Su Ze decisively stated all the items he needed. Meanwhile, He glanced at a mountain peak behind the three old men. Let those brothers come out. It's such a hot day hiding in the mountain crevice. Must be quite uncomfortable, right? How is this possible? How could this guy guess that there are people hidden behind me? No. It must be that this guy is just guessing. But Mu Jiangwo was not shocked by the fact that this person had discovered his deployed forces, but rather by the location he pointed to. Around him, there were not only the armed forces of the Shanghang District Security Team buried, but he had also arranged quite a number of first-tier extraordinary individuals as backups in various directions. Once he realized that the strength of the incoming individuals might not be as formidable, Mu Jiangwo would decisively allow them to take action. If Su Zhe was only dealing with these individuals, Mu Jiangwo would not be so worried. However, the team behind him was an extraordinary squad directly under the jurisdiction of Su Province, a final trump card to ensure the safety of Shangguan Mu Yun's life. They were also the strongest force of the district-level shelter, only choosing to take action when faced with problems that ordinary shelters could not resolve. Moreover, the power to determine what constituted an unsolvable problem rested with the captain of this squad. If it weren't for the enormous influence backing Shangguan Mu Yun, this squad would never act. In terms of configuration, this squad under the jurisdiction of Su Province was indeed perfect. All members were second-tier, and it was a well-coordinated and fully organized extraordinary team that could annihilate even a 1,000-level beast tied in a direct confrontation. There was even an extraordinary individual adept at concealment and ambush among them. Under normal circumstances, even a third-tier extraordinary individual would find it impossible to detect them easily. Most importantly, the deployment location of this squad was known only to Mu Jiangwo. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mu Jiangwo, the director of the Shanghang District Official Shelter. May I ask who you are? At this moment, the team behind Mu Jiangwo clearly had no intention of revealing themselves. After a moment of silence, Mu Jiangwo forcibly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He proactively stated his identity. This statement not only served as an introduction, but also conveyed another meaning. Kid, you are now facing the power of the official forces after the apocalypse, and I, Mu Jiangwo, am the representative of the official forces. Despite the fact that the official suppression capabilities in various regions have become increasingly weak since the apocalypse, it cannot be denied that at least for now, any official shelter in any region is always one of the strongest forces on the surface. I understand. You are the ones I'm looking for. The others probably cannot provide me with what I need. Su Zhe had no time to guess the implications of Mu Jiangwo's words. After reiterating what he wanted, Su Zhe directly drew the blade he had at his waist. I don't like having mice eavesdropping while I'm speaking. With a casual wave, a tangible blade aura appeared in the air at the moment Su Zhe swung his knife. A sense of impending doom that could even tear through the air suddenly manifested in the eyes of everyone around. For a moment it felt as if the air itself had paused. So powerful. Is such an attack truly something a human can unleash? Not good run. Mu Jiangwo, closest to Su Zhe, was the first to react to the blade aura. Although he knew that the blade aura was not aimed at him, the fear in his heart instinctively forced Mu Jiangwo. He began to tremble uncontrollably. Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong, witnessing this, furrowed their brows, but just the moment they were locked onto by Su Zhe's gaze, both of them stopped their movements. They had a premonition. If they chose to act forcefully at this moment, they might very well die, and it would be a death without any means of resistance. Old Yue, wait. This matter does not concern us in Shanghang District. If someone must act, let those bastards from Huaihai District do it, but we shouldn't get involved. This guy is not someone we in Shanghang District can deal with. At this moment, Mu Jiangwo, who had been the first to evade, also realized the power of the blade aura before him. Indeed, under normal circumstances, any official shelter would have the obligation to cooperate with units of the... However, this was merely an obligation. In reality, official shelters in any region now resembled a united alliance, but it was mostly self-sufficient. Because those who died while helping allies or the consumed resources, no one would come to help bear that cost. Mu Jiangwo understood this truth well. Given the current situation, if Shanghang District were to act with full force, the consequences were something Mu Jiangwo could not bear. Moreover, Mu Jiangwo understood that the attack unleashed by the figure before him was not aimed at him. It was aimed at the extraordinary squad from Su Province behind him. Take action. Capture this guy by force. The Falcon guarantees the safety of Miss Shangguan. Sure enough, the moment the three elders of Shanghang District withdrew, the extraordinary squad hidden in the ravine could no longer sit idly. As the blade aura was about to strike, several shadows suddenly flashed in all directions. A total of 5 individuals. The 3 in front charged directly at Su Zhe, while the remaining 2 split into 2 routes. One person attacked from behind Su Zhe, while the target of the other was very clear. It was Shangguan Mu Yun, who was in a state of unconsciousness next to Su Zhe. A bunch of rats think they can take things from me without paying any price. Indeed, in Su Zhe's eyes, Shangguan Mu Yun had always been just an object. An item that could bring him considerable benefits, something he could exchange. Now that someone was preparing to steal her, how could Su Zhe possibly hand her over willingly? Energy cannon. Without even a moment to inquire about the intentions of those coming towards him, Su Zhe struck directly. He unleashed two extremely exaggerated energy cannons hidden behind him as the extraordinary power within him surged wildly into the barrels. In an instant, the dark and unremarkable cannon muzzles suddenly emitted a flickering light like starlight. It was as dazzling as the sun, shining with a lethal danger. Order collapse. Water, lake, and sea. Electricity, thunder. Indeed, the powerful beings from Su province were much stronger than the many extraordinary individuals Su Zhe had previously fought. Almost the moment Su Zhe made his move, they already sensed the threat emanating from the figure before them, akin to a mech. Three different luminous extraordinary powers surged simultaneously from the three individuals. Thunder as thick as a barrel instantly appeared in the air, roaring angrily, as if it wanted to destroy everything. One of the individuals, a woman with light blue hair, casually waved her hand, and the seemingly ordinary water flow transformed into a swirling water dragon in the air. A deafening roar erupted from the mouth of the water dragon. It seemed like it wanted to completely swallow Su Zhe, who was on the ground. The most astonishing scene was the middle-aged man. With sword-like brows and a cold expression, he appeared imposing even without anger. The collapse law manifest. The originally unremarkable ground shook violently, and even the three elders of Shanghang district, who had retreated hundreds of meters away, could feel the aftermath of this power. No wonder they are powerful beings from Su province. This guy should not be able to withstand the combined assault of the... It seems we have underestimated the gap between the tiers. If a second-tier strong individual possesses such might, how powerful must the third-tier or even fourth-tier strong individuals guarding the imperial capital be? If a bunch of useless fools think they can unite shelters from other regions to confront those above. Under such strong, extraordinary individuals, no matter how many more come, they will just be sending themselves to death. Feeling the earth-shattering power, the three elders of Shanghang district fixed their gaze on the center of the battlefield. In their opinion, this battle should have already concluded. That blade aura was indeed strong, but compared to these three elemental attacks, it still fell short by a considerable margin. How is this possible? Still alive. Just as Mu Jiangwo was preparing to lead people to clean up the battlefield, the dust from the explosion began to settle. A familiar figure reappeared before everyone, unharmed. Including the five extraordinary individuals who had personally taken action, all present had incredulous expressions in their eyes. He withstood several attacks hidden and remained alive. He appeared completely unscathed. Impossible. Falcon, return immediately. The target still shows vital signs. Xiaodian, who captain of the Suzhou Special Abilities Squad, activated the diagnostic ocular lens mounted before his eyes. A surging life signs signal flooded the entire lens display. More critically, the warning flashing across it: extreme danger. The function of Xiaodian, whose ocular lens was straightforward. As an elite squad directly subordinate to Suzhou province, all 5 members were equipped with state-of-the-art gear. Just 1 month prior, they had been outfitted with combat assessment systems, capable not only of detecting ambient infrared signatures and all biological vitals, but also of delivering real-time tactical recommendations during critical engagements. Yet since acquiring these systems, Xiaodian, who had most frequently encountered only 2 types of alerts, no threat, an alert blazing with lethal crimson light like this. This was his first encounter. Captain Falcon is about to secure the target. Grant me just 1 more minute. Meanwhile, Falcon, the operative tasked with retrieving Shengwan Muyun, was now fully shrouded in dust, unaware of the battlefield's broader dynamics. Gazing at Shengwan Muyun, lying mere meters away, Falcon did not immediately obey his captain's withdrawal. After a moment's hesitation, he muted intra-squad comms and resolved to extract Shengwan Muyun from the ground before retreating. Even a Tier 3 Transcendent cannot surpass my speed, unless they wield wind affinity or possess exceptional agility. Gritting his teeth, Falcon lunged from the thick haze of the explosion. He hurled several smoke grenades from his waist harness, layering his cover, then locked his gaze unflinchingly onto Shengwan Muyun sprawled upon the earth. Then he surged forward like a hunting leopard. In an instant, Falcon, originally 10 meters distant, stood beside Shengwan Muyun. Target secured. Detecting no anomaly in his surroundings, Falcon's grim expression finally softened with a flicker of triumph. A Tier 2 Transcendent should fetch a decent price at least. At the very moment Falcon lifted Shengwan Muyun into his arms, Su Zhe appeared. How is this possible? When did you appear behind me? And why not a single sound? The instant Falcon laid eyes on Su Zhe, he knew he was doomed. A palpable wave of oppressive force crashed over him, even as instinct urged him to strike back. But why? He discovered he could not even raise his hand toward the dagger at his belt, a motion so simple yet utterly beyond his reach. No reason required. Thank you for adding another bargaining chip. Su Zhe vaulted behind Falcon and with one hand effortlessly twisted both his arms. A sharp crack echoed, bones snapping instantly. Then with a single precise strike, Su Zhe rendered Falcon unconscious. A faint, inscrutable smile played upon his lips. Gentlemen, I believe it is my turn now. Having dealt with the stealthy intruder, the dust settled completely. Su Zhe re-emerged before the assembled group, yet unlike their first encounter, he remained utterly at ease. His opponents, however, stared at him as though beholding a monster, eyes wide with disbelief and dread. Captain, Falcon has been captured. Fool. I explicitly ordered him not to act rashly. Why didn't he listen? Does he still fail to grasp that this adversary exists on an entirely different plane? No one moves without my direct command. The target's strength exceeds our operational capacity. Long moments passed before Xiao Tian, who shaken from his stupor, regained composure. Watching his teammates lie unconscious on the ground, Xiao Tian, who berated them sharply, but the anguish and concern blazing in his eyes betrayed no falsehood. Director Mu, we are no longer capable of handling this matter. You must negotiate with him directly. Acknowledging that neither he nor his entire squad possessed the strength to overcome this foe, Xiao Tian, who suppressed his personal emotions and chose the only rational course, complying with the adversary's demands and preparing the requested supplies. Is this how your superiors intend to resolve the situation? We of the Huaihai district categorically refuse. Before Mu Jiangwo could respond, a representative from Huaihai district stepped forward. Who is this? Clearly Xiao Tian, who had only been dispatched to assist Hangzhou district. He did not recognize the middle-aged man now approaching. Huaihai district director of armaments, Ling Feng. Having declared his identity, Ling Feng's gaze flared with arrogant defiance. He regarded Xiao Tian, who without hesitation, he shoved Xiao Tian aside and strode aggressively toward Mu Jiangwo. Here is my identification. I hereby order you to seize that individual by force and summon all previously deployed personnel immediately. Do not overstep yourself. Though Hangzhou district is a peripheral shelter, my rank supersedes yours. Mu Jiangwo had never imagined a youth would dare issue commands before him. Rank. Ling Feng burst into laughter as if hearing something absurd. Old man, have you heard of the Ling clan? I am of the Ling clan. How utterly laughable. A minor shelter director dares speak thus to me. Do you truly wish to forfeit this year's supply allocation? Ling Feng's mouth curled into a mocking sneer as he watched Mu Jiangwo's face flush with fury. To ordinary people, Mu Jiangwo was an authoritative, high-ranking shelter director. But to Ling Feng, he was nothing more than a dog on a leash. No, not even that. Before the Ling clan, he was less than a dog. Though the Ling clan held slightly less influence than the Shangguan clan in certain domains, to every official shelter across the nation, the Ling clan was heaven itself. Any shelter daring to oppose them would find every material requisition buried without trace. The Ling clan of the imperial capital. Wait, why is the Ling clan here in Hangzhou district? I heard rumors earlier this year of an engagement between the Shangguan and Ling clans. Could those rumors be true? The moment Ling Feng revealed his lineage, not only Mu Jiangwo, but even Xiao Tian, who and his squad exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to provoke him. Worthless fools, unable to subdue even a stray wretch. What use are all those supplies allocated to you? Having declared his pedigree, Ling Feng dismissed further engagement with those beneath his station, ignoring Mu Jiangwo's reaction entirely. Stepping forward, he fixed Su Zhe with a haughty, contemptuous stare. Boy, if one can attain Tier 3 strength in this backwater wasteland, one may indeed be called a powerhouse. Yet before me, you remain pitifully weak. No sooner had Ling Feng spoken than, to everyone's astonishment, an elderly man materialized silently behind him. The elder swept the scene with cold indifference, then bowed respectfully. Young master. This elder was none other than Ling Feng's personal bodyguard, a Tier 4 transcendent and member of the imperial capital's order organization, Lingi. From the very beginning, I never expected you worthless beings to bring me any significant surprise, but what I didn't anticipate was that you couldn't even handle a third-tier ability user. Is there really any necessity for your existence? As the trump card was revealed, the arrogance at the corner of Ling Feng's mouth became even more pronounced. As one of the driving forces behind the extermination of the wanderers and useless disaster victims, Ling Feng naturally looked down upon Mu Jiangwo and his ilk. In his eyes, everyone present except for himself was trash. They were parasites wasting resources. Remnants of only top geniuses like himself were truly worthy of survival. If it weren't for the unexpected appearance of Shangguan Mu Yun, Ling Feng might never have set foot in such a dump-like place. Ling, 3 minutes should be enough to deal with this guy, right? After an extremely straightforward reprimand, Ling Feng seemed too lazy to crush the insignificant confidence of these worthless beings beside him. With a mocking gaze akin to a cat playing with a mouse, Ling Feng signaled Ling Yi behind him to take action. After all, a slight glimmer of brilliance emerging from a trash heap is indeed a rare occurrence. 3 minutes is too much today. I will let him experience what a true extraordinary being is. Ling Yi's response was extremely indifferent. From the very beginning, he never regarded Su Zhe as a worthy opponent. A third-tier extraordinary user indeed counted as quite strong in the Shanghang district or the Huaihai district, which are marginal areas. However, in the imperial capital, a third-tier extraordinary user is merely a starting point worlds apart from a fourth-tier extraordinary user. There is fundamentally no aspect to compare between the two. This is getting interesting. I originally thought that the ability user behind Mu Jiangwo was the opponent I needed to face, but it turns out to be such an old man like you. Su Zhe's reaction remained the same. If one were to point out a slight change from before, it would be that Su Zhe sensed a faint hint of crisis, though it was the kind that could easily be overlooked. if one were to quantify this sense of crisis. It was even weaker than the one he felt from the woman who emitted a fragrance of osmanthus. However, this did not affect Su Ze's seriousness about the entire battle. After all, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Kid, I really like that indifferent expression on your face. I just hope that when you experience my power later you can remain as calm as you are now. In Ling Yi's eyes, Su Ze was merely pretending to be mysterious. After a calm sneer, Ling Yi made his move. Shadow Strike. As one of the Order's members, Ling Yi's strength goes without saying. With a single wave of his hand, a shadow powerful enough to cover 100-meter radius completely enveloped the ground. Suddenly, the previously calm surroundings erupted with fierce winds, as if an invisible hand were controlling the sand and dust on the ground. They surged towards Su Ze from all directions. Shadow is Ling Yi's extraordinary power, transforming murderous intent into the formless. Any matter or energy under the impetus of Ling Yi's extraordinary power could become the most lethal weapon. As the dark-hued formless light surged into the gale, the murderous intent completely surrounded Su Ze. So powerful is this, the strength of a fourth-tier extraordinary user. There is absolutely no chance of dodging this attack. This is definitely another level right. In Su Province, only our governor has reached the 4th tier, but even the pressure he exerts is not this formidable. Just by watching from the sidelines, Xiao Tianhu and the others displayed profound fear in their eyes. Even if their entire team joined forces, they probably wouldn't even get a chance to engage. The pressure brought by a 4th-tier extraordinary user is simply too great. Young master, this guy should be finished. Let's take Miss Shangguan and leave. Ling Yi, without waiting for his attack to fully conclude, cast a glance at Su Ze's position with eyes that resembled those of someone looking at a corpse. It was not that he looked down on Su Ze, but the gap between the two was simply too vast. Perhaps there would be some possibility of a successful leap in combat among extraordinary users below the 3rd tier. But the disparity between 3rd and 4th tiers is not even from the same dimension. It is like a fight between an adult and a child, even if the child might have some daggers or iron plates as weapons. From an adult's perspective, these things are merely toys. Apart from being somewhat amusing, they have no real effect. Slowly returning behind Ling Feng, the menacing aura that had once surrounded Ling, he instantly vanished, returning to the ordinary appearance of an elderly man. Well done. Seeing Su Ze make no move, Ling Feng naturally assumed he was dead, but before he could finish his sentence, another familiar figure appeared before everyone. Amidst the storm of dark shadow power and swirling sand, a figure suddenly emerged. The scene mirrored that of when Su Ze had previously teamed up with the Su Province squad. After Ling Yi attacked, Su Ze still emerged unscathed. What a... Ling Yi, tell me what is going on here. Don't tell me you didn't take this seriously from the start. Looking at Su Ze, who had only a few scratches on his mech, Ling Feng was furious. A glint of cannibalistic intent flickered in his eyes. He had just wanted to mock everyone, yet ended up finding his opponent unharmed. Isn't this a slap in the face? I will go bring this kid back now. At this moment, Ling Yi's expression was also filled with disbelief. After only a brief moment of astonishment, Ling Yi struck again. Still using the familiar dark power, but this time it was evident from Ling Yi's serious gaze. He was going all out. Impossible, a mere 3rd tier cannot survive under my shadow power. As Su Ze's figure drew closer, Ling Yi's eyes darkened further. Old man, your attack. As Su Ze fully stepped out from Ling Yi's shadow, his tone was slightly relaxed, echoing in everyone's ears. The extremely tense atmosphere was disrupted by Su Ze's casual tone. Kid, you're asking for death. Ling Yi could naturally detect the provocative tone in Su Ze's words. Ling Yi, who had been holding back a surge of anger, could no longer contain himself. Shadow explosion. A dense black energy sphere formed in his hand, and Ling Yi completely locked onto Su Ze. Old man, I already said before that your attack is merely decent. It doesn't mean you can really pose a threat to me. If that's the case, let me show you my big guy. This time Su Ze did not remain stationary. Instead, he activated the truck engine that had completely fused with him. Like a mad lion, he charged forward so fast that everyone present could only see a blur. The energy cannon has just finished charging. Let this old man be the first to experience it. The increasingly radiant light from the cannon's mouth reflected the smile of nuclear goodness at the corner of Su Ze's lips, and at that moment, Su Ze felt exceedingly relaxed. And opposite him, Ling Yi finally sensed something was amiss. Is this urgency also a manifestation of a Tier 4 ability? No. It's impossible for a Tier 4 ability user to exist in a place like this. With a leap, Ling Yi chose to create distance from the approaching Su Ze. Moments later, a 3-inch-long sword emanating a thick black mist appeared in Ling Yi's hand. Unsheathing the sword, this time Ling Yi held nothing back. The almost pure black shadows surged into the blade, emitting a special glow akin to ink. With this strike, you are undoubtedly doomed. The aura, the extraordinary power, the blade gleaming with sharpness. Various sensations converged to a critical point. Accompanied by overwhelming killing intent, Ling Yi directed the inky black sword in the sky straight towards Su Ze. This time he aimed to sever Su Ze along with his silver armor. In order to uphold the dignity of a Tier 4 powerhouse. It seems this is getting interesting. Seeing this, Su Zhe squinted, his eyes becoming increasingly serious. However, facing Ling Yi's fierce sword intent, he did not choose to retreat. With the cannon slightly aimed at Ling Yi in the sky, Su Zhe made the decision to fire. A dazzling ball of light the size of a soccer ball shot out, appearing like a small sun suddenly emerging in the dark, illuminating the surrounding pitch blackness. Ling Yi's previously released shadow power melted away upon encountering Su Zhe's plasma energy projectile, like winter snow meeting the warm sun. In an instant it melted away like snow. This young master flee quickly. If Su Zhe had merely left Ling Yi in shock after his probing attack, now he was left with only fear. The dark sword and the plasma energy projectile collided, forged from special steel and enhanced by shadow power. Under normal circumstances, it could withstand non-trivial forces. But now, just upon contact, this dark sword was originally Ling Yi's life weapon, nurtured with his blood and soul. As the blade melted away, he coughed up blood. The once imposing Ling Yi now resembled a candle flickering in the wind, plummeting from the sky to the ground, dust scattering like a lost dog. Ling Yi, what happened? You useless fool, why couldn't you handle this guy? Seeing Ling Yi's feeble state, Ling Feng completely panicked. After instinctively cursing, Ling Feng realized he seemed to be locked down by endless killing intent, unable to control his body. No, you can't kill me. I am the legitimate eldest son of the Ling family in the imperial capital. If you kill me, you will absolutely regret it. You want money, right? I'll give it to you. How much do you want? Watching the figure slowly approaching him, resembling a grim reaper wielding a scythe in the darkness, the previously arrogant and proud Ling Feng had completely transformed into a picture of a pleading dog. Boom. However, Ling Feng's pleas for mercy received no response. After merely glancing at him, Su Zhe no longer paid attention to Ling Feng. After all, he was just a bully relying on his family's power, not even worth a dog's regard in Su Zhe's eyes. And Ling Yi was the one Su Zhe needed to deal with thoroughly. Locking onto Ling Yi on the ground, Su Zhe fired a shot that directly obliterated the severely injured Ling Yi. After the violent explosion, Ling Yi was left in ruins. You could never be a Tier 4 powerhouse, but why could you unleash this kind of formidable attack? Even at the moment of death, Ling Yi's eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly just a waste that could be easily slain. Why did it end up being himself who died? I'm sorry, I'm really just a Tier 3 ability user. As for why I could kill you, perhaps it's because you were simply too weak. Su Zhe was a good person who, faced with the dying man's confusion, he naturally revealed the true reason. Su Zhe was speaking the truth this time, if it weren't for the system's integration. Merely having a physical body at the strength of a Tier 3 transcendent would surely not be Ling Yi's match. Unfortunately, Su Zhe had a cheat. A child with a knife is indeed no match for an adult, but if it were a gun, not just one adult, even 10 adults could be taken down one by one with a single shot. The truck that Su Zhe integrated was akin to a gun in a child's hand. Moreover, it was no ordinary firearm, it was a submachine gun. However, as Ling Yi's body turned to dust amidst the violent explosion, everyone remaining at the scene found Su Zhe's words hard to believe. How could a Tier 3 transcendent withstand the full force of a Tier 4 veteran powerhouse's strike, without any injury, only to effortlessly eliminate him? And then tell everyone, sorry, I'm just a Tier 3 ability user. I'm not too strong, it's just that my opponent was simply too... Such an explanation, even a child wouldn't believe it. How could Mu Jiangwo and the others possibly accept it? Alright, there should be no small fries to disturb our negotiations now. Let's officially begin the business. After Ling Yi's death, the previously dense shadow power in the sky had completely dissipated, restoring the initially clear weather. Under the warm sunlight, Su Zhe could even feel a strange warmth. He swiftly knocked out Ling Feng, who was standing still, and casually tossed him near Shangwan Mu Yun and the falcon. Su Zhe wore a smile, exuding a feeling akin to a gentle spring breeze. The price for this woman remains unchanged. As for these two fools, let's give you a discount, 3,000 pounds of standard rations and 22nd tier energy crystals. After pondering, Su Zhe offered what he believed to be a fairly generous price. This price, Old Mu in our Shanghang district. Meanwhile, whether it was Mu Jiangwo or Li Zhongzhao Yu Feihong, or even all members of Su Province's ability user team, they fell silent. If Su Zhe's feeling was that of comfort under the spring breeze, then they were currently enduring a biting winter wind sharp as a knife. The price Su Zhe quoted was something they found hard to bear. I accept. You can take these supplies away right now, but you must guarantee the safety of the hostages. After exchanging glances for a while, Mu Jiangwo ultimately agreed to the demand. There was no choice. With Ling Yi's ashes merging with the earth if they did not comply, it was uncertain whether they could survive. A pleasant cooperation, looking forward to our next collaboration. Take these 3 unfortunate souls away. It must be said, whether it was due to the swift operational efficiency of Shanghang district or the pressure of his own strength. Or perhaps it was a combination of both. In less than half an hour, all the supplies requested by Su Zhe had been loaded, 5,000 jin of various staple foods, and a box of shimmering energy crystals. A rough count revealed over 30 second-tier energy crystals and nearly 300 first-tier energy crystals. Although there was some discrepancy from the initial agreement of 40 second-tier energy crystals and 200 first-tier energy crystals. The ratio of first tier to second tier is 100 to 1. However, Shanghang District simply could not produce that many energy crystals, and Su Zhe did not press the issue. After all, acquiring this much supply had already exceeded Su Zhe's initial expectations. Additionally, to demonstrate the sincerity of Shanghang District, Mu Jiangwo and the others also offered several hundred kilograms of wheat bran and dried wild vegetables as compensation for the price difference. In this regard, Su Zhe was quite satisfied. After accepting these supplies, he directly threw Shangwan Mu Yun and Ling Feng out. In the armored vehicle, Su Zhe stepped on the gas. His figure vanished before the crowd under the intense midday. A mechanical fusion-type extraordinary being, its actual power, may have already reached the ceiling of 5th tier. How could such a freak appear in our Shanghang District? Consider yourself unlucky. A powerhouse of this level is not just a top-tier figure in our Shanghang District, but even in the imperial capital. After Su Zhe left, the expressions of Mu Jiangwo and the others were not good. Of course, they were just somewhat displeased regarding post-event retaliation and subsequent handling. Neither the three elders of Shanghang District nor the directly dispatched extraordinary team from Su Province dared to entertain any other thoughts. A suspected 5th-tier powerhouse, if unrestricted by others of the same tier, could even threaten an entire... It should be noted that the strongest in Su Province acting as a buffer zone is merely at the 4th tier. To contend with such a powerhouse, it's better to forget it. Report this matter to the imperial capital and apply for material subsidies. As for this guy, after looking in the direction Su Zhe vanished, Mu Jiangwo fell silent. After a long while he spoke with a helpless tone, "We only have one thing to focus on now, dealing with the beast tide. But the information from above seems to suggest that we need not concern ourselves with the disaster victims, letting them fend for themselves." Yu Feihong suddenly recalled what was said at the previous meeting. Are we just going to watch our compatriots die at the mouths of those beasts? However, our Shanghang District cannot accommodate that many refugees. Huaihai District, Huaidong District, and several surrounding county-level shelters have agreed only to defend against the beast tide and not take in disaster victims. As long as I am still the head of the official shelter in Shanghang District for a day, you must listen to me. Before Yu Hongfei could finish speaking, Mu Jiangwo waved his hand to signal him to stop. The reason why humans are called humans is that they possess humanity. In this apocalypse where life is in turmoil, why can we still survive in such a dire environment? It's precisely because we support one another because of the flickering sparks. I, Mu Jiangwo, may just be an ordinary elder, but if I am needed to protect the continuation of humanity, I, Mu Jiangwo, will not hesitate. As long as I, Mu Jiangwo, am alive, Shanghang District will never harm the disaster victims. Even though the supplies in Shanghang District are currently scarce. Even though Shanghang District is merely a marginalized small shelter city. But it is still a spark. Humanity shall never perish. Mu Jiangwo never doubted why a being almost at the 5th tier would come to him for some food, nor did he care why such a powerful being would not fight against the beast tide. It's just human nature. In the apocalypse, strength reigns. Even in death, this food still ends up in the bellies of humans. It's just a matter of differing interests, different powers, and different perspectives. He is still human. Humans can commit small evils, but cannot be heartless and ungrateful. Commoners, disaster victims, wanderers, regardless of their identities, they are still human. And now, the so-called upper echelons have chosen what seems to be the most reasonable solution: extermination. Is this a method that humans could conceive? The so-called extermination of lower-class humans for the sake of humanity's rebirth and to preserve resources for so-called elites. Whether one calls Mu Jiangwo conservative or claims he cannot understand the extraordinary evolution of the new era, the act of exterminating compatriots, Mu Jiangwo cannot bring himself to do it. Take the people back to the shelter and prepare to resist the beast tide. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of spirit and energy flooded into Mu Jiangwo's aging body. The body may be decaying, but the spirit endures. All personnel in Shanghang District did not care about the opinions of those from Huaihai District and silently packed their gear to return to Shanghang District, while personnel from Huaihai District seemed to want to say something. But in the end, they all shook their heads, and not a single person chose to speak. After shouldering the unconscious Ling Feng and Shangwan Mu Yun, the relevant personnel from Huaihai District also vanished from the trading site. As for the extraordinary team from Su Province, they watched Mu Jiangwo's lonely figure without choosing to speak. After taking the hawk, Xiao Tianhu informed Mu Jiangwo that they would reimburse all the materials expended during this exchange before leaving. After following for so long, it's time to show yourself right. After concluding the transaction with Mu Jiangwo and the others, Su Zhe drove towards the outskirts of the city. Originally planning to deliver the food obtained this time to Wu Yu and check on the progress of the firearms production line construction. But just under 10 minutes into driving, as he reached the main road, Su Zhe already sensed a familiar presence following him from behind. We've met so many times already, there's no need to hide like a mouse, right? With a sudden brake, Su Zhe stopped the vehicle. Aside from the noisy wind and sand beside the road and the traces left by some mutated rodents, Su Zhe did not see any living creatures. Su Zhe waiting for the woman who carried a scent of osmanthus. As for why Su Zhe was so certain that the person following him was her, if he had to find an excuse, it was intuition. even though this time Suze did not smell any scent. I'm quite curious how you little one discovered. After a moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before Suze. Dressed in a short skirt suit with a stylish flair, she wore a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, and her slightly curved bangs framed her forehead. I'm quite curious. How did you detect me? Wu Miao's gaze upon the youth before her carried an unusual edge. After prior encounters, and especially after witnessing Suze instantly slay Ling Yi in a single strike, Wu Miao grew increasingly convinced that this young man was extraordinary. She immediately abandoned her original plan and resolved to follow Suze, covertly determined to uncover the true depth of this youth who so vastly exceeded her expectations. After all, for someone of such formidable strength to emerge from a sheltered zone long deemed nearly abandoned by humanity's upper echelons was no ordinary occurrence. Wu Miao had no choice but to take it seriously. The reason I detected you. After alighting from the vehicle and confirming that this stunning woman was indeed the same figure he'd met beneath the night sky, Suze's expression softened into a faint enigmatic smile. It's actually quite simple. You carry a unique scent. Impossible. Wu Miao shook her head. This time I concealed my aura entirely. Nothing is impossible. No sooner had the words left Suze's lips than a mirror, strikingly luminous under the sun, materialized in his palm. In Shanghang District, no one has yet managed to tail me undetected. Is that so? Sensing the latent ferocity in Suze's gaze, Wu Miao dropped the question, not pressing further, but instead spoke with earnest sincerity. That mirror is exquisite. Would you gift it to me? Consider it a token of our first meeting, she added quickly, lest he misinterpret her intent. It was yours to begin with. Suze tossed the mirror toward her without hesitation. My miscalculation. The moment Wu Miao caught it, the unremarkable mirror shimmered and transformed into a slender dagger. A flicker of genuine astonishment crossed Wu Miao's eyes. This mirror had been cast during their second encounter, a hidden mark designed to locate him with utmost speed. It was one of her most refined tracking techniques, yet she had never imagined Suze would sense its presence at all. Instantly, both Suze and Wu Miao locked eyes, tense, unwavering. The air around them felt utterly still. Whether it was the looming beast tide, or simply the desolation of this road leading into Shanghang City, Suze had stood there for minutes after disembarking, yet apart from this woman, not a single living soul had passed nearby. The silence was chilling. Earlier, I mentioned wanting to discuss a plan with you. Wu Miao finally broke the silence. Have you given it any thought? To demonstrate my sincerity, allow me to introduce myself first. With a gaze both curious and guarded, she unconsciously adjusted the frame of her spectacles as she studied Suze's silent, inscrutable face. Have you heard of the Eternal Night? Or perhaps, of eternal power? To help Suze grasp the weight of her organization, she even prepared to reveal knowledge forbidden to ordinary mortals. No, Suze replied, shaking his head. And I have no desire to know. If this is more idle talk, I suggest you spare us both the time. We both hold precious seconds in short supply. Is that so? A cold, sardonic smile flickered across Wu Miao's breathtaking visage. Your strength is undeniable. You rank among humanity's current apex warriors. But do not forget the man you eliminated earlier hailed from the imperial capital. Do you truly believe you can stand alone against the Shangguan and Ling clans? Let me be unequivocal, between those two families alone, there are no fewer than 5 fifth-rank experts. Cross them, and your future will grow perilously bleak. So, Suze tilted his head, studying her. Thus the Eternal Night remains your sole sanctuary. With your talent, joining us guarantees you at least dominion over an entire province, the sovereign of its nocturnal realm. Noting a subtle flicker of interest in Suze's expression, Wu Miao laid her offer bare. Power, beauty, strength, everything you desire. The Eternal Night delivers it all. When Suze remained silent, Wu Miao glided forward until she stood beside him. Her fingers, pale and flawless, traced the sharp line of his jaw. Her fragrance, intoxicating and rich, enveloped him as she leaned close, her breath whispering softly against his ear. Her allure, exquisitely seductive, dangerously enchanting, stirred deep primal currents within him. Even I am yours, for the taking. To secure him utterly, she offered herself as her final, most potent bargaining chip. I'm sorry, but everything you've described is something I can claim in due time with effort. To Wu Miao's utter astonishment, Suze declined, clean, absolute, and without hesitation. A beauty's charm may shatter bones and drown the soul. I'll respectfully decline. A courteous, faint smile touched Suze's lips. Then with deliberate calm, he gently but firmly pushed her aside. Your invitation holds no appeal for me. Should you wish to speak of life's quiet truths, I won't object. But anything else need not be brought to me again. With that, Suze turned to reboard the vehicle. You will regret this. Without the Eternal Night's protection, not only will the ravenous clans of the imperial capital hunt you down, but you'll likely fall before the beast tide arrives in mere days. In her desperation to sway him, Wu Miao even disclosed the beast tide's imminent arrival. That concern is unnecessary. A beast tide, merely a passing storm. Without pause, Suze climbed into the vehicle. A terse reply, then a sharp press of the accelerator. The engine roared, dust billowed. He vanished into the distance like a solitary bolt of lightning. leaving Wu Miao staring into empty air. Damn it. She almost gave chase, but hesitated, then relented. A youth capable of obliterating a fourth-rank expert in one blow. Were they to clash, she would be at a grave disadvantage. So long as you remain in Shanghang, the day will come. You will seek me out. As a judge of the eternal night, Wu Miao possessed an uncanny prescience. From the very first glance at Su Zhe, an inexplicable bond had stirred within her heart. She needed no search, no pursuit. This boy now vanishing before her eyes would inevitably return to stand before her once more. First I shall incite the beast tide. The souls of over 100,000 refugees should yield enough power to break through to the fourth rank. How ironic. Self-proclaimed legitimate shelters plot to exterminate these useless refugees, while I, a judge of the eternal night, must save them. A chill settled across Wu Miao's features. She paused silent. The broad avenue sank back into profound stillness, empty save for the lingering swirl of dust. Suze, what are these things? Boss, don't tell me you went to rob the shelter. Zhang Xiao Jie, if you can't speak properly, then just don't say anything. Outside the city, in a warehouse equipped with a firearms production line, Zhang Xiao Jie, Lin Yudong, and Wu Yu looked at the enormous amount of food Suze had brought back, their faces filled with astonishment. Zhang Xiao Jie even pinched Lin Yudong beside him, and after receiving a roll of the eyes from Lin Yudong, he confirmed that he was really not dreaming. Boss, if you had mentioned food earlier, I wouldn't have had to worry for so long. I barely slept last night after hearing that you gathered. Actually, the one most worried about food among those present was neither Wu Yu nor Suze, but Zhang Xiao Jie. Since the apocalypse began, Zhang Xiao Jie had not had a day of being full before meeting Suze. Finally catching up with Suze to enjoy a better life, he heard yesterday that Suze had brought in over 100 people to build defenses around. Zhang Xiao Jie was instantly depressed. As the temporary manager of the water source, Zhang Xiao Jie knew exactly how much food could be exchanged at a small water source, let alone raising 100 people. Even with the amount reduced by half, the food exchanged from the water source couldn't sustain them. So before Suze returned, Zhang Xiao Jie wore a gloomy expression. But now it was better. Looking at the mountains of food Suze brought back, Zhang Xiao Jie finally felt a bit relieved. Boss, the food issue is resolved, but there's still something I need to inform you. After resolving the food issue, Zhang Xiao Jie stepped forward again. Boss, it has become unsafe in Shanghang district recently. Just yesterday, our water source was visited by 4 or 5 groups from different factions wandering around us, including people from the official shelter and various wandering groups. Even hunting teams from other regions showed up. Is it for the water source? Obviously, Suze did not believe that these factions coincidentally came to wander near the water source controlled by Zhang Xiao Jie just to seize territory. No. As expected, after shaking his head, Zhang Xiao Jie pointed at the firearm in his hand and said, I don't know why, but it seems their only purpose is to find out how my brothers and I acquired our guns. Yesterday, I handled it casually, and just to be safe I took my brothers out of the city to find Wu Yu. Zhang Xiao Jie also informed Suze of the details of what happened yesterday. Had it not been for the automatic firearms in their hands, coupled with the advantageous terrain and some basic order within the city, Zhang Xiao Jie might not have seen Suze today. Letting go of the water source is fine, after all it's of little use to us, merely a burden. After hearing about what happened yesterday, Suze was not particularly affected by Zhang Xiao Jie's decision to abandon the water source. After all, for Suze now the benefits brought by a water source were far too meager. Moreover, Suze intended to move his sphere of influence outside of Shanghang district and develop beyond the city. Thus the water source seemed dispensable. Coincidentally, Wu Yu needs some people for security, so Zhang Xiao Jie, you should take your men to patrol the area. If there's an opportunity, take your brothers to clear out some of the mutated zombies and beasts. Suze did not give Zhang Xiao Jie much time to rest, and directly assigned him to the security work near the warehouse. Wu Yu, how are things arranged on your end? Then Suze focused his attention on Wu Yu. Compared to what Zhang Xiao Jie reported, Wu Yu's matters were simply small. Suze didn't pay much attention. The general framework has been set up. 3 defensive structures have been established: wooden barricades, trenches, and concrete walls. Additionally, 2 10-meter-high lookout towers have been built around, which can also serve as shooting towers in emergencies. The entire core area is about 2,700 square meters, which is just enough to meet our construction needs, and serves as the most suitable defensive position. Moreover, the entire factory has been divided into 3 sections according to your plan: a production workshop, a dormitory area, and a warehouse for storing supplies. After discussing the major planning, Wu Yu handed the prepared blueprints to Suze. How soon can we get this done? Suze had no significant objections to Wu Yu's defensive plan. In Suze's view, with the factory as the core, an area of 1 or 2,000 square meters could already meet the initial construction needs. Furthermore, the position Wu Yu chose was already a high ground. Not to mention the excellent geographical position of being surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, but within a 10 square kilometer area, it was already considered a perfect location. Situated on a hillside, there was no need to worry about enemies from behind. As for the front, as long as there was enough firepower and relatively complete defensive facilities, dealing with the most basic beast tides wouldn't be a problem. With sufficient materials, it can be completed in the shortest time of 1 week. 3 days is really too short. Even with over 100 people, it would be nearly impossible for Wu Yu to complete the entire defensive structure in such a short time. In just these 2 days, they had only prepared the foundation for the outer buildings and gathered all the necessary material. The upcoming construction and detailed building process would take at least a week. Add another 100 people, and I want the entire defense system constructed within 5 days, and I want to see finished firearms production lines. Walking out of the warehouse and looking at the recently completed foundation and the mountains of materials around, Su Zhe understood Wu Yu's pressure. With a wave of his hand, he added manpower and time. Now that there was food, everything that could be solved with resources was easy to manage. Alright, I guarantee that the task will be completed. Understanding the importance Su Zhe placed on this matter, Wu Yu directly took on the task. Lin Yudong, come with me to Huaihai District tonight. Next, Su Zhe directly assigned Lin Yudong. Besides needing to establish a base outside the city, Su Zhe had another very important task to collect the other materials needed to upgrade the base vehicle. Energy crystals had already been in surplus due to the friendly sponsorship from Shanghang District, but those initially unimportant basic upgrade materials were giving Su Zhe a headache. However, these are minor issues. Although Su Zhe currently lacked these items, it didn't mean other places didn't have them. For example, the wealthiest area within 100 kilometers, Huaihai District. Su Zhe's goal was clear: to take Lin Yudong and make another trip to Huaihai District to acquire all the basic materials needed for the upgrade. Once the upgrade was successful, it would serve as another powerful trump card for Su Zhe. Captain, are we going directly to Huaihai District? The familiar arrangement persisted with Su Zhe driving, but this time Lin Yudong was not sitting in the back. Instead, he was sitting in the passenger seat looking at Su Zhe with a puzzled expression. Just speak your mind. When did you become so cautious? With a glance at Lin Yudong from the corner of his eye, Su Zhe easily discerned Lin's concerns. A hint of worry and melancholy lingered. Boss, I actually think that if we must acquire some steel, we don't necessarily have to go to Huaihai District. We just came from there, and although we aren't sure if they have our information going at this point in time. Ultimately, Lin Yudong voiced his worries. Huaihai District indeed produces a large quantity of steel, with just one warehouse holding thousands of tons of steel reserves. But Su Zhe and Lin Yudong had already been there once. Although it was uncertain whether the officials in Huaihai District had grasped their relevant information, there was still a certain level of risk involved. Almost a second-tier extraordinary right. Faced with Lin Yudong's concerns, Su Zhe did not respond directly, but instead regarded Lin with a serious expression. He posed a question that seemed unrelated to their previous discussion. Yes, boss, I have nearly absorbed all the energy crystals you gave me. I estimate that within a week at most I will reach the second tier of extraordinary. Though unsure why Su Zhe was asking him this question, Lin Yudong nodded decisively. The power within me has greatly increased, and I even feel a different sensation. To help Su Zhe understand his current strength, Lin Yudong actively released his extraordinary power in an instant. In an instant, the bland aura surrounding Lin Yudong vanished, replaced by a palpable killing intent, and it seemed as if Lin Yudong was no longer a human, but a bloody demon emerging from the depths of hell. With the enhancement of extraordinary power, we must also increase our boldness. We do not need to be overly cautious. Remember, the best way to solve a problem is through the force in our hands and a sharp dagger. At this point, Su Zhe paused briefly before continuing. Aside from Huaihai District, we cannot find that much steel. Steel is a basic resource that can be found in almost any place. But to meet Su Zhe's demand for quantity, there was only one place nearby that could fulfill it. Huaihai District. Though it posed some danger, it was not a significant concern for Su Zhe. That said, Lin Yudong's talent. After glancing at Lin Yudong, Su Zhe felt a sense of shock. Although Lin Yudong's cautious nature subtly differed from Su Zhe's idealized killer persona, it must be said that his talent was indeed remarkable. Becoming an extraordinary in such a short time, the growth rate of the extraordinary power within him had even surprised Su Zhe. He could even faintly sense the shadow of a second-tier extraordinary from Lin Yudong. Perhaps it would not take a week. With ample energy crystal supply, Lin Yudong's time to advance to a second-tier extraordinary might be halved. It's worth noting that Su Zhe did not only provide energy crystals to Lin Yudong. Yi Qing and Wu Yu also received the same quantity of energy crystals, but in terms of advancing to a second-tier extraordinary, Lin Yudong had actually surpassed Wu Yue, who had become an extraordinary before him. Although Yi Qing's talent was also very strong, she was still not as fast as Lin Yudong in terms of advancement. What a surprising guy! With such talent, he would probably be considered a genius even in the imperial capital. Su Zhe had seen the so-called geniuses in the imperial capital, such as Shangwan Mu Yun and Ling Feng. These two were vivid examples. But in Su Zhe's view, they were no match for Lin Yudong beside him. Given the same conditions with Lin Yudong's talent, he could easily surpass the two proud sons of heaven. Su Zhe, take this and absorb the energy within it over the next few days. Thinking of this, Su Zhe took out a second-tier energy crystal that shimmered with brilliant light from the system space. Absorb it well and strive to reach the second-tier extraordinary as soon as possible. After tossing the energy crystal to Lin Yudong beside him, Su Zhe did not say anything more and focused intently on driving. As your power grows, so too must your courage. After receiving the energy crystal, Lin Yudong's expression changed slightly. He understood the meaning behind Su Ze's words. Boss, I was wrong. From now on, I Lin Yudong will never fear anything. As long as you understand, do not let the chaos in your heart waste your talent. Remember, your strength is not just for me, but for yourself and your sister. Though Su Ze had initially positioned Lin Yudong as merely a tool, but Su Ze had never viewed Lin Yudong solely as a tool. He wanted someone he could trust unconditionally, a dagger that could perfectly pierce the enemy's heart, and a capable individual who could help share some tasks. Lin Yudong indeed seemed perfect now, but he still had a hint of flaw that required Su Ze's gradual training. After receiving the second-tier extraordinary crystal, neither Su Ze nor Lin Yudong continued talking. Su Ze drove while Lin Yudong quietly closed his eyes, sensing the energy contained in the energy crystal in his hand. The two remained silent, yet an incredible tacit understanding blossomed. What's going on? Why are there so many corpses near Huaihai district, and this bloody stench? 20 to 30 minutes later, Su Ze slowly came to a stop, looking at the outskirts of Huaihai district with a strange expression. The ground was littered with corpses, some humans, some mutated beasts, and some zombies. Scattered were bronze-colored bullet casings, abandoned broken blades, and some explosion craters emitting sparks. There was no doubt these craters were likely caused by the explosion of some homemade bombs. Coupled with the bloody scent wafting in the air, Su Ze instinctively frowned. This scent was indeed somewhat unpleasant. Was it a chaotic battle? Or a small-scale beast tide? Or perhaps an internal conflict among certain factions? Several possibilities crossed Su Ze's mind, but the truth. Su Ze was not very clear at the moment. Just from the corpses on the ground, it was clear that at least hundreds of different creatures had fought here not long ago. After a swift journey, Su Ze and Lin Yudong successfully arrived near Huaihai district. However, it was somewhat different from the first time they came. Captain, there's a living person over here. Don't run. After helping Lin Yudong disembark, Su Ze immediately surveyed the surrounding area, absorbing its general layout and condition. The result was unexpected. Across this stretch of wasteland, several kilometers beyond the Huaihai district, lay only scattered corpses and a few abandoned odds and ends, and nothing else remained. More significantly, Su Ze discovered numerous spent cartridge casings from standardized firearms littering the ground. Few factions in the vicinity possessed such weaponry, the official shelter of the Huaihai district being one of them. Is someone there? Just as Su Ze finished his brief contemplation, he heard Lin Yudong's startled exclamation and immediately pressed for details, his gaze swiftly turning toward the direction Lin pointed. There really is someone. About 100 meters away, huddled behind the stump of an ancient tree, crouched a ragged, grimy vagrant, slight in build, apparently still a child. Is this my luck? Am I truly encountering children among these survivors? Having confirmed the presence of other living souls, Su Ze murmured softly to himself. He wryly mocked his own fortune. How uncannily it had delivered one after another children who had somehow endured the apocalypse. After all, beyond the ever-present threats of mutated beasts and wandering zombies across the desolate wilds, far greater dangers often lurked within humanity itself. Thus, most survivors were adults, predominantly robust men, followed by adult women. Elders came next. Children, however, survived at a rate barely exceeding 1 in 10. Beyond sheer scarcity of food and external perils posed by mutated beasts, children themselves had become near-perfect commodities, traded, exploited, consumed. Pedophiles, cannibals, fanatical cults operating across the ruins, and shadowy black market dealers. All coveted children above nearly any other asset. And then there was the grim precedent of exchanging children for sustenance. A phrase once confined to history books during peacetime, now a visceral, blood-soaked reality. Amidst these converging horrors, children had become rarest of rarities in the post-apocalyptic world. Just days earlier, Su Ze had expended considerable effort and cost to task Lin Yudong with locating orphans possessing even modest potential for cultivation. This underscored how extraordinarily difficult it was to encounter children amid the ruins. In Su Ze's personal estimation, his luck bordered on the absurd. First, he'd found Lin Yudong and Lin Yueshao. Through Huang Jinbao, later he'd secured Yi Qing's allegiance. Now yet another child wandered into view, not 10 meters away. A wry thought flickered through his mind. Do I now resemble Orochimaru himself, collecting children not for loyalty, but as instruments of power? Lin Yudong, bring that one over. I have questions to ask. After a faint, enigmatic smile, Su Ze set aside those chaotic musings. His gaze locked heavy and unblinking onto the vagrant 100 meters distant. Instinct whispered to Su Ze the answer to how these corpses came to lie here might well reside within that child. Understood, Chief. Lin Yudong's reply remained terse and direct, and before the final syllable faded, his figure had already blurred like wind, appearing instantly behind the child. Ignoring the child's wide-eyed shock, Lin Yudong lifted the filthy, trembling figure as effortlessly as one might lift a stray kitten, and carried him straight to Su Ze's side. Please, I saw nothing. I know nothing. I was only passing through. Don't kill me, please. Terror contorted the child's face upon being brought before Su Ze, yet reason compelled action. The palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from Lin Yudong left no room for hesitation. A flicker of doubt and inner conflict crossed the child's eyes, but survival instinct swiftly drowned it out, absolute and unyielding. Sir, this is all I have left to eat. I offer it to you. Please spare my life. Before Suze could speak, the child fumbled deep into the oversized folds of his tunic and withdrew something after a long, desperate search. A half-opened can of beef, though the original contents had vanished, replaced instead by a pale viscous paste. Within it floated brittle yellow leaves and indeterminate grayish matter. At first glance, Suze struggled to believe this sludge could be considered food. The second item was also sustenance, though one Suze recognized more readily, a biscuit-shaped ration made from mixed wheat bran and soybean meal. Yet resemblance to actual biscuits extended only to shape. Its flavor composition and that ashen clay-like hue, reminiscent of kaolin, bore no kinship whatsoever to anything anyone would call a biscuit. Beyond these two precious provisions, treasured beyond measure in the child's eyes, the rest of his meager possessions were trivial, useless trinkets, which Suze dismissed with a single glance. Put those trinkets away. I have no interest in them. They're not trash. Alyang died for this relief rations can, and Yuer died for this biscuit. They're all dead, killed by arrogant elites like you. Why? Why do you wield powerful firearms and possess extraordinary strength? Why don't you turn those gifts against the mutated beasts beyond the city walls or against the terrifying zombies? Instead, you point your guns at us rootless drifters. Why? Tell me why. Enough. If you wish to extinguish your bitterness, do not vent futile, pitiful rage upon an innocent passerby, but act as a true man and seek vengeance for your fallen friends. Indeed, the child's courage was remarkable. Even Suze hadn't anticipated such defiant candor in their exchange. A moment earlier in Suze's mind, the child had been little more than a trembling, defenseless rabbit. The next he transformed, like a young wolf cub cast adrift from its pack. I'm not a man. My name is Susia, and I'm a girl. Suddenly the fierce little wolf cub flushed with quiet embarrassment. It may be flat, but surely not that flat. A faint aggrieved mutter drifted into the ears of both Suze and Lin Yedong. Instantly the tense atmosphere dissolved. A girl. Seems so. And judging by her tone, she's likely older than she appears. Gazing at her chest, utterly undeveloped, and her diminutive frame of barely 1.30 m, both Suze and Lin Yedong fell silent. Firstly, I need to clarify that we are not from the Huaihai district. If we must assume an identity, we are merely wanderers in this desert much like you. After a few minutes of discussion, Suze began to understand the origins of Susia before him. Although he could not fully ascertain the accuracy of the information, he was still able to believe part of the data. Are you saying that you are not a survivor from the slums around the Huaihai district, but someone who escaped from the garbage city? Are you really 20 years old? As he asked this question, Suze scrutinized Susia, who shared the same surname, with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. If it weren't for the palpable killing intent emanating from Suze and the glinting dagger in Lin Yudong's hands, Susia would have liked to exclaim, "Damn it, I am indeed 20 years old. Alright, I understand." Sensing the murderous gaze from Susia, Suze and Lin Yudong decided not to dwell further on why Susia at 20 appeared as a 12-year-old girl. It might just be an illusion, but Suze felt that Susia appeared even shorter than Yiqing. These guys are basically all from the garbage city. Ever since the beast tide washed away our original gathering place, the refugees who escaped from the city spontaneously formed a force called the Redeemers. At this point, Susia gestured toward the corpses on the ground. Although she wasn't aligned with these individuals, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. However, the officials at the shelter prefer to refer to us as garbage. Sensing that the murderous aura from Suze and Lin Yudong was slowly diminishing, Susia gradually put away the items she had previously taken out. To Suze, these may just be a pile of trash. But for Susia, these two rather unappetizing food items were incredibly precious. After securing the food, she recounted the origins of herself and the corpses lying on the ground. Garbage City. After thoroughly searching his memories, Suze realized he had no recollection of this place. Boss, don't look at me. I also have no idea when an organization called the Redeemers appeared near the Huaihai district. Faced with Suze's puzzled gaze, Lin Yudong felt somewhat helpless. Clearly he was unaware of this force from Is it really near the Huaihai district? Seeing that Lin Yudong also lacked information, Suze decided not to speculate further and directly asked Susia. After all, there is no simpler way to gather intelligence than to ask the person involved. Actually, geographically, the garbage city is closer to the Shanghang district. However, since the Huaihai district has more resources, people from that area prefer to trade in Huaihai rather than Shanghang. But as exchanges between the two sides became increasingly frequent, the upper echelons of the official shelter in Huaihai district evidently resisted this development. At this point, Susia's expression grew increasingly grim. If I'm not mistaken, these guys were most likely killed because they clashed with personnel from the Huaihai district's official shelter. Alongside this, Susia also shared a possible origin of the corpses on the ground, which sounded horrifying and incredible. However, based on the bullets remaining on the ground and the wounds on the bodies, Susia was very confident in her speculation. After all, incidents like this where hundreds were slaughtered were not uncommon in this vicinity. The garbage city near the Shanghang district. Upon hearing this, Suze suddenly recalled something. It was a curious fact he had heard from a representative of the Sambao Chamber of Commerce when he went to purchase Lin Yudong in the Shanghang district's black market. A garbage city near Shanghang had discovered copper mines and needed a large number of slaves. Does your garbage city produce a lot of copper? How do you know? Upon hearing this, Su Xia was also very surprised. Aside from the people within the garbage city, survivors from other regions could hardly know this information. In fact, most of them had never even heard of the name garbage city. After all, apart from a few copper mines that could provide a stable resource output, the entire garbage city had practically nothing of value. In fact, the entire city was born from a ruin. Otherwise, it wouldn't be referred to as garbage city by the people of Huaihai district. The vast architectural ruins became a natural barrier for this emerging city and the tens of thousands of refugees. Not to mention other explorers, even mutated beasts or intelligent zombie leaders would struggle to find the core power position of the Redeemers among the heaps of rubble. Have you been to the garbage city? After a long silence, Su Xia put forth the most plausible guess. Not really, I have no interest in the garbage city, but... Su Zhe chuckled, then cast a curious glance at Lin Yudong. Come out, don't make me take action. Lin Yudong instantly understood, and taking advantage of Su Xia's moment of distraction, he swiftly dashed past. Wait, we mean no harm. By the time Su Xia realized that Lin Yudong's figure had completely vanished. It's done. However, boss, this little girl's special ability is quite interesting. It's similar to Wu Yu's invisibility, but it's not pure invisibility. It's more like a chameleon's color-changing ability. A few seconds later, Lin Yudong appeared before Su Zhe holding a tiny girl. She wore a snow-white princess dress, immaculate and pure, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding bloody and chaotic environment. Sacred and innocent was the first impression she gave Su Zhe. What caught the most attention was the crown woven from unknown flowers and grasses atop her head. It looked particularly out of place. At the same time, she held a stick that resembled a dead tree branch, just in case Lin Yudong temporarily took this item into his possession. Interestingly, despite the little one's angry expression on her delicate face, which twisted as she tried to escape from Lin Yudong's grasp, her tiny stature rendered all of this not intimidating at all, but rather somewhat adorable. This little one. Su Zhe admitted that upon seeing the tiny figure in Lin Yudong's hands, he had already lowered it. The reason is simple. She is just too small. If Su Xia's childlike stature only amazed Su Zhe slightly. Now this humanoid figure in Lin Yudong's hands, oh no, should be referred to as a humanoid creature. Su Zhe felt a strong sense of curiosity. Originally thinking this was merely a simple apocalyptic wasteland world, but it seems that it is not quite so. After pondering for a long time, Su Zhe finally came up with a name that aptly describes this little one. Child of the forest. Little elf. Can we speak honestly now? A small sprite only about 30 to 40 centimeters in height posed almost no threat to Su Zhe and Lin Yudong after losing its magical wand-like dry branch. Despite the anger filling its chubby face, neither Su Zhe nor Lin Yudong felt any threat. In just 3 minutes, Su Xia and the little sprite recently captured by Lin Yudong were forcibly taken to the back of the vehicle. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and Lin Yudong returned to the driver's cabin. Sister, this guy is simply too much. Can't we just... Oh, be quiet. Didn't I tell you to go back to Garbage City? Why are you back here again? Aren't I just worried about you? Oh, you're going to get me killed. Looking at the furious little sprite before her, Su Xia shook her head helplessly while holding her forehead. She really wanted to know why her usually clever sister was acting foolishly at such a critical moment. The little sprite named Ai Xier was a small creature Su Xia had unexpectedly found possessing certain unique abilities, though not very powerful. Ai Xier's special ability was very simple. As a spirit of nature, she could merge into illusions using the energy of nature and subconsciously make enemies overlook her presence. Although it wasn't as effective as invisibility, which could make one disappear completely, Su Xia, being an ordinary little one, still managed to survive in the apocalypse with Ai Xier's intelligence-gathering capabilities. Although Su Xia was unaware of the precise origins of this little creature, having such a lovely companion in this despairing world of the apocalypse felt like a blessing from above. Thus, after they met, the two had always referred to each other as sisters. In fact, when Su Zhe and Lin Yudong had just arrived nearby, Su Xia and Ai Xier had already detected their presence. However, in hopes of scavenging food that might remain on the corpses, Su Xia still decided to take a gamble. She left Ai Xier behind, hoping that Su Zhe and Lin Yudong were merely passing by. But this time Su Xia and Ai Xier had miscalculated. They were not merely passing through, they had discovered Su Xia instead. To prevent Ai Xier from being found, Su Xia let her leave first while she sought an opportunity to escape. But in the end, it turned out to be a miscalculation. Just like before, Su Xia was discovered by Su Zhe and the others. To make matters worse, Lin Yudong had caught Ai Xier. This is it. Realizing this, a hint of dejection flickered in Su Xia's eyes. In such a situation, not only was it difficult to safely return to Garbage City, but even preserving her life was an enormous challenge. My patience has its limits. Su Zhe could sense the despair in Su Xia's eyes, but what did it have to do with him? If it weren't for the fact that this girl was now struggling to escape from Lin Yudong to retrieve the little sprite, Su Zhe would have had no interest in Su Xia at all. A creature that could blend into the natural environment paired with a peculiar little one was indeed a rare combination in this apocalypse. What intrigued Suze more was Su Xia's background. He had only selectively believed a small portion of the information. For instance, the name Su Xia might be the only piece of information Suze could trust. As for the rest of her words, like the story about sacrificing companions for food, it felt too cliched. Previously, Suze had no desire to expose Su Xia's lies on the spot, and the reason was simple. It was the cost and gains of diving deep into the lies of someone who was merely passing by did not justify the effort. But now it was different. A thought inexplicably arose in Suze's mind. If he could bring these two little ones into his camp, it would undoubtedly be an unexpected gain for him. At the very least, Suze would no longer need to worry about who to send out for reconnaissance. Previously in Suze's small team, Wu Yu had always been the preferred choice for this role, but after spending time together he discovered that Wu Yu was actually more suited for strategic planning in the background. At least she had been able to handle all the tasks assigned to her effortlessly. Realizing this, Suze had been worried about how to fill the vacant positions. Then Su Xiao appeared. Great, it seems my luck is holding up. With a sigh, a hint of a smile flickered across Suze's face. Sister, your kind shouldn't be interested in eating. I don't know. However, the gentle smile Suze believed he was displaying appeared rather strange in the eyes of Ai, Xier, and Su Xia. Instead of feeling any kindness, they sensed a terrifying pressure. I confess I surrender. Everything I said before was a lie. I'm just a lone wolf, and this is my partner Ai, Xier, a forest sprite. Upon sensing the faint killing intent emanating from Suze, Su Xia wisely chose to surrender. To demonstrate her attitude, Su Xia pressed down on Ai, Xier, who was still trying to struggle, and pulled out a white cloth from her pocket. To signify her determination to surrender. You wouldn't be interested in my figure, would you? Stealing a glance at Suze, she noticed his gaze remained fixated on her, and Ai Xier. Su Xia felt something was amiss. How could a creature that survived in the apocalypse be so naive? For the vast majority of people, someone with Su Xia's modest frame would absolutely not be appealing. But, what if? I know a super pretty big sister, not expensive, reasonable fees. What do you think? Not needed. I'm interested in you and your little friend. Just as Su Xia was making her last-ditch effort to divert Suze's aggressive gaze away from her, he spoke up. It's over. Hearing this, Su Xia gave up struggling. Come on, you beast. Facing the glinting dagger and Suze's terrifying aura, Su Xia closed her eyes tightly despite her heart racing with anxiety. But she understood she was very likely not going to escape tonight. Huh, what's taking so long? Peeking with one eye open, Su Xia realized she might have been overthinking. Oh no, I've run into a fool. For the first time, Suze wondered if he had been overthinking. How had such a whimsical character managed to survive? I have no interest in flat figures, I just want to give you a suggestion. Would you like to find a place where you can have stable food? Suze was too lazy to play guessing games with Su Xia and directly stated the topic. What Suze wanted was Su Xia's mind, not her body. The spirit will never be enslaved. Elsie, shut your mouth. Su Xia finally understood the meaning behind Suze's earlier words. The figure before her, resembling a god of death, seemed intent on recruiting her, pulling the defiant Elsie to his chest. Su Xia took a tentative glance at Suze. Free food and lodging. No restrictions on personal freedom. You have no ulterior motives towards me. After a series of bewildering questions, a hint of hesitation flickered in Su Xia's eyes. If she could truly meet these conditions, Su Xia would very much want to join Suze. In this hellish world, she had endured the solitude for far too long. The idea of finding warmth in a group was something Su Xia could accept. If these are the only conditions, I can assure you there will be no problems. What do I need to do? After receiving a clear answer from Suze, Su Xia spoke again. She understood the principle that every gain requires a sacrifice if she sought to receive benefits without any cost. It could very well cost her life. The most expensive things in the world are often those that seem free verbally. In the adult world, pure giving has never existed. A mere ordinary girl being courted was something Su Xia found unrealistic even in her innocence. You don't need to do anything, just take your little companion and help us with some necessary reconnaissance. Saying this, Suze pointed at Elsie, who was still hiding in Su Xia's embrace, peeking at everyone. I understand now. After sensing Suze's gaze, Su Xia finally grasped why Suze chose to recruit her. We agree, but you must not make us cannon fodder. Su Xia understood the role Elsie held for the major forces. If she exposed Elsie, be it the official sanctuary or other factions, they would surely extend an olive branch to her. Yet Su Xia ultimately chose to refuse, fearing that joining these organizations would make her and Elsie the first to fall. As for the current Suze, Su Xia chose to trust him somewhat. The reason? Simply intuition. Don't worry, I have never made my companions into cannon fodder. Upon hearing Su Xia's request, Suze nodded directly. He had no intention of letting the reconnaissance team he had so painstakingly gathered go to their deaths. In that case, can you help us untie the ropes on us? After receiving Suze's assurance, the tension on Su Xia's face finally disappeared. He doesn't seem like a bad person, I don't sense any killing intent from him. Elsie, who was secretly observing Suze, also made her own judgment. From Suze, Elsie felt no malice. This puzzled her greatly. Despite being a figure brimming with boundless murderous aura, he bore no enmity towards her. Open the loyalty interface. After incorporating Su Xia into his ranks, Su Zhe directly arranged her in the back of the vehicle and began driving towards Huaidong district. However, after just a few hundred meters, Su Zhe did not accelerate too much. After all, the purpose of coming to Huaihai district this time was similar to the last, seeking some basic materials, which was something to be done at night. But the sun had just risen, and there was still a considerable amount of time until nightfall. Su Zhe casually drove slowly while opening the system's loyalty interface. Su Xia, ordinary person, loyalty level, loyal, scatterbrain, personality, drama, queen, easily deceived, loves, Elsie, suggestion, logistics, support. Elsie, fantasy, spirit, loyalty level, friendly, and natural spirit, born from the dense forests of another world, possessing wood element abilities, capable of releasing unparalleled life energy and able to disguise herself to avoid enemy ambushes. Suggestion, mage, healer. With the loyalty interface open, detailed information about Su Xia and Elsie appeared before Su Zhe. The information was roughly as he had previously speculated. Su Xia was merely an ordinary person while Elsie was indeed a spirit. Moreover, compared to prior assumptions, Elsie's strength was even more formidable. She possessed not only shape-shifting abilities, but seemingly some combat capabilities as well. A mage and healer, huh? Closing the interface, Su Zhe instinctively looked back. As expected, upon reclaiming the previously taken branch from Lin Yedong, a faint green glow emanated from El. Moreover, Su Zhe could feel a soothing sensation from this glow. Lin Yedong, we've struck gold this time. Perhaps Su Xia was simply too carefree or truly exhausted. After just getting into the car, she fell asleep almost immediately while Elsie studied the dry wooden staff in her hands with a serious expression. Watching the two lively companions in the back, Su Zhe couldn't help but smile. I can sense the energy fluctuations from that little spirit, but for some reason it seems different from the energy system of the extraordinary beings. Regardless, what I'm considering now is whether to directly enter Huaihai district. Su Zhe pressed the brakes as they approached a road next to the heavily guarded entrance of Huaihai district. Glancing at the heavily guarded entrance, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Su Zhe's eyes. Compared to his previous visit to Huaihai district, the area and population of the slums had noticeably decreased. However, Su Zhe could sense a chaotic atmosphere mingled with a hint of murderous intent. Clearly, a cleansing operation had occurred here not long ago. Captain, if we go in now, it shouldn't be a big problem. We just need to disguise ourselves a bit. It would be relatively difficult for them to find us in the crowd. Not going in. Just as Lin Yedong was giving his opinion, Su Zhe suddenly spoke. This? Lin Yedong watched as Su Zhe turned the car around, driving straight towards an unnamed desert, his expression filled with surprise. I've encountered an acquaintance. The plan has changed. An acquaintance? Clearly, Lin Yedong was unaware of who Su Zhe was referring to. Moreover, was there really someone Su Zhe knew nearby? How interesting. If it weren't for following me to Huaihai district, it would truly be a coincidence to meet you again in such a short time. Womia, I must see what you're planning to do in Huaihai district. A faint scent of osmanthus wafted through the air, quickly dissipating. Su Zhe pressed the accelerator to the floor, the roaring engine breaking the surrounding silence. Boss, there's danger. It's fine, I can handle it. That guy is not an enemy. They sprinted in the opposite direction towards Huai. Outside the window, the rapidly flashing surroundings appeared desolate. Seeing this, Lin Yedong's eyes flickered with a hint of worry. It was not because Su Zhe suddenly changed plans, but rather that Lin Yedong sensed a strange killing intent from the inexplicable fragrance of osmanthus. This was the instinct Lin Yedong felt from the killing intent. A leap of 1,000 kills, the fragrance of osmanthus indifferent. A sudden wave of osmanthus fragrance appeared at his nostrils, leaving Lin Yedong unable to calm himself. No need to be so restless. That guy is indeed very dangerous, but I happen to know him, consider him a half-friend. Compared to Lin Yedong's solemn face, Su Zhe was quite relaxed, even humming a tune while driving. This formed a stark contrast to the tense Lin Yedong. Sister, what are they planning to do? I don't know. What should we? I don't know. Elxie, leaning on Su Xia's shoulder, looked at Su Xia with a bored expression while also studying what Su Zhe and Lin Yedong intended to do. However, Su Xia also didn't know what the two of them were planning. After some discussion yielded no results, Su Xia and Elxie decided not to dwell on Su Zhe and Lin Yedong's thoughts. Instead, they focused on studying Su Zhe's vehicle in the back of the truck. After all, such a fully armored vehicle equipped with large-caliber artillery was exceedingly rare in this apocalypse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Su Zhe caught up to the graceful figure and was about to speak, several shadowy arrows suddenly appeared in midair. 3 arrows. Lin Yedong, be careful from behind. In an instant, Su Zhe, still in the driver's seat, sensed the number of arrows in the air and their direction of attack. They were aimed directly at the front window of the driver's seat and the passenger seat. The last arrow was aimed at the fuel tank of Su Zhe's vehicle. Boss, I'm getting out now. After the ambush, Lin Yedong immediately drew a dagger from his waist, preparing to exit. No rush. If my vehicle can't withstand such arrows, then that would surely underestimate me. Just as Lin Yedong was about to exit, Su Zhe quickly stopped him. It's time to show you what a real big guy looks like. With a hint of confusion in Lin Yedong's eyes, Su Zhe decisively pressed the activation button for the kinetic cannon. In an instant atop the seemingly ordinary old vehicle, a double-barreled 120mm kinetic cannon starting up, identifying nearby enemies. Identification successful. Suspected enemy located 375 meters straight ahead, with an earthen barricade ahead, having no impact on the kinetic cannon strike. Lock complete. Kinetic cannon firing. As the cold mechanical voice echoed in Su Ze's mind, a shell filled with a mixture of various energies throwing this in isn't a waste that saves this woman from thinking him easy to bully. Recalling the proud demeanor of the enchanting figure he encountered twice before, Su Ze was ready to make a big move this time. To make the enchanting figure question her life choices, Su Ze pulled out a second-tier energy crystal from his pocket. If I fully unleash the energy contained in this thing, I think it will astonish you for quite a while. A cold smile appeared on Su Ze's face. He tossed the second-tier energy crystal into the charging chamber in the driver's seat. Crack! A sound of crystal shattering suddenly resonated. The bizarre energy contained within the energy crystal surged into the kinetic cannon seemingly, because the energy within the crystal was too complex. The entire driver's seat was filled with a violent energy storm. Boss, what's this say? Sister, this is an energy storm. It seems like a power from the void. Oh. In contrast to Su Ze's calmness, Lin Yedong, Su Xia, and even Elxie, who was originally bored and ready to take a nap, instantly became alert. Even Elxie's small face was filled with shock. From this power, she sensed a breath of destruction. Don't be so alarmed, it's just a gift I prepared for an old friend. After calming the somewhat restless trio, Su Ze's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance. A hill over 10 meters high stood in the barren desert 100 meters away. In the next moment, the kinetic cannon completely absorbed the energy released by the second-tier energy crystal that Su Ze had tossed earlier. Boom. Once the surrounding energy was fully condensed into a shell, Su Ze decided to fire. The violent sound of firing was somewhat subdued. A shell with a diameter of 1 meter containing various elements instantly shot out. Like the arrival of death, where the shell passed, deep black trenches suddenly appeared on the ground. It didn't even need to fully explode. The temperature generated by the shell was enough to melt the gravel. Within the charred trenches, particles that emitted a shining glass-like substance under the sunlight were particularly eye-catching. The source of these crystals was simple glass formed from liquefied, high-temperature materials. Boom. At the moment of ejection, a muffled explosion echoed through the sky. A violent mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Before Su Ze and the others, nothing was visible. The only thing within eyesight was the raging flames. After a dozen seconds, the flames dissipated, and the scene before them could no longer be described as merely a disaster. The hill over 10 meters had completely vanished. The once golden sand and gravel no longer existed, replaced by a scorched earth. Numerous crater-like holes of crystalline structures appeared on the uneven ground. The core area within a 10-meter radius was utterly barren. Does such a weapon really exist? Boss. Sister, is this the main weapon of your world? Lin Yedong and the others stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded. To be honest, I didn't expect that the kinetic cannon mixed with a second-tier energy crystal could unleash such immense power. As for Su Ze, the person involved, he also hadn't anticipated that the kinetic cannon, not in fusion state, could release such terrifying power. Amidst the shock, Su Ze's gaze never wavered from what lay ahead. Surprisingly not dead, it seems your strength exceeds my expectations. As the dust and flames slowly dispersed, a figure appeared before Su Ze once more. If nothing unexpected happened, it was indeed the enchanting figure. Seeing the old acquaintance, Su Ze was somewhat surprised. Although at first glance the usually proud figure seemed a bit disheveled, Su Ze could at least tell one thing. After enduring the full force of the kinetic cannon, the enchanting figure was not in any life-threatening danger. However, from the current situation, she was somewhat worse for wear. Is it really necessary? After all, we are old acquaintances. To come at me with such a massive weapon without even seeing my face. After the violent explosion of the kinetic energy projectile, Su Ze decisively got out of the car with Lin Yudong. Before they could even speak, an extremely enchanting figure appeared before Su Ze. She cast a gaze towards Su Ze filled with a hint of sorrow. Who is this young brother? However, upon seeing the cold expression of Lin Yudong beside Su Ze, the previously resentful beauty suddenly smiled. I really like the killing intent emanating from this little guy. How about you hand him over to me? If possible, I can offer something in exchange. I may not have much, but I have plenty of various supplies, whether it be steel, food, or rare energy crystals. I have them all. Seemingly to express her sincerity, the beauty actively mentioned what she could offer, a smile lingering on her charming, as if the kinetic energy cannon had not locked onto her at all. Sorry, I Su Ze do not have the habit of trading personnel with others. If it were a trade for other items, Su Ze might have considered it. But the item being traded was his subordinate. Thus there was almost no need for negotiation. Not even money could change that. The reason was very simple. The benefits Lin Yudong could bring to Su Ze in the future were simply too great. Su Ze does not engage in losing business. Oh, what a pity. A hint of resentment flickered in the bowtie's eyes, but it vanished in the next moment. To the beauty, Lin Yudong was merely an accessory. The significance of obtaining him was not that great. And Su Ze before her was her ultimate goal. The beauty had never seen such an interesting man. To possess such immense power single-handedly made her very curious. If you have nothing to say, then leave. Otherwise, I don't mind using another energy crystal to blast you away. To prove that he was not joking, Suze directly took out a second-tier energy crystal from his hand. There is no need for that. I am not here for you. I just happened to encounter you while preparing to enter the Huaihai district. Feeling the killing intent released by Suze, the beauty slightly frowned, a glimmer of caution flashing across her face. Although the explosive power of the kinetic energy cannon was not enough to instantly kill the beauty, being hit by it was undoubtedly not a pleasant experience. Moreover, this time the beauty truly did not come to the Huaihai district for Suze. Are you also planning to enter the Huaihai district? Suddenly Suze put away the energy crystal in his hand. What do you mean by also? Are you planning to go as well? In an instant the beauty realized the purpose of Suze's arrival. If possible, I think we can discuss our objectives for coming to the Huaihai district. Understanding that the beauty was not targeting him, Suze's expression relaxed slightly. Boss, I feel this person is very dangerous. As Suze seemed prepared to continue interacting with the beauty, Lin Yudong became restless. He instinctively wanted to stop Suze. In his eyes, the beauty before him did not seem like a person, but rather a cruel hunter hidden in the night. This was the instinctive intuition of Lin Yudong as a killer. No rush, this person is an old acquaintance. Facing Lin Yudong's advice, Suze did not take it to heart. He leaped directly to the bowtie's side. After sniffing the fragrance on her body, Suze was a bit surprised. Has the osmanthus fragrance disappeared? Do you miss my scent? The beauty did not directly stop Suze's seemingly flirtatious behavior, but instead gazed at him with alluring eyes. As a judge, Suze was the first man daring enough to get this close to her. No, it has nothing to do with the scent. I was merely thinking about the purpose behind you letting me smell that fragrance before. So what? Shall we go to the Huaihai district together? I think our objectives might be different, but the enemies we need to deal with may be the same. Do you think I would agree to your so-called cooperation? Looking at Suze, who seemed a bit offbeat, the bowtie's previously smiling face instantly turned cold. It's not a matter of thinking, but a certainty. Lightly brushing off the sand on the bowtie's exposed fair shoulder, he said, I am sure you will find my suggestion quite interesting. In response to Suze's action, a flicker of coldness appeared in the bowtie's eyes, but it quickly vanished. She returned to her original charming smile. Your objective, Steele, Suze replied directly. Alright, I agree. They'll take care of those old geezers. Upon hearing Suze's objective, the beauty nodded without hesitation. What do I need to give or do? Isn't it better to do nothing? Not at all. In response to the bowtie's tentative words, Suze decisively shook his head and then pointed to himself. I, Suze, dislike benefits that come without any cost. Very well. A faint smile lingered on the bowtie's face, seemingly understanding Suze's concerns. This time she did not beat around the bush. She directly pointed towards the distant Huaihai district. I want all those rodents who think they emit a radiant aura. Rodents emitting a radiant aura. Searching through his memories, Suze did not have a clear concept of the term used by the beauty. She must be referring to the Radiant Society, right? Suddenly, a slightly timid female voice appeared in Suze's ear. It was Suxia. They are a terrifying group. Although they usually distribute some food to refugees, Irxi said she can sense a terrifying aura from them. Sensing Suze's somewhat puzzled gaze, Suxia explained further, then continued to hide behind the vehicle. A clever little guy, so you actually enjoy this kind of flavor. Suxia's explanation had saved the beauty some effort in explaining. The beauty seemed to have a good impression of the suddenly appearing Suxia. Suxia. But Suze's expression turned somewhat serious. What I care about is not what the Radiant Society is, but when did I tell you to get out of the car? They'll go back right away. Feeling the intensity of Suze's gaze, Suxia immediately climbed into the back of the vehicle. Now we can discuss how to enter the Huaihai district. As for the so-called Radiant Society, if I manage to obtain enough steel, I will help you deal with part of them. What a coincidence, I know some steel. With a mysterious smile, the beauty continued. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Sometimes enemies are not always enemies. In Suze's view, under the condition of mutual benefit, enemies can also become friends. Moreover, Suze never considered his relationship with the beauty before him as one of enmity. From the smile on the bowtie's face, Suze could sense that she felt the same. Is this what you call a sneak attack? What else could it be? If this is the kind of sneak attack you're talking about, let's cancel our temporary cooperation. This doesn't seem like your style. I thought you would charge directly into the Huaihai district. After establishing a subtle cooperative relationship with Wu Miao, Suze immediately returned to the Huaihai district, agreeing to meet Wu Miao at the black market near the entrance. Half an hour later, watching Wu Miao prepare to rush into the Huaihai district, Suze fell silent. After all, their initial agreement was to infiltrate the Huaihai district after dark and then take what they needed. They would help each other within their capabilities. But now seeing Wu Miao exuding an irresistible charm and a chilling aura of killing intent getting ready to storm into the Huaihai district, Suze began to waver about their so-called cooperative relationship. You call charging into the Huaihai district a sneak attack? This has always been my plan. Good luck to you. Seeing Suze's surprised expression, Wu Miao was quite pleased. In response to Su Ze's confusion, Wu Miao had no intention of explaining. After a teasing remark, her figure vanished before Su Ze. Seconds later, a loud explosion suddenly rang in Su Ze's ears. The moment he heard the sound, Su Ze's eyes locked onto the location of the explosion. It was at the entrance of the Huaihai district, and the one responsible for this was none other than Wu Miao, who had just disappeared from Su Ze's sight, throwing a specially designed spherical explosive that resembled a grenade. But Su Ze's intuition told him that the explosive in Wu Miao's hands was definitely not a simple gunpowder charge, it resembled a unique alchemical product. As the first wave of explosions subsided, the security personnel at the entrance of the Huaihai district reacted immediately. Su Ze even spotted several superhumans rushing towards Wu Miao's location within the inner city of the Huaihai district. As for Wu Miao, the party involved, she completely ignored the surrounding fish that were slowly encircling her, enveloped in a wave of black mist. Then Wu Miao's figure vanished. Boss, this woman has made her move. Su Ze, should we follow her? It seems she has acted. Elsie, be careful, and don't let anyone discover you. Upon seeing this, Su Xia and the Elsie in her arms immediately retreated and stood beside Su Ze. From their slightly fearful expressions, it was easy to tell that these two had already prepared to flee at any moment. As for Lin Yedong, although he was ready for battle, he still had some concerns. Boss, going in at a time like this might just bring us unnecessary trouble, right? In Lin Yedong's view, Wu Miao's ostentatious invasion was no different from a declaration of war against the Huaihai district. If we go in now, the pressure we face will be much greater than when entering the Huaihai district normally. However, as soon as Lin Yedong voiced his opinion, Su Ze waved his hand. We must go in now, otherwise we can just go back. Why? Lin Yedong was somewhat surprised. It's a simple reason. After checking and confirming that the skill cooldown for the fusion truck was complete, and that there were no other personnel around, Su Ze continued, do you think the Huaihai district will remain as lenient as before after suffering an invasion at night? Now is the best time to take advantage of the chaos. Wu Miao's actions have both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that if they infiltrate the Huaihai district at this time, they basically do not need to consider the risks of entering. As for the downside, leaving the Huaihai district might be a bit troublesome. Let's go in from the side. Wu Miao will help us attract some of the weaker opponents. Conveniently, the previous explosion has created a sizable breach in the wall of the Huaihai district. It was just enough for Su Ze and his group to enter. After weighing the options, Su Ze directly led Lin Yedong and others into the Huaihai district. This approach indeed carries some risk, but at least given the current situation, it is still beneficial for Su Ze. After all, from the very beginning, Su Ze had never planned on returning empty-handed from the Huaihai district. Let's head directly to the supply warehouse in the Huaihai district and take what we need. The process of entering the Huaihai district went exceptionally smoothly. In fact, due to Wu Miao's actions, all the security personnel and superhumans responsible for the surrounding areas had already been drawn to the entrance. As for the unrelated civilians on the road, upon sensing the looming crisis emanating from the shadows, they immediately hid in slightly safer places. It seems that Wu Miao's surprise attack was quite advantageous for me. Although the security personnel posed no threat to Su Ze, completely eliminating them would still require some time. And now, all that needs to be done is to follow the marked route on the map to retrieve what Su Ze needed. Get in the car, and let's aim to move all the supplies we want in half an hour. Putting away the map, Su Ze summoned a vehicle and signaled for Lin Yedong and the others to get in. Thanks to the good road planning in the Huaihai district, in less than half an hour, Su Ze had already arrived at the official shelter warehouse in Huaihai City, which stored various supplies. The area of this surrounding warehouse is quite impressive, isn't it? Just as they got out of the car, Lin Yedong immediately vanished from Su Ze's side. A few minutes later, Lin Yedong reappeared beside Su Ze, saying, "Boss, I checked the surroundings. There are about a dozen warehouses and 2 entrances. Since this is the center of the Huaihai district, there aren't many guards, probably around a dozen. Kill them all, then take supplies from the nearest warehouse. Take as much as you can." Looking at the area where Wu Miao was fighting the superhumans of the Huaihai district, the battle was still ongoing. However, Su Ze could already see that Wu Miao seemed to be preparing to leave temporarily. Su Ze immediately made a decision to eliminate all the guards surrounding the area. As for himself, he drove through the outer barbed wire and stopped at the outermost warehouse. "Who is it? Identify yourselves, or we will open fire." Just as he parked, 2 armed security personnel noticed the commotion and shouted for Su Ze to stop for inspection, simultaneously releasing the safety on their firearms. "Stop with the nonsense, you're just unlucky to run into me." Before the 2 could fire, Su Ze's figure flashed past. With a punch from each side, he instantly killed the 2 guards responsible for the warehouse security. Then he searched the guards and found a dozen keys. Opening the nearest warehouse door, it seems the Huaihai district is far richer than I imagined. The outermost warehouse is about 500 or 600 square meters, filled with neatly arranged wooden boxes. Although it's still unclear what these boxes contain. Su Xia moved the boxes. All of these are already refined copper ingots. We must take them all. There aren't many. These copper ingots are not only used for manufacturing firearms, but also for producing specific parts. Even if we can't use them all, we won't lose out trading them in the black market. Lin Yudong's eyes seemed to flicker with disdain for the copper ingots. Suze quickly began to explain. Indeed, compared to ordinary metal materials, brass appeared somewhat inferior. However, this material is considered hard currency. It can be used for upgrading trucks and for manufacturing firearms. Even if there are surplus ingots, they can easily be sold in the black market. With such materials, how could Suze possibly refuse? Hurry up, move these boxes of copper ingots into the truck, and the pile of cotton inside can be discarded. Rushing to the far end of the warehouse after opening a slightly larger box, Suze discovered that it was not the complete copper ingots he expected, but a batch of cotton used for making winter clothing. This item is considered essential supplies for most factions, even more critical than some basic weapons. But for Suze, it was somewhat of a burden. He indeed lacked clothing supplies, but due to the small number of people under, the demand for winter clothing could be perfectly resolved through purchases. There was absolutely no need to stockpile raw materials like cotton. The most important point, cotton, though light, is bulky. Suze's truck has limited carrying capacity. If he truly filled it with cotton, it would be a significant loss. No cotton at all. After moving the copper ingots from this warehouse, head directly to the next warehouse. After careful consideration, Suze chose to abandon the cotton and instead loaded all the few copper ingots nearby into the truck. Soon, all the dozens of tons of copper ingots in the warehouse were thoroughly scavenged by Suze. Regarding the remaining supplies in the warehouse, he hesitated not at all and immediately rushed with Lin Yudong and others to the next warehouse. There's no more room, we retreat. After filling the last bit of space in the vehicle, Suze signaled the few people next to him to get on the truck. Suze was preparing to leave. After raiding over a dozen warehouses, the truck, capable of carrying 50 to 60 tons of goods, was finally filled. In addition to copper ingots, steel, and various metals, Suze also acquired a large amount of food, spices, and alcohol. There were even quite a few strange snacks. Most importantly, Suze had completely gathered the materials needed to upgrade the base truck. As long as he returned to the firearms production point, he could directly choose to evolve. Summarizing, Suze's raid on the Huaihai district turned out to be incredibly profitable. Boss, there are still over a dozen warehouses below. Are we just going to give up like this? Clearly, Lin Yudong, who had just gotten into the truck, still held some reluctance toward the unopened warehouses ahead. He couldn't help it, he was terrified of being poor. Don't worry, for now, let the people of Huaihai district help us keep these items. If there's a chance, we will come back. Suze was not as anxious as Lin Yudong. Once he confirmed that this trip had achieved its purpose, Suze felt no attachment to the extra valuable materials. After ensuring there was no one around, he unfolded the map again. Suze Irxi said she smelled the scent of the radiant mouse. Just as Suze was about to drive away, Su Xia, perched on the box, spoke with a panicked expression. Yes, those hypocritical radiant mice, they indeed provide food to you humans, but their true purpose in doing so is for your souls. In response to Suze's somewhat puzzled inquiry, Irxi, who was hiding in Su Xia's flat chest, immediately waved her little wings floating in midair. Far sight. Irxi gently waved her gnarled wooden staff. A ripple unexpectedly appeared in the previously tranquil air. Then, like a three-dimensional mirror, a crystal ball appeared out of thin air. As time passed, the hazy image in the crystal ball gradually became clear. Inside the image, in a room illuminated like a church, several old men in white robes holding silver cross staffs seemed to be discussing something. What was most shocking was the object on the table before them. A half-transparent shimmering lamp emanating a fiery glow. At first glance, it indeed did not seem much different from ordinary lighting fixtures. But upon closer inspection, these things moving within the lamp. They are souls exchanged for cheap food. They call themselves redemption. Irxi nodded firmly. Those scoundrels, if the opportunity arises, Suze wouldn't mind sending this group of hypocrites to meet God. Upon realizing that the flickering, wandering entities within the lamp are human souls, Suze momentarily fell silent. The extreme night to which Irxi belonged was indeed very malicious, perhaps a true embodiment of evil. However, Suze preferred dealing with such pure villains. Straightforward and clean-cut. Each party takes what they need, and after the transaction, there would be no entanglements. In the previous transaction, there might still be polite conversation, but in the next meeting it could go straight to blows. Suze had no objections to such interactions. The rules are such a whether you accept them or not, they remain the same. But these hypocritical, hollow-robed, old men. Suze truly detested them from the bottom of his heart. How far are these guys from us? After pondering for a moment, Suze slowly spoke. He suddenly didn't want to leave the Huaihai district that quickly. If the distance isn't far, Suze wouldn't mind helping the woman who had attracted such fire for so long, Irxi. It seems there's a bit of distance from the magical fluctuations emanating from them, at least over 20 kilometers. Closing her eyes, Irxi silently sensed the energy fluctuations glimmering in the air. It seems they are almost disappearing. They have no intention of coming our way. Then forget it and let that girl handle it herself. If there's a chance next time, I will definitely help her. With Irxi's strength, she should have no problem escaping unscathed. I need not worry too much. With that thought, Suze's intention to stay in the Huaihai district vanished. With a push on the accelerator, he retreated along the road leading into the Huaihai district. Suze indeed wanted to help Irxi, but wasn't this not giving him a chance? So, returning to upgrade the base truck was indeed the correct choice. Without any hesitation, Suze made a direct escape. As for the promise made to Ierxi to help her bear some pressure from the Radiant Church, Suze could only say next time for sure. What about that young lady if we just go this way? After successfully leaving Huaihai District, Suze and Lin Yudong tacitly chose not to mention the topic regarding Wu Miao on the road. However, in the silent carriage, Su Xia suddenly spoke up using a slightly puzzled and probing tone to ask. She will find a way to get out herself, but we can't help her now. After some thought, Suze ultimately provided an explanation. Really? But I feel that guy seems to be in trouble. As she spoke, Su Xia pointed towards the distant place where the battle had occurred, and a series of intense explosions followed, with the huge fireballs from the explosions clearly visible even from Su Ze's current location. It's not that Su Xia didn't believe Su Ze's words, the main issue was Wu Miao's current situation was extremely dangerous. Don't worry, that woman is not so easy to kill. Following the directions Su Xia pointed, Su Ze indeed faintly saw several figures radiating a luminous aura continuously pursuing Wu Miao. The serious holy light flickered continuously, almost matching the dark aura emitted by Wu Miao. The two sides collided and a thick smoke was directly dissolved. She has already reached the 4th stage of strength, right? Seeing this scene, Su Ze had a rough understanding of Wu Miao's strength. 4th stage was certain, just a bit weaker than the guy Su Ze had previously dealt with. The 3 members of the Radiant Society behind looked aggressive, but in reality their strength was at most latest stage 3rd. They weren't even at the peak of the 3rd stage. Although from the current situation Wu Miao did seem somewhat beleaguered, in Su Ze's view, she was not in any danger. Don't worry, that woman has plenty of trump cards. To prove his point, Su Ze specifically signaled Lin Yudong and the others to look towards the battlefield. What is that? Such powerful magical fluctuations. Can the strength of a transcendent really reach this? Following Su Ze's indicated direction, shortly after a violent explosion sound erupted. Like a martyrdom explosion, a mushroom cloud instantly appeared in the sky. The heat wave rushed over, and the surrounding parked vehicles almost deformed, with some exposed steel nearly liquefying. After the explosion ended, Wu Miao actually reappeared before everyone unharmed. Although her face looked slightly dirty, it was evident she had suffered some inexplicable disadvantage. However, the 3 members of the Radiant Society responsible for pursuing Wu Miao had been completely engulfed by her shadow. They had been reduced to a pile of shattered bones. The previous explosion was their last resort. Such combat methods left both Su Xia holding Ierxi and the silent Lin Yudong utterly shocked. They had never imagined that battles between transcendent beings could unleash such intense power in the face of such a strong opponent. What use did conventional firearms have? Don't worry, such a guy will definitely not easily appear before the public. Unless some massive disaster occurs, one generally won't see the shadow of a 4th-tier transcendent. Sensing the confusion flickering in everyone's eyes, Su Ze explained while continuing to keep an eye on Wu Miao. He also provided some encouragement to Lin Yudong and the others, saying, Lin Yudong, there's no need to panic. Stick with me, and one day you'll be stronger than them. Bossai. No need to explain, I'll let time speak for itself. Although Su Ze liked to give encouragement when it came to listening to it. Better not. Su Ze had no interest in that. Hurry up, that guy will definitely come looking for us after resolving those 3 Radiant Society. Suddenly sensing Wu Miao's gaze from afar, Su Ze dared not delay any longer and immediately planned to drive. Little guy, you are not keeping your promise. Unfortunately, Su Ze's reaction was still a step too late. Just as he started the vehicle, a familiar figure had already appeared before him. Bastard, those 3 guys made me look so miserable. She clearly felt that her outfit was slightly tattered, or perhaps due to Su Ze's abrupt departure. Wu Miao was very angry. Adjusting her golden-framed glasses on her nose, she directly stepped onto the anti-collision beam of Su Ze's vehicle. Did you get what you wanted? Yeah, thanks to you it went rather smoothly. I got quite a few good things from the warehouse in Huaihai District. Since Wu Miao had appeared before him, Su Ze embraced the thought of going with the flow. He had no intention of continuing to lie and instead revealed all the gains from this trip. By the way, he took a glance at the angry Wu Miao in front of him. To be honest, compared to the serious Wu Miao, the slightly angry version of her right now was clearly more attractive. Her slightly tattered high-slit chi-pao despite not exposing key areas. However, this sense of wanting to cover up only made the inherently charming Wu Miao appear even more alluring. Add to that her face displaying anger adorned with golden-framed glasses. It was simply filled with a commanding aura. Su Ze never admitted he had a preference for mature women. But the Wu Miao before him was indeed captivating. What are you staring at, kid? It seemed that sensing Su Ze's aggressive gaze, Wu Miao's eyes narrowed. Am I good looking? It's okay. Aren't you afraid of losing your eyeballs? You wouldn't strike at me at this moment. How do you know? To Su Ze's view, Wu Miao was somewhat surprised, and after sizing him up for a while said teasingly, how are you so sure I won't attack you? You can't beat me. Under normal circumstances, if you want to attack me, the odds are 9 to 1 in my favor. In this situation, if you choose to attack, you wouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning. In response to Wu Miao's question, Su Ze spoke truthfully. This was not arrogance but confidence in his own strength. If you don't believe it, you can try. Forget it, I don't have time to chat with you so much. Take me to Shanghang District, I need to deliver a very important message. Seemingly sensing that Su Ze's tone held no joking intent, Wu Miao stopped talking. Instead, she threw out a so-called message. Sorry, I can't hold back anymore. Su Ze had no interest in Wu Miao's so-called message. Taking advantage of Wu Miao's white thigh leaving the anti-collision beam of his vehicle, Su Ze stepped on the gas, preparing to flee. It's a message about the beast tide. Seeing that Su Ze wouldn't budge, Wu Miao no longer kept him in suspense. Get in the car, and I'll explain in detail. Stepping on the gas, Su Ze directly parked and signaled Wu Miao to get in the car. Goodbye. I hope you'll still be this carefree when we meet again. Outside Shanghang District, Su Ze dropped off Wu Miao, who had hitched a ride. Without hesitation, paying no heed to her visible displeasure at being abruptly let off. He then drove straight back to the firearms production site. Boss, is what this woman said true? If a beast tide truly erupts, our current location may prove perilous. Su Ze hummed a light tune as he drove, seemingly unfazed by Wu Miao's earlier warning about the impending beast tide. Lin Yedong, seated beside him, appeared markedly tense. It wasn't that Lin Yedong lacked courage. He was neither timid nor fearful. Rather, Wu Miao's revelation had been profoundly unsettling. The coming beast tide threatening Shanghang District, and indeed the entire Su province, was likely orchestrated by humans. To this day, no one knows precisely how the apocalypse began. All that is certain is that overnight countless wild beasts underwent violent mutations, transforming into bloodthirsty monsters. 80% of ordinary people likewise succumbed, reanimating as terrifying zombies. Only a slender fraction of survivors clung to life within fragile self-built urban enclaves, flickering embers of humanity. Beast tides are calamities every stronghold must endure, small-scale surges erupting nearly once a month. Yet in most cases, these tides pose little existential threat, held in check by humanity's overwhelming firepower and the protective might of transcendent cultivators. Thus, beast tides have become an accepted, almost routine facet of survival. Yet, Wu Miao's revelation left Lin Yedong shaken to his core. This impending tide is no mere skirmish. It is a colossal surge numbering in the tens of thousands, deliberately engineered, not by nature, but by mankind itself. A top-down purge, a calculated invasion scheme designed to cull the lower strata of humanity. A so-called human scum purge plan. At first, Lin Yedong refused to believe it. Yet Wu Miao's demeanor bore no trace of jest. He dared not gamble on the possibility that her warning was false. Storm clouds gather, but when they break, we stand firm. Arriving at the base, Su Ze remained unflinchingly calm, a stark contrast to Lin Yedong's grave solemnity. Lin Yedong, remember this, regardless of why the beast tide arises, we must confront its onslaught. As for who unleashed it, that bears no relevance to our survival. But our base, if we cannot withstand this tide, what meaning lies in huddling within the narrow confines of Shanghang District? Su Ze gazed at Lin Yedong with quiet, unblinking eyes, offering no further explanation. His gaze, burning with quiet ambition, drifted toward the distant horizon. After a long silence, he murmured, a crisis, yes, but also our crucible for ascension. Should Shanghang District fall beneath the tide, that will be the moment our rise begins. Understood, boss. I am ready to lay down my life at any moment. I require no martyrdom. Go, train those 10 youths. Forge them swiftly into a blade sharp enough to pierce fate itself. They're exceptional. Understanding Su Ze's intent, a flicker of clarity ignited in Lin Yedong's eyes. He ceased dwelling on the beast tide. He now grasped Su Ze's meaning. Before the storm arrives, strengthening oneself is the sole rational course. So many already. After Lin Yedong departed, Su Ze wasted no time. He led Su Xia and Elsai directly into the base, only to find Wu Yu and the others still absent. Before even encountering the others, Su Ze noticed a growing number of unidentified refugees wandering beyond the newly erected perimeter wall. Strangers, not locals from Shanghang, but displaced survivors arriving from distant ravaged lands. Wu Yu, what's the meaning of this? These people weren't here when I left. Just as doubts stirred within him, Wu Yu appeared. After briefly introducing Su Xia and Elsai, Su Ze voiced his concern, though he sensed no immediate danger emanating from the figures beyond the wall. Yet, the sudden appearance of an unknown group within one's sovereign territory inevitably stirs wariness in even the calmest heart. Su Ze, I was just about to speak with you about this. Their identity. Wu Yu rubbed his temples, visibly exasperated. The previous day, shortly after Su Ze's departure, Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojia had begun sketching preliminary layouts for the base and planning outer defensive structures. No sooner had they finalized the rough plans than word arrived over 100 ragged refugees had materialized outside the perimeter wall. The news sent Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojia into immediate alarm. The entire base comprised barely over 100. Should the refugees choose to storm the gates, even with firearms at hand, casualties would be inevitable. Instantly, Wu Yu, Zhang Xiaojia, and several bonded laborers ascended the wall. The entire base went on high alert. Fortunately, the refugees showed no aggression, merely seeking shelter. They made no move to breach the wall or confront the defenders. Instead, they quietly erected makeshift tents just beyond the base's periphery. With Su Ze absent, Wu Yu dared not initiate contact, and thus tacitly permitted their temporary presence. Send Zhang Xiaojia to me, and unload all supplies from the truck bed. Having heard the full account, Su Zhe hesitated not. He resolved to meet the refugees immediately, accompanied by Zhang Xiaojia. Boss, I'm here. Zhang Xiaojia looked much the same, save for minor changes in attire. Recent exhaustion had etched weariness across his formerly smooth features. You've worked hard. Su Zhe opened the loyalty interface. Zhang Xiaojia's loyalty had risen several points, though not yet to its peak. Su Zhe found the increase satisfactory. After a brief word of encouragement, he turned to the matter at hand. Have you uncovered anything about the refugees beyond the wall? Yes. To Su Zhe's surprise, Zhang Xiaojia had already investigated their origins. They fled from the direction of the beast tide. I dispatched 2 scouts. They reported the refugees carrying no— Let's go, see them for ourselves. This intelligence eased Su Zhe's anxiety slightly, yet caution remained deeply rooted. He maintained unwavering vigilance toward the strangers beyond the wall. Chief, we're almost there. Though the number of refugees isn't large, they appear to be divided into 2 groups. The refugee encampment lay not far from Su Zhe's base. Led by Zhang Xiaojia and several armed subordinates, Su Zhe spotted the gathering crowd in the distance. Over 100 refugees were split into 2 distinct clusters. One group occupied the eastern foot of a desolate mountain, the other the western. This very location had originally been slated for a surveillance outpost. Tents of varying sizes dotted the entire site, interspersed with piles of miscellaneous debris. Though their backgrounds remained unknown, Su Zhe could confirm one thing with certainty: none of them appeared to be carrying weapons. Approach calmly. Do not act rashly. If they are ordinary refugees, they represent invaluable labor. Of course, should anything seem amiss, open fire immediately. Hesitation is unacceptable. From afar, some refugees nearest the perimeter had already noticed Su Zhe and Zhang Xiaojia's party. They emerged from their tents, casting wary, suspicious glances while murmuring amongst themselves. Su Zhe paid no mind to their apprehensive stares. Instead, he studied the dozen or so individuals at the front, men and women alike clad in tattered rags. Evidently suffering from chronic food scarcity, nearly every face bore a sallow, malnourished pallor. To Su Zhe, however, if these people were truly just refugees, and not spies or bandits, they constituted an exceptionally promising labor force. At first glance, these huddled survivors were emaciated, but infinitely preferable to slaves purchased from the black market. At least in their eyes, Su Zhe discerned yearning for life and hope for the future. Such qualities were utterly absent in black market slaves. Within any organized faction, slaves could only fill the most menial roles, whereas among those who had fled collapsing settlements overrun by beast swarms, mid and upper-tier talent might well emerge. That was precisely what Su Zhe sought. Let's go, we'll make contact. After briefing Zhang Xiaojia, Su Zhe strode forward, without hesitation, heading straight toward the gathered crowd. Who among you is the leader? After a measured pause, Su Zhe addressed the dozen refugees before him directly. I am the director of this base. If you wish to stay, mutual understanding is the very least we must establish. After all, no one desires strangers of unknown origin lingering near their territory, do they? To clarify his intentions, Su Zhe signaled silently to Zhang Xiaojia beside him. Zhang Xiaojia stepped forward instantly. Stand still. This is our chief, Su Zhe. Anyone who misbehaves will find the barrel of my rifle very real indeed. Indeed, among Su Zhe's subordinates, Zhang Xiaojia was uniquely suited for such intimidation. His swaggering, blustering demeanor left even Su Zhe momentarily speechless. We're from Guangdong province. Couldn't survive there anymore, so we came here seeking sustenance. If your honor deems us unsuitable, we'll depart. Old Wang, must we really leave again? Our rations are nearly gone. Keep walking, and we'll all perish. The sight of Zhang Xiaojia and his men's gleaming firearms instantly kindled flickers of fear in the refugee. Survivors who had endured the apocalypse this long understood its brutal laws all too well. Sometimes fellow humans proved far more terrifying than mutated beasts or zombies. What is your name, and what did you do before the collapse? Sensing rising murmurs around him, Su Zhe's gaze sharpened as he turned to the middle-aged man who had spoken first. Standing roughly 1.8 meters tall, his frame bore clearly defined musculature. Though his clothes were soiled and exhaustion etched deeply into his features, his eyes still radiated unwavering resolve. A true man of grit. Wang Gang. Before the collapse, I was a construction worker. These people fled Guangdong with me. Wang Gang's expression flickered with bewilderment at Su Zhe's courteous tone. They had approached official shelters before, but nearly always been turned away outright. In fact, even before speaking with Su Zhe, Wang Gang had already prepared to withdraw. Yet reality defied expectation. No expulsion followed. A construction worker? Su Zhe's eyes lit up. His base desperately lacked skilled builders. Moreover, in Wang Gang's gaze, Su Zhe detected sincerity and innate kindness. Have you ever considered settling somewhere you can eat your fill? Suddenly, Su Zhe spoke again. You mean, Wang Gang's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Exactly. We're short on personnel. Should you choose to remain, I assure you, I won't begrudge the cost of provisions. Do you truly mean it? Seeing Su Zhe's unflinching seriousness, Wang Gang straightened. Not only am I a builder, these men are all from my construction crew. Give us food, and we'll work for you without reservation. Food. Undeniably the ultimate hard currency of the apocalypse. No one understood its irreplaceable value more keenly than refugees. They braced for expulsion, yet this young man seemed intent on offering shelter. Without hesitation, Wang Gang, "Boss, we can work too. Will you take us?" "Boss, I may not build houses, but I can repair vehicles. I can cook and manage logistics." Seeing Su Zhe's willingness to accept refugees, the larger second group surged forward, electrified with excitement. They flocked to Su Zhe, each declaring their skills. He welcomed them all without reservation. He instructed Zhang Xiaojie to escort everyone back to the base, and assigned Wang Gang to Wu Yu's command, tasking him with reassembling the original construction team. For the rest, Su Zhe's directive was simple: report all applicable skills to Zhang Xiaojie for registration. Zhang Xiaojie. These people are far more capable than slaves. Once you've cataloged their abilities, assign them appropriately, and ensure their rations are generous. We are not lacking in food. Having delegated the tasks ahead, Su Zhe returned to the base. One urgent matter awaited him: upgrading his vehicle. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully meeting the requirements for vehicle upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Ding, please choose the vehicle upgrade path yourself, and the system will initiate the automatic upgrade route based on different resource inputs. After successfully accommodating Wang Gang and a large group of refugees under his command, Su Zhe did not waste any more time. After indicating Zhang Xiaojie to hand over the newly joined refugees to Wu Yu for arrangements, Su Zhe went alone directly into the warehouse. Confirm upgrade for the base vehicle Dawn. Without any hesitation, Su Zhe prepared the materials for upgrading the base vehicle Dawn and simultaneously made a determination in his mind. From the current perspective, the armored vehicle, the Marauder, will definitely surpass Dawn in terms of combat power. However, the Marauder's strength merely enhances Su Zhe's personal combat ability. In the apocalypse, huddling together for warmth is the most correct approach. Ding, congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade requirements for Dawn. Upgrading in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host. Vehicle upgrade successful. Below is the detailed attribute list for Dawn. Attribute panel. Bound vehicle, a base vehicle Dawn. Host Su Zhe. Vehicle equipment, condensed electric core drive, anti-infantry armor, shell high energy, Su graphene compressed battery, module, high power 4-wheel, drive motor, high strength alloy armor, dual 120mm caliber energy cannons. Level 1 base vehicle construction, high strength alloy walls, barracks energy towers. Endurance, a 1,000 kilometers, automatic solar charging conversion. Additional weapons, quad-linked Vulcan 20mm rapid fire cannons X2. Feedback to host, body enhancement, alloy armor, personal weapon equipment, nano robots, arm slaughter X2. Next stage upgrade requirements: Tier 3 energy crystals X1, Tier 2 energy crystals X10, Tier 1 energy crystals X100 phantom energy, or X100 tons. As a beam of light flickered, the large amount of resources originally piled up in the warehouse instantaneously turned into nothingness, subsequently merging into Su Zhe's vehicle. In the next moment, a familiar sensation of power enhancement surged into Su Zhe's body, giving him a rough idea of the improvement. Although this evolutionary vehicle did not enable Su Zhe to directly attain the strength of a Tier 4 Transcendent, it still granted him a tremendous boost. Perhaps at the peak of Tier 3. If he merged with the vehicle, Su Zhe could sense that his peak combat power could even contend with a Tier 5 early-stage Transcendent. Apart from the conventional evolution rewards, the entire appearance of the vehicle underwent significant changes. The overall vehicle transformed into a massive entity heavily wrapped in composite silver-white armor with the formidable Vulcan cannons and dual kinetic cannons standing tall at the top. If the armed truck before the upgrade was merely a monster with powerful firepower, then now Dawn is a heavily armored warrior with high attack and defense. With armor that is a staggering several centimeters thick, Su Zhe suspected that even the most advanced armor-piercing rounds of humanity would struggle to penetrate it. Moreover, what surprised Su Zhe even more was the capability of the base vehicle after the upgrade. It possessed the ability to construct various other buildings. Barracks, alloy walls, energy towers. These are all buildings that Su Zhe needs. What are nanorobots? After briefly understanding the unlocked buildings, Su Zhe was even more curious about the rewards obtained from this strengthened vehicle. Nanorobots, armed slaughter. From the literal meaning, it likely refers to 2 individual combat units. However, looking at the empty warehouse before him, Su Zhe felt somewhat puzzled. What happened to the rewards obtained this time? Ding, please set the deployment range for the base vehicle. The upgrade rewards will only be issued after confirming the range. Seemingly sensing the confusion in Su Zhe's eyes, the system directly presented a holographic map before him. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered on Su Zhe's location, he could freely choose the deployment position of the base vehicle. I see, then I will deploy it centered around myself. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Zhe understood the meaning behind it. He directly chose to deploy the base vehicle right beneath his feet. System, will there be any unreasonable issues when the base vehicle deploys? However, before the system began to deploy, a worry emerged in Su Zhe's mind. What if something beyond common sense occurs during the deployment of the base vehicle? What should Su Zhe do? Surely he couldn't explain it all with a phrase like the wonders of nature, could he? Ding, everything rewarded by the system, including the bound vehicle, possesses rational operational capabilities, just like the initial disguise of the bound vehicle. No one will perceive any anomalies except for the host. After the cold mechanical voice finished explaining the system, officially fully deployed the base vehicle. Ding, base vehicle fully activated, rewards being distributed. Ding, the list of base vehicle buildings has successfully opened. You can freely create according to the required building materials. After a dozen seconds, the base vehicle was fully deployed. The moment the system prompt disappeared, 2-meter-tall mechanical entities resembling miniature mechs instantly appeared before Suze. Despite the lack of a detailed attribute panel, Suze could sense the ferocity of the firepower from the configurations on these two robots. On their diminutive 2-meter frames, Suze could at least see 5 different types of firearms, and they were laden with various ammunition. What was even more eye-catching were the specially designed cannon barrels atop the two robots. With a caliber of 30 millimeters, they could load armor-piercing rounds, explosive rounds, incendiary rounds, and various other types of ammunition. One could say that these two nano-robots were entirely embodiments of war machines. This reward is truly excellent. With these two guys at my disposal, I fear that the beast tide won't pose much threat as long as I have adequate defenses. Realizing the strength of the two nano-robots before him, Suze thought of something even more important. The 3 types of buildings after the base vehicle deployed. Energy tower, a defensive facility that utilizes excess electrical energy as an offensive means with extremely high temperature currents capable of easily penetrating heavy steel defenses. Construction requirements: brass x 100 kilograms, tier 1 energy crystal x1. Level 1 base vehicle construction, limit 2 structures. Barracks capable of training subordinates with loyalty, reaching fidelity, enhancing personal attributes, and combat. Construction requirements: steel, aluminum blocks, brass x 100 kilograms, tier 1 energy crystal x1. Construction, limit 1 structure. Alloy walls, a primary defensive unit, made from high-strength alloys capable of easily resisting various kinetic weapon attacks. Construction requirements: steel x 1 ton. Construction, limit none. After briefly reviewing the attributes of these 3 types of buildings, Suze suddenly felt that the impending beast tide might not be so difficult to withstand. Yicheng, how have you been lately? Are you adapting to the extraordinary power within you? The next morning, after a brief inspection of the base's operations, Suze set off directly to the training center to find Lin Yedong. However, Lin Yedong was not found. Instead, Suze encountered Yicheng, who was sitting quietly at the door. Compared to the first time, Yicheng's overall complexion had improved significantly. Although her face still bore a serious expression, Suze could sense a hint of gratitude in her eyes. What intrigued Suze even more was, in just a few days, Yicheng's extraordinary power had actually increased exponentially. Although not as strong as Lin Yedong, her growth in such a short time was remarkable. This was enough to astonish Suze. In a certain sense, Yicheng was undoubtedly the most talented person he had, without a doubt. The so-called prodigies born from the imperial families, such as Ling Feng and Shangwan Muyun, were utterly insignificant compared to Yicheng. They were not even worthy of tying her shoes. Yedong went to find his sister. He should be back soon. Yicheng responded to Suze's inquiry with a calm demeanor. It wasn't that Yicheng held any grievances against Suze. It was simply her personality. Actually, there's nothing urgent about finding Lin Yedong. Just remember to give him this when he returns. Seeing that Lin Yedong was not present, Suze handed over the energy crystals he had prepared in advance to Yicheng. You and Lin Yedong can share these 10 energy crystals, and make sure to take good care of the other 10 little guys to help them quickly form a team concept. Having just completed the upgrade of the base vehicle, Suze had very few energy crystals left in his hands. He had no choice but to temporarily allow Yicheng and Lin Yedong to use the first-tier energy crystals. Additionally, through the loyalty interface, Suze also took a look at the loyalty of these little guys. Although none of them were maxed out, some had already reached over 90 points, with the lowest being above 85. Achieving such loyalty in such a short time made Suze quite satisfied. Based on current progress, he estimated that it would take about 1 week at most, or 3 days at least, for these 10 little guys to increase their loyalty. After handing the energy crystals to Yicheng and briefly explaining other matters, Suze did not linger and returned directly to the base. Has the engineering progress advanced so quickly? Truly, it was said that the more people, the easier it is to get things done. After accommodating over 100 refugees like Wang Gang last night, Suze could clearly see that the speed of the base's construction had increased several times this morning. The newly added hundreds of refugees clustered in groups of 3 or 5 working on the foundation and constructing. When they encountered Suze, they would even proactively greet him, clearly treating this place as their new home. At the same time, their recognition of Suze had noticeably increased. In contrast, the slaves huddled together on the other side had blank expressions and showed virtually no initiative. It could be said that there was a stark contrast between the two groups. It seems that with the addition of these people, can I be bolder with my plans? Originally, Suze only intended for this base to serve as a firearms production line. Therefore, the initial layout was small and quite rudimentary. It was merely a simple workshop for firearms production, a warehouse for storing supplies, and a few areas for stacking miscellaneous items. However, it seemed that there was already the embryonic form of a gathering place. In addition to the few locations Suze had initially planned, over a dozen simple small rooms had sprung up around the area. Constructed from steel plates, they may not look appealing, but their function was quite robust. Under Wu Yu's supervision, the outer walls were also nearly completed, complemented by several tall watchtowers. A sense of security began to arise. The only drawback was that the entire base lacked heavy-caliber defensive weapons and solid military fortifications. However, these were minor issues. As long as Suze had enough resources, establishing these defensive structures would be a relatively simple task. More importantly, Suze now had people and food. Moreover, he also had a certain degree of self-defense capability, and the location he initially chose was indeed quite good. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the only passage was well concealed. It was truly a defensible and hard-to-attack place. Spending a little time to establish a real gathering point there was entirely feasible. After all, returning to Shanghang District was not an option. Although so far neither Shanghang District nor Huaihai District was aware that the previous series of events had been orchestrated by Suze. However, putting himself back in the potentially dangerous Shanghang District was simply not Suze's character. Instead, he preferred to establish his own territory and create a new gathering place. This was more aligned with Suze's current interests. In an instant, several ideas sprang to mind. Utilizing the current location as a central zone, he could combine it with the nearby vast plains to construct a complete gathering area. This would include residential areas, construction zones, defense zones, and various functional buildings. As for the population, Suze was not worried at all. Tens of thousands of refugees were flooding into Su province. In such circumstances, there was no shortage of people. It's a pity that there aren't enough materials on hand, otherwise I would directly enclose the nearby wasteland according to the system's alloy wall standards. The ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. After acquiring the base vehicle, Suze discovered a rather fatal issue: there was not enough steel. A 2-meter alloy wall consumed a ton of steel. Thinking about this problem gave Suze a headache. The functionality of the base vehicle was indeed excellent, but the resources consumed could almost be described as exponentially increasing. There were actually two ways to solve this issue. The first method was the simplest: directly raid a nearby large gathering area with official shelters, such as Huaihai District, to plunder a batch of resources. The advantage was that it could quickly resolve the steel shortage. However, the drawbacks were also quite evident. It would not provide a stable and long-term supply of steel. The decision-makers in Huaihai District were not fools. If steel supplies were repeatedly stolen from their warehouses, they might not have reacted the first few times. But afterward, they would certainly strengthen their defenses. Suze did not want to be chased around for the most basic resources. As for the second method, it was also one of Suze's most favored approaches. If he could find a complete metal vein nearby, the issue of steel shortage could be perfectly resolved. However, that said, finding an unclaimed vein was not a simple task. Boss up so early. Just as Suze was feeling hesitant, Wu Yu happened to arrive by his side, bringing with her some good news. You're not joking. Truly. It was as if his thoughts had summoned reality itself. For the first time, Suze felt a rare stroke of genuine fortune. Though Suze knew Wu Yu would never deceive him, the gravity of the matter compelled him to ask again, twice. After all, the intelligence Wu Yu had just revealed bore immense significance for Suze's future plans. Based on current information, not only was the ore vein located near their base, but Wu Yu's expression suggested something even more promising. The vein appeared to be unclaimed territory. Its sole drawback perhaps lay in the unknown composition of its primary metallic element. If it proved to be iron or steel, Suze would seize it without hesitation. Yet should it yield rarer or less utilitarian metals, its value would remain marginal. Brother, I heard this from Zhang Xiaojie just now. Yesterday, he led a patrol team around the perimeter and spotted personnel from the official shelter of Shanghang District nearby. Wary and vigilant, he shadowed them at once, only to discover they posed no threat to us. Instead, they'd stumbled upon a metallic ore vein. It lay some distance away, and Zhang Xiaojie couldn't ascertain its precise nature. After recounting how he'd learned of the vein, Wu Yu handed Suze an object Zhang Xiaojie had entrusted to her. The Shanghang personnel completed their survey and withdrew, leaving behind only a small security contingent. Zhang Xiaojie remains with his team, observing from afar. Let me see. And the item Wu Yu offered was a coarse sheet of hemp paper, typically used for cleaning weapons. Clearly, Zhang Xiaojie had resorted to such humble material in haste, proof enough of the urgency with which he'd recorded this intelligence. So the Shanghang District's official shelter dispatched a team in person and stationed over a dozen guards at the site. Indeed, the notes matched Suze's expectations almost exactly. The cramped, distorted script betrayed Zhang Xiaojie's palpable anxiety as he jotted them down. Still, he'd managed, at last, to deliver something reliably useful: not only the vein's precise coordinates, but also a detailed account of the guarding force's disposition. 20 armed sentinels remained on site, all equipped with automatic rifles, and had forcibly displaced nearby vagrants. Only this much strength. At that instant, a bold plan crystallized in Suze's mind. eliminate the Shanghang security detail, and claim the vein outright. And upon reflection, the scheme carried undeniable risk. Shanghang District's official shelter, whether in the past or present, commanded formidable power, impossible to dismiss lightly. While Su Zhe held decisive superiority in elite combat capability, his forces paled in sheer numbers against Shanghang's full might. Yet, in with the beast tide imminent, the balance could shift, subtly, irrevocably. A tide numbering in the tens of thousands would overwhelm not merely Shanghang alone, but even the combined strength of the entire Suzhou province. Containing such a cataclysm would prove extraordinarily difficult, rendering a single miner or vein suddenly far less consequential. Weighing advantage against peril, Su Zhe reached his decision: seize the vein during the vacuum created by the beast tide, when Shanghang would be utterly preoccupied. Yes, the endeavor entailed risk, but the risk was slight. And should Shanghang fail to withstand the beast tide, Su Zhe could absorb the vein entirely, without fear of reprisal. And even if Shanghang somehow endured the onslaught and preserved its settlement intact, Su Zhe need not fret. A full-scale beast tide demanded over a month to run its course, and inflicted catastrophic casualties. Even if Shanghang weathered the storm, launching any swift countermove against Su Zhe would remain logistically impossible. And thus, only one scenario truly threatened his plan: that Shanghang, acting without warning or justification, might strike first, seizing the vein by force before the beast tide arrived. Only this possibility could derail his design. Yet the likelihood was negligible, so infinitesimal that Su Zhe dismissed it after mere contemplation. Wu Yu, take a dozen men, arm yourselves fully, and come with me. Having refined his strategy in silence, Su Zhe wasted no time. He prepared immediately to depart with Wu Yu and her team. Delay served no purpose. Every moment lost was a day forfeited. Delaying the moment, he could begin mining the vein himself. Understood. But should we summon Lin Yedong and the others for this operation? Wu Yu grasped Su Zhe's intent, but in her estimation, a decisive, overwhelming assault would prove wiser if they intended to seize the vein by force. Any unforeseen complication could then be neutralized instantly. No need. Su Zhe waved the suggestion aside. 20 ordinary soldiers, even armed with automatic weapons, posed no challenge for him alone. This deployment already reflected Su Zhe's utmost caution. To involve Lin Yedong and Yi Qing would be nothing short of excessive alarmism. In truth, even the weakest among transcendent beings, such as the fledgling cultivator known as Xiao Sanmao, could handle Shanghang's guards without difficulty. It would simply require more time. In cutting short Wu Yu's hesitation, Su Zhe granted her 10 minutes to assemble her team, while he himself headed outside the city walls to await them. 10 minutes later, a surprisingly capable motorized column rolled into view. 3 military trucks, originally freight carriers, now heavily modified. 2-wheeled jeeps followed, each mounting a heavy machine gun atop its roof for suppressive firepower. Wu Yu sat at the helm of the lead jeep. So I underestimated Wu Yu's organizational acumen. She's forged a functional fighting unit in mere days. He climbed aboard and took the front passenger seat, watching Wu Yu drive with quiet focus, and feeling inexplicably a pang of quiet admiration. Within just 1 week, she had transformed dozens of listless, docile slaves into disciplined marksmen. And not merely marksmen, but fighters possessing real tactical cohesion. She possessed true talent. Are you saying that guy Zhang Xiaojie is hiding nearby with more than 10 people? The exact location of the mine is not far from where Su Zhe is, and in just over 20 minutes Su Zhe and the others arrived at a valley near the mine. There are the ruins of a small town not far from the mine. Before the apocalypse, it was just a very small township with about 200 households. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, all the villagers of this small town were incorporated into the Shanghang District shelter, leaving the area utterly desolate. Apart from a few scattered refugees, only some wandering vagrants remained nearby. Some half-collapsed buildings completely obstructed Su Zhe and the others' view, making it difficult for Su Zhe to see the situation around the mine. Pamai originally planned to have Zhang Xiaojie bring people back, but he said to keep an eye on things in case of any changes. Wu Yu nodded, pointing toward the ruins of the small town. Zhang Xiaojie and his group are inside the buildings there. Understood, let's move quickly. Following Wu Yu's direction, Su Zhe's keen eyesight indeed spotted Zhang Xiaojie's figure in an abandoned building. Immediately, Su Zhe led his team towards Zhang Xiaojie's location. Boss, the situation has changed. After just 10 minutes of entering the building, a visibly anxious Zhang Xiaojie rushed down from upstairs. Panic was evident on Zhang Xiaojie's slightly juvenile face. Did something unexpected happen? Seeing Zhang Xiaojie's appearance, Su Zhe was somewhat surprised. After all, from the information just received, it seemed that Zhang Xiaojie and his group had not been exposed. Naturally, it shouldn't have led to any dangerous situations. Boss, you don't know, before I informed Wu Yu about the situation nearby, there indeed were no changes, but now it's different. Sensing Su Zhe's confusion, Zhang Xiaojie hurriedly explained and directly pulled Su Zhe to the window on the second floor. Although the entire town had fallen into ruin and the surrounding buildings were in disarray, Su Zhe could still see the general situation of the desolate plains in the distance through the window. Boss, the beast tide has come. All more than 20 people left near the mine are dead, and now the mine is completely occupied by over 100 mutated wolves. Following Zhang Xiaojie's direction, Su Zhe clearly saw hundreds of wolves with mottled fur filled with a bloody killing intent prowling around the mine. Some mutated wolves had even begun to feast on the human corpses lying on the ground. Some equipment was scattered on the ground, dark red blood congealed on the surface, appearing somewhat eerily beautiful under the bright sunlight. Droplets of blood refracted a strange light, and nearby these mutated wolves. Although they initially seemed like wolves, just looking at their bodies as hefty as calves, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. These creatures, we were originally monitoring the people near the mine, but in less than half an hour they suddenly appeared. Those guys were directly bitten to death. If it had been personnel from other factions attacking near the mine, perhaps Zhang Xiaojie would not be so terrified. After all, in this apocalyptic world governed by the law of the jungle, it's all too normal for people to die over resource disputes. But what appeared was not their kind, but a group of creatures filled with endless killing intent, which Zhang Xiaojie found hard to accept. Just a second ago these beings had been alive in his sight, and in the next moment, they had become a pile of food. I understand. After learning about the situation, Su Zhe's expression remained as calm as ever. He slowly stood up and walked out. Zhang Xiaojie and Wu Yu followed Su Zhe's footsteps. However, no one spoke up to give their opinions. They silently stood behind Su Zhe waiting for him to speak. Let's just kill them. The appearance of these creatures gives us a perfect reason to act. After a moment of silence, Su Zhe made his decision. They moved to take down all the mutated wolves nearby. Afterwards, they could take control of the mine. However, Su Zhe was not too concerned about the mine at this moment. It was these sudden mutated wolves that truly captured Su Zhe's attention. It should be noted that mutated beasts or zombies that threaten human life do appear within a 5-kilometer radius of Shanghang district. But they are not many. Most mutated beasts are scattered individuals. This is one of the major reasons why Su Zhe established his firearms production line not far outside Shanghang district. And now with the situation at hand, the appearance of hundreds of mutated wolves so close to the settlement area is certainly not something that can be easily dismissed as a coincidence. Moreover, coupled with the news of the beast tide, he heard from Wu Miao. It seems I need to hasten our progress. If we really can't fend off the beast tide due to lack of time, all our previous efforts will go down the drain. These hundreds of mutated wolves posed no threat to Su Zhe at all. They could be dealt with easily. But what about the large-scale beast tide to come? In an instant, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within Su Zhe's heart. Give me the gun. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Su Zhe did not feel overly anxious. Instead, he took the firearm. With a bullet chambered, he aimed and fired. Bang! With a dull sound of the bullet being fired, the surrounding silence was shattered. Hundreds of meters away, a mutated wolf, still wandering in the wilderness, fell to the ground in response. Kill them all, but don't save bullets. Seeing this, Wu Yu immediately called Zhang Xiaojie and the others, crazily shooting at the wolf pack wandering. Damn my marksmanship. After firing a burst of bullets hitting only 3 or 4 mutated wolves, Wu Yu's face turned somewhat embarrassed. She simply tossed the gun aside and drew a sharp dagger from her waist, charging forward. For Wu Yu personally, the dagger in her hand at this moment was far more effective than the firearm she had just used. You all follow me, Zhang Xiaojie. You take a few people to keep watch around. If any refugees appear, stop them all from. After a wave of reckless shooting, the once mighty pack of mutated wolves was left with only a few struggling on the remaining mutated wolves had collapsed directly on the ground, their fate unknown. Seeing this, Su Zhe did not. He led his team directly into the mine area. Is it really an iron mine? After clearing away the remaining mutated wolves, Su Zhe slowly approached the vicinity of the mine. Below his feet, a patch of grayish-white rocky ground was particularly striking, with some mottled grass growing on it. A towering peak stood before him, over 10 meters high. Just from the exposed crimson ore on the mountain, Su Zhe could already make a clear determination. This mine before him is indeed a genuine iron mine. Although the iron content in the ore might not be high based on the current situation, Su Zhe was already quite satisfied. Boss, these are energy crystals dug out from those beasts' heads. There are also some skins that were peeled off. Although many of them have bullet holes, these things can still be exchanged for quite a few valuable items in the black market. As for the bodies left behind by the security personnel of Shanghang district, I've already had them buried. If the bodies weren't handled, there was a certain possibility they could turn into zombies. For the safety of the mine, Zhang Xiaojie made the decision to bury all the bodies on the spot. He also provided a brief report on their gains this time. At this moment, Su Zhe had just finished inspecting the mine before him, when Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojie arrived, bringing along a pile of fur they had stripped from the mutated wolves. Although the fur was soaked in fresh beast blood, Zhang Xiaojie and the others considered these items to be valuable for exchanging food, while also carrying over 20 firearms left behind by the security personnel of Shanghang district. At the same time, Zhang Xiaojie handed over several first-tier ability crystals to Su Zhe. Leave a few people to watch the surroundings. If any personnel from Shanghang district come, avoid conflict and report to me immediately. Looking at the ability crystals stained with bright red blood in his hand, Su Zhe said nothing more. In terms of quantity alone, his harvest from hunting the mutated wolf pack was not impressive. In other words, luck was not on his side. Generally speaking, such robust mutated wolves would almost always yield ability crystals. But this time the quantity harvested was merely 1/10. Wu Yue Zhang Xiao Jie, let's go. The nearby mines are all iron mines. It seems we need to quickly find equipment to smelt the ore. Despite the disappointing harvest, Su Ze's mood was not affected. He had more important matters to attend to. Finding equipment that could quickly smelt the ore was essential to maximizing the profits from the nearby mines. As for the others, they were trivial matters. Boss, the ore smelting equipment is usually only found in shelters. If we want it, we might have to try our luck in the black market. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao Jie quickly responded, Boss, should I go to the black market? Sure, Zhang Xiao Jie, take 2 people to the black market to see if there is any news about smelting equipment. If there is, come back and tell me immediately. Without a doubt, Zhang Xiao Jie's cleverness was among the best of Su Ze's subordinates. He instantly understood what was. Immediately, Su Ze made arrangements. He and Wu Yu would return to the base first, while leaving a few people to guard the. As for Zhang Xiao Jie, he would head directly to the black market to gather information on the equipment. Moments later, Su Ze and the others split into 2 groups and began their actions. Sir, please don't kill me. I'm just trying to make a living. I'm really not from Shanhong District. Just as Zhang Xiao Jie left, Su Ze and Wu Yu got into their vehicle preparing to return to the base. 2 subordinates brought a ragged man exuding a pungent odor to Su Ze's vehicle. This guy looks exactly. Before Su Ze could speak, the expression on Wu Yu's face was instantly covered by shock. It really is. I've never seen someone so uniquely distinctive before. This couldn't be blamed on Wu Yu's surprise. The main issue was that this person's appearance was indeed quite peculiar. With a weasel-like face and a shifty demeanor, even standing still he gave off a thieving impression. Adding to that was a head of messy yellow hair that looked like a bird's nest. Saying he resembled a weasel was no exaggeration. Upon seeing this, Su Ze got out of the vehicle looking troubled as he approached the man. What's your name? Why are you here? A drifter like you shouldn't be in such a desolate place, seeking a meal, right? As he spoke, a hint of disdain flickered in Su Ze's eyes. This was not because he looked down on the guy, but mainly because the stench emanating from him was unbearable. The combined smells of excrement and some inexplicable foul odor created a mix of extremely pungent scents that was hard to describe. Big brother, I really just passed by, but I was brought here by the people from Shanghong District. Please don't kill me. Terrified by Su Ze's question, the man immediately knelt down saying, My name is Huang Shulan. I'm truly a drifter. You really are named after a weasel. Originally, Su Ze's face was serious, but upon hearing that name, he couldn't hold back his laughter. A name like that must have been given by your parents. Feeling Su Ze's fleeting smile, Huang Shulan felt somewhat embarrassed. Tell me, since you're just a drifter, what's with the large pile of, or you're carrying on your back? Although Su Ze had not interacted much with so-called drifters, he could still distinguish between ordinary drifters. Ordinary drifters carry only their entire belongings. Aside from bedding, weapons, and clothing, what they carry is mostly food. As for the Huang Shulan before him, aside from 2 nearly corroded cans containing a grayish-white mush at his waist, he was entirely covered in fragments of ore. He also held an iron pickaxe. Such a sight, claiming to be a drifter. Su Ze found it hard to believe. Rather than a drifter, it was more accurate to say he was a makeshift miner. All of this was found on the ground. If Big Brother wants, I can give it all to you. Sensing the scrutiny in Su Ze's eyes, Huang Shulan panicked immediately. A glint of cunning flashed in his. A pile of junk. What use do I have for these things? Looking at the trash Huang Shulan had thrown out, Su Ze kicked it aside and grabbed him, saying, What I want to know is, where did you get these ores from? Su Ze was not concerned about Huang Shulan's identity. He was interested in the origin of the ores he carried. The ores beneath Su Ze's feet were red iron ores, mostly crimson in color. In contrast, the ores that Huang Shulan carried were grayish-white. Clearly the source of these ores was not from the mine beneath Su Ze. Don't think I don't know the origin of these things, or I believe you must have discovered a small iron vein, right? As for where you plan to go. Seeing that Huang Shulan remained unmoved and seemed to want to argue, Su Ze simply exposed him directly. You probably want to take these things to the nearby black market, right? The distance to the black market in Shanghong District is only a few kilometers, almost beyond doubt. Huang Shulan's destination should be there. Alright, Big Brother, I admit defeat. There is indeed another small vein nearby, but I advise you not to have any ideas about that place. Seeing his excuse exposed, Huang Shulan felt unlucky, and he also saw through Su Ze's intentions. He probably had thoughts about the mine, he knew. However, with Su Ze and the others before him, even under sufficient ammunition, Huang Shulan slowly. There were about 20 to 30 people before him, all armed with standard firearms, and they were not ordinary refugees. Such a force could easily survive even outside the shelter. But in Huang Shulan's view, thinking of robbing that small mine from the Tiger Mercenary Corps was simply wishful thinking. The Tiger Mercenary Corps has hundreds of official members along with powerful, extraordinary beings stationed. They also have exploration and hunting teams as their main forces. In Huang Shulan's eyes, apart from the official shelter's power, there was almost no force in the eastern region of Su Province that could confront them head-on. A small team of only 20 to 30 people actually wanted to make a move against the Tiger Mercenary Corps. It's truly a fool's dream. Brother, listen to me. As the saying goes, a horse doesn't fatten without night grass, but you also need to weigh your own strength. You are not the match for the Tiger Mercenary Corps. Huang Shulan was not a bad person. Usually he relied on petty theft to survive in various regions, and besides, Su Zhe and the others treated him fairly well. Huang Shulan couldn't bear to see Su Zhe and the others go to their deaths. Tiger Mercenary Corps. That name sounds strangely familiar. However, Huang Shulan did not expect that his advice would not intimidate the young man on the other side at all. Instead, the young man seemed even more interested. Don't joke around. The Tiger Mercenary Corps has hundreds of people, and although there are over 100 guards at that mine, it definitely won't be something you guys can handle. Zhang Xiaojie, come here. Huang Shulan's persuasion had no effect, and even Su Zhe paid no attention. Instead, he directly waved to signal Zhang Xiaojie to come over. The group of rascals we encountered last time seemed to be from the Tiger Mercenary Corps, right? Yes, the conflict that occurred in Shanhong District was indeed with that faction's people, but they seemed to be outer members. Su Zhe said this, and Zhang Xiaojie instantly remembered. Previously, while in Shanhong District, he had a conflict with members of the Tiger Corps. Just right, let's take this opportunity to deal with those rascals together. After receiving Zhang Xiaojie's confirmation, Su Zhe directly approached Huang Shulan. Tell me the location where you found these ores, and as a reward, I'll give you this. After saying that, Su Zhe casually took a can of beef from the vehicle. The can was small enough to provide a person with a day's worth of food, but in this world, it was definitely considered a luxury item. You chose to go. Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. Good luck. Originally, Huang Shulan wanted to say something, but as Su Zhe tossed out the can of beef, a glimmer of light instantly flashed in his somewhat gloomy eyes. After accepting the can, he threw out a simple map. Then seeing that Su Zhe and the others were not paying attention to him, Huang Shulan slipped away. Seeing this, Su Zhe did not signal his subordinates to stop him. He simply watched Huang Shulan leave before shifting his attention to the map in his hand. Let's go. Our nap has been delivered to us, and it turns out to be a small mine that can be directly excavated. Excellent, a two-for-one deal. Shortly after Huang Shulan left, Su Zhe had already obtained a rough idea of this small mine from the map. The straight-line distance was only about 3 kilometers just behind the mountain at Su Zhe's feet. If all goes smoothly, it would only take Su Zhe and his team about 20 to 30 minutes to drive there. What caught Su Zhe's attention even more was the mine provided by Huang Shulan was not like the vein at Su Zhe's feet, which was still undeveloped. Instead, it was a simple mine equipped with refining equipment. Under sufficient manpower conditions, the daily output could approach 2 tons of crude steel. Although it had almost no comparability to the steel forged in the official shelter. But it was still steel. For Su Zhe, there was no difference at all. After all, the system's material requirements did not have stringent specifications for different types of steel. So regardless of who owned this mine, it was already in Su Zhe's pocket. Not to mention that the Tiger Mercenary Corps had already had friction with Su Zhe, and how could they possibly fear so-called retaliation? Zhang Xiaojie, get the team in the vehicle, or we're going for something big. He gestured for Wu Yu and others to get in the vehicle as Su Zhe prepared to take down the small mine behind the mountain. The so-called two-for-one deal. Boss, we've arrived. Should we send a few people over first to check out the opposing strength? The time to reach the mine was far shorter than Su Zhe had anticipated. Just over 10 minutes later, Su Zhe's convoy had crossed the mountains. They stopped in a smaller basin, looking out from the basin. An exposed mine was particularly eye-catching. It could be directly mined from the surface without the need for blasting. The entire mine did not cover a large area. Just from the size perspective, this iron mine should be a branch of the vein Su Zhe discovered earlier. Around it, there was only a simple wall made of homemade concrete and red bricks, and at the highest point on the far left, there was a lookout tower. On it was mounted a machine gun of unknown model. The so-called smelting and mining equipment was also extremely simple, a primitive coal-binning boiler, and a simple impact drill that was constantly breaking the surface ore. Su Zhe looked carefully and could also see many refugees continuously pushing or from the already expanded mine tunnels into the smelting furnace. As for the guards Huang Shulan mentioned earlier, Su Zhe did not find them all. He only saw a dozen or so bare-chested strong men holding guns sitting together at the entrance gate, playing cards completely unguarded. There's no need to complicate things, just kill these guys, and we'll take over this mine. After understanding the general situation of the mine, Su Zhe made a direct decision. We can just charge in directly. Boss, although we may not seem to have many people charging in like this, will inevitably lead to some casualties. I think. Zhang Xiaojie did not directly refuse Su Zhe's plan, but his conflicted expression made his feelings clear. Zhang Xiaojie was still more cautious. Remember this, I need warriors who can provide combat power, not a bunch of useless individuals who only hide behind cover and fire blindly. This battle can be considered one of the few real combat experiences, and it will also help clear out some of the useless men. After saying this, Su Zhe cast a sharp gaze over the group of subordinates behind him. Most of those following Su Zhe were the original slaves who had been with him from the beginning. After this period of training, many of these slaves had already shed their initial puppet state, and from their eyes, Su Zhe could clearly sense their yearning for freedom. And they possessed a surging fighting spirit. Suze was not entirely satisfied, but achieving this level was already quite remarkable. However, there was still a small portion of individuals. They were just willing to mix in the ranks for the sake of a meal. From previous battles, Suze had already sensed that even without needing to engage in direct combat, there were still 3 to 5 people lingering at the back of the group, shrinking back. They had no fighting spirit whatsoever. Everyone cherishes their own life, and Suze could understand that, but unfortunately, understanding or not, Suze did not want such potential traitors in his team. The upcoming battle was one of the best ways to weed out these dregs. Like steel refined in a fierce furnace, purging all impurities. Do you understand? Noticing that Zhang Xiaojie remained silent, Suze spoke again. His calm gaze shifted from the crowd behind to Zhang Xiaojie. I understand, I will lead the charge. Realizing the meaning behind Suze's words, Zhang Xiaojie gritted his teeth and assured him. Then decisively checking the ammunition in his firearm, he confirmed it was sufficient and led the way without hesitation. Brother Zhang, let's go too. Su De Gu has been nothing short of amazing to us. Is it still human if we run away at a time? I Zhang Long will never be afraid of death. I want to follow Zhang Xiaojie into battle. Brothers, charge. Once we seize this mining area, will we still fear for our lives? Suze's voice wasn't loud, but it certainly wasn't small either. Zhang Xiaojie and his crew were not far from Suze, so they could naturally hear his words. Watching Zhang Xiaojie take the lead, the vast majority of people surged forward with him, while only a small number remained hesitating in place. However, Suze was surprised to find that those who stayed behind didn't hesitate for too long. It seemed they were either pressured by Suze or for other reasons. After 10 seconds, they also followed Zhang Xiaojie's lead. Not bad, surprisingly no one was left behind. Suze was indeed taken aback. But after seeing this, Suze felt his earlier coldness dissipate slightly. Despite some individuals previously showing fear for their lives, they didn't seem to defy orders at this critical moment. So, Suze decided to give them another chance. Suze, should I go up? Zhang Xiaojie and the others moved quickly, and a group of over 20 had already rushed into the basin heading towards the mine, while Suze was momentarily lost in thought. As they advanced straight ahead utilizing the surrounding piles of rubble, Zhang Xiaojie's team had yet to be discovered. However, Wu Yue, who had been standing beside Suze, couldn't help but show some concern after seeing this. After all, according to the earlier information from Huang Shulan, it seemed there were around 70 to 80 guards at the mine. With Zhang Xiaojie's number of people, even if they were to launch a surprise attack, the chances of suffering losses were quite high. Don't worry, I just want to test Zhang Xiaojie and the others' combat capabilities, not send them to their deaths for nothing. As Wu Yu prepared to join the battle, Suze waved his hand to call her over. Do you see the mine tunnel to the northwest? There's no one there. When the time comes, take a dozen people and go in there to kill anyone holding a gun on the spot. In fact, Suze had already started looking for defensive flaws in the mining area while reprimanding Zhang Xiaojie. Sure enough, Suze discovered a tunnel on the side of the mine that led directly inside with no security personnel. With Wu Yu's strength, if she could successfully enter, killing those armed guards would be as easy as slaughtering pigs. 50 meters away, ordinary people with firearms still pose a certain threat to extraordinary beings. But within 50 meters, with the speed of an extraordinary being, she could easily breach the line formed by ordinary people. Thus, from the very beginning, Suze had not assigned the main attack task to the forward Zhang Xiaojie. The 20 or so people he brought along were merely a decoy for a feint. Understood. Following Suze's direction, Wu Yu immediately spotted the flaw. Follow me, and well aim for a quick resolution. Wu Yu led the security team she had assembled directly into the mine. The group Wu Yu brought with her looks quite good. Indeed, there is a difference between refugees and slaves. The dozen or so people Wu Yu brought along were all part of a security team formed by scattered refugees. Originally, they were organized to guard the firearms production line. However, they had now been integrated into Suze's ranks. Even though they had only undergone a few days of formal training compared to the group Zhang Xiaojie had brought along, the gap was still enormous. In other words, the difference between regular forces and a rabble. Just from observing their marching formation, Suze could clearly feel the disparity. Zhang Xiaojie's team moved without any coordination, huddled together in a disorganized mess. There was no order whatsoever. In contrast, Wu Yu's small team was organized into pairs, responding to each other with 2 individuals responsible for dedicated side defense. Even if they were discovered by enemies, they could retaliate immediately. It seems that in the future, the most basic teams should be selected from refugees. Those who have become slaves have an exceptionally poor overall quality. Although from this, Suze could not definitively assert that the combat power of the rabble led by Zhang Xiaojie was inferior to that of Wu Yu's subordinates. Just from the perspective of discipline and execution, Suze had already made up his mind. The personnel leading Zhang Xiaojie were the last group of troops formed by slaves under Suze's command. Bang, bang, bang. Charge, take those 10 or so guys down directly. Leave 2 people to collect the guns. Lao Zhang, take a few men to seize the surrounding high ground. Do you not have legs? I finished the battle, and you just arrived. The evening meal is cancelled. In Suze's eyes, the seemingly worthless Zhang Xiaojie and his group actually performed quite well in the actual combat, relying on surprise attacks and their formidable firepower. In just a few minutes, Zhang Shaojie and his subordinates had eliminated all the 10 or so people surrounding the entrance of the mine and had initially taken control of part of the area in front of the mine. Some elite members from Zhang Shaojie's team had already begun to occupy the surrounding high ground. Overall, Zhang Shaojie and his group displayed commendable combat strength. However, this did not mean there were no problems at all. If you don't want to stay under me, then get lost. If there's a next time, I'll personally take you down. After confirming that there were temporarily no enemies nearby, Zhang Shaojie directly vented his anger on the last 2 to 3 people who arrived at the battlefield. The excuse given was that they accidentally fell behind, but Zhang Shaojie understood that these guys were simply afraid of death. I don't care what your thoughts are charging now, or you can try the consequences. Zhang Shaojie directly chambered around, ready to give the last 3 in front of him one final chance. He charged into the mine, taking the lead. We're not going. Let's fight. I don't want to die. Is it just because we ate some of your food? We don't want these supplies anymore. Upon hearing this, the 3 in front of Zhang Shaojie surprisingly prepared to resist. Zhang Shaojie, remember, kindness will only bring your own misfortune. Just as Zhang Shaojie was in shock, a familiar figure appeared beside him. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The speaker was Su Zhe, casting a meaningful glance at the somewhat helpless Zhang Shaojie. Su Zhe decisively pulled out his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots rang out, the 3 who were about to draw their guns and flee collapsed to the ground. A gaping hole appeared in their foreheads, and even in death, a hint of disbelief flickered in their eyes. They never expected Su Zhe to be so decisive, not even giving them a chance to explain. Clean up the bodies. After putting away his pistol, Su Zhe's gaze fell upon the onlookers. I, Su Zhe, am not unreasonable. I just hope you remember who provided you with food and gave you guns. It's not that you can't leave, you just leave your weapons behind, and you can go after informing me. Don't force me to take action if you try to defect. To be honest, Su Zhe rarely dealt harshly with his own people. However, when someone turned their gun on their teammates, they were no longer one of his own. Looking at the loyalty panel of the system, the loyalty of the 3 people Su Zhe had killed had dropped below 40. In other words, these guys could almost be described as having betrayed him. Let's go inside. Wu Yu and the others should have dealt with the remaining people in the mine by now. Just keep an eye out for any After Su Zhe's warning reached everyone's ears, the surroundings fell silent, and Zhang Shaojie remained completely speechless. Part of the reason was Su Zhe's decisive actions, which deeply intimidated Zhang Shaojie and those around him. But the main reason was that Zhang Shaojie understood. Su Zhe's actions were indeed the most correct approach. Others shared the same sentiment. Move out, split into 2 teams, and be cautious of hidden places around. After hearing Su Zhe's command, Zhang Shaojie didn't dwell on the previous events. For now, eliminating the remaining enemies in this mine was the most important task. He signaled his subordinates to move forward while carefully observing the surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no one around did Zhang Shaojie hurry towards the direction where Wu Yu and the... Although this mine is not far from the base, how to defend this place is a significant issue, along with the previously discovered undeveloped vein. The overall defense force of the mine was not many, and Su Zhe did not follow Zhang Shaojie to clean up the remaining resistance. Instead, he was thinking about another matter: how to permanently keep this mine in his hands. Although the straight-line distance from here to the base was not far, there was still some distance. Relying solely on the base's defensive forces would actually be challenging to cover the surrounding area. Additionally, how to develop the previously discovered vein was also a headache. Ultimately, Su Zhe was still in dire need of personnel. He lacked low-end labor and high-end technical talent. Where can I find people? It's not too difficult to gather personnel. There are actually a large number of refugees around any official shelter. As long as there is enough food, these guys can be easily brought in. However, it's also difficult to gather personnel. The people acquired through the above methods are the lowest-tier refugees who, aside from having a bit of strength, have almost no merits. Moreover, they are practically devoid of loyalty. This is not the quality personnel Su Zhe desires. The population Su Zhe wants should have a certain cultural foundation, be easy to control, and possess professional skills. Most importantly, they must have a certain degree of loyalty towards him. Forget it, let Wu Yu temporarily oversee these 2 veins. As for the personnel issue, let's first screen out a portion of usable personnel from the refugees. The truly ideal high-quality talents will need to be recruited from the areas of official shelters. The ideal is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Rationality tells Su Zhe that he should focus on quality over quantity, recruiting a small number of elite talents that he can fully control. But a beast tide is about to strike. The response to a large-scale beast tide attack cannot be solved merely by relying on a few human elites. In truth, the best way to deal with an unsolvable problem is to join it. To combat the beast tide, the best method is to utilize a human tide. With no other choice, Su Zhe could only think of a more moderate approach. On one hand, he would gradually search for suitable talents to absorb into his team. On the other hand, he would seek out not solderable personnel to become the backbone in fighting against the beast tide. This is the best method Su Zhe could think of for now. Captain, we've finished off all the remaining members of the Tiger Brigade. This guy is in charge of mining you. I brought him to you. A few minutes later, just as Suze was still grappling with future development directions, Wu Yu appeared before him with, "Who are you?" Unexpectedly, before Suze could speak, the two men brought over by Wu Yu took the initiative to inquire about the identities of Suze and his companions. After sizing up Suze, one of the men, wearing a white hat, continued, "We are mining workers hired by the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. My name is Liao Chongping, and I have no direct connection to the Fierce Tiger Corps." "I understand." After hearing the words of the man before him, Suze began to grasp the identities of these two fellows. Looking behind them, he noticed that aside from these two, there were several other naked miners. "What is the compensation for your employment by the Fierce Tiger Corps? If you don't mind, I can offer the same compensation." These individuals before him were clearly a complete mining team. And judging by Liao Chongping, who seemed relatively calm, they were actually just hired workers by the Fierce Tiger Corps. They had no actual relationship with the Fierce Tiger Corps. "As for the compensation, we are just forced laborers brought here by the Fierce Tiger Corps. Brother, I advise you not to fixate on this mine. You cannot afford to provoke the Fierce Tiger Corps. Previously, several small factions tried to do the same thing as you, but in the end they only resulted in a few corpses in some abandoned mines." Evidently, Liao Chongping was not experiencing this kind of mine takeover for the first time. The ones who ultimately took over the mine were still the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Finding Suze somewhat agreeable, Liao Chongping couldn't help but offer a couple of reminders. If there's no compensation, then it's a bit difficult. Suze paid no heed to Liao Chongping's words, instead focusing on the matter of compensation for hiring this mining team. Under normal circumstances, it would be very easy for Suze to take in this group of miners. Just load the bullets, and have Zhang Xiaojie hold the gun to their heads. That would allow him to easily make these fellows mine without any cost. However, Suze did not wish to do so. What he wanted were not forcibly subjugated slaves, but talents who would willingly join his team. "How about this? I guarantee you 3 meals a day, and the food will not be leftovers. Additionally, the living conditions will be improved, at least not in a shack. What you need to do is quite simple. You only need to work as miners for 8 hours a day." After pondering for a while, Suze finally articulated the so-called compensation he could offer, then slowly approached Liao Chongping. "How about this condition? Liao brother, let's go with this guy. When will those beasts from the Fierce Tiger Corps ever talk to us like this? If it weren't for our ability to find, or we might have been dead long ago." Suddenly, another man who had been standing silently by Liao Chongping's side couldn't help but speak up after hearing Suze's words. "Who is this?" Suze turned to look at the man. "This is my younger brother Liao Yunfeng." Liao Chongping introduced the man beside him. A hint of determination flickered across his face. We agree. As long as you can guarantee our food supply, that's enough." Just as Liao Chongping was about to refuse, Liao Yunfeng unexpectedly spoke, first accepting the matter. "Very well, you are much more decisive than your brother." Upon receiving a definite reply, a hint of a smile appeared on Suze's lips. Of course, Liao Chongping's expression turned somewhat unsightly. "What are you worried about?" Suze noticed the conflict in Liao Chongping's gaze. "The strength of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps is much stronger than you think. We have no issue staying here, but you. Is the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps really that strong?" Suze chuckled, and then slowly walked towards the mine. He stopped only at the foot of a mining hill. "Just right, explosives are quite expensive. Oh, let's create a new mine shaft. This will save some time." As soon as his words fell, an invisible aura was instantly released from Suze. Boom. The next second, an immense explosive force converged at Suze's fist. With one punch, a small hill several meters high completely collapsed. "This. Big brother, we've chosen the right." Zhang Xiaojie and Wu Yu looked on with relatively calm expressions, but the Liao brothers were different. Their faces. "Don't worry, my strength is much more formidable than you think." Suze returned to Liao Chongping's side, patted his shoulder, indicating that he should not concern himself with matters unrelated to him. Just focus on your own business. What Suze was doing was certainly not idly passing time. To recruit personnel aside from necessary compensation, absolute power was also a very effective method. At this moment, it was indeed the best time to demonstrate one's strength through force. "Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Suze. This mine is mine from now on, and what you need to do is quite simple. Melt these stones into ore, and I guarantee your food safety and life." Climbing atop a small hill formed by the accumulated ore fragments, a serious look gleamed in Suze's eyes. "Zhang Xiaojie, stay here to assist Liao Chongping, and send another team to stand guard 100 meters away. Wu Yu, come with me, and bring a batch of food." After seeing the group of miners gradually settle down, Suze directly instructed Zhang Xiaojie to remain on guard. He then took Wu Yu and returned to the base. In addition to preparing to bring a batch of food, Suze had one more task to accomplish: eliminate the Fierce Tiger. According to previously gathered information, the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps would send a batch of personnel every 3 days to take away the pig iron produced here. This was for trade or as a resource in exchange for food. Today was indeed the day the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps came to collect the pig iron. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suze naturally aimed to capture the entire Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. At the same time, he would bring along a batch of personnel to expand the mining team's numbers. After laying out the overall plan, Suze got into the vehicle with Wu Yu and returned to the base. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps in Shanghang District. Boss Zhang, you've arrived just in time. We are about to sell a small mine that produces over 10 tons of pig iron daily with stable output. If it weren't for the lack of energy crystals within our core, we absolutely will not sell this mine. The leader of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, Lei Guobin, sat before the grand chair in the reception room, a sinister smile flickering across his fierce face. Before him, a gloomy Taoist priest wielding a long sword stood silently, not uttering a word. The demand for iron ore from the Su Province Alliance is indeed substantial, but I fear that the price offered by Lei Laoda is not quite appropriate, is it? Situated between official and unofficial forces, they possess both official power and extraordinary individuals, forming a relatively loose organization. However, loose does not equate to weak. The most basic requirement for joining the Su Province Alliance is to possess the strength of a first-tier extraordinary individual and to hold a certain level of influence. Only in this way can one barely be admitted into the organization. As for the true members of the Alliance, they are all at least second-tier extraordinary individuals. The entire Alliance does not have a fixed territory, but including the official sanctuary, no one dares to eat. Lord Yi, I know your status in the Alliance. How could you casually demand a price? This mine is absolutely worth more than its price. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to take a look and then make your decision. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Yi Xiao before him, Lei Guobin's expression was not very pleasant. If it were an ordinary person, Lei Guobin would never waste words directly taking him to the backyard to feed the tigers. But the visitor is Yi Xiao, a third-tier sword cultivator who annihilated thousands of medium-sized beast hordes with his long sword backed by the immense power of the Alliance. Lei Guobin could not afford to offend him. He could only take a step back and prepare to personally take Yi Xiao to the mine outside the city for a look to discuss further. Well, after casting a disdainful glance at Lei Guobin, the previously silent, Yi Xiao slightly nodded, yet his eyes still brimmed with contempt and sarcasm. If it were not for the task from the Alliance requiring a large amount of iron ore, Yi Xiao would never have bothered to engage in any small talk with Lei Guobin. Such a person is simply not on the same level as him. Since Lord Yi has agreed, let's go directly. Ahu, take a few people to prepare the vehicles and head to the mine. Pretending not to notice the disdain in Yi Xiao's eyes, Lei Guobin directly instructed his subordinates to arrange for the vehicle. Lei Guobin, don't forget one thing, the beast tide is approaching, and I fear that even the strength of Shanghang District will not be able to hold. You are merely throwing out something that will soon become fodder for the beast tide. Lord Yi, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Lei Guobin stopped in his tracks. Some things are understood by everyone, but suddenly laying them all out like this would not be good. Don't you understand my meaning? A hint of a cold smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face. I just want to tell you, don't be you. Lei Guobin naturally understood that neither relying on his own strength nor that of the Shanghang District's sanctuary could withstand the imminent beast tide. That's why he was willing to hand over the mine. But this does not mean Yi Xiao had the leverage to lower the price. Even if Shanghang District cannot resist the beast tide, surely the upper echelons of Su Province will send people downright. Lei Guobin was still making his last attempt. You can't possibly not know that the imperial capital is preparing to give up on Su Province, can you? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao, who was originally somewhat indifferent, suddenly burst into laughter. To tell you the truth, not only the Shanghang District, but the entire upper echelon of Su Province is already preparing to evacuate in advance. Perhaps only you folks stuck in this remote place are unaware of this news. In that case, I hope Lord Yi can offer a higher price. I, Lei Guobin, can share half of the extra profit with you. Once Yi Xiao made this statement, Lei Guobin, who had been somewhat hesitant, instantly made a decision. Before the beast tide arrives, he would sell everything he could, and then leave Shanghang District, even the entire Su Province. Although Lei Guobin did not fully trust Yi Xiao's words, he had already learned that many decision-makers in Shanghang District had left in advance. Moreover, Shanghang District had planned a forward defense strategy days ago to intercept the beast tide outside of the district, minimizing the losses as much as possible. To implement this plan, the entire Shanghang District's official sanctuary had dispatched most of its main forces. They even joined forces with the neighboring Huaihai District, preparing to jointly resist the beast tide. However, after thousands of well-equipped soldiers and dozens of extraordinary individuals were deployed to combat the beast tide, there was not even a splash of water raised before the entire army was annihilated. At this moment, the people in Shanghang District were in a state of panic. Originally, Lei Guobin planned to observe the situation further before making a decision. But now, after receiving this news from Yi Xiao, he dared not wait any longer. Truly worthy of being a strategist of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, far more perceptive than those small factions. After hearing this from Lei Guobin, Yi Xiao, who had previously been gloomy, suddenly smiled. He repeatedly praised Lei Guobin for being sensible. After all, before engaging with Lei Guobin, Yi Xiao had represented the alliance in visits to numerous factions. Those fellows did not even mention the topic of profit distribution. Thus, Yi Xiao's initial offer was also rest assured, I will acquire your mine at a premium, and we will split the extra profits 50-50. After obtaining what he wanted, Yi Xiao's attitude towards Lei Guobin became noticeably more amicable. I wonder what use the alliance behind you has for these fixed industries in areas that are about to be overrun by the beast tide. After flattering Yi Xiao, Lei Guobin tentatively voiced the doubts in his heart. The alliance is indeed very strong, even ranking among the top forces in Su province. But that does not mean they can directly confront the beast tide. At this point in time, acquiring some mines, oil fields, water sources, and other fixed assets is something Lei Guobin simply cannot comprehend. Don't ask what you shouldn't. How can you ants possibly understand the decisions of our leaders? In response to this question, Yi Xiao's tone gradually became arrogant. With a flick of his hands, he directly walked out, leaving Lei Guobin with a gloomy face. Fine, let you fellows see what a true powerhouse is. Seemingly sensing Lei Guobin's discontent and knowing that he indeed needed Lei Guobin's assistance to scheme for personal gain, Yi Xiao glanced back at Lei Guobin and slowly took out a stone from his hand. The stone in his hand was only the size of an egg but emitted a faint blue glow. What is this? Upon seeing the transparent stone morphing into strange regions, Lei Guobin's eyes brimmed with shock. This is a time-space stone capable of capturing a small specific area within it, so do you understand now? After speaking, Yi Xiao carefully tucked the time-space stone into his bosom, while Lei Guobin, upon hearing this, remained rooted to the spot for a long time, unable to react. Lin Yuandong, are you slacking off? Su Zhe was unaware of the actions of the Tiger Mercenary Corps as he returned to the base with Wu Yu. Su Zhe happened to see Lin Yuandong halfling on the hall looking lazy. Upon seeing this, Su Zhe approached and directly woke him up, saying, if you want to rest, just go to your room and don't pretend to be strong here. The earlier mention of slacking off was merely a jest from Su Zhe. It was just Su Zhe's way of teasing Lin Yuandong in front of him. After all, Su Zhe knew that Lin Yuandong had been busy arranging for the refugees to enter the base and training the orphans over the past few days. In reality, he had very little time to rest. Taking a moment to rest during a break was completely normal. Boss, you're back. Indeed, after being awakened by Su Zhe, Lin Yuandong immediately stood up and took out a small booklet that he had pressed under his arm. About 200 refugees have joined the base in the past couple of days, and according to Wu Yu's plan, I've had the construction team start planning the outer defensive facilities. Additionally, I've formed a 20-person guard team, but their loyalty is still under assessment, so weapons haven't been distributed yet. They are only equipped with some cold weapons. Forgetting the tiredness on his face, Lin Yuandong began to report on what he had been doing recently. Moreover, I received some news. Initially, after the discovery of mineral veins in Shanghang district, the military was prepared to take over, but for some unknown reason, the personnel of the official shelter in Shanghang district have begun to evacuate. Additionally, Lin Yuandong revealed a crucial piece of information. The personnel of the official shelter in Shanghang district, for some unknown reason, had started to evacuate. Evacuate. Upon hearing this news, Su Zhe was suddenly flooded with various thoughts. However, after dismissing each one, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Yes, they evacuated. It's not just the official shelter in Shanghang district. There are also signs of evacuation from the official shelter in Huaihai district. Furthermore, the garbage city not far from us, the Survivor Alliance, and some scattered forces also seem to have intentions to leave. Lin Yuandong continued sharing all the recent news he had received. After hearing this information, Su Zhe's expression gradually turned grim. Beside him, Wu Yu also sensed a hint of unease from Lin Yuandong's words. Boss, these guys aren't planning to give up resisting the beast tide and just flee, leaving the civilians behind, are they? After a while, Wu Yu voiced her suspicions. That's unlikely. There are over 100,000 refugees on the outskirts alone, plus the humans who already live in various areas, totaling nearly 1 million. Even if the higher-ups disregard human lives, they wouldn't make such a decision, would they? In response to Wu Yu's speculation, Lin Yuandong shook his head, indicating that such a possibility was slim. Yuandong, don't impose your thoughts on others. Goodwill exists, as does malice. However, at that moment, Su Zhe spoke up. If Su Zhe had previously held a glimmer of hope regarding the official shelter in Shanghang district, after hearing the news from Lin Yuandong, that hope was shattered. Rather than risking abandoning the civilians, the higher-ups might choose to evacuate and lay low in the face of the beast. It was more likely that the higher-ups of Shanghang district had already made that choice. Impossible. Do they not consider the civilians as humans? Lin Yuandong could not accept Su Zhe's assumption. His usually calm eyes were instantly filled with rage. Before knowing Su Zhe, Lin Yuandong was already forced into a corner, coming from a background of slavery. His goodwill towards the upper echelons of the shelter was almost zero. But Lin Yuandong never expected that these so-called higher-ups could do such things. Boss, what should we do now? Wu Yu thought more rationally than Lin Yuandong. After hearing this news, she was not concerned about the fate of the refugees. Instead, she began to worry about themselves. According to Su Zhe's original plan, they were to establish their own power outside the city and rely on the shelter in Shanghang district to resist the beast tide. This plan was indeed perfect, since with Shanghang district as the main target drawing the beast tide, the pressure on Su Zhe and the others was not great. However, given the current situation, the powers big and small in Shanghang district were preparing to flee directly, abandoning the resistance against the beast tide. This instantly made the base the primary target of the beast tide. Just thinking about this made Wu Yu feel a chill run down her spine. Let's take it one step at a time, prepare our resources well. We may not be without opportunities against the beast tide. Compared to Wu Yu's anxiety and tension, Su Zhe appeared much calmer. If it had been before the base vehicle arrived, Su Zhe would have never considered directly confronting the beast tide, but now things were different. If there are sufficient resources, Su Zhe was not completely without confidence against the so-called beast tide. It seems our plans need to speed up. Lin Yu and Dong Wu Yue, we will bring some food to the mine and return directly. Then let Wang Gang, Xiao San Mao, and the others try to exchange as many of our useless supplies for food and metals as possible, and have the construction team accelerate their progress, while relaxing the filtering of refugees. I want to connect this place with the two mines as one whole. Initially, Su Zhe was still hesitating about whether to expand the area of the base, as the original plan was merely to have a core base as a foothold. Taking too big a step might lead to more issues. But now it was no longer a viable option. Once the official shelter abandoned the resistance against the beast tide, Su Zhe would become like a drifting reed. Even with the strongest trump card, resisting the beast tide would be a far-fetched idea. The only thing they could currently do was to shelter the refugees and expand the defensive line. Only by increasing the cards in their hands as much as possible could they survive the impending beast tide. Let's go bring the personnel. There's still a battle waiting for us. Once again, pulling up the loyalty interface, the only good news for Su Zhe at the moment was that the loyalty of the recently sheltered refugees was extremely high. Although they could not achieve absolute loyalty, they had already met the requirements to enter military training. Once the mine was completely secured, Su Zhe's first task upon returning would be to establish a military camp, to ensure he had a sufficiently powerful army under his command. Then he would build defensive facilities. Only then could he break the deadlock in such circumstances. It seems we need to be ruthless. As he boarded the vehicle, a hint of gloom flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. If the personnel of the official shelter were prepared to resist the beast tide, Su Zhe would certainly have no thoughts of them. But given the current situation, rather than letting them escape with a pile of supplies like rats down a drain, it would be better to take them for himself. Captain, should we bring more people? Moreover, the mine we previously secured was discovered by the official shelter of Shanhong District, and we are only bringing this few people. This time the main task is to transport food to the mine, so Su Zhe is not bringing many people. Besides the more than 20 loyal refugees, he has only brought a little over 100 newly joined wanderers. With loyalty that is neither high nor low, they would not easily betray Su Zhe. However, it would still be somewhat difficult for these more than 100 people to participate in a battle. Thus, Su Zhe's purpose in bringing these more than 100 people to the mining area is very simple: to increase the output of the mine and establish a simple defense line between the two mining areas. At first, Su Zhe intended to use the base as the center point with the two mining areas as the corners, constructing a triangular gathering place. However, upon careful consideration, relying on manpower to build such a large project is quite difficult. Not to mention the consumption of resources, it would also waste materials and labor. Su Zhe had no choice but to settle for a compromise, first linking the two mining areas together and then gradually forming a cohesive area with the base. Coupled with the system's miraculous craftsmanship, the effect would be significantly better. However, Wu Yu seems to not understand Su Zhe's thoughts. Seeing this, Wu Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, was a bit worried about such a small defensive force. Whether it be the Beast Tide, or the Shanghong District, or the Tiger Mercenary Group, even with the few dozen people left by Zhang Xiaojie, there is still a significant disparity in numbers. Don't worry. The officials of Shanghong District are too busy to take care of such trivial matters. If it weren't for the need to prevent riots from those miners and scattered wanderers nearby, I wouldn't even bother bringing these people. Regarding the issue of admitting defeat, Su Zhe held a contrary opinion. It's not about the quantity of people, but the quality. If, as Wu Yu said, a large-scale beast tide occurs, then before the defensive facilities are established, having more people would be of no use. With a complete defensive offensive, these people would be able to protect themselves easily against the beast tide. From the geographical perspective of the three locations, if a beast tide were to strike, it would primarily target Su Zhe's base, not the two mines located behind the mountains. Therefore, Su Zhe is not worried about the beast tide. As for the official shelter of Shanghong District, if Su Zhe's guess is correct, the higher-ups of the official shelter have mostly evacuated aside from some abandoned low-level personnel. How could they possibly care about an undeveloped mine? Instead, it is the Tiger Mercenary Group that concerns Su Zhe. Although the internal personnel of the mercenary group are not many, their external personnel are quite numerous. If they simultaneously attack the mine, Su Zhe will still need to allocate some personnel for security. Rest assured, there's no need to be so anxious. After calming Wu Yu in the passenger seat, Su Zhe continued to speed up. Although Lin Yudong, who came along, did not voice his opinion. The dagger he continuously waved in his hand was the best indication that his thoughts were similar to Su Zhe's. However, there were still slight differences in some details. Su Zhe was accustomed to using force to preemptively resolve potential troubles, while Lin Yudong chose to use force to address troubles that had already occurred. A few words of difference represent a clear distinction in their working styles. Su Zhe, we've arrived. It seems that the Tiger Group hasn't come yet. After a bumpy ride, Su Zhe and his group successfully returned to the mine. Using binoculars to check the situation inside the mine, they found that the guards at the gate were still Zhang Xiaojie's people. Wu Yu was the first to drive to the entrance of the mine and reported the current situation at the mine to Su Zhe. Everything is going smoothly. However, according to Liao Chongping and the others, the Tiger Group should arrive at the mine in half an hour. Should we set up an ambush in advance? When Zhang Xiaojie heard that Su Zhe had returned, he hurried to the entrance immediately. While analyzing the situation, he also arranged for personnel to unload the food carried on the vehicles. He also grouped the more than 100 people Su Zhe brought over according to their special skills and ages, temporarily arranging them in the mine. Upon seeing this, the emotions of the passing miners, which had been filled with melancholy, gradually eased. After all, they were like rootless weeds in the apocalypse. Who they mined for didn't matter. As long as the new boss could provide them with enough food, that was all that mattered. As for everything else, these miners didn't think too much. If previously the military deterrence Su Zhe brought could only prevent them from running away temporarily, now the food he brought made them feel more secure. You don't need to worry about the ambush. Leave a few people to watch the gate, and then follow me directly. Su Zhe directly interrupted Zhang Xiaojie's speech regarding the ambush against the Tiger Group. Seeing that all the supplies on the vehicles had been unloaded, Su Zhe ordered everyone to get in the car. He had already chosen the ambush location on the way here. There is a gully 800 meters in front of the mine, surrounded by desolate mountains with only a small path leading. Moreover, the desolate mountains are covered with rubble, making it an excellent ambush location. After Su Zhe's display of strength, Zhang Xiaojie's team gradually took shape. Although their combat power did not significantly increase, at least there was a noticeable improvement in their formation, which was satisfactory to Su Zhe. A few minutes later, everyone got in the car. Su Zhe led the team directly to the left desolate mountain. This is it. Once the people from the Tiger Group come in, we will just wrap them up. After observing the surrounding terrain, Su Zhe discovered that the left side of the desolate mountain was higher than the right. He directly chose the highest point, which was also sheltered by rubble. He spread all the teams along the cliff in groups of 3, while Su Zhe personally hid with Lin Yudong, Wu Yue, and others at the road entrance. The plan for this ambush was exceptionally simple. The team above would open fire to create the first wave of attack, and then Su Zhe would charge into the chaotic formation to kill. If everything goes smoothly, the battle is expected to be resolved in 3 minutes. Captain, the people have arrived. However, it seems that the information we received earlier was incorrect. We didn't find any large trucks, only an SUV. There is a mark of the Tiger mercenary group on it, but there aren't many people. Only 6 or 7. Just as Su Zhe and the others had completely hidden themselves. While waiting for the fish to enter the ambush zone, the scout immediately reported the important information discovered ahead. Not many people coming. Realizing that the plan had changed, Su Zhe did not proceed as originally planned. After signaling Wu Yu and the others to wait for him, Su Zhe leaped up. Utilizing the rugged path around him, he exited the gully. At this moment, a gray-white SUV was approaching directly towards Su Zhe. At the same time, Su Zhe also sensed the presence of an extraordinary individual. 2 transcendent cultivators. No, that contradicts our intelligence. According to prior reports, only the Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps' leader is a transcendent cultivator. Yet here 2 appear, and their cultivation realms differ distinctly. A second-rank transcendent cultivator has actually arrived. The moment Su Zhe sensed a transcendent cultivator among the approaching figures, wariness flashed instantly across his eyes. Lin Yedong, go inspect the vehicles ahead. I suspect this convoy isn't hauling iron ore at all, but harbors far more sinister intent. Su Zhe's mind snapped into clarity. While dispatching Lin Yedong to investigate the convoy, he himself sprang. He signaled those nearby to hold their positions, then leapt upward in a single fluid motion, fixing his full attention upon the convoy advancing steadily toward the mine. 2 transcendent cultivators, everyone else ordinary. What precisely is their purpose here? Having assessed the general composition of the group, Su Zhe felt no immediate alarm. After all, such a force, even unaided, posed no challenge to him. It would not impede his plans, and that did not mean, however, that he dismissed the matter lightly. The Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps itself was trivial, but the second-rank transcendent cultivator accompanying the convoy was anything but. More accurately, the power behind that second-rank cultivator. That alone was what truly concerned Su Zhe. As for these intruders before him, he regarded them with utter indifference. Boss, I'm back. Before Su Zhe could dwell further, Lin Yedong returned without delay. No one else behind the convoy. No hidden forces in the vicinity. Just this single vehicle. Aside from the 2 transcendent cultivators, the rest carry only firearms. Their objective is unmistakable. They're heading straight for the mine. Standing behind Su Zhe, Lin Yedong relayed every detail he'd observed. He added precise information on the personnel aboard the vehicle. So that's how it is. Tell the brothers, as long as their destination is the mine, proceed exactly as planned. Once they enter the ambush zone, open fire without hesitation. Blanket their vehicle in bullets. Having confirmed the convoy's composition, Su Zhe immediately mobilized his men. At his words, Lin Yedong and the others instantly assumed combat readiness, while Su Zhe himself had already taken position atop the fork in the road, awaiting the moment those intruders entered his killing ground. His reasoning was simple regardless of their purpose at the mine. Even if they were merely passing through, he would eliminate them without mercy. The mine was now Su Zhe's domain, his prize, and he would never surrender it so easily. Open fire. Minutes later, as the vehicle turned into the narrow bend, Su Zhe gave the order. Boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. A rapid barrage shattered the valley's stillness. Simultaneously, several figures atop the opposite ridge hurled over a dozen crude explosive charges. They arced downward toward the convoy below, crude in appearance resembling burlap sacks stuffed with cotton, yet their detonation yielded devastating force. One thunderous blast after another sent shockwaves rippling outward, shattering rock, hurling gravel, and choking the air with thick swirling dust that blanketed 100 meters in all directions. Then came the storm of gunfire, a serpentine torrent of flame sealing off the mountain pass entirely. Boss, with firepower like this, we won't even need to lift a finger. Lin Yedong had been poised to join the fray, but surveying the scene, he quietly fell back to stand beside Su Zhe. At such density of fire, even transcendent cultivators stood little chance of escape. No cultivator below the third rank could withstand sustained automatic weapons fire. This was an indisputable truth. Don't jump to conclusions. This battle won't end so swiftly. Wait and see if you doubt me. Yet Su Zhe disagreed with Lin Yedong's assessment. Based on his deep understanding of second-rank cultivators' capabilities, eliminating this one so effortlessly would be extraordinarily difficult. An ambush? Lego Bin, you've betrayed me. Brother Yi, I have no idea what's happening. Retreat. As Su Zhe predicted, two voices, furious and raw, erupted across the valley the instant his words faded. Then two battered, disheveled figures emerged into view before him. Lego Bin, the Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps' leader. Yi Xiao, of the Su Province Alliance. These were the two who, having barely escaped the inferno, now realized they'd walked straight into an ambush. Lego Bin, kill that man. You needn't tell me. I'll grind that brat to dust. For 30 years I've roamed these lands unchallenged, yet someone dares strike me on my own turf. No sooner had Yi Xiao spoken than Lei Guobin lunged forward, his massive blade carved with roaring tiger motifs appearing as if conjured from thin air. It cleaved towards Su Zhe in a single brutal arc, while Yi Xiao, though silent, moved with equal fury. Drawing his long sword from its sheath across his back, Yi Xiao joined the assault, not matching the sheer presence of Ling, whom Su Zhe had faced before, yet still no mere novice. Lin Yedong, one each. Take the clumsy one, you'll handle him easily. I'll deal with the swordsman. From the moment the two appeared, Su Zhe had already gauged their relative strengths. Lei Guobin had reached the second-rank threshold, but his cultivation lacked purity. In raw combat prowess, he fell short even of Lin Yedong, who stood at peak first rank. All show, no substance. As for the swordsman, stronger than a second-rank cultivator perhaps, but still an ant beneath Su Zhe's gaze. Merely a larger, more formidable ant. Give me 3 minutes. I'll return with his head. Lin Yedong's hand flashed, revealing a dagger gleaming with cold, lethal light. His eyes locked solely on Lei Guobin. And then, Su Zhe moved. Though weaponless, the instant he struck, a strange, unnatural breeze stirred. What a... impossible. Yi Xiao, who moments earlier wore serene composure, now stared in utter disbelief, instinctively raising his sword. But, in the next breath, Yi Xiao collapsed onto the earth. Combat concluded. 5 seconds elapsed between initiation and conclusion. Su Zhe stood once more where he began. Meanwhile, Lin Yedong and Lei Guobin had only just exchanged their first blows. Boss, should we go help brother Lin Yedong? That guy doesn't seem easy to deal with. After effortlessly dispatching Yi Xiao, Su Zhe did not immediately intervene in the battle between Lin Yedong and Lei Guobin. Instead, he casually picked up the long sword that had fallen to the ground, while the anxious San Mao trailed behind. If Su Zhe hadn't waved to stop him, San Mao would have likely already charged in. This sword should be different from ordinary. As for Su Zhe, his attention was entirely focused on the long sword in his hand. This sword is quite good. Although Yi Xiao appeared to be just an easily dealt with minor character in Su Zhe's eyes, he had to admit that this weapon was indeed impressive. The sword emitted a chilling light, and its hand-forged patterns were quite unique, resembling the forging patterns of Damascus steel, yet not entirely the same. The patterns within the forging design were extremely distinctive, like countless stars under the bright moonlit sky. They appeared chaotic yet possessed an inexplicable order. With a casual swing, a sound of slicing air instantly shattered the surrounding silence. More importantly, it wasn't just about its sharpness, but something else. Su Zhe unexpectedly discovered that the extraordinary power within his body could actually merge into the sword. This alone led him to conclude that this long sword was anything but ordinary. I'll study it later. After roughly understanding the peculiarities of the sword in his hand, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. Hold the sword while we'll take it back later. Tossing the long sword into San Mao's arms, Su Zhe slowly moved forward. However, no one knew what his true intentions were. Boss, are we joining in? San Mao, having speculated for a long time, subconsciously assumed that Su Zhe intended to intervene in the battle between Lin Yedong and Lei Guobin. Just stand still. Oh, when did I say I would intervene in this battle? Just as San Mao was about to make his move, Su Zhe directly stopped him. From the very beginning, I never intended to get involved in this battle. Stopping San Mao and signaling the others not to act, Su Zhe quickly climbed to a higher ground and found a relatively flat rock to sit on. As he sat down, a strange expression flickered in his eyes as he watched Lin Yedong still engaged in battle. In truth, from the very start, Su Zhe never intended to interfere in this fight. With Lin Yedong's strength, killing Lei Guobin, who was not far away, would be a trivial task. It should be noted that Lin Yedong was born for battle, coupled with his dual talents providing immense boosts. Killing an ordinary extraordinary person like Lei Guobin was simply a piece of cake. Regarding such a result, which was already expected, Su Zhe had no interest and no need to intervene. Lin Yedong winning was merely a matter of course. If Lin Yedong lost, then Su Zhe would have to consider whether he had misjudged people. Therefore, what Su Zhe needed to do now was simple: just wait for this battle to end. Damn it, why? Why was this Yi Xiao instantly killed? Could he really be nothing more than a useless pawn? Impossible. The aura he previously exhibited was not something an ordinary extraordinary person could release. Could it be that this young man is too strong? No, absolutely not. How could such a young brat possibly slay a second-tier extraordinary person? It must be that Yi Xiao had a problem. Meanwhile, Lei Guobin, who had locked eyes with Lin Yedong but had not yet engaged, had surveyed the surrounding environment. He found himself in an absolutely disadvantaged position. The vehicle he had arrived in had been completely destroyed, and the few accompanying personnel had long since perished in the gunfire. The only one he could rely on, Yi Xiao, had been instantly killed. If nothing unexpected happened, Lei Guobin estimated that he would also be buried here. However, Lei Guobin did not give up, or perhaps he had never considered giving up since he began to navigate the underworld. In his early years fighting on the battlefield to take over the local building materials market, Lei Guobin fought fiercely, single-handedly, slaying dozens of enemies. Later, he turned from dark to light, successfully clearing his name to become a real estate businessman, relying on a fierce determination that resided in his heart. As the apocalypse approached, Lei Guobin rose to become an extraordinary person above many, gathering a large group to establish the Tiger Mercenary Corps. In the entire Shanghang district, it was a top-notch force. Throughout his past, Lei Guobin had faced numerous battles. He had also experienced some near-fatal situations. Yet in the end, he always survived. This time was equally dangerous, but Lei Guobin did not believe he would die. No one has been born who can take my head, Lei Guobin. In an instant, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lei Guobin's eyes, and the large knife he had kept on his back was taken into his hands once more. He intended to eliminate this fool in front of him who wielded a dagger and was ignorant of his own peril. After that, as before, he would survive this seemingly unavoidable crisis. Very strong, but you are still unworthy. At least from my perspective, you do not seem to be my match. As if sensing his opponent's determination, Lin Yedong, who had been somewhat indifferent, appeared more serious. Of course, it was only a bit more serious. Lin Yedong, who had not experienced societal power, spoke in a very indirect manner, even frighteningly blunt. There were no flowery words, only an extremely straightforward statement. So straightforward that it revealed the ultimate outcome. Kid, confidence is a good thing for young people, but you seem overly confident. Lei Guobin narrowed his eyes, yet this time he did not engage in any further nonsense with Lin Yedong. He gripped his large knife tightly with both hands and charged at Lin Yedong. Sometimes facts are more useful than any. Haha, you are indeed too young. Your talent is strong, but you know nothing of battle. Lei Guobin was not an agile, extraordinary person, yet his speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, Lei Guobin was already in front of Lin Yedong, the large knife in his hands, howling like a tiger in the wind, directly slashing at Lin Yedong's neck. Watching Lin Yedong, who stood still, Lei Guobin's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this distance and speed, even an extraordinary person specializing in agility would not be able to evade this deadly attack. In other words, this guy in front of him was undoubtedly doomed. What? How is this possible? Why, this guy was just an illusion. A situation that Lei Guobin could not fathom unfolded his confident strike that was supposed to easily slay Lin Yedong. However, a sensation akin to striking air immediately alerted Lei Guobin to the peril. Instinctively, he turned around. What greeted him was only a gleaming dagger and Lin Yedong's cold face. Pucci. The dagger pierced bone and a fountain of blood gushed out. Like an iron tower, Lei Guobin collapsed. Wonderful, it seems my ability to judge people isn't bad. After Lin Yedong's battle concluded smoothly, a faint smile appeared on Su Zhe's lips as he sat high above. As an observer, Lin Yedong was very satisfied with this battle. Boss, I brought back the head of this guy. Moments later, a cold-faced Lin Yedong appeared before Su Zhe holding a dagger and Lei Guobin's head. It seemed that Lin Yedong had not fully recovered from the earlier battle. Even as he reached Su Zhe's side, a hint of inexplicable killing intent flickered in his eyes. Why bring back the head? You should be bringing back something valuable. Sensing something was off with Lin Yedong, Su Zhe's response was simple. He directly slapped Lin Yedong on the head. He then kicked Lei Guobin's head away, saying, "Go have your men clean up the battlefield. We have no time to waste. Gather anything useful around here and head back to the mine." Boss, I was wrong. I'll go clean up the battlefield now. After hearing Su Ze's instructions, Lin Yedong seemed to have come. Without any hesitation, he led a dozen men into the battlefield, cleaning up everything useful. Meanwhile, Su Ze, having completed his deployment, was also not idle. He walked back to the already cold corpse of Yi Xiao. There shouldn't be any extraordinary beings in the Tiger mercenary group, right? What about other forces? He lightly kicked Yi Xiao's body twice to confirm he was completely dead, then shifted his focus back to Yi Xiao. After directly eliminating him before, Su Ze had only taken the long sword from Yi Xiao's hand, and was unclear whether there was anything else on him. Now that Lei Guobin had been dealt with, Su Ze naturally returned. It seems this guy has brought a lot of good things. Glancing at Yi Xiao's bulging clothes, it was evident that there were numerous valuable items. He sliced open Yi Xiao's clothing with his sword. Indeed, Su Ze's guess was not wrong. There were quite a few good things. Several ability crystals scattered across the ground, but Su Ze's attention was completely elsewhere. Instead, a transparent crystal ball the size of a pigeon's egg and a black card with an envelope captured Su Ze's attention even more. These things. Embracing the idea that even a little is better than nothing, Su Ze began to pick up all the ability crystals on the ground. The several ability crystals were all first tier and not many in number. However, they held significant value enough to purchase some food. Afterwards, Su Ze focused his attention on the crystal ball and the black card. It seems this time we've struck it rich. The black card in a sense was not particularly useful, it was merely a plain plastic card. However, upon seeing the words on the black card, Su Ze realized he might have struck it rich. In fact, the black card was nothing other than a federal currency issued by the official shelter. It was an anonymous card with a value of 100,000. In other words, anyone who saw this card could go to various official shelters and claim 100,000 federal currency. Su Ze was not clear about the purchasing power of this currency yet, but judging by its denomination, it must be considerable. As for the crystal ball, the 100,000 anonymous savings card was merely tucked in his pocket, while this crystal ball was wrapped deep within the clothing. At first glance, Su Ze felt that this crystal ball was exceedingly ordinary. It was even less refined than some artifacts from before the apocalypse with some mottling inside the crystal. But as Su Ze slowly lifted it to his eye level, a surge of unfamiliar extraordinary power surged from the crystal ball into his body. In the next moment, Su Ze finally understood the function of this crystal ball. It's actually a storage device created using spatial abilities. No, it's not just a storage device, it can actually contain fixed or veins and resources. Su Ze was rarely overly astonished. But after learning the origins and functions of the crystal ball in his hand, he realized just how significant this object was to him. Moreover, why the decision-makers of the official shelters would unhesitatingly abandon the Shanghang District, Huaihai District, and even the entire Su Province. This crystal ball was actually the latest equipment developed by the Su Province official shelter. It could store fixed minerals and resources from various regions, and after being transported to a suitable location, it could also utilize extraordinary power to extract some previously stored items. More importantly, this crystal ball was not empty. It contained several large and small different ore veins, and a few complete water sources. Su Ze spotted a small, undeveloped oil field. Boss, we've confirmed their identities. The team we previously dealt with is indeed from the Tiger Group. Should we take this opportunity to eliminate their entire faction? Coincidentally, Lin Yedong, who had finished cleaning the battlefield, also arrived beside Su Ze, bringing out the spoils of this battle while voicing his thoughts. After Lin Yedong confirmed that the strong man he killed was the leader of the Tiger Group, he already had other ideas. However, he did not make a direct decision, but rather conveyed his thoughts to Su Ze. Let's leave those minor items behind. We've gathered too much this time. Lead the team back to the mine and next try to recruit refugees. I believe that apart from us there won't be any forces around in a few days. Su Ze did not tell Lin Yedong about the crystal ball. He didn't even mention it, and although Lin Yedong sensed a hint of something strange in Su Ze's words, he trusted Su Ze. So he did not ask further and directly set off with the supplies and personnel, with Su Ze closely following behind. Su Ze, something bad has happened. There seems to be news of a beast tide. The number of refugees coming from the Huaihai district has suddenly increased. When I asked around, I found out that some beast tides have already appeared in the Huaihai district. Just as Su Ze returned to the mining area, Wu Yu immediately appeared in front of him, her eyes filled with urgency. Beast tide. Upon hearing this news, Su Ze immediately looked around, and indeed the miners who remained in the mining area had temporarily stopped working. They were armed with a multitude of cold weapons standing guard around. As for Wu Yue, she had arranged personnel to observe from 100 meters in front of the mine. Lin Yedong, go check how many beast tides are coming from the direction of the Huaihai district. Take this vehicle. No matter what situation you encounter, do not engage. Return immediately after gathering detailed information. Feeling the oppressive aura brought by the beast tide, Su Ze promptly canceled his plan to stay and rest at the mine. Instead, he shifted to focus entirely on resisting the beast tide. This time, the beast tide might really be coming. Time was running short for Su Ze. Boss, it's too much of a loss to just give up the supplies of the Tiger Brigade in the Shanghang district. Even ordinary people could profit significantly from selling the remaining weapons. Su Ze and his team had originally planned to rest for a day at the mining site, But upon hearing the news of the beast tide approaching, Suze immediately adjusted the plan, shortening the rest time to half an hour. He then arranged for the mining personnel to be on alert, leaving behind some food before leading his team back to the base. The mining site was important, but in the face of the beast tide, nothing was more crucial than the safety of the base. After much consideration, Suze decided to bring Lin Yudong along. On the way back to the base, Lin Yudong, who had been holding back for a long time, could no longer suppress his curiosity and doubts. He expressed his most genuine thoughts. In his view, not taking all the assets of the Tiger Brigade in the Shanghang district was an utter waste. Moreover, now that the mining site was in his hands, there was no need to worry that much. Lin Yudong, what do you know? Unexpectedly, before Lin Yudong could finish speaking, a look of disdain appeared on Suze's face. After casting a glance at Lin Yudong in the passenger seat, he said, "You didn't go to scout when I asked you to. Now you're only thinking about these trivial profits. When will you grow up a bit?" Suze's original plan was to send Lin Yudong to the Huaihai district to scout for news about the beast tide, but before Lin Yudong could set off, Suze abandoned this plan. In a sense, the significance of whether to send Lin Yudong out was already quite diminished. Wu Yu had already made it very clear earlier. Some of the beast tide had already entered the alert zone of the Huaihai district, and Wu Yu herself didn't have any more detailed information. Sending Lin Yudong out again was not very meaningful, especially given the current situation. Suze was already in a state of talent shortage. After thinking for a long time, Suze still called Lin Yudong back to follow him back to the base. "You clearly told me not to go to the Huaihai district." Feeling the sharpness in Suze's gaze, Lin Yudong's face flashed with a hint of grievance. He was already about to set off, but then Suze called him back. "Stop whining. Once we gather the names on this list in the base, I will find a use for you." He tossed the list of personnel with loyalty above 70 points, which he had copied from the loyalty panel, to Lin Yudong, and immediately turned back to Wu Yu, saying, "Now you can tell me in detail about the news you heard." Suze had only heard a rough idea of the beast tide news earlier. Now that they had rested at the mining site, he wanted Wu Yu to elaborate on her findings to avoid missing any key information. "This news actually didn't come from our side, but was obtained from nearby refugees. Moreover, there's a stranger piece of news. Originally, with the strength of the Huaihai district, dealing with a beast tide of less than 10,000 should have been manageable, but according to those refugees, the official shelter in the Huaihai district did not organize any resistance. They all ran away." After sharing everything she had learned, Wu Yu's mood gradually sank. After all, she had once been a part of the Huaihai district, albeit at the lowest level. But watching her former home about to be completely swallowed by the beast tide, countless survivors would forever remain on that land. A feeling of sorrow surged in her heart. "Boss, when do you think the personnel at the official shelter in the Huaihai district will take action to clear the invading beast tide?" Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, Wu Yu also voiced her confusion. If all the forces in the Huaihai district were to choose to eliminate the beast tide, then the survivors and refugees living in the Huaihai district might still have some hope of survival. They won't take action against the beast tide. If I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups at those shelters have likely left Su province already. The current Su province has already been abandoned. Unfortunately, the answer Wu Yu wanted did not come from Suze's mouth. Instead, the tone that seemed to state a fact made Wu Yu feel even more despair. "This is impossible." There was still a hint of disbelief in Wu Yu's eyes. "There's nothing impossible. You can never overestimate the limits of humanity." As those words fell, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Wu Yu seemed to want to say something more, but after careful thought, Suze's reasoning made more sense. In the apocalypse, no one would be foolish enough to sacrifice their precious lives to protect others. Stop overthinking. The entire Su province is already in chaos. What we need to do now is to survive in this land that everyone has already abandoned. Remember, besides the beast tide, there is something even more terrifying, the human tide. Suze's words were profound, though it was unclear whether Wu Yu understood. But at this moment, Suze's thoughts were simple. Relying on the system and the powers he had previously stored, he aimed to survive this beast tide. Fortunately, someone sent a wave of supplies, otherwise I would have to flee right. Without the delivery from the crystal ball with Yi Shao, even if Suze had many trump cards, it would be difficult to withstand such a massive beast tide. Fortunately, in addition to a large number of unexploited resources in the crystal ball, there were also quite a few resources that had already been refined, especially iron ore. Rough estimates suggested there could be hundreds of tons combined with previously stored ability crystals. Suze could not only construct numerous buildings, but also extend the walls. With the double protection of defensive towers and walls, along with the weapons carried by their vehicles, and the upgraded rewards, the beast tide was no longer a threat. When we return to the Shanghang district, remember to make a trip to the black market. Be careful with this matter, as security is almost zero now. When you have this card, try to exchange as much currency as possible for resources, prioritizing food, steel, and other commonly used materials. If you encounter talented kids, you can bring them back as well. After roughly estimating the current material reserves, Suze casually asked Wu Yu to make a trip to the black market for some golden treasures. After a brief explanation, the familiar base came into Suze's view. What's going on? However, what Suze didn't expect was that outside the base there was a crowd of people. Although at first glance they didn't seem to be carrying any weapons, Suze could still sense that these guys were likely not ordinary refugees. What is going on? Who are you? And minutes later Suze arrived smoothly at the base gate with his massive convoy. Since he had been far away from these individuals earlier, Suze had not clearly observed the weapons they carried or their precise condition. But now he saw them clearly, a ragged mob of over 100 vagrants brandishing crude melee weapons, their faces twisted with savage ferocity. Instantly Suze concluded they had killed before, simply because ordinary refugees never exude such palpable killing intent. More critically, Suze detected something deeply unnatural among them: dried meat, well concealed yet unmistakable to his discerning eyes. A flash of coldness flickered in Suze's gaze. In the post-apocalyptic world, dried meat was among the rare. During the first 1 or 2 months, frozen stores still yielded edible meat. Drying it was routine and unremarkable. But under current conditions, most refugees would not even find a shred of meat, let alone preserved strips. So only one possibility remained. The fresh meat used to make their dried provisions came from an utterly abnormal source, perhaps even human flesh. Lin Yadong. When the time comes, eliminate them all without hesitation. And though none among this group had yet stepped forward to answer Suze's question, no leader had emerged to speak. Yet Suze had already decided their fate. Who are you? As he quietly relayed his intent to Lin Yadong, an elderly man stepped forward from the crowd. An elder? Suze observed the old man closely, knowing full well that in this brutal world elders and children were among the rarest survivors. The reason was simple: they had perished. Speak. Why are you here? You have 1 minute to explain your circumstance. Though the man before him was frail and aged, Suze remained utterly vigilant. The moment the words left his lips, Suze swept his gaze across the surroundings, confirming no hidden ambushes, before focusing fully on the elder. At the slightest sign of treachery, he would strike, without hesitation. We're just refugees gathered nearby. We heard this base shelters displaced people, so we came, hoping for sanctuary, nothing more. Glancing at Suze and his companions, the elder noticed the 2 young men nearest him carried no visible weapons, and slowly straightened his back. The fear and timidity that had clouded his eyes moments earlier vanished entirely. And then what? Suze gave a faint nod after hearing the elder's reply, then asked, You remain here for only one reason. You were refused entry. Why did you not leave? Old Zhang, stop wasting breath on this kid. I'm staying right here. This is open land outside the city. If you can stand here, why can't we? As Suze waited for the elder's response, another figure emerged from the mob, a hulking, brawny man. His torso was bare, marked by a faded tiger tattoo across his chest, blurred by long neglect of hygiene. Moreover, Suze noted this man carried more dried meat than any other. His eyes narrowed. And these men are doomed. Lin Yadong instantly read Suze's expression, his hand already gripping a concealed dagger ready for combat. He needed only a single command from Suze, then the burly man would fall dead in the next second. And very well. You may remain here. Suze spoke no further, only watched the brute and the elder with icy detachment. He did not even ask their names. To him, learning the names of the Suntabid held no meaning whatsoever. Brothers, drop the act. These soft-skinned fools are perfect rations. Kill them, seize the base. We claim this place. Now that their deception was exposed, the elders and the brute's previously composed faces darkened with malice. Simultaneously, the others, who had feigned helplessness, stepped forward brandishing an array of weapons. Even the unassuming elder suddenly produced a handgun, his face contorted with vicious glee. Damn brat. You picked the wrong day to interfere. Next time, mind your own business. He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Not even the faintest click echoed from the weapon. Jammed, and that thought flashed through the elder's mind. Then, a guttural scream of agony tore through the air as crimson blood erupted from the elder's severed arm. His arm, and the pistol still clutched within it, clattered lifelessly onto the ground. He failed to fire not because the gun jammed, but because his hand was gone. Kill them all. Scum like these deserve no mercy. Yet I wonder, what are the base's sentinels doing? Letting a mob like this blockade the gate without intervention. To Suze, these vagrants were less than insects. Seconds after he ordered Lin Yadong into action, over a dozen corpses littered the once pristine ground. His armed subordinates opened fire behind him. And what? They have guns. We're finished. Those bastards swore everyone around here was defenseless prey, no weapons at all. So why do they possess firearms? In an instant, a storm of bullets transformed into a lethal net, cutting down the mob without mercy. Yet Suze's attention was no longer on them. Instead, he stood motionless, gazing calmly toward a point 100 meters distant. Clearly these were no refugees, but wolves masquerading as sheep. There existed only one correct response to such predators' annihilation. Thus Suze was profoundly dissatisfied with the base personnel's performance. It seems I must conduct a thorough purge of the base's staff before the beast tide arrives. 100-odd thugs armed with bladed weapons stood no chance against disciplined gunfire. Within minutes, every last one lay dead. Suze stepped calmly over the bodies and re-entered the base. Ding. Congratulations, host of barracks has been rewarded. Expend some energy crystals to enhance your subordinates' physiques. Ding. Congratulations, a defense tower has been constructed. Please designate its placement. Ding. Congratulations, an alloy barrier has been completed. Its initial position has been set and may be relocated if necessary. All of these structures appear perfectly plausible and will arouse no suspicion. Back at the compound, Su Zhe ordered men to clear away the corpses nearby, then signaled Lin Yedong and Zhang Xiaojia to assemble everyone within the base. He needed to purge the base of its dead weight and corrupt habits before the beast tide arrived. From Su Zhe's perspective, the gang he had dispersed at the gate earlier did not require his intervention. The defenders left behind could have handled them with their weapons. Yet no one had done so. They had merely driven the riders a short distance away instead of eliminating a potential. It seemed he had overestimated these refugees. They had not yet adapted to the law of survival of the fittest. But Su Zhe soon understood why. The people he sheltered were at heart civilians, not soldiers. Even when armed, their weapons existed for self-preservation. They never conceived using guns to kill their own kind. That at least proved they remained fundamentally human. As for their inability to fight, the system-built barracks should easily remedy that deficiency. Reflecting on it briefly, Su Zhe refused to be troubled by the matter. Before the coming beast tide, it was a trifling concern. Using the ready resources from the crystal orb he had obtained from Yi Xiao, he completed the construction of the barracks' defense towers and alloy barriers. He then turned his attention to the layout. Intelligence suggested the beast tide would originate in Huaihai district to the northwest of Su Zhe's compound. To the northwest stood a peak tens of meters high. Calling it a peak was inaccurate. This ridge bore little rock and was formed mainly of windblown sand and piled earth. That did not diminish its defensive value. It remained the only high ground nearby. It served as a natural bulwark, and besides, when Su Zhe had instructed Wu Yu to choose a site, he had deliberately selected this basin. At least in terms of geography, Su Zhe had no immediate worries. He decided to place a defense tower upon the high ground and situate the barracks around the firearms production line. The alloy barrier would be extended along the mountain to seal off the main entrance, thereby providing more comprehensive protection. Using the base's schematics, he positioned each structure. A strange radiance flickered, and an ironclad alloy wall sprang up around the compound. The wall rose about 7 meters and reached 2 meters in thickness. A full passageway was reserved so that 2 strong men could pass side by side. Ahead lay the makeshift wall that Wang Gang and others had erected earlier. It stood some 10 meters from Su Zhe's alloy. Su Zhe refused to waste the ground between the 2 defenses and intended to turn it into a buffer zone. He would add 1 more defense tower around the perimeter so that the sole likely avenue for a mass beast tide assault could be entirely covered. After a moment of thought, he finalized the planned position, the primary defensive installations between the 2 walls, with the system-built defense towers serving as the firepower core. The frontal battlefield would be completely covered, supplemented by fixed fire strikes from upgraded vehicles. The remaining personnel would remain mobile, ready to plug any gaps. With such a design, Su Zhe was confident the base could withstand an ordinary beast tide. Beyond fortifications, he had one final preparation, his own power. It was Su Zhe's strongest and last ace. Boss, everyone is assembled. Wu Yu has returned with her people. Somewhat true to the system's assurances, the newly appeared constructions drew no suspicion. Lin Yedong, who had just arrived, accepted the sudden buildings as entirely reasonable. No one even mentioned the matter. Go outside, I have some instructions to give, Su Zhe said. The system's default acceptance of the constructions served Su Zhe's interests and spared him explanations. He signaled Lin Yedong to lead the way and walked onto the compound's open ground. Seeing the crowd gathered before him, Su Zhe felt a quiet sense of pride. In less than half a month, he had assembled a force that finally looked the part. Boss, everyone's here. Is the beast tide coming? Should we retreat? Many refugees are ready to flee, if we leave too, murmured the crowd. They had heard the warnings of an approaching beast tide. Over the past 2 days, several refugees had already slipped away. Whether because of the loyalty system or a budding sense of belonging to the compound, the vast majority had chosen to stay, though uncertainty still gnawed at them. After all, the unknown inspires fear in everyone. At any time, people find it impossible to greet death with equanimity. Among those Su Zhe had gathered, Zhang Xiaojia, Lin Yedong, Wu Yu, and Yi Qing remained composed. But newcomers such as Wang Gang and the recently recruited refugees bore visible traces of dread. Their faces showed more or less the same fear and uncertainty. They wanted to stay. The compound had been built with their own hands, and they could not bear to abandon it. Yet to remain meant confronting the beast tide directly. Thus, the moment Su Zhe appeared, countless people voiced the questions that weighed on their hearts. They sought to know Su Zhe's stance. Would they stay, or would they flee? Instead of answering that question, Su Zhe posed a different challenge. Are you afraid of death? The question landed like a stone in still water. The crowd that had been noisy moments before fell into sudden utter silence. I don't know either, Lao Wang. Why did the leader ask us this question? How would I know? Just wait. Suddenly, the previously noisy crowd was left with only murmurs. The voices were not loud, but in such a quiet environment, they sounded exceptionally clear. Su Zhe did not continue to ask, but quietly watched them. Everyone, let me say something. Though I Wang Gang am not one of the old-timers in the base, I am among the first few who entered the base right. However, soon someone stood up. It was Wang Gang. He was the leader among the first batch of organized refugees accepted by Su Zhe. Loyalty is not low. Glancing at his system, Su Zhe discovered that Wang Gang's loyalty to him was quite high, having reached the threshold of 90. Under normal circumstances, one with such loyalty would absolutely not choose to betray. Thus this time Su Zhe chose not to interrupt Wang Gang's speech, quietly watching him instead. Su Zhe was also eager to know what the first to stand up Wang Gang wanted to say. You all probably haven't seen a beast tide, right? To be honest, I have seen one. To be precise, it's not called a beast tide, but a beast herd. I Wang Gang am from another province. My hometown is in the magic capital. I came to Su province after the magic capital was invaded by the beast tide, and I encountered that herd of beasts while fleeing. There were just over 20 mutated wolves in our fleeing group of over 1,000 people. No one chose to resist, and the mutated wolves followed us along the way, killing over 20 people a day. It seemed these beasts were quite clever. They treated us as moving food, and the count was always the same. At this point, the originally serious Wang Gang's eyes flickered with a hint of red light. A tear rolled down from his. It's quite laughable. We are all afraid of dying, but do you know what method we came up with to avoid death? Wang Gang restrained his emotions, his expression gradually returning to normal. But the compassion in his words was palpable to everyone present. Exactly, we used the most foolish method, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand when it faces danger. No one chose to proactively attack the wolf pack. Instead, everyone ran like mad. As long as you run faster than the people around you, you won't die, because the wolf pack will only hunt the slowest 20 or so in the group. Fortunately, I ran fast, so I survived. But I also feel quite pathetic coming to Su province like a stray dog. Although Wang Gang spoke in a casual tone, even with a hint of mockery, the atmosphere around those who heard it grew heavy. They understood that the mockery in Wang Gang's words was not directed at others, but rather at himself. After adjusting his emotions again, Wang Gang regained his composure, his eyes flickering with a hint of determination. As if he had made up his mind, Wang Gang took out the firearm issued to him. This time, I don't want to flee. When the leader asked us if we are afraid of dying, I Wang Gang can firmly say, I am afraid of death. I am afraid of dying on the road chased by the beast tide. I am afraid of dying at the hands of my kind. I am afraid of dying without knowing why. However, I am not afraid of dying on this land beneath my feet. I Wang Gang will stay until the beast tide recedes, or I die. With those words, Wang Gang stopped speaking. Leader, I still have some things unfinished, so I will leave first. After a brief explanation to Su Zhe, Wang Gang put away his firearm and picked up a shovel again. He wanted to contribute as much as possible in the last moments before the beast tide arrived. As Wang Gang turned around, over 100 people turned with him. They were the group of refugees who had come to the Su Zhe base with Wang Gang. They said nothing but silently followed Wang Gang's footsteps to exert their utmost strength. As for choosing and responding, like Wang Gang, they had already expressed their thoughts clearly through their actions. Leader, we are willing to stay. The beast tide will surely perish. We will surely win. The beast tide will surely perish. We will surely win. Those who have survived until now before the apocalypse are not fools. Their previous hesitation stemmed from not knowing how to choose. Now that Wang Gang had made the choice for them, no matter the circumstances, escaping from the final outcome would only lead to death. As for when they would die, it was merely a matter of time. That's great. This guy has saved me a lot of trouble. Watching Wang Gang's receding figure, Su Zhe standing on the high platform also revealed a faint smile. In fact, from the very beginning, Su Zhe did not expect such an opening. Before going on stage, he had considered whether to say something to stir the atmosphere, but based on the audience's reaction, it was entirely unnecessary. Opening the loyalty panel again, Su Zhe found that almost everyone's loyalty who remained in the base had increased. In fact, several of them had already reached the level of diehard loyalty. However, through the system's rewards, these few had not awakened any outstanding extraordinary powers, merely the most basic physical enhancement. Don't be dissatisfied. It's already quite rare for an ordinary person to have extraordinary beings as subordinates. Despite some discontent, Su Zhe did not take these minor details too seriously. Even if it's just physical enhancement, that is still extraordinary. Compared to ordinary refugees, it is already a significant improvement in combat power. Wu Yue, how many firearms have been produced recently? Feeling the morale among his subordinates, Su Zhe did not waste time on such matters. After signaling the surrounding crowd to disperse, Su Zhe directly called Wu Yu over. Extraordinary beings are undeniably strong compared to ordinary people, but against powerful automatic firearms, they do not differ much. Extraordinaries below the third rank are still quite wary of firearms. Simply put, dealing with ordinary refugees requires just one bullet, and for extraordinary beings below the third rank, perhaps only a burst of bullets. It's just a difference in quantity. Other than that, it's all the same. The armory probably has over 200 guns left. If we need to equip everyone with firearms, we can work overtime for another 2 days, and with a few more personnel, we can still manage it. There are no significant issues with bullets either. This time when I went to find Huang Jinbao, besides purchasing a large amount of food and commonly used supplies, I also bought a batch of bullets, so we don't need to worry too much about bullets in the short term. Facing Su Ze's inquiry, Wu Yu explained the situation. Why do you look like that? However, Su Ze still sensed a hint of inexplicable worry in Wu Yu's eyes. It's nothing, I'm just curious as to why at this time the entire Shanghang district has taken no action. When I went to the black market before, even the merchant Huang Jinbao was preparing to evacuate from Su province. If I hadn't had prior contact with him, it would have been very difficult for us to buy back the supplies this time. Ultimately, Wu Yu expressed the doubts in her heart. Even if Wu Yu had already guessed that the Shanghang district might give up resistance, Wu Yu really did not expect that the evacuation of the official shelter in Shanghang district would be so swift. These matters have little to do with us. Remember to store the supplies well, we may soon find ourselves isolated and helpless, and this food is the most crucial thing for us. Wu Yu's doubts Su Ze could not answer. It's not that Su Ze didn't know the reason, but reality was just too cruel. So cruel that Su Ze couldn't even describe it directly with words. It would be unreasonable to tell Wu Yu that from the very beginning they planned to use civilians to withstand the beast tide, right? To say or not to say. At this point it was already meaningless. Let everyone go and collect firearms, we don't have much time left. Looking at Wu Yu, who seemed a bit melancholy, Su Ze did not waste much time on this matter. After arranging Wu Yu's tasks, Su Ze first found Lin Yedong and asked him to bring Yi Qing and the first batch of trained children along with the personnel he had gathered. After handling the hardware defense facilities, Su Ze began to enhance the personal combat power of the personnel. The barracks. It was the best enhancement plan. Boss, him here. As soon as Lin Yedong heard that Su Ze was looking for him, he appeared before Su Ze, his face filled with nervousness, fearing that he might miss Su Ze's orders. Don't worry, take these energy crystals, and do you see the building behind the firearm production line? Let those little guys behind you along with the personnel on the list I gave you earlier all go inside and stay there for half an hour. Understood. Taking the energy crystals given by Su Ze, Lin Yedong's figure disappeared again. He directly took the relevant personnel to the barracks, and regarding why Su Ze asked him to do this, Lin Yedong did not question it, nor did he show any signs of doubt. It was simply Lin Yedong's absolute trust. I don't know if these energy crystals are enough. The system introduction mentioned that a certain amount of energy is needed, but I don't know the specifics of the consumption. Looking at the 80 or 90 people behind Lin Yedong, Su Ze felt a bit worried. Worried about the reserves of his energy crystals. In fact, 99% of the personnel in the base had already met the conditions to enter the barracks, but the energy crystals in Su Ze's hands were simply not enough. In desperation, Su Ze could only take a step back. He first let Lin Yedong take the most loyal batch of personnel into the barracks for enhancement. Boss, it's bad, something big has happened. After finishing these matters, Su Ze had just found a suitable spot to sit down. However, before Su Ze could rest for 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaojie's voice appeared in Su Ze's ear again. Trouble has come again. Hearing Zhang Xiaojie's voice, Su Ze immediately canceled his plan to rest and stood up. You're considered an old timer. When will you be able to calm down a bit? Using an unhappy gaze to glance at the panting Zhang Xiaojie, a hint of displeasure also flickered in Su Ze. It wasn't that Su Ze disliked Zhang Xiaojie before him. Mainly in this state, Su Ze couldn't feel happy. Although Zhang Xiaojie was no longer as overweight as when Su Ze first met him, days of exposure had darkened his skin. He looked much more serious. But this panicked appearance in the face of trouble always made Su Ze feel that Zhang Xiaojie was somewhat unreliable. Moreover, at this moment Zhang Xiaojie looked quite disheveled. To those who knew, it was because he had important news to share. To those who didn't know, it seemed he had encountered a life-threatening situation. Boss, this is definitely not a small matter. Ierxi and Su Xia have returned. In response to Su Ze's complaints, Zhang Xiaojie didn't bother to explain too much this time, and directly brought Su Xia and Ierxi over. Ierxi said she sensed a surge of magic energy around the base. Su Xia. Actually, Su Ze didn't pay much attention to Su Xia. After bringing her back to the base, she and Ierxi had been very obedient. Besides wandering around the base, Su Xia and Ierxi spent most of their time scavenging in the wild. Over time, Su Ze had also become too lazy to manage this girl. Hearing Zhang Xiaojie's news now, Su Ze immediately stood up and approached Su Xia and Ierxi. What exactly happened? Please elaborate. A bad guy this time, I absolutely won't let you bully me. Ierxi was still the same, having no favorable impression of Su Ze, especially seeing him appear right in front of her. The little Ierxi quickly hid behind Su Xia, her magic wand constantly shimmering with a green light. Ierxi stopped messing around. Fortunately, Su Xia had a relatively good attitude towards Su Ze, especially after living in the base for so long. She had already regarded herself as part of the base. Gently patting Ierxi's little head, Su Xia's expression gradually became serious. The magic energy that Ierxi sensed is very chaotic. It's definitely not the magic energy of humans. You mean? Hearing this, Su Ze suddenly guessed something. The beast tide is coming. Are you sure this news is true and not a joke? Upon hearing this, Su Ze was mainly because the previous news we received about the beast tide was still located in the Huaihai district, and there were no signs of a beast tide near the Shanghang district. Although the Shanghang district and Huaihai district are not too far apart based on the conventional speed of the beast tide's advance, it would be impossible for it to appear nearby so quickly. It's true, Ix's sensing of magic energy will not deceive. Right, I never lie. Both Su Xia and Ix nodded simultaneously, their eyes filled with seriousness. I understand now, you guys are not lying. In the next second, Su Zhe suddenly nodded seriously, believing Su Xia and Ix's words. As for the reason, the moment he looked up, Su Zhe had already sensed a desolate aura from the distant wilderness, and the unique, bloody smell of mutated beasts. Zhang Xiaojia alert the entire base to enter a state of combat readiness. No personnel are allowed to enter or exit the base. After confirming the presence of an indeterminate number of beast waves surrounding the base, Su Zhe immediately took action. He first instructed Zhang Xiaojia and Su Xia to have all personnel enter a combat state, and Su Zhe wasted no time himself. He went directly up onto the city wall. Boss, what's happening? Boss A Liang and I were not slacking off, we were diligently keeping watch. Su Zhe's sudden arrival surprised the two armed subordinates responsible for this section of the metal wall, especially the slightly shorter one who showed a flash of nervousness on his face upon seeing Su Zhe. A Hui and a Liang were good brothers, even before the apocalypse. After the end of the world, they became refugees together, and after going through multiple crises, they decided to band together for survival, successfully joining Su Zhe's base just a few days ago. Upon entering the base, the two initially did not have high expectations. After all, this was not their first time in a gathering place based on their previous experiences. Joining such a gathering place often meant becoming the lowest tier refugees, with only the most basic safety ensured. It felt no different from being in the wilderness. Therefore, a Liang and a Hui decided to temporarily stay in Su Zhe's created base, planning to leave once the opportunity arose. Entering the official shelter, they did not expect the treatment within the base to exceed their imaginations. Not only was their survival guaranteed, but they also received provisions and housing. They even got work. Although the so-called provisions were merely a mix of bran and assorted food, and the housing was just basic shanties. However, this already surpassed the living conditions of any shelter the two brothers had experienced before. Most importantly, they had obtained stable jobs. They were responsible for guarding the outer walls of the base. This treatment immediately dashed a Liang and a Hui. Perhaps the base was not a paradise, but it was definitely a place where one could live. Now their leader suddenly appeared before them. Both a Liang and a Hui immediately tensed up, fearing that any shortcomings on their part would be discovered by Su Zhe, resulting in their expulsion from the base. Stay alert, the beast waves are coming. Wait for the other brothers to join us, and be careful not to move too much on the... Su Zhe did not recognize the two in front of him, but after glancing at their loyalty, he was quite satisfied with their performance. While not claiming they were completely devoted, they had indeed done well in their duties. No one is perfect. Su Zhe never demanded excessively harsh standards from his subordinates. Because Su Zhe himself could not embody the phrase "no one is perfect." As long as they did not falter at crucial moments, that was enough. Leader, rest assured, a Liang and I are definitely not afraid of death. Upon hearing this, a Liang and a Hui immediately took action, releasing the safety on their weapons and preparing at all times. As for Su Zhe, he simply nodded slightly before leaping to the front line of the base. Just a few minutes later, more and more figures of the beast waves appeared in Su Zhe's sight. Is this the first wave of beast waves? After a rough glance, Su Zhe had a general understanding of the number of beast waves appearing near the exquisite area. There were approximately thousands of them, consisting of mutated wolves, rats, cats, dogs, and other common animals. There were no extraordinary creatures among them, more like a group of ordinary mutated beasts mixed together. Why are different types of mutated beasts gathering together? And their target seems to be Shanghang District. The more details Su Zhe discovered, the more questions he had in his mind. Firstly, regarding the types of beasts in the beast wave. Although this wave was Su Zhe's first personal experience, he had already researched relevant materials after receiving information about beast waves from Wu Miao. Generally speaking, the beasts that make up a beast wave are mostly of the same kind. It is rare for different species of beasts to mix together to form a group beast wave, which is the fundamental reason why the vast majority of beast waves do not pose a significant threat to official shelters and human-formed forces. Because the number of beast waves formed by a single type of mutated beast is simply not substantial. Yet among these beasts, Su Zhe could clearly see a dozen or so different types, like every conceivable beast could be seen in their mutated forms within this wave. Apart from this difference, what surprised Su Zhe the most was their chosen destination. Clearly, in terms of straight-line distance, his base was closer to Shanghang District. Under normal circumstances, the first target of these beast waves would definitely be Su Zhe and the base behind him. However, that was not the case. This group of beast waves seemed to be commanded by someone completely ignoring the base behind Su Zhe and rushing towards Shanghang District at high speed. It was as if their eyes were only set on Shanghang District. This was very abnormal. Leader, how is the situation now? The brothers are all here. As long as the beast waves do not retreat, we will never abandon the base. Boss, it seems this group of mutated beasts does not target us. Just as Su Zhe was puzzled, Lin Yudong and others also rushed over. Evidently, among those behind Su Zhe, the vast majority were also facing the beast waves for the first time. It would be a lie to say they were not nervous. However, the only thing that gave Su Zhe a bit of comfort was While they were indeed nervous, there was no fear in anyone's eyes, only a spirit of fighting. Yudong, have you noticed too? To Su Ze's surprise, Lin Yudong and Yi Qing seemed to have also noticed the peculiarities of this group of beast waves. More importantly, this group of beast waves gave Su Ze a very strange feeling. It could be said that any beast, even if mutated or awakened with extraordinary power, would still possess some basic rationality. For instance, fear, dread, exhaustion. These basic physiological changes. Yet Su Ze felt none of these biological traits emanating from these beasts. They were more like pairs of machines, a pile of artificially created killing machines. They are coming to Shanghang District. After a moment of silence, Su Ze suddenly spoke. What on earth is happening? Why are these beasts ignoring us and attacking the more distant Shanghang District? Among those present, only Su Ze was left in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just a moment ago, they were prepared for battle, even ready to fire, but something unexpected occurred. The beast tide surged past the base, charging straight for Shanghang District. Was this just a false alarm? Looking at the few beasts that passed by, Zhang Shaojie felt a slight relief. However, the next moment Zhang Shaojie regretted speaking. He noticed that everyone else's expressions were grave. Realizing this, Zhang Shaojie quickly closed his mouth and stood behind the others obediently. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, it was clear from the others' expressions that things were far more complicated than he imagined. Boss, I've noticed something about the beast tide. No need to say more. This beast tide is unusual. It's likely not a natural occurrence, but rather someone manipulating it. Lin Yudong originally intended to speak up, but Su Ze stopped him. In fact, since coming into contact with Wu Miao, Su Ze had already received some relevant information, but what Wu Miao said, Su Ze did not choose to believe it outright. He merely noted it down. But this time, looking at the bizarre beast tide before him, Su Ze was nearly certain. This beast tide has a significant connection to humanity. Leader, are we going to take action? At this moment, Wang Gang also approached. Although the beast tide had not actively attacked the base, it was all heading toward Shanghang District. But Wang Gang was still prepared for battle. Not yet. I want to see what the situation in Shanghang District is like now. Su Ze directly stopped Wang Gang, signaling him to hold off until the mutated beasts actively attacked them. This wasn't because Su Ze was reluctant to help, but rather he wanted to see if there were still armed forces in Shanghang District. If so, which armed forces were they? Was it the official shelter of Shanghang District or other factions? From the information currently available, it was certain that the higher-ups of Shanghang District had fully evacuated. As for other circumstances, Su Ze was unclear. Thus, seizing this beast tide, he aimed to uncover the truth behind Shanghang District. After all, in a sense, Shanghang District had been completely abandoned, and Su Ze wanted to take it over. Understanding the situation was naturally of utmost importance. Wang Gang, after being stopped by Su Ze, said nothing further, quietly standing behind. Meanwhile, Su Ze focused all his attention on the distant Shanghang District. Indeed, it was a region protected by an official shelter. Even without orders from the higher-ups, upon realizing the beast tide was coming, the security team of Shanghang District reacted immediately. They promptly closed the entrances to Shanghang District, and over 100 armed personnel took to the watchtowers, shooting at the beasts that first entered their line of sight. Not long after, many mortar shells also struck the densest areas of the beast tide. It seems there is still resistance, but the armed personnel are few and lack heavy weaponry. From just the first clash between Shanghang District and the beast tide, Su Ze gleaned a lot of crucial information. The higher-ups of Shanghang District had indeed evacuated. However, there were still armed forces present, and judging by their uniforms and equipment, they were still affiliated with Shanghang District rather than other private factions. It's just that they likely had very few weapons, almost none of which were heavy weaponry. Aside from their light rifles, there were only a few old mortars. As for extraordinary beings, Su Ze had not seen any, and it was unlikely he would in Shanghang District moving. Let's go. Lin Yudong, Yi Qing, Zhang Xiao Jie, will you come with me? Well, kill 2 mutated beasts and bring them back for examination. With the artillery fire from Shanghang District covering the area, a large number of mutated beasts were severely affected. Although most of the mutated beasts had thick fur and scales for protection, they still found themselves at a disadvantage against the large-caliber automatic rifles. Moreover, the number of mutated beasts was not large. Just a few minutes later, thousands of mutated beasts were gradually being decimated. Seeing this, Su Ze sprang into action. He called out to Lin Yudong and the others to keep pace with him as he hurried toward the battlefield near Shanghang District. This wasn't because Su Ze wanted to join the fight to help Shanghang District fend off the beast tide. Rather, he aimed to uncover the reason behind the bizarre nature of these mutated beasts. Boss, are we going to join the fray too? Lin Yudong and the others did not understand Su Ze's plan and instinctively wanted to eliminate the nearby mutated beasts. No need, we only need to kill 1 mutated wolf. I feel that these mutated beasts are not truly monsters evolved from ordinary animals, but rather artificially created. Su Ze shook his head, signaling Lin Yudong and the others to hold off for now, then charged into the beast tide. Die for me. Just then, a mutated wolf over 2 meters tall and several meters long appeared before Su Ze. Its crimson eyes were filled with murderous intent and chaos. Its pitch-black glossy fur shimmered with a strange light interspersed with mottled bloodstains. If an ordinary person encountered such a monster, they wouldn't even have the chance to flee. Yet Suze felt no fear towards the mutated wolf before him. Instead, he was filled with curiosity. Suze had killed mutated wolves before. It could be said that the most common mutated beasts in this apocalypse were mutated wolves appearing almost everywhere. Though Suze was not exactly familiar with them, he was certainly not a stranger. However, the mutated wolf before him made Suze sense something different. Could it be artificially modified? A strange thought surfaced in Suze's mind. The next moment he struck decisively, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Bang! He unleashed all his strength in a single punch, channeling all his energy into Suze's face. Despite having undergone mutation, most mutated wolves still had a weakness in their midsection. Suze's punch struck the mutated wolf's waist. With a dull thud and the sound of bones cracking, the massive mutated wolf that had been standing upright before Suze instantly collapsed. Even in this state, it still possesses such a fierce gaze. Suze was filled with confidence in his attack. It was entirely normal to kill a mutated wolf in a single strike. However, seeing the mutated wolf before him still attempting to attack Suze was even more surprised. Generally speaking, ordinary animals that have mutated into aberrant creatures do lose some of their rationality and become more ferocious. However, this does not mean they turn into emotionless killing machines. Essentially, aberrant creatures are still living beings. They feel fear and pain. If an ordinary mutated wolf were in such a near-death state, fear would undoubtedly be evident in its eyes. Yet the aberrant wolf before him showed none of this. Its gaze remained fierce even as it crawled towards Suze with its last ounce of strength despite its shattered spine. It desired nothing more than to kill Suze completely. There was no rationality left. Boss, is this really a mutated beast? I feel like this thing is not a living creature at all, but merely a machine that knows only how to kill. It's still trying to launch a final counterattack. Not just Suze, but even Lin Yudong and Zhang Shaojia sensed that the aberrant wolf before them was behaving strangely. Normal aberrant creatures would never exhibit such behavior. Well, no, soon enough. Facing the confusion of those around him, Suze did not explain, but instead slowly approached the aberrant wolf. Crack! Suze stepped directly on the aberrant wolf's head, and with the sound of bones shattering, the aberrant wolf finally succumbed to death. Seeing this, Suze said nothing but took the dagger from Lin Yudong's hand, slowly slicing through the tough hides of the aberrant wolf's skull. Before him appeared a completely shattered skull accompanied by a mixture of bright red blood and pale white matter. This? Suze frowned. It was not the gruesomeness of the scene that bothered him, but the structure of the aberrant wolf's head that left Suze puzzled. Suze, there are no energy crystals inside the skull, and it seems there is no brain matter either. Idiot, that's not called brain matter, it's called brain pulp. Sensing the confusion flickering in Suze's eyes, Zhang Shaojia and the others immediately gathered around. Upon seeing this scene, everyone became unsettled. Generally, mutated beasts may have energy crystals in their heads, but the likelihood is low. Thus, it is quite normal that no energy crystals were found in this corpse. However, the mind of this aberrant wolf was completely empty. Beneath the skull, there was no normal brain matter, only some remnants of brain pulp. In its place was a chip. A pitch-black chip the size of a thumb. Even though the aberrant wolf was dead, the chip still emitted a dark glow, seemingly attempting to regain control over the wolf's actions. It seems we can no longer doubt it. This wave of beasts is definitely abnormal. Although beasts that have mutated into aberrant beasts may develop energy crystals in their minds, it should not significantly affect the structure of their brains. In other words, even if they have mutated, they should still be normal living beings. But the scene before Suze confirmed that this aberrant wolf was no longer a living creature. Rather, it was a modified entity. Suze, I suddenly remembered something. While Suze and the others fell into an inexplicable silence, Wu Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she slowly spoke. I once heard a rumor that the official shelter in the imperial capital attempted to study how to control the actions of aberrant beasts, turning them into human power. This matter has nothing to do with us. We only have one thing to do now: observe the changes. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Suze appeared indifferent. He merely noted this in his mind, and then took the chip that was stuck in the aberrant wolf's skull, placing it into his pocket. Suze had no interest in exploring what Wu Yu had mentioned. The imperial capital was simply too far from here. Under normal circumstances, Suze probably would never have much interaction with the people or matters of the imperial capital. At this moment, the only thing that mattered to Suze was to clarify the situation regarding the beast wave encountered in the nearby Shanghang district. He also wanted to see if there were any other surviving forces in Shanghang district besides himself. This was very important to Suze. After all, the higher-ups of the Shanghang district official shelter were able to receive news in advance and escape, but the lower-tier tens of thousands could not. Let's head back, Lin Yudong. The people I asked you to arrange should be out by now, right? Glancing around the battlefield after the first wave of firepower had ravaged it, the group of aberrant beasts that had first reached Shanghang district had already suffered heavy casualties. It would not be long before Shanghang district could completely clear out these remaining beasts on the battlefield. There was little significance in staying here any longer. Moreover, at such a time, Suze had no intention of remaining to help Shanghang District combat the beast wave. They are all out, boss. However, what exactly is that building? Why is it that ordinary people can get enhancements after entry? Although their enhanced strength is still not on par with a first-tier extraordinary being, it is far stronger than an average person, and some individuals can even reach the limit of ordinary strength. Surrounded by Suze's trusted subordinates, Lin Yudong had no intention of hiding anything while discussing this matter, sharing all he had witnessed. Though Lin Yudong did not know much about extraordinary beings, he still understood some of the most basic aspects. To become an extraordinary being, one must not only possess talent, but also require a substantial amount of energy crystals as a power source. Only after completely absorbing the energy crystals can one possibly become a true extraordinary being. The effects demonstrated by the building Suze had created shocked Lin Yudong immensely. It was akin to Suze having created a way to mass-produce weakened versions of extraordinary beings. It's merely a building for energy extraction, as long as there are sufficient energy crystals, anyone can gain in. After briefly explaining to Lin Yudong and the others, Suze also gained a rough understanding of the capabilities of the system's barracks. Ordinary people who enter can receive enhancements. However, they do not become extraordinary beings directly, rather they become part of a power system between extraordinary beings and battle-trained humans. Although he was not entirely satisfied it was sufficient for Suze. Does the next evolution of vehicles mean that the additional capabilities of the barracks will also be enhanced? A strange thought suddenly appeared in Suze's mind. It seemed that the previously postponed vehicle upgrade plan must be expedited. It's just that the materials for this upgrade. Looking at the requirements for upgrading his vehicle once more, Suze felt a bit overwhelmed. So far he was unclear on how to obtain the upgrade materials required by the system. This is a significant dilemma. Forget it, after resolving the crisis with the beast tide, he'll handle this matter. Through the chip in his hand, Suze had already concluded that this beast tide was certainly manipulated by someone. Thus, Suze's original plan naturally required some simple modifications. For instance, what forces are controlling these beast tides? And what is the motive behind the organization of this beast tide? To eliminate the human survivor points in Su province. To diminish the influence of the official shelters. Or, as Wu Miao said, to solve the problem of a significant portion of the useless lower-tier personnel. Or could it be that all of the above possibilities exist? Suze did not know, but that did not hinder his plan. Everyone return. No one is allowed to leave the base without my orders. If any other refugees are willing to join our base, they can come over. Wu Yue, after returning to the base, have Wang Gang take people to build a batch of shelters on that empty land halfway up the mountain. The newly joined refugees will be directly assigned there. They can only be released after observing for a while. Soon Suze adjusted his plan accordingly and decided to watch the situation unfold, regardless of how these beast tides were generated or what their purpose was. For now it had nothing to do with Suze. The remnants of the official shelters were helping to shield him. Why not take advantage of this? Why waste his own vitality at this moment? The plan was revised and Lin Yedong and others did not object, nodding in agreement. In their view, this was indeed the best plan at the moment. From a macro perspective, one cannot be so selfish. But Suze was not a saint, nor were Lin Yedong and the others. They just wanted to survive in this world on the brink of destruction. Sorry, they really did not possess a spirit of heroism. The sunset is truly beautiful. I hope to see such a beautiful sunset again in the future. After taking one last look at the distant sunset, which shone like a mottled blaze, Suze and the others all returned to the base, closing the doors behind them. On the other side, the situation in Shanghang District was somewhat grim. After losing high-level command, even though there were still defensive forces in Shanghang District, they seemed like headless flies. After fending off a wave of beast tides, the entire Shanghang District had plunged into utter chaos. Even several kilometers away, the base could vaguely hear explosions and see flames rising into the sky. Don't get me wrong. These sounds were not from battles against the beast tides. Rather, they were the cries of the desperate rioters in Shanghang District unleashing their endless rage and sorrow with their weapons. Under the night sky, tranquility was lost in Shanghang District. Flames soared into the sky as the first day of the beast tide erupted. The beast tide is back. Everyone get ready. No one is allowed to leave Shanghang District. Bring all firepower to the front. If we let these monsters in, we're all dead. The next day dawned still as calm as the sun was warm as always, with a gentle breeze blowing, lifting a few grains of yellow sand into the air before they landed back down. Everything else remained normal. Just before the chaos from yesterday in Shanghang District settled down, a tide of mutated beasts appeared again from the distant horizon. From afar, they looked like ants preparing to move before a storm, swarming out in droves. Suddenly, Shanghang District fell silent for a moment. In the next second, alarms blared, and countless weary soldiers raised their guns and climbed back onto the city walls. Though it felt the same as the first day, almost everyone's faces were filled with confusion. They did not know why they were fighting or for whom. They simply mechanically pulled the triggers on their weapons. On the city walls, heads surged with the aura of slaughter emanating from the soldiers. Inside Shanghang District, wails echoed everywhere. Even though the beast tide had yet to arrive, Shanghang District had already become a living hell. Refugees, rioters, drifters, mid-tier mercenaries, and merchants wandered the streets chaotically. Order was gradually collapsing. Charge out. Only by breaking out of Shanghang district can we survive. Those in power have already fled. We are left with only dead ends here. To survive, we must leave. Don't block the way in front. If you keep blocking, I'll kill you. It was chaos. Shanghang district was completely in disarray. No one knew who first shouted the call to break out. Instantly, the crowd surged. Countless refugees dodged the already closed gates of Shanghang district and rushed into the wilderness. Are beast tides terrifying? Of course they are. But for those trapped within Shanghang district, even if the beast tide is terrifying, it still offers a glimmer of hope. As long as one runs faster than others, then one will not be the one to die. However, staying in Shanghang district means merely waiting for death and enduring that inexplicable sense of impending doom. Chief, the number of refugees has increased. Should we still take them in? At the base on the city wall, Su Zhe was looking towards the direction of Shanghang district with a telescope. It was unclear whether it was due to the insufficient firepower after the first wave of beast tides or other reasons. Su Zhe could distinctly feel that the defensive forces in Shanghang district had decreased significantly this time, with many soldiers on the walls starting to flee and preparing to abandon their resistance. Moreover, the number of beasts on the second day far exceeded that of the first day, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Shanghang district was in peril. Accept them, but I don't want just anyone. We won't take any rioters or those carrying large amounts of food. Don't take the elderly, but children are fine. Especially orphans, just let them in. Su Zhe sensed that Wang Gang behind him seemed a bit anxious, but Su Zhe remained calm. We can easily identify the people we want to take in, but I fear that if too many come, they might riot. If people are pushed to their limits, they might do things we cannot even imagine. Ultimately, Wang Gang expressed his concerns. One refugee can be easily dealt with, and so can 10, but 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Wang Gang could not imagine the horrific events that might unfold if such a number were to go berserk. What do you think the gun in your hand is for? What do you think the armed guard behind you is for? Do you need me to teach you how to handle this? Su Zhe's eyes turned cold as he turned back to glare at Wang Gang in front of him. Remember, any rioter or anyone attempting to force their way into our base, no matter who they are. Your weapon can provide you with the best answer. After saying this, Su Zhe slowly descended from the city wall, leaving Wang Gang standing alone in place. Leader, all 10 children have arrived, not sure about the rest. Lin Yadong had already been sent by Su Zhe to scout the Shanghang district, so Yi Qing was temporarily in charge of training the orphans. She truly was one of the rare geniuses. Even though she became a transcendent later than Lin Yadong, the first subordinate of Su Zhe to break through to the second tier was unexpectedly Yi Qing. Even Su Zhe had not anticipated this. Compared with the earlier Yi Qing, she had grown markedly more composed after becoming a second-tier transcendent. Because her ability was mechanical in nature, Yi Qing's eyes had undergone a dramatic change in nanomechanical. I had replaced her original one. It was not grotesque. If anything, it lent her an unusual poise. Su Zhe could also sense a faint chill emanating from her. Su Zhe could understand, however. This was not Yi Qing's fault. It was an effect left by the transcendent power. They performed very well. Also, one more thing, while you brought them here, have each of them select 2 children from the newly arrived refugees to be trained as before. After laying out his plan, Su Zhe looked at Yi Qing and said slowly, until Lin Yadong returns, you only need to handle the general management of these children. Understood. I will find opportunities to send them into actual combat. Now that they are transcendents, keeping them inside the base will not increase their fighting strength. Yes, the scattered mutant beasts nearby will make good targets. Su Zhe nodded in agreement with Yi Qing's suggestion. He fell silent, sitting in his chair and gazing into the distance. Once she knew Su Zhe approved, Yi Qing vanished. Compared to Lin Yadong, Yi Qing was smarter and more gifted. If there was a flaw, it was that she was poor at conversation. Cold as frost might be the optimist description. That was for the best. If it had been Wu Yu or Zhang Xiaojie in charge, Su Zhe would have had to waste time explaining why 10 children had suddenly become transcendents overnight. Su Zhe did not know how to answer that question outright. Fortunately, Yi Qing would not press him about it. He wondered whether all 10 transcendents were merely of the common strength or agility types. Never mind. Having transcendents to employ is already fortunate. They can give feedback even if it is slight. After Yi Qing left, Su Zhe did not rest. He sat up at once and studied the base blueprint on the table. Su Zhe felt a headache coming on. 3 days earlier, he had told Wang Gang to admit refugees and expand the base. The original plan had been to sift valuable talent from among the mass of refugees. Even if food had to be spent, it would be a sound investment. But the current situation was that there were simply too many people of value. In under a day, Su Zhe had taken in over 1,000 refugees fleeing from the Shanghang district. And that was after Wang Gang's rigorous screening. When he learned this, Su Zhe immediately abandoned the idea of continuing to lure in more refugees. The sudden swell in numbers was terrifying. Fortunately, Su Zhe could use the system to check the loyalty of those joined. By luck, most of the refugees' loyalty ratings had reached the 60s. That meant as long as Su Zhe did not actively send them to die, they would not betray him easily. Otherwise, with thousands pouring in, Su Zhe would not get any sleep. He would have to watch them constantly. With so many people added at once, food is manageable, but water is becoming a headache. Initially, Su Zhe had prepared for a population surge, especially in terms of food. Water, however, had become a new problem. There had indeed been a plentiful underground water source near the base. 200 or 300 people could not exhaust it. But with the population multiplied several times over, the nearby water supply was strained. It seems I must find a place and use a crystal orb to siphon some water sources into the base. The crystal orb obtained from Yi Xiao had regrettably no water points. Su Zhe had no choice but to risk going out. At that moment, Lin Yedong returned breathless. Boss, I'm back. The situation in Shanghang district is dire. What happened? Didn't I tell you before you left not to intervene in fights? Su Zhe glanced at him in surprise. Lin Yedong looked a complete mess. Blood stained his body, and his face bore fresh wounds. It was obvious that Lin Yedong had fought while scouting Shanghang district. From the nature of the wounds, Su Zhe could tell they had been inflicted by beings of the same kind. Explain. After throwing an energy crystal to restore Lin Yedong's strength, Su Zhe sat back down and watched him intently. This was not Lin Yedong's first reconnaissance to Shanghang. After the beast tide had subsided on the second day, Su Zhe had already instructed him to survey the area. This was now the third mission. The first two reports had matched Su Zhe's expectations against the tidal onslaught of beast. Shanghang simply could not hold. On the first and second days, they had barely held out by relying on firearms and the ammunition reserves left in Shanghang. By the third day, some parts of Shanghang had already fallen. Countless humans had been devoured by mutated beasts. At present, only about half of Shanghang remained in human hands. Su Zhe estimated they could hold out for at most 2. The situation has changed. A new force has suddenly appeared in Shanghang. A faction called Heian Hui has shown up in Shanghang. They wear black robes and are all transcendents. Their numbers are small, but they possess something called shengshui. If an ordinary person drinks shengshui, they gain enhanced power. It is not as good as those trained in our barracks, but it still makes them formidable. Also, these members of Heian Hui appear to be collecting human bones. I don't yet know the reason for that. When Su Zhe questioned him, the hurried Lin Yedong poured out everything he had learned. The wounds on me were inflicted by a member of Heian Hui who discovered me and fought me. After giving the intelligence, Lin Yedong explained how his injuries had been caused. What? Hearing this, Su Zhe could not remain seated. He rose immediately, shock flashing across his face. By the way, boss, I retrieved the so-called holy water from that guy. Before Su Zhe could respond, Lin Yedong suddenly recalled what he had obtained from that individual. He immediately took out the holy water and placed it in front of Su Zhe. Holy water. The Dark Association. In an instant, Su Zhe focused all his attention on this so-called holy water. It was a small silver bottle, feeling metallic to the touch. It wasn't light, but it wasn't made of silver or platinum. It resembled ordinary aluminum more closely. The craftsmanship of the bottle was quite rough. It seems like a batch of hastily made bottles, otherwise such poor quality control would be impossible. From these details, Su Zhe could easily discern that the Dark Association had not prepared for this beast tide in advance, but rather reacted to the news of it. They were attempting to gain some benefits from it. What exactly could they gain from making these refugees stronger? After grasping the reasoning, Su Zhe was more curious about the true intentions of the Dark Association. Surely they couldn't simply want to make ordinary refugees stronger to help them resist the beast tide. This thought flashed through Su Zhe's mind in an instant. It definitely couldn't be that simple. Anything that could help humanity enhance their power was extremely precious. They would never waste it on refugees without reason. Moreover, judging by the name Dark Association, Su Zhe certainly did not believe that an organization with such a name would engage in benevolent acts. Let me see what this thing really is. The structure of the bottle containing the holy water was quite simple once he twisted off the screw cap. Su Zhe suddenly smelled a peculiar fragrance, one that seemed familiar. However, upon closer thought, he realized he had never encountered this scent before. It resembled the strange aroma one might detect when meat is grilled or fried while hunger pangs kick in. It instinctively made one feel more impulsive. More importantly, a thought flashed in Su Zhe's mind, a desire to drink this substance. Interesting, it seems this so-called holy water is not an ordinary energy-enhancing substance for human evolution. Suppressing this intense desire, Su Zhe suddenly chuckled. Lin Yudong, have you ever seen someone who drank the holy water? What unusual traits did they exhibit compared to ordinary people? Unusual. Faced with Su Zhe's inquiry, Lin Yudong appeared somewhat puzzled. If becoming suddenly calm and serene counts as unusual, then yes, they exhibited that trait. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yudong realized he actually had observed something different. Among the remnants of humanity in Shanghang district, almost everyone bore expressions filled with fear of death. However, those who consumed the holy water were entirely different. They were instantly freed from their irritable emotions, their faces radiating a gentle smile. Lin Yudong even witnessed a person who had taken the holy water remain remarkably composed even in the face of a loved one's death. They were far from normal. I understand now, this so-called holy water is not merely a concentrated energy substance, it serves more as a medium. This thing. Suddenly Su Zhe poured the holy water onto the floor, revealing no abnormalities. It was merely ordinary mineral water. It's just mineral water, there is absolutely no energy contained within it. Seeing that Lin Yudong appeared somewhat confused, Su Zhe briefly explained before continuing. The fundamental reason why ordinary people can gain enhancement is that they are overextending their souls. This holy water is merely a medium for overextending the soul. That's impossible. How could a dark association possibly possess the power to manipulate souls? It was clear that Lin Yudong was having difficulty accepting Su Zhe's explanation at that moment. Or rather, the concept of the soul was too complex for him to comprehend. There's nothing impossible. From the very beginning, the dark association has operated in this manner. It's just that they were suppressed by the power of the official shelters before. That's why they never had the opportunity to appear before the public. Now that the order of the official shelters is on the verge of collapse, they naturally emerged. At this point, Su Zhe suddenly recalled. When he and Lin Yudong first ventured into Huaihai District, they had already encountered personnel from the Dark Association. At that time, the main task of the Blue Shield team was to combat the Dark Association. Lin Yudong, don't go out for a while. I want to see what kind of organization the so-called Dark Association really is. I'll let them all come out in these few days. Throwing aside the so-called holy water, a hint of coldness flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. If it were an ordinary force, perhaps Su Zhe would still entertain thoughts of cooperation or assimilation. However, for an evil cult like the Dark Association, which toys with human souls, Su Zhe's attitude towards them was singular destruction. Understood. And what about the beast tied nearby? Lin Yudong nodded, but a hint of worry still flickered across his face. It was not because of the sudden emergence of the Dark Association, but rather the beast tied wandering near the base. Recently, most of the beast tide had gathered around Shanghang District, attracted by it. The base had not made a significant impression on the beast tide. Now almost every force combating the beast tide in Shanghang District had already seen mutated beasts appearing around the base. Although no attacks had been launched yet. Seeing thousands of beasts gathering at his feet, Lin Yudong couldn't help but feel an inexplicable tension. What if these beast tides suddenly launched an attack? This would undoubtedly be a huge test for the base. No rush, it's not yet time to take action. Let's wait a bit longer. As for Lin Yudong's concerns, Su Zhe remained quite calm. Boss, I'm heading down to Zhangshao. Jia was looking for me about. Seeing this, Lin Yudong said nothing more and left first, leaving Su Zhe alone in the vicinity. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The surrounding environment, which had previously been somewhat noisy, suddenly fell silent. We're all old acquaintances now. Since you're here, let's not waste each other's time. Just come out. A moment later, Su Zhe, who had been quietly gazing into the distance, suddenly spoke. The words he uttered felt akin to conversing with an old friend. Yet in reality, there was no one before Su Zhe. Aren't you coming out? At this moment, Su Zhe had lost his patience, his brow furrowing as an inexplicable killing intent emanated from him. This isn't fun, and it seems I didn't expose the sin on me this time, did I? Just as Su Zhe finished speaking, a shadow flickered. It was Wu Miao suddenly appearing before Su Zhe.